Chapter 1. The Twin Treasures of One Birth. It was scorching. The young girl, clad in a blue garment, stumbled into a cave that resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. As she walked, she clawed at her tattered clothing, revealing a crescent-shaped red mark the size of a fingernail on her shoulder. Her delicate, oval face flushed a deep crimson, while her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire. Suyu realized she had been drugged. She needed a man, or she would perish. But where could she find one in this desolate wilderness? Perhaps fate had not forsaken her, for upon entering the cave, she spotted a bloodied man lying in a corner. Upon seeing him, Suyu felt like a fish gasping for air. She staggered toward him, tearing at his garments. "What are you doing?" The man's weak yet furious voice echoed in the cavernous space. "You shameless woman." Ignoring his words, Suyu focused solely on hastening her efforts to remove the obstructive clothing. "Brother, please help me, I need you." "Die, woman." "Stop." "Brother, you are the only one who can provide me with the antidote." "Relax, I promise I will not cause you too much pain." With that, Suyu stuffed the torn clothing into the man's mouth, silencing his impending curses. Unfazed by his murderous glare, she mounted him, desperately seeking to extinguish the flames of desire consuming her. After a tumultuous encounter, Suyu's mind began to clear, though the effects of the drug still lingered. Gasping for breath, she glanced at the man's pale, furious face, feeling a fleeting pang of guilt. Yet upon noticing his chiseled features, meticulously sculpted by the hands of fate, particularly the small red mole on the left side of his nose that lent him an air of wicked charm, the heat within her flared once more in a bid for survival. Suyu resolutely leaned in again. "Brother, once as forceful, twice as forceful as well, grant me your aid once more." The heat surged, the waves of desire roared, and the cavern, save for the occasional drip of water from above, resonated with the unspoken echoes of their encounter. "You are courting death." At some point, the item in the man's mouth fell away. Cursing under his breath, he flipped her over, seizing her slender waist with a fierce grip. "You deserve to die." Listening to his murderous tone and feeling his roughness, Suyu feared he might truly end her life. In reality, his brutal actions did push her to the brink, but the lingering effects of the drug dulled the pain of his grip. His coarse treatment inadvertently served as a remedy. After a prolonged struggle, the man trembled, his heavy body collapsing atop her, and a faint voice filled with rage whispered in her ear, "You should die." With that, he fell silent, motionless. Suyu, gasping for breath, pushed him away, discovering he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Given his injuries and weakness, it was entirely reasonable that he had exhausted himself in a fit of anger and fainted. The drug within her system had been completely eradicated. Ignoring the pain and discomfort coursing through her, Suyu trembled as she dressed. Casting a glance at the disheveled man, she hastily grabbed a discarded garment from the side and tossed it over him. The exquisitely crafted blue tunic draped over the man's form, its limited length failing to conceal his tall and well-built physique. Yet it modestly covered his most private areas. Steadying his trembling legs, Suyu departed without a backward glance as a newcomer to this foreign realm. She felt compelled to explore her surroundings. According to her memories, she had journeyed from the capital city, passing through this place on her way to Ling City, only to be ambushed by those sent by her stepmother, who drugged her and instilled fear, ultimately leading to the demise of the timid original owner of this body. After meticulously sifting through the memories in her mind, betrayal, oppression, and eventual exile leading to death, his gaze turned icy as she murmured, "Fear not. Your vengeance shall become my own, that I shall reclaim it tenfold." Shortly thereafter, the man in the cave stirred awake, his sharp and frigid gaze locking onto his hastily approaching subordinate, whose face was still smeared with blood. His strikingly handsome features bore an expression as if encased in ice, and he gritted his teeth in fury. "Find that woman for me. I intend to make her wish for death," he seethed, recalling the countless lives he had taken on the battlefield over the years, only to be reduced to such a state by a mere woman. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and 4 years slipped by in the blink of an eye on the bustling streets. A gentle breeze caressed the air, while budding trees lined the path, and 2 figures of remarkable grace, a large and a small, stood out conspicuously. "Mother, let us buy a kite to take home," the young boy said, his innocent face displaying a seriousness beyond his years as he pointed to a stall selling kites, his dark, starry eyes wandering over the various shapes. The woman, with her hair elegantly styled and a simple white jade hairpin adorning it, leaned slightly to gaze at her son, who appeared to be around 3 years old. Her previously austere demeanor transformed as she broke into a smile, radiating warmth and maternal affection akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Very well. No, go ahead and choose," she replied. With her permission, the child tucked one hand behind his back and casually approached the kite vendor. Observing her son's upright little figure and his demeanor resembling that of a miniature adult, Suyu shook her head in bemusement as she followed him. "Mother, I've chosen. I want this centipede kite," he exclaimed, gazing at the vividly crafted kite. Suyu, taken aback, queried, No, do you not despise centipedes? Why would you choose this? I'm buying it for my sister. She loves crawling creatures and will surely adore this kite," he replied. Suyu felt a swell of pride at her son's thoughtfulness towards his sister, yet she could not help but feel perplexed. It was one thing for the twins to have such stark personality differences. It was another entirely for their interests to diverge so drastically. The little girl, with her rosy cheeks, held a fascination for creatures such as snakes, insects, and scorpions, effortlessly finding and playing with them, a peculiar passion that, even she, as their mother, found hard to believe. "Mother, I miss my sister," No said, clutching the kite. Suyu, pulled from her reverie, sighed softly. "In a few days, we shall visit her. I promise, she will return within a year at most." Contemplating her daughter, whom she could not keep by her side, Suyu felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, she had already uncovered the locations of the rare herbs. As long as she could acquire them, her daughter's health would surely improve. "Very well." Noa's face lit up with delight, displaying a demeanor beyond his years. "When my sister returns, I shall surely protect you all." Suyu gently pinched her son's chubby cheek. "It is the duty of a mother to safeguard you." "Mother," Noa protested in his sweet, childish voice, "father passed away long ago. That I am the only man in the family now, and it is my responsibility to uphold this household and protect you." Mentioning their father caused Suyu to reminisce about the past. She could hardly fathom that just on Sino, twice she would conceive and bear 2 lovely children. In an effort to shield her child from thoughts of their father, Suyu refrained from countering Nua's mature assertions. "Very well. The future of our home shall rest upon your shoulders, my little man. Let us proceed." As mother and son conversed, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves grew nearer. Passers-by on the street quickly stepped aside, and Suyu instinctively lifted Noa aside while glancing in the direction of the sound. A group of magnificent steeds came into view, and when her gaze fell upon the man riding at the forefront, Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? What was he doing here? Chapter 2. Zhuangzi revisited. After a brief moment of astonishment, Suyu swiftly turned and pressed Nua's head into her embrace. "Mother!" the little one exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden gesture. Nua, remained still." Suyu's voice trembled as she gently held the child's head close, shielding it from the prying eyes that might be drawn by his youthful curiosity. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to that man. His delicate features seemed chiseled from the same mold. If discovered, she shuddered to think of the consequences. As Duan Lingwu rode past on horseback, he cast a fleeting glance at the woman who had turned with the child in her arms. His expression remained impassive, his sharp gaze unwavering as he continued his ride. When the sound of hooves faded into the distance, Suyu softly lifted the little one's head. Nua, your mother has urgent matters to attend to. We shall venture out again in a few days." "All right, mother," he replied. Suyu could not afford to be careless. She could not forget the chilling words of that man, each one laced with the threat of death, accompanied by the icy tone of his murderous intent. Should they cross paths, he might indeed fulfill his threat. Uncertain of his presence here, whether by mere coincidence or something more sinister, Suyu hurriedly purchased a hooded cloak to conceal her identity, ensuring that even if they were to meet, her face would remain hidden. Safety lay only in returning to the village, far from a city where few would venture. Upon her arrival at the village, Suyu immediately summoned her staff. A woman in her 30s, slender and bearing an air of weariness, approached with respect evident in her sunken eyes. "What is your command?" "Miss Dongzi," You must personally inform Xiao Yi to investigate the recent influx of outsiders in Lingzhou, particularly those riding horses in the streets. It is imperative to ascertain their whereabouts. Yes, Mississippi, Yun Suyu pondered that if the man was merely passing through, it would be a relief. However, if not, understanding his intentions and destination would allow her to avoid him, significantly reducing the chances of another encounter. Yet, unbeknownst to her, fate often plays its hand unexpectedly. As the sun staggered toward the western horizon, casting only a few scattered rays of light, a young servant hurried in with news. "Madam, a group of individuals has arrived outside the village, cold and expressionless, claiming to seek the owner of the estate." Upon hearing this, Yun Suyu recalled the horseman she had encountered on the street. Her heart sank with a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be? No, it couldn't be that coincidental. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated fleeing this perilous place. Yet, she was no longer the solitary assassin of her past. She had a child to consider. This was her sanctuary, forged through years of hardship, and Nuan needed her. With Hehe still at the Divine Physician Valley, she could not act impulsively. To ascertain the identity of the visitors, she resolved to confront them. Hearing their intentions firsthand would equip her to make the necessary arrangements should her fears be realized. Donning her hooded cloak once more, she approached the entrance of the estate. Upon seeing the man whose face mirrored that of her son, each step felt as if she were being pulled by an otherworldly force, making her advance agonizingly slow. Despite her mental preparations, the sight of Duan Lingwu standing among the crowd, towering above the rest, left her utterly astonished. It was truly him. At this moment, his frigid demeanor exuded an aura as chilling as the tone he had spoken with before. His piercing, profound gaze was filled with indifference, and a subtle air of menace lingered amidst his noble bearing. Observing the burly men behind him, who wore equally stern expressions, Yun Suyu instinctively recognized that this man was not to be trifled with, given her past identity. As she caught sight of Yun Suyu, Duan Lingwu approached, halting at a distance of about 10 paces. His tone was frosty yet courteous. "Are you the owner of the manor?" "Yes," Yun Suyu replied calmly. "What brings you here?" Duan Lingwu presented her with a silver note. "We require lodging here for a few days and hope for your kind assistance." Yun Suyu glanced at the note's value. 1,000 taels, a generous sum indeed. Nevertheless, she wished for this man to keep his distance and had no intention of acquiescing. "I apologize, but while my manor is vast, accommodations are limited and I cannot host you," she stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu retrieved a token from his sleeve, his tone now leaving no room for refusal. "We are officials and need to conduct business here. We merely seek to stay for a few days." Given the authority behind his words, Yun Suyu realized that outright refusal was not an option. While she might have turned away a commoner, the presence of officials, coupled with their purpose, was a serious matter. As a mere citizen, she understood the risks of obstructing government affairs and the potential repercussions that could arise. However, the prospect of admitting them filled her with unease. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Sir, my son has an unusual temperament and does not favor strangers. If you happen to encounter him, I kindly ask that you pretend not to see him to avoid any discomfort." A few days was not a trivial amount of time, and Yun Suyu deemed it necessary to express this concern. Should her son cross paths with them, she wanted to ensure she had legitimate grounds to intervene if trouble ensued. "Very well," he replied. "Please lead the way." Yun Suyu gestured slightly, and Duan Lingwu moved ahead. As he passed her, a faint, familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing a slight tremor in his heart. However, he quickly rationalized that all women favored cosmetics, and those using similar products would carry a similar scent. Once he located the individual, he could verify the identity, but it could not serve as a lead in his search, leading them to the spacious western courtyard. Yun Suyu slightly curtsied and said, "You may make yourself comfortable here, and I shall have someone prepare refreshments for you." As she turned to leave, Duan Lingji's eyes narrowed slightly. Beside him stood a dark-skinned man with a scar stretching across his eye, who was watching Yun Suyu's departing figure with keen vigilance. "Your Highness, is there something amiss with this individual?" Duan Lingji withdrew his gaze, his deep-set eyes resembling a still, dark pool. She appeared normal, yet perhaps a tad too normal, particularly with that veil atop her head. While it was understandable for a woman to behave cautiously around men, he sensed something was amiss. Weong, investigate this person thoroughly, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness. After instructing her servants upon returning to her courtyard, Suyu removed the veil from her head, holding it in her hands. The piercing gaze that had followed her was too intense. This item could no longer be worn, as it would only invite further suspicion. She needed to reveal her face, yet without exposing her true identity. The following morning, as Duan Lingwu ventured out and passed through a broad, flat meadow within the village, he noticed a small figure in the distance, having just finished practicing stances and now stretching, observing the lively silhouette bounding towards him. Duan Lingwu maintained a steady pace and soon collided with the approaching child. Nuoa lifted his little head, his round, sparkling black eyes filled with curiosity, and blurted out, "Uncle, who are you?" Reflecting on Suyu's words, Duan Lingwu decided to ignore the child to avoid any unnecessary complications, but the boy spoke first, showing no signs of fear toward strangers. It seemed he was not the peculiar child known for his shyness, as mentioned by the village's owner. With this thought, Duan Lingwu felt less apprehensive and gazed down at the child who had initiated the conversation. His heart and vision both stirred. An inexplicable sensation welled up within him. The child seemed to possess a unique energy that drew him closer. Locking eyes with the boy intensified this feeling, as if a part of his hardened heart had softened in an instant. Noticing the child's face was covered in red rashes, he inquired, "What happened to your face?" "Iem allergic, non reappears vidhot gestation." His mother had applied something to his face the night before and had solemnly instructed him to say it was an allergy if anyone asked, even if this uncle seemed kind. As he spoke, he placed his small hands behind his back, observing Duan Lingwu, who mirrored his gesture and repeated the unanswered question. "Uncle, who are you? Why are you staying at my family's village?" "We are conducting business nearby and are temporarily residing here for convenience," Duan Lingwu replied patiently. He then slightly leaned down and asked, "But why did you come here all alone?" "My mother said once I can stand firmly in my stance, I can learn martial arts." "Do you really want to practice?" "No, nodded vigorously. Once I master it and become an adult, my mother won't have to work so hard anymore." "What about your father? Why doesn't he teach you?" "I don't have a father," Noah said matter-of-factly. "My mother says the grass on my father's grave is already taller than I am." As Duan Lingwu engaged in this natural conversation with Nua, several of his subordinates behind him exchanged surprised glances. When had their prince become so patient as to converse with a child and inquire so much? One guard beside Weong scrutinized S features and whispered, "Wuga, have you noticed how much this child resembles the prince?" "I have, but considering the limited variations in eyebrows and eyes, it's not surprising that he looks similar." Duan Lingwu overheard their murmurs, but chose not to comment. They were indeed correct. There are not many different shapes for eyebrows and eyes, and many people in the world bore striking resemblances to one another. As for why he felt an unusual sense of affinity towards this child, Duan Lingwu attributed it to a mere coincidence of appearances. Despite the child's comical face due to the allergy, it did not diminish the warmth that spread within his heart. As I gazed upon the small figure mimicking my own actions, a wave of poignant reflection washed over me. It is truly heart-wrenching to see such a diligent and perceptive child bereft of a father from such a tender age. The unfortunate man met his demise far too soon, never having the chance to behold his own son. This led Duan Lingwu to recall the news he received the previous night and connecting it with the child's words. He inquired, "Are you the child of the master of Zhuangzi?" "Indeed, Zhuangzi is my mother," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu observed the child's twinkling eyes and the smile adorning his small lips as he initiated conversation with the stranger. This lively and cheerful demeanor belied any shyness. The master of Zhuangzi had spoken falsely. Her son was not only unafraid of strangers, but also exceedingly warm-hearted. Why would she resort to deception? "Uncle," the child interrupted Duan Lingwu's musings. "My name is Yunji Nua. Nua likes you very much. You can come and play with me when you have time." "Certainly." Duan Lingwu responded without hesitation. However, uncle, my mother does not permit me to associate with you. You must keep our time together a secret. She must not know. I shall return now. With that, Nuanua turned and dashed away. After covering some distance, he glanced back at the still figure of Duan Lingwu. Although this uncle did not smile, Nuanua found him quite endearing. As long as the uncle kept his promise and refrained from mentioning his mother, there would be no cause for her anger, allowing him to enjoy the company of this uncle. As he watched the small figure recede into the distance, a rare warmth in Duan Lingwu's expression dissipated. The master of Zhuangzi was certainly peculiar. She bore the surname Yun, and her child did not take on the surname of his deceased father, but instead followed hers. Furthermore, why would she forbid her child from mingling with him? All these factors seemed to indicate a hurried concealment. What indeed was she hiding? Contemplating his current endeavors, Duan Lingwu coldly commanded, Wu Yang, delve deeper into the information you uncovered yesterday, and ensure we thoroughly investigate the master of this Zhuangzi. Have someone keep a discreet watch on her. Your Highness, are you suspecting something? The odd behavior, coupled with the proximity to the location of the incident I am investigating, necessitates clarity regarding any suspicious individuals. Indeed, replied Duan Lingwu. With that, he continued onward. The Zhuangzi boasted a picturesque landscape, a place seemingly ideal for habitation. He hoped that the master's eccentricity was merely a quirk of character. If she were truly culpable, the tranquility of this place would be shattered. Yet, this would only further distress the child, who, deprived of a father, might also lose his mother. Simultaneously, in the vibrant and beautifully arranged eastern courtyard, Suyu set aside her belongings. Gazing into the copper mirror to find her once delicate visage now marred by large red blotches and rashes, rendering her original beauty unrecognizable, she exhaled deeply. Winter Purple, waiting nearby, was filled with confusion. Miss, why would you do this to yourself? Reflecting on the man residing in the western courtyard, she recalled the recent death of an official who had been inspecting the nearby dam, followed by a riot that claimed numerous lives. Given his connections with the authorities, it seemed he was staying here to investigate the matter. Now, she could only wish for him to conclude his business swiftly and depart, for with each passing day, her heart hung more precariously. Suyu sighed softly. Winter Purple, refrain from asking too many questions. Simply know that both Nuanua and I are suffering from severe allergies. Understood, Mississippi. Upon hearing these words, Dong Zi contemplated silently. Although the young lady was still in her youth, what she had witnessed over the years was her composed and steady demeanor. Her management of the business and the arrangements of the subordinates in the pavilion were executed with remarkable wisdom and calmness. Except for the matter concerning the young Mrs. Health, she had never observed her in a state of panic or worry. Yet now, the young lady was willing to portray herself and the young master in such a manner, who resided in the western courtyard that could instill such dread and concern in her. Recently, it would be prudent to prevent Nuanua from venturing towards the western courtyard. Let him play in the eastern side instead. You may proceed with your tasks. Yes, my lady. Dong Zi hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent as she exited. Suyu gazed out the window into the distance. From the moment she traversed the realm of herbal medicine to give birth, to the unexpected reunion with the child's father, if all of this were indeed fate, then for the sake of her child, she must take a risk. Should that man harbor less intense animosity towards her, she would consider allowing him to interact with the child, for the children yearn for a father. However, judging by his words and actions at that time, his hatred for her was profound, to the extent that he would wish her dead. If he were to discover that she had secretly borne his child, she could only imagine the lengths he would go to eliminate her. Losing their mother while their father is the perpetrator would inflict extreme harm upon the children. Suyu's expression darkened. She would rather allow the children to believe their father had perished than to expose them to such a brutal reality. Moreover, that man might seek revenge by attempting to take her children away. Therefore, from every perspective, she and her children must remain concealed. That night, a dozen men, their faces obscured by black cloth, stormed into the estate, wielding clubs. The defenders within the estate were gradually overwhelmed, retreating towards the western courtyard. In the eastern courtyard, Suyu tucked the covers snugly around the peacefully sleeping Nuanua before stepping out to see Dong Zi returning from outside. Was everything successful? My lady. All went smoothly. They have already headed towards the eastern courtyard. You intend to leverage others' hands, yes. That scoundrel has a corrupt father in office, who has been coveting the estate. After this incident, he should behave himself. Suyu did not dispute Dong Zi's words. She indeed sought to utilize strength against strength. Dealing with someone backed by the government could be complicated. While she was not afraid, she had devoted the past 2 years to seeking medicinal herbs for he, not wishing to waste efforts on other matters. Now that an opportunity presented itself, she would make good use of it. The reason that individual chose to stay here instead of at the inn was likely to keep his identity as a government official under wraps. Now that others had stumbled upon him, he would have to manage the situation carefully to maintain his anonymity. Dong Zi had yet to meet Duan Lingwu and could not comprehend why Suyu was so intent on this course of action. If she feared the people of the western courtyard, why seek to employ his hand? Should it be discovered, the consequences could be quite contradictory. My lady, this action may indeed arouse suspicion among those in the western courtyard. Let them suspect. After all, that scoundrel has had disputes with us. Even if they suspect us, they will find nothing. Upon finishing her words, Suyu cast a glance at the sleeping child in the room and sighed softly. In the past, she would have confronted challenges head-on, but since becoming a mother, she had gradually learned to navigate situations more subtly, tempering her edges to shield her child from harm. Upon her arrival in this world, she possessed the potential for unrestrained flight. However, the children became the anchors that tethered her wings. Yet, despite being ensnared in the bloom of youth, unable to revel in its splendor, she harbored no regrets about bringing them into existence. The so-called family in the capital, though connected to her by an unbreakable bloodline, treated her actions with the same disdain as her adversaries. Only her 2 children remained her true kin. Suddenly recalling something, Suyu instructed, in the coming days, do not engage in any activities. Simply live as an ordinary family would. Yes, miss, they replied. In the western courtyard, where the room was furnished only with tables and chairs devoid of decoration, Duan Lingwu sat at the table, gazing at the letter in his hands. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow upon his stern visage, exacerbated by his furrowed brow. Outside, the sounds of a scuffle echoed, yet he seemed oblivious as he ignited the paper, reducing it to ashes, before picking up his brush to inscribe upon rice paper. After a time, he allowed the ink to dry, sealed the letter in an envelope, and handed it to the cloaked figure standing by, whose eyes alone were visible. Deliver this letter personally to my royal brother. Yes, your highness, the figure acknowledged, taking the envelope respectfully before exiting. Duan Lingwu resumed his work with a brush, swiftly sketching a rough form of a white jade hairpin. As he gazed upon the emerging design, a glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Moments later, Wuyang entered, prompting Duan Lingwu to set down his brush and speak first. Do you know who sent them? Your highness, Wuyang replied respectfully. This matter does not target you, but rather the master of the estate. Those individuals stumbled into this situation by mere chance. By mere chance? Duan Lingwu questioned incredulously. Indeed, I have interrogated them. The instigator has a dispute with the master of the estate. This marks their second incursion. Their claims are coherent and appear truthful. Duan Lingwu fell silent, feeling an indescribable unease since arriving at this estate. The coincidences surrounding this incident were too peculiar. His nature was not one of suspicion. Yet such serendipity compelled contemplation. Have them investigate further. I have already dispatched individuals to verify, Wuyang said. What shall we do with the captured individuals? Confine them, ensuring they remain quiet. Release them only after we resolve the matter. Duan Lingwu paused, his previously relaxed brows knitting together once more, his expression darkening involuntarily. Make haste. Why after 4 years have we yet to uncover a trace of that woman? Upon hearing mention of events from years past, Wuyang lowered his gaze, offering a pragmatic defense. Your Highness, we scoured Taizhou and the surrounding areas thoroughly. The woman you seek seems to have vanished without a trace. Despite our efforts over the years using the characteristics you provided, being a woman and her mark being in such a location has hindered our progress. Duan Lingji's brow furrowed deeper, the darkness in his eyes intensifying. I care not what methods you employ. Bring her before me post-haste. Yes, your highness. Witnessing the tension in Duan Lingji's clenched fists, Wu Yang was unfazed. After all, for these many years, whenever his master mentioned that woman, who seemingly evaporated from existence, he would respond with equal fervor. Observing the master's expression, one could sense a murderous intent. Once he finds that woman, her fate will be sealed. However, she has brought this upon herself, deserving of a gruesome demise, whether by strangulation, being torn apart by horses, or subjected to the master's own hands in 1,000 cuts. One can only imagine the moment they discover the master, stripped bare, his modesty barely concealed by a single garment, the marks of bruises and the unmistakable sin of a man revealing the ordeal he has endured. To be overpowered by a woman is an unparalleled humiliation for any man, particularly for one of such noble status. For years, he has relentlessly pursued that woman, his face contorted with rage at the mere thought of her. As Wu Yang departed, Duan Lingji stared into the inky blackness of the night beyond the window, his fists clenched tightly, recalling the disgrace he had suffered in the cave. That woman, seemingly demure yet utterly shameless, must be made to pay. He yearned to personally flay her to assuage the resentment she has inflicted upon him. The following afternoon, under the warm sunlight, Suyu learned that Duan Lingji had left the estate, prompting her to take Nua out of the courtyard. To avoid an encounter, she carefully chose a secluded path in the estate where she could play with her child. Seated on the ground beneath the gentle sun, the mother and child wove grass dragonflies, their joyous laughter occasionally punctuating the air. "Mother, look!" Nua beamed, presenting a lopsided grass dragonfly cupped in his tiny palm. "It's much better than what you made the first time," Suyu praised generously. Overjoyed by her approval, Nua exclaimed, "Mother, when the weather warms, I'll catch a few snakes to keep." Before he could finish, his round eyes widened, fixated on something behind Suyu, his smile brightening considerably. "Uncle!" Nua's cheerful shout froze the smile on Suyu's face. She turned slowly to find Duan Lingji standing a distance away, his tall figure as imposing as a snow-laden pine, hands clasped behind him, observing her and Nua. Chapter 5. Concerning the child's father, while Suyu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, tumultuous waves surged within her. Had he not left? How had he silently appeared here? Realizing Duan Lingji's stealth surpassed her own, she recalled how she had managed to compel him to create her antidote, likely due to his severe injuries at the time. Lost in thought, Nua sprang towards Duan Lingji, filled with joy as he proudly presented his creation. "Uncle, look! This is the grass dragonfly Mother taught me to make. I'm giving it to you. Please don't think it's ugly." Duan Lingji gazed at the crooked grass dragonfly in the child's soft, pale hand, accepting it with an involuntary softening of his cold features. "Hank, no. Seeing the interaction between Nua and Duan Lingji, Suyu hurriedly approached them. "No," she called, pulling the smiling child close, then stepping back to address Duan Lingji. "Sir, the child is still naive. If he has offended you, I beg your forgiveness. I shall take him home immediately." As Suyu drew Nono closer, Duan Lingji subtly furrowed his brow. Why did she prevent the child from making contact with him and hastily attempt to take him away? Could it be that she genuinely feared the child might inadvertently offend him? With this thought, Duan Lingji's gaze upon Suyu deepened with curiosity. "There is no need for concern, for Nono has not offended me," Duan Lingji remarked, momentarily pausing. "In fact, he is quite endearing and has not caused me any disturbance." "That's good to hear." As he observed Suyu and Nono, both bearing red marks and rashes on their faces, his eyes subtly shifted to the back of the little one's head. "I have an accomplished physician under my command who could examine Nono and help him recover swiftly." "There's no need for that," Suyu promptly declined. Considering that the man was an official and knowing that such a rejection from a narrow-minded individual might be perceived as disrespectful. To avoid being targeted and to conceal the fact that Nono was not truly allergic, she explained, "Thank you for your kind offer. But Nono has already been seen by a doctor who assured me that although it appears severe, he will be well in a few days." While she spoke, Duan Lingji's probing gaze remained fixed on her obscured visage. Her expression was calm, yet within that tranquility flickered a fleeting hint of panic. Easily unnoticed if one were not observant. "Sir, my surname is Lin, and my given name is Ji." Duan Lingji interrupted Yun Suyu, providing a false name. "Lord Lin." Yun Suyu slightly inclined her body. "No, is restless. I shall take him away to avoid causing you any further inconvenience." Upon hearing her intent to depart, Duan Lingji's doubts solidified into certainty. Her refusal to allow the child to engage with him, coupled with her own avoidance, confirmed that she indeed harbored some issue, though its nature remained elusive. "There is no need to rush away," Duan Lingji spoke to halt Yun Suyu's departure. Perhaps his evident resistance had aroused further suspicion in him. Being an official, he could only comply outwardly. Internally, Yun Suyu cursed silently, though her face revealed nothing. "Does Lord Lin have any further instructions?" "Yun, the child's father is deceased." Before Duan Lingji could finish his statement, Yun Suyu hastily interrupted, uncertain of his line of questioning but aware that without a reasonable explanation, it would be challenging to dispel his suspicions. Regardless of the nature of those suspicions, for the sake of her and Nono's safety, she wished to avoid entanglements. Hearing Yun Suyu's unhesitating response, Duan Lingji narrowed his cold eyes. For a woman so young, losing her husband must have occurred within recent years. However, her lack of sorrowful demeanor struck him as peculiar. Suppressing his internal questions, Duan Lingji continued to inquire. What was the cause of his death? Drowning. When did this occur? Faced with Duan Lingji's relentless probing, Yun Suyu rolled her eyes internally while donning a fade of sorrow. "Lord Lin, this is a deep sorrow of mine and a private matter. Must I disclose it?" Duan Lingji replied earnestly. "I harbor no desire to pry into personal matters or reopen old wounds. However, I am tasked with a significant investigation, and I must clear all individuals in this vicinity of any suspicion." Observing Duan Lingji's serious demeanor, Yun Suyu silently scoffed. His words were indeed grandiose. Merely a guise for self-interest. Yun Suyu momentarily brewed a sense of sorrow, and as she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly met Duan Lingji's probing and profound eyes. Their gazes locked, and understanding the scrutiny reflected in each other's eyes, Yun Suyu realized that she had already aroused suspicion. Observing the small red mole on the bridge of the man's nose and his effortlessly captivating features, she inwardly cursed him as a man who exploits public affairs for private gain, lamenting the waste of such a fine countenance. Little Noah bore a striking resemblance to him, and she hoped the child would not inherit his disposition, for that would be quite unappealing. Suppressing her inner rebuke, Yun Suyu adopted a sorrowful demeanor. "Lord Lin, my husband is merely an ordinary merchant, and our union received no blessings from my family. We eloped and became husband and wife in secret, using all our possessions to acquire this estate as our refuge. However, our good fortune was short-lived. On the day I discovered I was with child, my husband tragically fell into a pond while intoxicated and drowned. I gave birth to his posthumous son and have been living here with Nona ever since." Wiping the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, she continued, "Are there any further inquiries you wish to make, Lord Lin? Should you have questions, I shall gladly provide answers." As she spoke with genuine emotion, her eyes reddened, and Duan Lingji's deep, cold gaze revealed nothing of his current thoughts. He then asked indifferently, "Did the master of the estate share a strong bond with the child's father?" Upon hearing this, Yun Suyu silently mused that the child's father would have delighted in her demise. So where could there be any affection? Yet, the words she uttered were of a different tone. Of course, had there been no deep feelings, how could I have disregarded everything to elope with him and bear his posthumous child to raise alone? Listening to her words, Duan Lingji's inscrutable gaze remained fixed upon her, as if he were pondering something. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You may leave." Yun Suyu offered a slight bow, and Nuanua looked up with a broad smile, waving her chubby little hands. "Uncle, Nuanua and Mama are leaving now." Without waiting for a response from Duan Lingji, Yun Suyu took Nuanua's hand and departed without looking back. Watching the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, Duan Lingji withdrew his gaze, contemplating the crooked grass dragonfly in his hand. "Your Highness, this object? Wu Yang, who had been standing beside him, tentatively inquired as he noticed Duan Lingji's rapt attention on the trinket crafted by a child. Duan Lingji grasped the grass dragonfly in his hand, asking, "Have you discerned anything unusual about this person?" Chapter 6. Midnight Window Verification, Your Highness. Based solely on her demeanor and words, there appears to be nothing amiss. Rather, they convey a palpable sense of desolation. Duan Lingji did not refute Wu Yang's assessment. Realizing he should not harbor suspicion towards a woman who had lost her father and was raising a child alone, yet the unsettling feeling in his heart lingered. Yun Suyu. He murmured the name softly. Wu Yang. I recall there's also someone named Yun Suyu in the capital? With respect, Wu Yang replied. The legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue shares that name. I am aware of some rumors regarding Miss Yun. Do share, Duan Lingji urged. Your Highness, 4 years ago, Miss Yun fell ill and was sent to Ling City for recuperation. However, shortly after her arrival, a devastating fire broke out at the estate where she was staying. And since then, she has vanished without a trace. Over the years, the Yun family in the capital has shown no intention of bringing their legitimate daughter back, and recently, rumors have circulated that Miss Yun eloped with someone, the whereabouts of whom remain unknown. The Minister of Revenue has fallen ill due to this matter and has not attended court for several days. Duan Lingji fell into a brief silence, contemplating the possibility of Miss Yun's elopement mentioned by Yun Suyo. Could this Yun Suyo be connected to the Yun family in the capital? The journey from the capital to Ling City inevitably passes through Taizhou. For years ago, the familiar scent he had encountered, along with the obscured visage of Yun Suyo, made him ponder whether these were mere coincidences. He could never forget the face of that woman from 4 years ago, nor the crescent-shaped mark on her shoulder. His doubts would continue to linger until he witnessed tangible evidence with his own eyes. If he could confirm this personally, with this thought in mind, Duan Lingji formed a resolution. Wu Yang, withdraw the people monitoring Yun Suyo and replace them with Wu Chuan. Yes, Your Highness. Duan Lingji cast a glance in the direction where Yun Suyo and Nuonyuo had departed, silently vowing that regardless of the outcome of his suspicions, he would seek verification himself. Meanwhile, Yun Suyo led Nuonyuo back to the courtyard, where she sat in a daze. Reflecting on Duan Lingji's actions and realizing that he had begun to harbor suspicions about her, gently caressing her shoulder, she noted that her disguise had rendered her unrecognizable, leaving only the mark on her shoulder as a remnant of her true identity. As these thoughts consumed her, Nuonyuo dashed to her side, his innocent face filled with earnestness. Mother, that uncle is so tall. I want to grow up to be just as big and tall as him. All right, Yin Suya replied, lightly patting his small shoulder with a smile. Eat well, and strive to be even taller than him in the future. Mother, can I go play with that uncle? Nuonyuo asked with eager anticipation in his eyes. Yin Suyo sighed, her heart heavy as she observed the child's innocent enthusiasm. How could she explain to her son that his father was not dead, but living nearby? Yet, revealing such a truth would mean confronting not just the pain of separation, but also the bitterness of their shared past. Gently pinching Nuonyuo's cheek, she said, That uncle is an adult. He has his own matters to attend to. It's best not to disturb him, lest you interrupt his important business. All right, Nuonyuo acquiesced. But the disappointment and displeasure in his downcast eyes were unmistakable. Seeing this, Yin Suyo felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She gently caressed the child's jet-black hair and sighed softly. Nuonyuo, when you grow a little older and when the poison from he is resolved, I will certainly tell you that your father is still alive. If you wish to seek him out, I would not stand in your way. I would distance myself to avoid incurring his wrath, which might lead him to kill me and plunge you into deep resentment. Time slipped away quietly, the sun gradually sinking low in the sky. Dongzi hurried into the room, her expression grave and serious. In front of the bronze mirror, Yin Suyu adjusted her sagging garment on her shoulders. What has happened? Miss, we have uncovered the identity of the person who poisoned the young lady. Our people have tracked this individual to Ling City, but there are significant ramifications involved. Yin Suyu stood up abruptly. What kind of ramifications? Miss, this person is connected to the Northern Xian Kingdom. The Northern Xian Kingdom, a vast yet remote land, perpetually covered in snow, dotted with glaciers and difficult to conquer, is unexpectedly linked to the one who poisoned Yi. Yin Suyu clenched her fists, a bloodthirsty glint igniting in her icy gaze. Anyone who dares to poison my daughter, regardless of their nationality, deserves death. Miss, please do not act hastily. The child is my life. I will not spare those who wish to take it from me. Dongzi refrained from voicing her concerns. Indeed, the child is a mother's lifeblood. She understood this sentiment deeply, though she had not been as fortunate as the miss in continuing her own lineage. Miss, when shall we act? Tomorrow morning. We will enter the city. Yin Suyu made her decision. Although entering the city at this time would arouse suspicion from that man, seizing the opportunity to find the antidote directly rather than searching for ingredients was paramount. She had to make this journey. Observing Yin Suyu's once delicate and pure visage now marred, Dongzi hesitated. Today, she had encountered a certain individual residing in the western courtyard. Upon seeing a face strikingly similar to that of the young master, she finally understood why the miss had chosen to hide and why she had altered her appearance so drastically. She wished to avoid recognition. Is there anything else? Seeing that Dongzi had not yet departed, Yin Suyu inquired. None. Make the arrangements. We shall enter the city at dawn. Yes, Mississippi. As Dongzi left, Yin Suyu removed her outer garments, extinguished the candle in the room, and lay in bed, lost in thought. As night deepened, the steady rhythm of breathing filled the room. A faint sound emerged from the window, and a dark shadow stealthily entered, moving silently towards the bedside. After confirming that Yin Suyu was in a deep slumber, the shadow reached toward her shoulder, hesitating for a moment before finally pulling aside her collar. In the dim light of the flickering flame, her fair and delicate shoulder was revealed. Gazing at Yin Suyu's flawless shoulder, devoid of even a single blemish, the figure's pupils constricted. Hastily returning the collar to its place, they extinguished the flame and retreated through the window. Just as the shadow vanished, Yin Suyu suddenly opened her eyes, looking towards the seemingly untouched window, her heart pounding with shock. She had been awake since the figure approached the bed. The familiar scent of sandalwood from years past, not entirely masked by the scent of blood, bringing clarity to her mind. Realizing who had come, she feigned sleep to discern their true intentions. As the collar was pulled apart, Yin Suyu felt a wave of trepidation. This man was terrifyingly astute. Within just a few days, he had begun to suspect her identity, even going so far as to personally confirm it in the dead of night. Chapter 7. The elusive antidote. Yin Suyu placed her delicate hand on her shoulder, reflecting on how perilous the evening had been. Fortunately, she had concealed the mark on her shoulder before sleeping. Otherwise, she might have been discovered in the middle of the night. He had indeed noted the characteristics of her body, which was hardly surprising given their intimate proximity at the time. He had been entirely unclothed, while she had only a scanty garment that barely covered her bosom. However, now that he had taken this action, his doubts about her should have been alleviated, which was, in itself, a positive development. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Duan Lingwu returned and removed his scarf, revealing a face etched with gravity, lost in contemplation under the cover of night. Reflecting on what he had just witnessed, he recalled that the woman bore no red crescent mark on her shoulder. Was it possible that the familiar scent was merely coincidental? After a prolonged silence, Duan Lingwu changed out of his night attire and called out in a deep voice, "Summon someone." No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, slipped into the room and inquired with a bow, "What is your command, Your Highness?" "Have someone procure a sample of every type of rouge and powder from the city by tomorrow," he instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." At dawn the following day, Yin Suyu, accompanied by Dongzi, hastened to the city, settling in a tavern for the entire morning. By midday, in a serene private room, a frail, diminutive man with a sharp, monkey-like face savored exquisite food and drink. After downing a shot of strong liquor, he gasped, the gaunt wrinkles on his face tightening in response. The door to the private room swung open, and upon seeing the figure in a hooded cloak who had abruptly entered, the man regarded her with suspicion. "Who are you? What do you want?" Dongzi promptly closed the door behind them as Yin Suyu strode forward, approaching the man's table. "Spare the pleasantries," she said directly. Tell me, where is the elusive antidote? The man, lifting his glass to take another sip, looked bewildered. I don't understand what you're saying. Have you mistaken me for someone else? You have not been mistaken. I seek you, Yu Ping'an. Who are you, really? Upon hearing her accurately pronounce his name, the man's feigned confusion vanished instantly, replaced by an excessive wariness as he scrutinized the cold visage of the person before him, obscured in shadows. Yin Suyu advanced, seizing his collar and forcefully pushing him onto the table, brandishing a dagger against his throat, her tone laced with ice. Enough with the nonsense. Speak. Where is the elusive antidote? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no knowledge of this elusive antidote. You're courting death. Yin Suyu tightened her grip on the dagger. If you do not speak, you shall not witness the sunset today. Feeling the cold blade against his skin, pain surged through Yu Ping'an, prompting him to cry out, I will tell you. Just put the knife away. Do not kill me. Yin Suyu withdrew the dagger slightly. Then speak. I truly do not know, he replied, his voice urgent as he sensed her impending wrath. I truly do not comprehend the intricate web you speak of, nor do I understand the antidote you mention. It seems you are obstinately unyielding. Yin Suyu pressed the blade of her dagger against the man's throat. 2 years ago, at the Junlai Inn, you masqueraded as a shop assistant and poisoned a bowl of sweet porridge. No, it was not I. I am merely a hired hand. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. You should seek out the true mastermind. I am innocent. Innocent, she scoffed coldly, a hint of a cruel smile playing on her lips. Whether the mastermind or the errand boy, none are blameless. They are all deserving of death. Her frosty gaze bore into the panicked supplicant, observing the turmoil and dread in his eyes, before she sheathed her dagger after a brief pause. You are correct. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. I shall seek the one who commanded you. I will spare your life. You may leave. With the icy dagger no longer at his throat, the man hastily exited the private room, his speed astonishing, as if he feared that Yin Suyu might reconsider and press the blade back to his neck. My lady, shall we truly let him go? Asked Dongzi. Let him go, Yin Suyu replied, a cold smile gracing her features, her eyes glinting with ferocity. To slay him would be as swift as a knife's descent. He still holds some value. The lady intends to use him as bait. Let someone follow him. Even if we cannot directly unearth the mastermind, we may glean some useful clues. Indeed, my lady. Yin Suyu returned the glimmering dagger to its sheath, her fingers tracing the uneven patterns upon it. She yearned to earn a modest living and lead a tranquil life with her child, yet fate had other plans. Ever since he was poisoned, whether in search of the necessary herbs or the elusive culprit, she had become enmeshed in a struggle of obscure forces. Upon exiting the tavern, the duo merged into the bustling crowd. After taking a few steps, Yin Suyu halted abruptly, turning to glance behind her. Her gaze fell upon vendors displaying their wares and customers selecting their desired items, amidst the throngs of hurried and leisurely passers-by. My lady, what troubles you? Dongzi, alerted by her demeanor, surveyed the surroundings. It is nothing. Perhaps I am simply being overly cautious. Let us proceed. Yin Suyu felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching her, yet upon looking back, she found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 3rd floor of a nearby tavern, the imposing Duan Lingwu, clad in a blue satin robe, gazed through a crack in the window at the figure adorned with a hood who paused to look back, until she vanished into the crowd. Have someone investigate her activities in the tavern, and also that errand boy from Beixin Kingdom. Ensure they unearth something of value. Duan Lingwu instructed, his expression impassive. Yes, Your Highness. One matter has come to my attention. The owner of the Yun estate has encountered that errand boy. When he exited the private room, he bore evident injuries to his neck. Duan Lingwu's eyes darkened slightly as he rose, hands clasped behind his back. Are you certain? Absolutely. Our people would not mistake him. Duan Lingwu fell into contemplative silence. What connection did the estate's owner have with Beixin Kingdom? Based on the evidence collected thus far, the dam incident was tied to Beixin Kingdom, and spies lurked in Ling City. Today, she had interacted with someone related to Beixin Kingdom. What could her intentions be? Harbored numerous concerns regarding Yin Suyu. After last night's verification, he had dispelled one suspicion, only to find himself beset by another. Recognizing the significance of the matter, he solemnly instructed Wu Yang, leverage the entire network within Ling City. Ensure that every individual is meticulously monitored, with updates reported twice daily. Yes, Your Highness. As he pondered the child who had radiant smiles and expressed affection for him, Duan Lingwu sincerely hoped that his mother's interactions with the people of Beixian were mere coincidences, rather than something more sinister. Meanwhile, Suyu hurriedly made her way to the stables, oblivious to the depths of Duan Lingwu's suspicions. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have berated him without hesitation. Chapter 8. Exceptional abilities foster jealousy in the tavern. Duan Lingwu examined the assorted cosmetics that cluttered half of the table. The scents varied in intensity, yet none bore the familiar aroma he sought. Wu Yang, have we failed to procure anything? Your Highness, we have acquired everything available. Those that Ling City lacks will need to be compared elsewhere. There is no need to purchase more. Dispose of these, he declared. Duan Lingwu mused that cosmetics were artificially concocted, their scents largely indistinguishable. What he sought was the innate fragrance of a woman's essence, not the artificiality of powders, which could not elucidate the myriad questions plaguing him. Yes, Your Highness. While Wu Yang responded with respect, he could not suppress his doubts. The prince had always been meticulous. In recent years, he had shunned female company, developing an aversion to women after past experiences. Why then the sudden interest in cosmetics? Contemplating the search for a person, Wu Yang hesitated before proposing. Your Highness, there's an organization known as Jiyu Pavilion that has recently emerged, engaged in the trade of information. I believe we might utilize their influence to uncover our overlooked corners. But, Your Highness, it will likely require a substantial sum of silver. As Wu Yang's words hung in the air, Duan Lingwu's voice, laced with coldness, followed swiftly. Does this prince lack silver? If this is a viable method, why has it not been considered until now? Your Highness, I do not wish to hear any excuses. Have someone take 100,000 silver to contact them and inform them that a reward awaits for finding the person. The quicker they locate them, the greater the reward. Wu Yang contemplated voicing further concerns, while the prince possessed wealth. His expenditures were numerous, especially given the recent and scrupulous practices of the court in withholding military pay. The 300,000 troops he once commanded required substantial financial support to maintain morale among those risking their lives. Even if the prince had ample silver, such outflows were unsustainable. However, understanding his master's fixation on that woman, Wu Yang chose silence, responding with respect. Yes, Your Highness, I shall dispatch someone immediately. After ensuring the necessary matters were addressed, Duan Lingwu had a selection of exquisite pastries brought back to the manor. Reflecting on the crooked dragonfly gifted by the child, he decided to send the pastries as a token of gratitude. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Suyu received a food box delivered by Duan Lingwu. Gazing at the exquisite pastries within, she pondered the fact that he remained unaware that the child was his. She could not help but wonder if, upon discovering the truth, he might unjustly direct his ire towards Nuonyuo. Wow, mother, so many delicacies. These are all Nuonyuo's favorites. Nuonyuo's arrival interrupted Suyu's musings as she gently poked her son's small nose, laughing, "You little glutton. Thank you, mother, for bringing back so many treats for Nuonyuo." In response to her son's beaming gratitude, Suyu refrained from claiming credit, instead reflecting for a moment before gently correcting his words. Nuonyuo, these pastries were not bought by mother. They were gifted by that uncle you like. Upon hearing that they were sent by Duan Lingwu, Nuonyuo's face lit up with a radiant smile. Mother, when I see that uncle next time, I will be sure to thank him properly. With that, he eagerly grabbed a pastry and began to indulge, his unreserved delight causing a warm smile to grace Suyu's face, though her heart was awash with myriad thoughts. Mississippi. Dongzi entered and called out, to which Suyu nodded slightly before turning her gaze back to the happily munching child. Nuonyuo, sit here obediently while mother attends to some matters. Remember not to eat too much. All right, mother. After advising her child, Suyu walked into the courtyard with Dongzi and, under the cloak of night, initiated the conversation. What news do we have? Miss, there is considerable news, including some from the capital regarding you. Suyu's mind was already formulating a rough hypothesis. Her almond-shaped eyes lowered slightly, revealing a glint of coldness. They say that my elopement is no longer sufficient for their gossip. Has the capital now begun to spread tales of my debauchery? Indeed, Miss Dongzi replied, her deep-set eyes betraying a simmering discontent as she spoke with evident indignation. It is truly a topsy-turvy world, where the perpetrators masquerade as saints while the victims are vilified as demons. A smirk crept onto Suyu's lips, laced with sarcasm. To clarify right from wrong, one must first possess the means to clear away the obfuscating leaves. Miss, rather than allowing them to slander you further, it would be prudent to teach them a lesson. There is no need for haste, Suyu replied, unperturbed. She lifted her gaze towards the capital. Let them frolic for now. The pressing matter is to acquire those medicinal herbs. Once he is well, we shall return to the capital and settle old scores alongside new grievances. Upon hearing Suyu's plans, Dongzi hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose another matter. Miss, there's another issue in the capital concerning Prince Ling. Would you like to hear about it? As soon as Prince Ling was mentioned, Suyu swiftly searched her mind for relevant information. He had returned victorious to the capital after defeating the Shizong kingdom just over 2 months ago. For a valiant man capable of leading troops and defending his homeland, she harbored a certain admiration. Rumor had it that he was exceptionally handsome, the second legitimate son of the current emperor's first consort, and a full-blooded brother to the crown prince. In a world that prized legitimacy, his status was indeed immensely esteemed. Yet, this man of noble status is known to be indifferent to women. Rumors abound that he has an affinity for young men, and there are accounts of him being caught in an intimate moment with a young male companion, their actions suggesting a closeness that was interrupted by an onlooker. While Suyu refrains from commenting on the private matters of others, she believes that true love transcends gender, deserving of respect whether between men or women, especially when one party is an admirable and valiant soldier. Intrigued by the affairs of the esteemed Ling Wang, she inquired of Dongzi, "What is the matter with him?" Upon receiving her directive, Dongzi replied in a hushed tone, "Miss, the emperor has stripped Ling Wang of command over 300,000 troops under the pretext of military training." Suyu deemed this excuse utterly flimsy and scoffed. What a classic case of the bird being hunted while the bough is hidden, and the rabbit being cooked after its death. It appears this is not about military needs, but rather the upper echelons seeking their own comfort. Miss, keep your voice down. The intentions of those in high positions are well known. It's merely that Ling Wang's exceptional abilities incite jealousy. Suyu mused to herself. Considering Ling Wang's noble status and his dedication to defending the nation, he undeniably seemed a trustworthy individual. If a capable man is to be relied upon by the emperor, he is likely a wise ruler. Conversely, if mistrusted, he may be a fool. Dongzi, is there any other news regarding Ling Wang? Indeed, Dongzi quickly responded, Miss. It is said that Ling Wang has been dispatched by the emperor to investigate the dam incident in Ling City, and he will arrive in a few days. The dam incident, Suyu murmured. Could it be that this man is sent by Ling Wang for reconnaissance? If Ling Wang is to arrive soon, he would soon leave the estate. The thought filled her with relief. Her cautious days were finally nearing an end. Once he departs, she could mobilize her resources to procure the necessary herbs, and he would soon recover, allowing them to live together once more. Miss, there's one more matter. Dongzi's voice pulled Suyu from her pleasant reverie, prompting her to compose herself. Speak. Miss, there is new information today. Someone is offering a handsome price for a young woman of around 20, marked with a red crescent moon on her shoulder. The buyer has promised a reward upon successful completion of the task. The sooner she is found, the greater the reward. Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She had anticipated that the man would not give up even after personally verifying the information. Willing to spend lavishly in his search, after a moment's contemplation, she resolved, once the gold is offered, there is no reason not to profit from it. We cannot allow our clients to waste their money. Miss, do you mean to share the information regarding my appearance in Lulin Town 2 months ago? A subtle smile graced Yun Suyo's lips. Although he wished her harm, he was nonetheless a customer, and such a significant expenditure warranted useful information in return. As Yun Suyo's most trusted attendant, Dong Zi was well aware of the mark on her mistress's shoulder and recognized that the individual offering a high price for information resided in the western courtyard. Miss, that person is not far from you at this moment. If it becomes known that you are toying with him, would not the conflict between you escalate? Dong Zi's words were laced with concern, recalling the past grievances and the man's previous statements. Yin Suyo could only smile helplessly. The discord between him and me transcends ordinary conflict. It is a profound enmity, one that harbors a desire for murder, as he wishes to take my life. My lady, why do you persist in this manner? Such actions will only serve to intensify the hatred. Dong Zi, our grievances run deep. This matter regarding the news pales in comparison to our past animosities. Moreover, I had indeed visited Lu Lin town 2 months ago. This is veritable information and not mere jest. Speaking of hatred, the concern in Dong Zi's weathered eyes became increasingly pronounced. My lady, given your past entanglements with that individual, you must exercise greater caution moving forward. The pretext for your allergies will not remain concealed for long, and when your true self is revealed, all your efforts of recent days will be in vain. Yin Suyu gently caressed her cheek, convinced that as long as their connection remained undisclosed, there would be no entanglement. However, should their ruse be exposed, they would not only be burdened by old grievances from years prior, but also by the child involved. Dong Zi's words rang true. The excuse of an allergy would not hold for much longer. Nevertheless, Yin Suyu felt no trepidation regarding this. He would soon depart, and once he left, their relationship would resemble that of an innkeeper and a guest, merely transient. Yin Suyu abruptly shifted the conversation. Prepare everyone. Once he departs, we shall commence our actions. Very well, my lady. As Dong Zi exited, Yin Suyu made her way into the house, noticing a small figure at the table, greedily eyeing the assortment of pastries. She instinctively paused, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. After enduring so much, everything felt illusory to her. Only the child remained real. Time slipped away like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. To avoid an encounter with Duan Lingwu, Yin Suyu spent her days playing in the courtyard with Nua, only venturing outside under the cover of night. She had always believed that avoiding each other would prevent an encounter. However, she had not anticipated that he would come to her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yin Suyu reclined in a rocking chair, gazing absently at the vanishing sun, while Nua busied himself digging in the dirt by the wall. Dong Zi hurriedly entered from the yard, prompting Yin Suyu to sit up straight. What is it? My lady, the person residing in the west wing has arrived and is currently in the front hall. A frown creased Yin Suyu's brow. What does he want? He has brought a plethora of toys for children, stating that he is about to leave and wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. The moment she heard he was leaving, Yin Suyu's furrowed brow immediately relaxed. He was finally departing. As a government official, he had made his intentions clear. To avoid meeting him would not only draw criticism, but could also lead to further accusations against her. Mother, is it uncle who has come? Has he brought toys for Nua? Nua exclaimed, running over with his muddy little hands, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Yes, let's go see him. Observing Nua's elation, Yin Suyu thought to herself that since Nua cherished him so, this visit could serve as a farewell between the two of them. Mother, let's hurry, Nua eagerly urged, excited to meet his beloved uncle. Yin Suyu meticulously rechecked their appearances, ensuring there were no flaws, before donning a veil and leading Nua toward the front hall. In the front hall, Duan Lingwu held a teacup, occasionally glancing towards the door. Uncle. The tender voices of children resonated, as 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared at the door. Hearing the joyous laughter and witnessing the little one rushing towards him, Duan Lingwu placed his teacup down, a fleeting warmth flickering in his gaze. Upon reaching Duan Lingwu, Nua looked up with a beaming smile and exclaimed, Uncle, I missed you so much these past few days. Duan Lingwu intended to caress the child's face, but his outstretched hand hesitated midway. Observing her countenance marred by numerous scars, some even beginning to fester, A pang of sorrow emerged within his deep-set eyes. Instead, his hand found its way to her round little head. Have you been well these days, Nuna? Uncle, I am very happy every day with my mother. Nono replied cheerfully. Watching their interaction, Suyu averted her gaze, feeling an uncomfortable sensation in her heart at this simple yet heartwarming scene. However, remaining silent would lead Nua to speak at length, and the longer she stayed with him, the greater the risk of exposure became. Suyu was reluctant to take that chance. Master Lin, she interjected, interrupting their tender exchange. Might I inquire what brings you here? Duan Lingwu glanced at her, but did not respond. He opened the box he had brought, addressing these are gifts from your uncle. Do take a look and see if you like them. Wow, a little pig and a top. Nono exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise as she peered inside the box filled with treasures. Thank you, uncle. I love it. That's wonderful to hear. Observing Nono's delict. A subtle smile graced Duan Lingwu's lips, his stern features appearing all the more charming. Suyu, watching him, couldn't help but mutter to herself that Nua was his spitting image. When she grew up, she would likely be just as strikingly handsome. After exchanging a few more words with Duan Lingwu finally directed his attention to Suyu, noting the veil covering her face. Zhuang Master Yun, I apologize for the disturbances of late. My affairs are concluded, and I shall be departing tomorrow at noon. I came to inform you today. Suyu suppressed her inner joy and feigned politeness, replying, You are too kind, Master Lin. Your presence here is a privilege for our village, and I wish you a safe journey in advance. Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingwu furrowed his brow. Her tone was flat and unruffled, sufficiently respectful, yet imbued with an undercurrent that hinted at a desire for him to leave promptly. Nevertheless, he considered that, as an official, it was natural for others to feel apprehensive around him, and his presence might indeed cause inconvenience, especially to a woman. Casting a long look at Suyu, Duan Lingwu chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation to Nua's condition. I noticed that Nua's face has not improved. In fact, it seems to have worsened since a few days ago. You are correct, Master Lin. It has indeed worsened. If you need assistance, my accompanying physician can provide treatment. No need, Suyu instinctively declined. I appreciate your kind offer, but the doctor just examined her today. The itching is merely due to a child's inability to control their hands, which has led to her current state. In a couple of days, once the itching subsides, she will gradually recover. As Suyu gazed upon the clouds, she remained utterly unconcerned, while Duan Lingwu's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. The mother seemed rather carefree. Despite her child's face being in such a dreadful state, her demeanor exhibited no signs of worry. Though the child was young, if not properly managed, scars could indeed form in the future. However, a mere scar would eventually fade away, or so Suyu claimed with apparent indifference. Duan Lingwu chose not to respond, recognizing that as an outsider, he lacked the standing to offer advice. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the joyfully engaged Nono, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within him. Mother, come quickly. The gift from uncle are so much fun. Nono's exuberant call compelled Suyu, who was attempting to find an excuse to depart, to approach. She tried to distance herself from Duan Lingwu as she passed, maintaining a measure of separation. The exquisite, lifelike trinkets within the box bore witness to the effort of their collector, evoking a medley of emotions within Suyu. Raising her eyes to Duan Lingwu, all her sentiments coalesced into a respectful bow. The common folk thank Lord Lin for bestowing such treasures upon Nono. Duan Lingwu stepped forward, closing the gap between them. He regarded the small figure on the ground. There is no need for such formality, Master Yun. This child is quite to my liking. Uncle, Nono likes you too. Nono interjected suddenly, tilting his head up to look at Duan Lingwu, his broad grin revealing his pearly white teeth. The harmonious scene of the two smiling at each other struck Suyu like a bolt of lightning, as she observed the striking resemblance in their features. She swiftly pulled Nono to her side, her heart turbulent, though her expression remained composed. Lord Lin, you are undoubtedly busy. I shall take Nono away now and not impose on your time any longer. She said this without waiting for Duan Lingwu to reply, bending slightly to Nono. Nono, Say goodbye to Uncle. We shall not disturb him further. Noticing Yun Suyu's eagerness to leave, Duan Lingji's gaze was filled with curiosity. She always seemed to hurry away, as if avoiding any contact with him. He pondered internally, questioning whether he had ever overstepped his bounds. He had always treated Nono with kindness, devoid of his usual sternness. What was she truly afraid of? Nono turned to Duan Lingji, his round eyes brimming with reluctance. Uncle, Nono is going back with Mother. We'll come and play with you again when we have time. Very well. Yun Suyu picked up the box containing the toys, and, in her haste to leave, she failed to notice an object beneath her feet. Stepping on a small, round item caused her to lose her footing, and just as she was about to collide with the ground, a strong arm caught her, and she tumbled into a broad embrace. Duan Lingji instinctively tightened his hold, inhaling the faint, familiar fragrance that enveloped her. Realizing the situation she was in, Yun Suyu froze and abruptly pushed him away. I thank you, my lord, for your assistance. It was merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such formality, Master Yun. Yun Suyu lowered her eyes, offering a slight bow, and swiftly turned with the curious Nono, who gazed back with wide, inquisitive eyes as they exited. Chapter 11 Departure, watching the hurried silhouette of Yun Suyu fade away. A complex glint of cold light flickered in Duan Lingji's profound gaze. He had personally confirmed that Yun Suyu was not the person he sought. Yet why did he feel such an uncanny familiarity when in her presence? Duan Lingji cast his eyes down upon his large palm, silently questioning himself. What was amiss? He trusted his own vision, yet the sensation echoing his memories was impossible to disregard. Moreover, Yun Suyu's demeanor towards him, seemingly ordinary, was imbued with a sense of the extraordinary. Your Highness, Wu Yang stepped into the front hall, interrupting Duan Lingji's contemplation. He lifted his gaze, inquiring, What is it? Your Highness, the personnel from the capital have been arranged and will arrive in Ling City tomorrow as scheduled. Very well. After I depart, ensure those individuals in the courtyard are thoroughly warned. Understood, Your Highness. Duan Lingji cast a glance towards the door, burdened with numerous questions, and left with his hands clasped behind his back. On the other side of the courtyard, Yun Suyu settled Nova comfortably and sat alone, lost in thought. She raised her hand to soothe her racing heart, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm its frantic pace. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, she pondered whether he could recall her scent, especially given the intensity of his hatred. No. Yun Suyu shook her head, yet reality was undeniable. Even if he had not seen her face, he must remember her essence. Otherwise, he would not have come to her room in the dead of night to confirm. Though she remained uncertain when his doubts had begun, she took solace in the fact that they had been acknowledged. The confirmation lifted some weight from her heart. He was to depart tomorrow, having treated her with a semblance of courtesy, even going to great lengths to seek out the person marked with the crescent moon on the shoulder. This indicated that, even if he still harbored suspicions, they were merely that, suspicions without substantiation. Had he been certain, with his depth of hatred, he would have relished the opportunity to flay her alive, not converse with her, as he had earlier with such amiable demeanor. After self-convincing, Yun Suyu felt her heart gradually settle. He would leave on the morrow, and once he was gone, she and the others would be safe. That night, Yun Suyu was haunted by dreams, perhaps a consequence of her daytime anxieties. What one contemplates during the day often manifests in dreams at night. She dreamt of that man discovering their true identities, first snatching Nua away, then ruthlessly humiliating her, grasping her throat, beating her, and personally inflicting numerous wounds upon her, leaving her barely clinging to life. In the end, he severed her limbs and discarded them into a cauldron brimming with oil. Laughing maniacally, his handsome visage contorted into something grotesque and inhuman. The following day, Yun Suyu awoke from her troubled slumber, feeling the dampness of her sweat-soaked nightgown. She inwardly chastised herself for being so feeble as to be frightened into nightmares. Contemplating the brutality of the man in her dream, she shook her head. Even in reality, he was a demon. She would not allow herself to be at his mercy. Glancing outside, she noted that noon was fast approaching, and the threat would soon recede. Stretching comfortably, She felt surprisingly good despite a night of nightmares. After spending the morning with Nuan, as noon drew near, her spirits lifted further, and she began to hum a cheerful tune. As Nono listened to the melodious tune, he set down what he was holding and rushed over. "Mother, what brings such joy?" Suyu gently patted her son's little head, her tone particularly light-hearted. "Nono, starting tomorrow, I will no longer need to paint your face." "Oh, splendid!" Nono exclaimed joyfully. "I'ma show Uncle my clean face," Suyu remarked. "They altered your appearance to evade that man, yet this little fellow wishes to reveal himself. Thankfully, he will be leaving soon." As her thoughts meandered, Suyu's light-hearted banter turned to guilt. The desire to meet him after washing up revealed Nono's fondness for his father. However, due to her actions, her son was deprived of the chance to recognize his own father. "Nono, Uncle has matters to attend to. You may show him later." "All right, Mother. I am hungry. Shall we go eat? The food in the kitchen must be ready by now." Taking Nono's hand, Suyu prepared to summon the servants for dinner when Dongzi hurried into the courtyard. "Miss, he has departed." Dongzi's words seemed abrupt and lacked context. Yet Suyu knew precisely to whom she referred. A long sigh of relief escaped her. He had finally left. "No, after dinner, I will take you outside to play. You may choose between practicing your skills or digging in the earth." After being confined by Suyu for several days, Nono leaped for joy at the prospect of autonomy. "I will fly my kite first and then practice." "Very well." Meanwhile, a group of riders galloped along the broad and smooth official road, with Duan Lingwu gripping the reins. His expression stern and his cool gaze fixed ahead, his silky black hair billowing in the wind. As he focused on the path before him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the contours of his face darkened with unease. Ever since leaving that village, he had felt a persistent heaviness in his heart. The familiar scent and sensations, along with Suyu's avoidance, lingered in his mind. Despite having sought confirmation, he still sensed something amiss. He had already verified that she bore no marks upon her shoulders. Yet, Duan Lingwu trusted his instincts and olfactory memory. The scent he had never forgotten, the flawless shoulders devoid of any blemish, and the face that remained concealed from view. He was determined to unravel the mystery behind it all. With a sharp pull of the reins, Duan Lingwu halted his horse, the beast rearing up with a loud neigh, bringing the entire galloping entourage to an abrupt stop. "Your Highness, is there an issue?" Wu Yang inquired respectfully upon witnessing Duan Lingwu's sudden stop. Seemingly oblivious to the question, Duan Lingwu went straight to the point. "I ask you, what is the most direct method to alter one's appearance and features?" "Your Highness," a notably handsome guard replied, "makeup can swiftly transform one into another visage. Additionally, human masks are also a commendable option." The guard's words struck Duan Lingwu like a revelation. If Suyu sought to conceal her true appearance, she was surrounded by acquaintances in the village. A sudden transformation might yield the opposite effect. To remain unrecognizable, makeup serves as the most effective method, allowing one to alter their appearance without drastically changing their inherent visage. It provides a fade that obscures the original countenance from newcomers. And the excuse of an allergy is a convenient rationale for transforming oneself beyond recognition. As for the mark upon the shoulder, the face can be concealed with a human skin mask, and there are certainly myriad ways to obscure even the smallest blemish. Contemplating this, Duan Lingwu turned his horse's head. "Return to the manor with me." "Yes, my lord," his subordinates responded in unison, and a dozen steeds galloped back along the path they had come. Leading the charge, Duan Lingwu mused that regardless of the appearance hidden beneath the makeup, he must ascertain the truth behind her aversion to him. He was determined to uncover her motives. Should there exist any malicious intent, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 12. Rescuing the child from beneath the water, adding frost to snow at the manor. Suyu played by the lake with Nuna, free from the threat that had loomed over them. She felt no concern that the makeup she had applied would be washed away by sweat, allowing the little one to play joyfully, even as he became drenched. Sitting beneath the shade of a large tree at a stone table, she welcomed the gentle breeze, gazing at the shimmering surface of the nearby lake, finally experiencing a sense of relaxation that had eluded her for days. "Miss, the delivery person has arrived." The brief moment of tranquility was shattered by the arrival of Dong Zi. The delivery person, ostensibly a laborer bringing meat and essential supplies from the city to the manor, was in fact Yin Suyu's messenger. Casting a glance at Nuo, who was thoroughly engrossed in play, Yin Suyu earnestly instructed the robust matron waiting nearby. Keep a close eye on Nuo. There's water nearby, and do not let him out of your sight. Yes, madam. After issuing her warnings, Yin Suyu returned to the courtyard with Dong Zi, where she met the messenger and listened to important updates while making necessary arrangements. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, as discussions continued, a slender servant with dark skin rushed into the courtyard, panting and shouting, "Madam, it is dire. The young master is in trouble." "What did you say? What has happened to Nuo?" Yin Suyu sprang to her feet, her voice filled with urgency. "Madam," the servant gasped, "the young master has fallen into the lake, and the situation is unclear." As soon as the servant finished speaking, Yin Suyu was already at the door. Hastening outside, racing toward the lake at the center of the manor, with Dong Zi close behind. Yin Suyu's feet flew beneath her. The distance from her courtyard to the lakeside would typically take at least a quarter of an hour, but with Nuo submerged for so long, and given his tender age, she feared for his survival. No, she could not allow such a thought to linger. Although her pace was swift, she wished she could fly, cursing her inability to master lightness skills. Arriving at the lakeshore, she found a crowd gathered, many drenched, indicating they had already entered the water, while a few heads bobbed up and down as they swam. "What is happening beneath the water?" Yin Suyu inquired rapidly, her anxiety palpable. A robust man in his 30s, with a simple demeanor, approached Yin Suyu with cupped fists. His damp hair clung to his sun-kissed face, and he paid no heed to tidying it. "Madam, the young master is ensnared by aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake. The situation is dire. The water is quite deep, and we have attempted several descents without success in retrieving him." Upon hearing this, Yin Suyu swiftly drew the dagger she carried and plunged into the lake, descending rapidly. The makeup she had applied began to dissolve upon contact with the vast expanse of water, gradually revealing her exquisite and anxious visage. Before long, she spotted the feeble little figure, motionless and ensnared by the water plants. A sharp pang of anguish struck her heart, as if it had been cruelly pierced by a blade. With urgency, she dove deeper, fervently praying for the safety of her beloved Nuo. Reaching her side, she had no time to assess the child's condition. She instinctively understood that the situation was grave. Her sole focus was to bring Nuo to the surface. Without a moment to ponder further, she held her breath, disregarding the discomfort in her lungs, and began to sever the entangling aquatic plants with her dagger, all the while remaining vigilant against becoming ensnared herself. On the shore, Dong Zi orchestrated the efforts of the crowd with a sense of urgency and clarity, urging them to be ready for any assistance. Watching those who could swim struggle to dive deeply, she yearned to transform into a fish and plunge into the water herself. Just as she was consumed by anxiety, a group entered her peripheral vision. Upon focusing, she recognized Duan Lingwu at the forefront, and her eyes widened with a mix of worry, astonishment, and confusion. Hadn't they departed? Why were they back now? Due to Duan Lingwu's official status, Dong Zi respectfully knelt from a distance, addressing him. "Greetings, Lord Lin." Upon hearing that Nuo had fallen into the lake, Duan Lingwu felt a sudden grip of anguish seize his heart. Observing the crowd gathered by the lakeside, he knew without asking that the child had yet to be rescued. Remembering the child who had smiled and called him uncle, he inquired directly, "How long have the rescuers been submerged? What is the situation below?" In response to your inquiry, "My lord, the underwater vegetation is dense, and our young lady has been down for some time," came the reply. The realization that Yin Suyu was the only one below, facing the unknown dangers of the aquatic plants, heightened Dong Zi's anxiety. She understood that her master and Duan Lingwu had past grievances, yet the gravity of the situation overshadowed any personal conflicts. It was one thing to refrain from seeking help before the situation escalated. It was another entirely if hesitation led to her master's peril. With this thought, Dong Zi fell to her knees. "Lord Lin, the water is too deep. The villagers cannot dive to such depths. I implore you to dispatch someone familiar with deep diving to assist in rescuing my young lady and the young master. It has been too long since the young master fell into the water, and we do not know. Silence. Duan Lingji's sharp rebuke cut her off. He understood the unspoken implications of her unfinished plea. In the past, he had faced many perils on the battlefield with unwavering composure. Yet now he felt an unprecedented sense of panic. The restless anxiety rendered Duan Lingji unable to bear any unpleasant words. He strode towards the lake's edge, causing Wu Yang to suddenly shudder in realization of his intent. My lord, the conditions beneath the water are unclear. You must not descend personally. Several of our men are skilled swimmers. Let them go instead. Duan Lingji appeared oblivious to Wu Yang's pleas as he leaped into the water, desperately plunging downward. Under the surface, Suyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her vision began to fade to darkness. Shaking her head to regain focus, she concentrated her strength in her hands, repeatedly reminding herself not to succumb. She needed to escape this place swiftly. Every moment spent underwater diminished the chances of Duan Lingwu's survival. The mass of aquatic plants entangling Duan Lingwu's body had dwindled to a single strand, which she severed with her dagger. Grasping Lingwu's icy little hand, she pulled him close, embracing him tightly as she endeavored to ascend. However, the discomfort from holding her breath for too long left her feeling dizzy and weak. The instinct for survival and maternal instinct urged her to ignore her own distress and strive to surface, yet reality played a cruel joke on her. Suddenly, a sharp cramp seized her calf, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Her leg had cramped. With her dizziness and weakness, the hope of rising was already bleak, and the addition of a cramp made her situation utterly dire. If she could not ascend, they would inevitably sink. Were they truly destined to meet their end at the lake's bottom? Chapter 13. Exposure now, she could only hope that someone above would dive down. But could they truly do so? No. Suyu refused to accept the thought of dying at the lake's depths. She could not perish. Nuano needed to be brought up for urgent care, and he was still waiting for her to find herbs for the antidote. The enemies in the capital remained at large, living carefree lives. Enduring the cramp in her calf, Suyu instinctively pushed herself upward. Yet, her body was engulfed in extreme dizziness and fatigue, leaving her directionless and her speed dishearteningly slow. In the dimness of her fading vision, she seemed to glimpse a stark, cold visage. As she neared the brink of losing consciousness, she recognized the figure as that of the man, the father of her child, her first love. A silent realization struck her. Was this why he lingered in her mind? Duan Lingji continued to plunge deeper, soon spotting a figure beneath the water. He swam swiftly towards it, observing the woman clutching the child, circling in place. She seemed to strive for the surface, yet her exhaustion caused her body to sink gradually. The child in her arms appeared lifeless, and as he drew closer, he could see Duan Lingwu's previously unblemished face now tinged with a purplish hue, devoid of rashes or pustules. The thought of the child's dire condition intensified Duan Lingji's anxiety. His gaze shifted to Suyu, who, in her struggle underwater, had begun to lose her clothing, particularly around her shoulders. The loosened collar slipped to one side, exposing her pale, delicate shoulder for all to see. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a particular spot, and his pupils constricted sharply. Duan Lingji understood that scrutinizing a person in such a manner was unbecoming of a gentleman, particularly under these circumstances. Yet, the crescent-shaped mark upon Suyu's shoulder, an emblem he had once sought to verify. An empty space now occupied by the conspicuous mark he had searched for over the years without a trace, was undeniably present. His gaze shifted to Suyu's face, revealing her true countenance, unmasked by the previous rashes, a visage that evoked both astonishment and ire within him. This was the very face he had long remembered and sought after, one he had wished to obliterate in the depths of his restless dreams. Despite her eyes being closed at that moment, he recognized her instantly. The person he had futilely searched for over the years now stood before him. Having played him for a fool, Old grievances and new resentments surged within Duan Lingwu as he reached for her delicate neck. Just as he was about to tighten his grip, a sudden realization struck him. His gaze returned to the pale, small face of Nua, and he began to comprehend why this woman had depicted the child to resemble herself. The child's current age and the myriad of inexplicable emotions he felt towards her ignited a profound and shocking understanding within him. Now that he had finally found her, there would be ample time to settle old scores with this woman. The immediate priority was to save the child. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Duan Lingwu redirected his hand from her throat to wrap around her waist, lifting both her and the child upwards. As he embraced her waist and propelled them towards the surface, Suyu felt the tangible reality of his touch and came to the startling realization that this was not a mere illusion. The man had truly returned. She was unaware of his motives for coming back, only that with his rescue, her true self had been revealed, exposing both her and Noah. Yet, exposure seemed trivial compared to the prospect of perishing in the depths of the lake. Now above the surface, there was a glimmer of hope for Noah. If she could save her, the revelation was of little consequence. With a splash, Duan Lingwu emerged from the water, cradling both the woman and the child, drawing immediate attention from those nearby. He did not relinquish them to others, but instead hoisted them both onto the shore. "Madam, young master." Upon reaching the land, a crowd gathered, their concerned voices overlapping. "Miss, how are you?" Dong Zi, supporting the pale and unsteady Suyu, felt a heavy dread wash over her as she glimpsed Nua's complexion, which was alarmingly ashen. Duan Lingwu, having set Suyu down without a second thought, swiftly turned and placed the now purple-faced Nua gently on the ground, urgently calling out to the crowd, "Dr. Jiang, hurry. He must be unharmed." At the sound of Duan Lingwu's voice, a tall, slender man with a goatee swiftly approached the small figure on the ground. His agile and sprightly movements belied his 50-something years. With Dong Zi's assistance, Suyu steadied herself and urgently instructed, "Doctor, please ensure Nua recovers." Under the anxious commands of their respective employers, two doctors each took hold of one of Nua's small hands to check her pulse. As they examined her, whispers began to circulate among the crowd regarding Duan Lingwu and his entourage. Upon first encountering the child, one could not help but notice the striking resemblance in the features shared with the adult. Now, bereft of makeup, it became evident that not only the eyes and brows mirrored those of the adult, but the entire visage bore an uncanny likeness. It was not merely similar. It was as if they were two halves of the same whole. Duan Lingwu's gaze remained fixed upon the two physicians as they examined the pulse, absorbing every word spoken by his subordinates with utmost attention, just as a flicker of joy began to kindle within him. The sight before him doused it like a bucket of ice water. He witnessed the two doctors conclude their examination and peer into Nua's eyes, their expressions turning grave as they shook their heads, reporting back to their respective masters. "My lord, the pulse is absent. The heartbeat has ceased. There is nothing more we can do. Madam, the pulse is no longer detectable. The young master has passed. Please accept my deepest condolences." The words of the two physicians struck Duan Lingwu's heart with a jolt, reminiscent of the anguish he felt upon learning of his mother's demise over a decade prior. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands rising with tension. Suyu stumbled, feeling as if a portion of her world had collapsed. She shook her head, unwilling to confront the reality before her. "No, no is not dead." Ignoring her own weakening body, with tears brimming in her eyes, she threw herself before the small form of Nua, her trembling hands pressing against his chest in a desperate rhythm, all the while calling out, "Nua, do not sleep. Open your eyes and see your mother." With fervent urgency, she alternated between pressing on his chest and breathing air into his mouth, tirelessly repeating the cycle. Observing Suyu's frantic behavior, Wu Yang remained oblivious to the deep sorrow reflected in his master's eyes as he stood behind him. He muttered softly, "My lord, could it be that this mistress has lost her sanity?" Duan Lingwu remained silent, his heart a tumult of emotions as he regarded the scene before him. If this woman's madness could restore the child to life, he would allow her to continue in her frenzy. He had led countless troops in a battle before, yet never had his emotions surged so wildly as they did today, from the initial panic to the shock of discovering the child's identity, only to lose it once more in such a fleeting moment. Chapter 14. The Child's Resurrection. Yun Suyu's eyes were bloodshot, her long, inky hair now a disheveled mess. As she knelt in the muddy ground, her once pristine garments now soiled and disarrayed, resembling a madwoman. Her hands continued to press fervently against Nua's small frame. Witnessing this scene, Dongzi discreetly wiped her eyes. As a mother, she knew the pain of losing a child all too well. It was a torment akin to having one's heart ripped from the chest. Yet, as a servant, she felt compelled to intervene. "Madam, the young master has departed." "No," Yun Siyu vehemently denied. "My Nua is not dead. He loves me too dearly to leave." Miss Dongzi hesitated, choosing silence in the face of such sudden calamity, recognizing that this profound suffering demanded an outlet. Observing Yun Suyu's relentless fervor, Wu Yang could not help but remark, "The pain of losing a child is unbearable. This mistress may truly have lost her mind." Silence. Duan Lingji's sharp reprimand interrupted Wu Yang's unfinished thought as he turned to glare coldly at the incessant chatter, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Wu Yang was momentarily stunned by the sudden reprimand, but when he caught a glimpse of Duan Lingji's expression, he was taken aback. He discerned an unexpected sorrow within his master's demeanor, a sentiment he had never encountered before, having only witnessed anger, coldness, and compassion in the past. In light of the current situation, Wu Yang quickly deduced that this melancholy was provoked by the death of the child. He cautiously stepped back, his gaze falling upon Nuanhua, who was being relentlessly pressed. What virtue did this child possess that could evoke such grief from his master? A mere chance encounter leading to this profound sorrow? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Yang discreetly glanced at Duan Lingji's clenched fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging ominously, as though he were struggling to suppress something deep within. The intensity of his grip suggested that if he had nails, his palm would surely be a gruesome sight of torn flesh. Wu Yang's attention shifted to Yun Suyu, who was utterly distraught, and he let out a barely audible sigh. "Miss, my Nua will not leave me. He will surely return to life," she fervently declared, her voice trembling with emotion, laced with a sobbing denial of the harsh realities she could not bear to accept. Just moments ago, the lively child had departed from her side, and she couldn't fathom such a loss. "Nua, if you just open your eyes, Mother promises to practice with you every day." Before she could finish, a sudden retch interrupted her trembling murmurs. Nua followed suit, expelling water repeatedly. Observing the little one expelling liquid, Yun Suyu was overwhelmed with joy. Although his eyes remained shut, the act of vomiting provided a glimmer of hope for survival. Duan Lingji, witnessing this scene, felt astonishment seep through his sorrow. He urgently grasped Dr. Jiang's arm, instructing him, "Go quickly check on him." Dr. Jiang, puzzled by his master's fervor, hastened over, crouching down to grasp Nua's hand and check his pulse. As he did so, his eyes widened in shock. Yun Siyu's quivering voice echoed with frantic calls, and amidst her desperate pleas, the child expelled more water and began coughing. After a few coughs, Nua's tightly shut eyes slowly fluttered open, and a clear, piercing cry resonated throughout the lakeside. As the sound of the child's cries filled the air, disbelief among the gathered crowd gradually transformed into relief, especially for those on the estate, many of whom felt as though they had escaped a dire fate. As long as the young master was unharmed, their fates would only involve a reprimanding or expulsion from the estate. Had he perished, most would have faced dire consequences. Yun Siyu exhaled a sigh of relief, cradling the small figure in her arms, her heart a tumult of fear and joy that led her to laugh and weep simultaneously. Observing her in this moment of unrestrained emotion, Duan Lingji's initial delight turned to a profound intensity. He quickly averted his gaze, fearing that another glance would compel him to act recklessly. His eyes fell upon the small child nestled in the embrace of the woman, and he found himself unexpectedly enchanted by the sound of the child's cries, which he had once found irksome. At that moment, the cries felt like a melodious balm, transporting him from despair to elation, healing the lingering pain in his heart. "My dear mother," Nunoa said, choking back tears, "I am afraid." Suyu gently caressed his small face, soothing him with tender words. "There is no need to fear, my child, for your mother is here." Witnessing the child's miraculous revival after having lost consciousness, Dr. Jiang struggled to contain his astonishment as he promptly approached Duan Lingwu. "Sir, it is truly a miracle. Although the child's pulse is weak, he has indeed returned to us. However, are there other concerns?" His gaze fixated on the weeping No. Duan Lingji's voice betrayed his unmasked concern. "The child has endured considerable shock, in addition to waking easily from sleep. He may also experience prolonged bouts of crying in the near future. What remedies do we have aside from the calming herbal concoction?" Upon hearing Duan Lingji's inquiry, his subordinates exchanged glances of surprise. When had their normally indifferent lord become so invested in this child? Even Dr. Jiang found himself momentarily lost in thought over this unexpected display of concern. After a prolonged silence, Duan Lingji's displeasure grew palpable as he cast a cold glare at the doctor, prompting an immediate response. "Encourage those whom the child loves to spend more time with him. He will soon recover," Dr. Jiang hastily advised. Suyu, listening intently, discerned the genuine care Duan Lingwu held for Nuanua. As she met the furrowed brow of the man, their eyes locked, and she could unmistakably see the murderous intent lurking within his gaze. Hastily averting her eyes, she recognized that Nuanua, still shaken, was not in a position to confront this man. Although their confrontation had become inevitable since he recognized her, it was crucial to avoid it, especially in front of Nuanua. In silence, Duan Lingwu absorbed Dr. Jiang's words, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Suyu, his murderous intent undisguised. Witnessing her avoidance of his stare intensified his anger. He gritted his teeth, envisioning the imminent moment he could exact revenge on the woman before him. Casting one last penetrating glance at Suyu, Duan Lingwu turned and departed with his entourage. As she observed the retreating figures, Suyu felt a weight settle in her heart. The man's gaze as he left bore a glaring malice, as if he longed to end her life. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Nuanua, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. She understood the principle of repaying debts, acknowledging her own wrongdoing in forcing others. And though she was willing to apologize and make amends, she cherished her life too dearly to relinquish it. Should that man seek other forms of recompense, she would do her utmost to accommodate him. However, her life was a price he would never claim. Chapter 15. The Prince's Son, My Lady. Both you and the young master are completely soaked. You should return and change into dry clothing, Dong Zi suggested at the opportune moment. Indeed, a change of attire is in order, Suyu replied, lifting Luo as she stood, feeling the weakness in her legs. She extended her hand toward Dong Zi, saying, "I lack the strength to stand. Please assist me." Dong Zi supported Suyu, her weathered face reflecting concern. Although the young master's miraculous return from the brink of death was a cause for joy, as a mother, Suyu is undoubtedly still engulfed in trepidation. Furthermore, aside from the incident involving the young master, there were other matters weighing heavily on her mind. In her tender youth, burdened with trivialities, Miss Dong Zi felt a profound sympathy for her. At an age when she should have been sheltered in her family's care, she had given birth to 2 children alone, juggling the responsibilities of motherhood while striving to establish a sanctuary. It was heart-wrenching to see someone so young bear such heavy burdens, evoking both admiration and pity. "Allow me to carry the young master," I offered. "No need," she replied. "He is drowsy now. It is better if I hold him. You merely assist me. We must hurry back. The physician's medicine should be ready soon." "Very well, Mississippi." Supported by another, Suyu made her way back to her courtyard. She pondered that even if that man wished her demise, such matters could wait. Her immediate concern was to return, tidy herself, and regain her strength to contend with him. As for the fate that awaited her, be it a dagger, a sword, or a poisoned chalice, she would know when he reappeared. In the west courtyard, after a refreshing bath, Duan Lingwu changed into dry garments and sat at the table, contemplatively holding a teacup. He appeared nonchalant, yet possessed an upright posture that exuded an inherent nobility. His casual demeanor only amplified his regal presence. After a considerable pause, Duan Lingwu casually glanced at the individuals standing in the room, his gaze settling on Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, you are responsible for nurturing Nuan Nua. Acquire whatever medicinal herbs are necessary. His attention shifted to Wu Yang. Cease the search for the person. Recall, everyone. There is no need for further pursuit. Understood, Your Highness. Both replied in unison, yet Wu Yang was filled with confusion. Cautiously, he inquired, Your Highness, after so many years of searching, why the sudden decision to withdraw? Why the sudden withdrawal? Duan Lingwu's deep-set eyes darkened as he replied gravely, I have already found the person we seek. Wu Yang found this hard to believe. They had toiled for years without success, yet the prince claimed to have discovered the individual himself. How had he accomplished this? Before Wu Yang could voice another question, Duan Lingwu turned to another. Wu Chuan, gather some rare toys for children. Spare no expense. Focus solely on what the child would enjoy. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chuan respectfully accepted the command, but having already gathered items once before, he summoned the courage to voice his curiosity. Your Highness, are these gifts for the child named Nuan Nua? Duan Lingwu nodded slightly, and Wu Chuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Your Highness cares deeply for that child, Your Highness, Wu Chuan began, but hesitated. Although he harbored many questions, he understood that such matters were beyond his purview. Noticing Wu Chuan's indecision, Duan Lingwu, though his brows were furrowed, refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he stated sternly, Speak plainly, do not mince words. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chuan braced himself and continued, I do not understand why the child Noa, being of common lineage, warrants such attention from you, to the extent of expending manpower and considerable resources on his behalf. Is it excessive to collect a few things for my own son? Duan Lingwu's voice resonated powerfully within the room. Son? The others were taken aback by his revelation, and Wu Yang stumbled over his words. What? Does Noa not bear a resemblance to me? Casting a glance at the astonished faces around him, Duan Lingwu unsheathed his sword and strode outside, leaving them in wide-eyed disbelief. As Duan Lingwu departed, the stunned individuals regained their composure. They had been loyal followers of their master for years, and it was perplexing that he had never married or even courted a woman, only to suddenly reveal a son. However, one must recall that 4 years prior, he had indeed been involved with a woman, not by his own volition, but rather as the victim of her relentless advances. This had incited a deep-seated hatred within him, prompting relentless inquiries into her whereabouts in a fervent quest for vengeance. Reflecting on the name mentioned by Duan Lingwu prior to his departure, the group exchanged glances and spoke in unison. It's uncanny. The resemblance is striking, as if he were cast from the same mold. Though their voices differed, their sentiments were in perfect accord. Wu Yang suddenly clapped his hands, an expression of epiphany illuminating his face. No wonder when Dr. Jiang declared that Nuan Nua was beyond salvation. The prince exhibited signs of sorrow. He must have known then that Nuan Nua is his son. Yet, one must admit, the likeness between the prince and the child is indeed remarkable. Contemplating Duan Lingwu's command to retrieve the child upon discovering the woman, Wu Yang exclaimed, It's over. Nuan Nua is the prince's son, and that means Yunzhuang's master is the woman from back then. Given the prince's intent to kill her, is it not? Dr. Jiang murmured. The prince left with his sword. It was too late for further contemplation. The group exchanged glances and rushed toward the door. In the eastern courtyard, Suyu sat at the foot of the bed, gazing at the peacefully slumbering child. Gently, she brushed her fingertip against his small face, relieved to find no signs of awakening, contrary to the doctor's predictions of a fitful awakening and cries. As she admired her son's serene visage, the fierce countenance of Duan Lingwu flashed through her mind, prompting her to turn her gaze toward the window, pondering when the man who sought his demise would arrive. Given the intensity of his hatred, it was likely to be soon. Miss Dongzi entered the room, her voice drawing Suyu back from a reverie. What is it? Suyu inquired. After a brief pause, Dong Zi replied, Lord Lin has arrived. Chapter 16, Confrontation. I do not wish to die. A sense of relief washed over Yun Suyu's cold visage as she glanced at the sleeping child. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. One cannot evade the inevitable. She had initially believed that departure would suffice, yet she was unprepared for his return with vengeance. Nevertheless, at this juncture, she had no choice but to confront the situation. With this realization, Yun Suyu calmly stated, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Then why did you not reveal your true self from the very beginning? A chilling voice resonated from outside the room as she spoke. Turning toward the source of the icy voice, Yun Suyu beheld a tall, imposing figure standing at the threshold, sword in hand, his expression as frigid as winter's breath. Duan Lingwu strode into the room, making his way directly to the table, where he placed his sword with a resounding thud that reverberated through the quiet space, sending a shiver down one's spine. Whether intentional or not, the blade had partially unsheathed, its sharp edge glinting ominously. Seated, Duan Lingwu's gaze bore into Yun Suyu with an unmistakable fury and murderous intent as he coldly reiterated his earlier inquiry. Then why did you not reveal your true self from the very beginning? Gazing at the sword, partially unsheathed upon the table, Yun Suyu understood that he was attempting to intimidate her, reminding her that her life lay firmly in his grasp. Observing this, she took a deep breath. Indeed, her actions from several years prior had been misguided, even if her intentions had been muddled by the influence of traditional medicine. The fact remained that she had imposed her will upon him. Logically, one should not show leniency toward someone who wished to take their life. Yet the root of his hatred did not entirely lie with him. As a man subjected to such treatment by a woman, his resentment was, to some extent, understandable. Moreover, he was not only a figure of authority, but also the father of her child. Given that she bore the blame, she was willing to adopt a softer demeanor, hoping it might quell his animosity and spare her life. What? Are you at a loss for words? Seeing Yun Suyu gaze downward in silence, Duan Lingwu spoke again, his voice as cold as ice. Yun Suyu raised her eyes and addressed the vigilant Dong Zi beside her. You may leave now. My lady, I cannot leave you with him, Dong Zi replied, her concern evident. Go on, it will be fine. After dismissing Dong Zi, Yun Suyu resolutely met the intense gaze filled with murderous intent. She endeavored to overlook his status as an official, treating him instead as a negotiator, and spoke plainly. I am aware you wish to kill me, yet I do not desire death. Hence, when next we meet, I can only disguise my appearance. How refreshingly honest. Alas, your honesty cannot alter my resolve. You must die. Duan Lingwu's cold eyes remained fixed upon her, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. I had intended to take your life with my own hands to relieve my pent-up anger. However, considering you are the mother of my child, I grant you the choice of your demise. Will it be by self-inflicted means, poison, or shall I personally end your life? Choose one. I do not wish to die. Her emphatic declaration made it clear. She had no intention of selecting any of those methods. Hearing her words, Duan Lingwu's cold gaze deepened. He rose and stepped closer to her, his profound eyes swirling with fury. You did those things to me, and you wonder why I have gone to such lengths to find you? Am I to hold you accountable? As he spoke, he grasped her chin, only to release it forcefully, grinding his teeth in anger. No, I sought you out with the intent to kill you. I had planned to strangle you and then dismember your body, but upon realizing you bore my child, I have allowed you to choose your method of death, leaving your corpse intact. Yun Suyu bared her teeth at him. This man possessed incredible strength. It seemed an arduous task to dissolve his overwhelming hatred. Yet she could only take it one step at a time. I do not wish to die, she reiterated vehemently, speaking quickly. Had I been in my right mind, I would never have acted that way. At that time, I was under the influence of medicine, my judgment clouded, leading me to see you as an antidote. I understand that no words can change the fact that I forced myself upon you. I was wrong, and I apologize. I will do my utmost to make amends. Listening to her words, Duan Lingwu curled his lips into a cold smirk. The upward curve of his mouth, combined with his chiseled features, was striking, yet his expression remained starkly menacing. He turned his gaze toward the heads peeking from the doorway, and bellowed, "Get out." A fierce roar echoed through the air, causing several individuals outside to hastily depart. At the entrance of the courtyard, Wu Yang turned back for a fleeting glance, shaking his head in dismay. The prince was in a foul temper. His relentless pursuit of that woman over the years was evident to his subordinates. Now that they had finally located her, given the prince's deep-seated animosity towards her, it was likely she would not escape death today. The manner of her demise could very well be a brutal one. For to personally rend the one he despised limb from limb would serve as a more satisfying outlet for his wrath. Inside, Duan Lingwu fixed his blazing gaze upon Yun Suyu, his voice cold and filled with ire. "Reparation? How can one make amends? I offer you money. 100,000 taels as compensation." 100,000 taels, is that all I am worth? The mention of such an amount only fueled Duan Lingwu's outrage further. As the esteemed Prince of Ling, revered on the battlefield, he found it utterly humiliating to be coerced by a woman into playing the role of an antidote, only to be dismissed with a mere 100,000 taels. Seeing Duan Lingwu's dissatisfaction grow into fury, Yun Suyu hastily raised her offer. 200,000 taels. I will compensate you with 200,000. Please, do not contemplate my death. No, Duan Lingwu retorted, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Not 200,000, nor even 2 million. I seek only your life. Your death is all I desire. Confronted with Duan Lingwu's unwavering insistence on her demise, Yun Suyu's previously gentle demeanor began to harden. Is it truly only through my death that your hatred will be assuaged? Indeed, to slay you has been my long-held desire. His candid declaration left Yun Suyu's countenance darkened, though she had apologized for her past actions and sought to atone. This man remained resolute in his wish for her death. She had endeavored to resolve matters peacefully, yet he persisted in his relentless pursuit of vengeance. Thus, if others sought to harm her, she would not remain passive and await her fate. Yun Suyu fixed her gaze upon the man before her, who seemed intent on murder, and whose very presence felt like a curse. Meeting his fathomless eyes, she allowed a mocking smile to emerge. Observing the abrupt shift in her expression, Duan Lingwu questioned coldly, "What do you find amusing?" "Why, it is you whom I mock," she replied candidly, her sarcasm deepening. "Your desire to kill me stems from the shame you felt when I forced you initially. But do not forget, while I may have initiated that encounter, it was you who took the reins thereafter, charging forth like a bull, only to ultimately succumb to your own fervor." Silence. Duan Lingwu interrupted, but Yun Suyu continued her biting taunts. "What is the matter? Do you find my words uncomfortable?" Yet your reaction then was not one of pure hatred. That muffled groan was clearly a sign of pleasure. "I said be quiet," Duan Lingwu roared, his eyes tinged with crimson, resembling a demon ready to exact vengeance. "Be silent," Yun Suyu retorted with a chilling laugh. "Lord Lin, were you not enjoying yourself at that time? After the pleasure, you sought my demise. Deceased woman, do you not hear me?" He bellowed. Disregarding Duan Lingwu's ravenous expression, Yun Suyu continued her tirade. "Lord Lin, I distinctly remember your voice from that time. After indulging, you feigned the demeanor of a chaste woman. How utterly ridiculous." Her bold and unrestrained words only served to incite Duan Lingwu's fury further. He raised his hand, gripping her neck with palpable rage, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. His cold voice sliced through the air like a specter from the abyss. "I will strangle you. This is the death I have chosen for you." Instinctively, Yun Suyu clawed at the hand that constricted her throat. Gazing at Duan Lingwu's face, which was enveloped in a frosty demeanor, she ceased her struggle and scoffed. "Even if you were to strangle me, it would not alter the truth of your indulgence, cloaked in a guise of chastity. Beneath your exterior lies a hedonistic nature, while you feign the virtue of abstinence. To put it charitably, one might call it reserved passion, but in harsher terms, it is simply hypocrisy." Duan Lingwu, consumed by rage, appeared utterly terrifying, his reddened eyes resembling a demonic being lost in the mortal realm, his icy voice capable of freezing one's very soul. "You still have the audacity to chatter. It seems my strength is insufficient." With that, he tightened his grip, and Yun Suyu felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. As she struggled to speak, her clear eyes locked onto his, brimming with defiance and resentment. Her delicate yet flushed face radiated a stark mockery and stubbornness. Duan Lingwu, transfixed by her defiant visage, recalled the exquisite but unassuming face that had lingered in his mind over the years. What was once a youthful countenance had matured, now embodying the allure of an adult woman. Observing her hatred and obstinacy directed at him, he found, inexplicably, that his grip loosened slightly. Years prior, he had harbored animosity due to her insistence, and her derisive words rang true. He had indeed found pleasure in that encounter. Initially, his feelings were rooted in genuine hatred, yet they transformed into something far more pleasurable, to the point that he had exerted himself so fiercely that he lost consciousness from the pain. At that time, fueled by resentment, he had sought to dominate her. Yet no one understood his true intentions. Not even he could discern whether his forcefulness stemmed from anger or a primal desire for her. Over the years, his hatred for her had burgeoned, resenting her for imposing upon him a lifelong humiliation. This anger was further compounded by the vivid memories of that experience, which haunted his dreams, replaying the scenes with unsettling clarity. That woman, who had once forced herself upon him, would inevitably weave herself into his dreams, conjuring enchanting fantasies that left his night clothes stained with evidence upon awakening. Duan Lingwu recognized that he was not a man of excessive desires, yet he often found himself entwined with the very woman who had coerced him in his dreams. The intertwining of his waking hatred and nocturnal desires intensified his loathing, all stemming from her. As he felt the pressure on her throat ease considerably, the sensation of suffocation began to dissipate. Suyu could not comprehend why he had suddenly relaxed his grip. Nonetheless, being spared from the brink of death was indeed a blessing. As she inhaled the fresh air, she glared at the man who had sought to end her life, silently declaring, "If given a choice, I would never select you to be the father of my child. Regrettably, you have no choice." Duan Lingwu tightened his grip around her porcelain neck. Though his strength was considerable, it was not lethal. A cold smirk played upon his lips as he declared, "I am destined to be Duan Lingwu's father. This was predetermined 4 years ago in that desolate cave. If you wish to survive, your only option is me." Suyu did not deny this. Indeed, he had been her sole choice for survival at that time. With his hand once again encircling her neck, she remained calm and did not struggle, for having previously relented. He would not resort to such a method of murder, even if he wished her dead. Moreover, the fury in his eyes had dissipated, leaving no trace of the murderous intent that had once persisted despite her expenditure of 20,000 silver coins to alleviate it. Whatever had provoked him seemed to have unexpectedly quelled his bloodlust. Now, as he grasped her neck firmly, it appeared he sought to intimidate her, or perhaps to exact a different form of revenge. Noting the absence of fear in her expression, Duan Lingwu intensified his grip until her delicate brows knitted in discomfort. "If I had not discovered your intentions, would you have concealed Duan Lingwu for a lifetime?" His frigid inquiry was met with her unvarnished retort, laced with evident mockery. "Knowing you seek my life, how could I willingly present myself at your doorstep? Is that why you portrayed my son in such a ghastly manner? What else could it be?" Suyu scoffed with a smile. "He resembles you so closely. Would you have him appear pristine before you, thereby exposing my identity? Had you not made a sudden turn, we would not have been revealed." Duan Lingwu snorted coldly at her words. This woman had recognized him from the outset, first by his cloak, then by her allergy, all in an effort to conceal herself, even at the cost of transforming her innocent child into such a frightful image. He ground his teeth, sharply retracting his fingers. "Had I not made that sudden turn, my son would have perished beneath the lake alongside you, becoming a vengeful spirit." The sensation of pressure around her neck surged again, though it did not suffocate her. It instilled a genuine sense of being toyed with. Fixing her starry eyes upon the equally seething man, Suyu coldly provoked, "If you were to simply strangle me to death, I might regard you with a measure of respect. Provoking me? Do you wish for a swift end?" Duan Lingwu's dark eyes narrowed. "As a father, I must fulfill the desires of my child's mother. Since you are intent on death, I shall grant your wish." Chapter 18. Duan Lingwu, do you miss your father? Suyu silently cursed within. She did not seek death, but rather aimed to provoke him into releasing her. Yet, even devoid of murderous intent, he still gripped her with such ferocity that the sensation of suffocation felt life-threatening. With matters having reached such a critical juncture, it was evident that one of them would inevitably be wounded. The brute's ruthless nature made it impossible to expect him to relent. Thus, her only recourse was self-preservation. She resolved to act decisively to compel him to release his hold on her neck. Raising her hand to the bracelet on her wrist, she found their proximity ideal. Just as she was about to press a button, a soft, gentle voice interrupted her movement. "Mother!" The tender call echoed, and Suyu distinctly felt the hand constricting her neck and the one resting upon the bracelet loosened simultaneously. Turning her gaze toward the bedside, she realized that Nu, who had been soundly asleep, had awakened and was now gazing at her with wide, glimmering eyes. "Nua, you are awake." Suyu hastily approached the bedside, caressing Nua's small face with concern, inquiring, "Tell mother, is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Remembering the physician's words that the calming potion would ensure at least a couple of hours of slumber, he noted that Nua had only been asleep for about half an hour. The sudden awakening stirred his apprehension regarding potential issues. "Mother, Nua is well. Just a bit drowsy," the little one replied, his demeanor calm, devoid of tears or fear, resembling his usual self, which eased Suyu's anxious heart. Just as she was about to coax him into sleeping a little longer, the child's eyes sparkled as he gazed elsewhere. "Uncle!" he exclaimed, a smile blossoming on his face. "Did you come to see Nua?" "Yes, I came to see Nua," Duan Lingwu responded with a firm and resolute tone. While it was unsurprising that Nua, enamored with him, would extend the invitation, Suyu was taken aback when a man actually climbed over to him. As Duan Lingwu strode confidently to the bedside, Nua sprang up from the bed, joyfully shouting, "Uncle!" Duan Lingwu replied gently, observing the once icy countenance now softened. Suyu felt relief seeing the child's delight. She stood to make room for him. Duan Lingwu sat at the edge of the bed, gently pinching Nua's little face, filled with indescribable emotions. Realizing this was his child, Suyu did not intervene as she watched the tender exchange between the two, their similar features warmly locked in a gaze. Regardless of what lay ahead, the bond of blood between them was undeniably real. "Mother!" The cheerful little one turned his head towards Suyu. "What happened to your neck? When I woke up, I saw Uncle's hand on your neck. Did he hurt you?" "No," Suyu instinctively denied, knowing Nua was still too young and had just experienced a scare that day. She could not disclose that her condition was the result of a violent grip. Such knowledge could adversely affect his mental well-being. Gently touching the still, sore area, she smiled faintly and said, "Mother's neck was accidentally injured. Uncle was just applying medicine." To evade further inquiries from Nua, she quickly redirected the conversation. "Nua, let Mother hold you for a little while longer." As she stepped forward, extending her arms, Nua glanced at Duan Lingwu before softly saying, "Mother, I want to play with Uncle." He then turned his pleading, glistening eyes towards Duan Lingwu and asked, "Uncle, can you play with me for a bit?" "No. Uncle has matters to attend to. How about you wait until he is free to play?" Before Duan Lingwu could respond, Suyu preemptively curtailed Nua's request. Duan Lingwu's intense gaze fell upon Suyu, and as he noticed the bruised marks on her neck, an unsettling emotion stirred within him. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the gentle expression directed at the child, his brows knitting together in concern. Initially, he had refrained from allowing the child to play with him to avoid exposure. Now, knowing everything yet still preventing the child from interacting with him, did she not perceive the longing in the child's eyes? Duan Lingwu gently turned the small figure toward himself, speaking softly, "Although Uncle is busy, today I happen to have some time and can play with you for a while." Upon hearing Duan Lingwu's words, Nono's previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. "Mother, Uncle said he would spend time with Nono today." Observing the child's delight, Suyu refrained from further comment, though her gaze towards Duan Lingwu grew complex. Nono is his son, and it is indeed a good thing that he cherishes him. However, should he attempt to usurp her child, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable turmoil. Contemplating the task she had yet to undertake, Suyu sighed inwardly, hoping that if a contest for the child were inevitable, it could be postponed until she completed her obligations, allowing her more time and energy to navigate the situation with him. As Nono beamed with joy once more, Duan Lingwu couldn't resist playfully poking his finger at the child's face. Nono mischievously grasped his large hand, her soft little fingers tickling his palm. Ouch! Duan Lingwu gasped, as Nono opened his palm, exclaiming in shock at the alarming scars etched into his skin. Uncle, you are hurt. The little one then revealed Duan Lingwu's other hand, calling out to Suyu, Mother, both of Uncle's hands are injured. Suyu's gaze fell upon the broad palms, calloused and worn, where several deep bruises marred the flesh, each wound severe and fresh, appearing as if they had been inflicted not long ago. Such injuries, typically self-inflicted, suggested a state of sorrow or anger, as one must exert force to reach such areas. Suddenly, she recalled the incident when Nono had nearly drowned, having heard his urgent cries at the time. Could these marks have been made in that moment of despair when Nono was presumed lost? Uncle, does it hurt a lot? Nono's gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Turning her attention to Duan Lingwu's face, she noticed him tenderly holding Nono's small hand, responding softly, Not at all. These minor injuries are nothing to your uncle. They will heal in a few days. After a brief pause, he looked earnestly at Nono and asked, Do you miss your father? Uncle, Nono has no father. Nono replied seriously in the face of Duan Lingwu's earnest inquiry. Mother said father has already passed away. The grass on his grave is as tall as Nono. Duan Lingwu's expression darkened at this revelation, his gaze piercing as he turned to Suyu. Sensing the intensity of his stare, she averted her eyes, recalling that they were previously strangers and had never anticipated crossing paths again. Rather than tell the child that she did not know who his father was, she felt it more straightforward to declare him deceased. By the way, Uncle, Nono seemed eager to clarify, adding, Mother said father died from drowning. Chapter 19. Telling the child that his father is not dead, Duan Lingwu's keen gaze seemed to want to pierce through Suyu. This woman who had secretly borne his child and told the boy that his father was dead, with the cause being drowning. Duan Lingwu took a deep breath, contemplating the woman before him. She was indeed exceptional. Even if he did not intend to harm her, he felt compelled to thoroughly test her, for he owed that much to the memory of himself from years past, who had been forced and subsequently drowned. No, he said, his once piercing gaze softening rapidly. Your father is not dead. Father is not dead? Nono's surprise was palpable as she exclaimed, but Mother said he had died. Internally, Duan Lingwu seethed with resentment, yet his exterior remained as gentle as a breeze. Your mother was mistaken. Your father was saved after falling into the water. Uncle, is that true? Indeed. I would not deceive you. Nono tilted her small head, regarding Duan Lingwu with curiosity. If father is alive, then why has he never returned all these years? Doesn't he know how hard it is for mother alone? Suyu quickly interrupted, anxious that Nono might inadvertently reveal Hehe's existence. The risk of exposure for one child was already perilous. Should both be discovered, what would become of them? The child was her lifeblood. It appeared imperative to find a suitable moment to advise Nono to keep Hehe hidden, fearing that Duan Lingwu might sense her unease. Suyu masked her emotions with a gentle smile and tenderly patted Nono's little head. Aren't you feeling sleepy? Mother will stay here with you so you can have another good rest. All right, Mother. Nono obediently lay down, while Duan Lingwu, observing the tender exchange between mother and child, found himself lost in contemplation, particularly regarding Nono's earlier words. Uncle. After a moment, Nono's soft call pulled Duan Lingwu from his reverie. He looked at the little one on the bed, whose eyes were fixed on him, and felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Do you wish to be held? The little one nodded eagerly. Is that permitted? Duan Lingwu smiled faintly, reaching out to lift him from the bed, awkwardly placing him over his shoulder. After several unsuccessful attempts to find a comfortable position for both, he finally settled on cradling Nono horizontally. Adjusting his hold, Duan Lingwu leaned down to speak to the child in his arms. Nono, quickly sleep. Don't you love practicing? When you wake, Uncle will take you to train. Okay. Watching Nono's small face pressed against Duan Lingwu, too shy to meet her gaze, Yin Suyu found it amusing. This boy desired the embrace of the man, yet feared reprimand, thus avoiding her eyes. In truth, she would neither scold nor hinder him. Firstly, because he had been frightened today and the doctor advised he needed companionship, and secondly, he required paternal affection. Though at this moment he might not recognize this man as his true father, he was nonetheless someone he cherished. As Duan Lingwu held the small child, he felt a sense of unreality. Just prior to this day, he had been a solitary figure without even a woman by his side, and now, unexpectedly, he had a son. This transformation was astonishing, yet brought him joy. Such an adorable little being, with half of his blood running through those veins. In terms of status, from birth he had been enveloped in luxury, surrounded by gold and jewels, and later, on the battlefield, he had acquired countless rare treasures. Yet no material possession could ever compare to the preciousness of the child nestled in his arms. Upon reflecting on the initial encounter with the little one, despite the grotesque paint adorning his face, a sense of affection blossomed within me, stemming from an inexplicable kinship that now seems to echo the blood ties between father and son. Duan Lingwu gazed upon the small figure in his arms, who had already succumbed to slumber, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yin Suyu. The warmth in his eyes was swiftly overtaken by a surge of anger. The child was indeed endearing, yet his biological mother was profoundly irksome. From years of coercion to uncovering his concealments, culminating in the falsehood of the child as drowning in presumed death, each incident ignited within him an urge to strangle her. In the same room, Yin Suyu either contemplated with downcast eyes or diverted her gaze elsewhere, while the man cradling the child treated her as if she were invisible. Even if she sensed his scrutiny, she would not meet his gaze, for she was acutely aware that the look he cast upon her was anything but benign. Although devoid of the murderous intent that marked their first encounter, his simmering fury remained palpable. Contemplating Duan Lingwu's demeanor towards her, Yin Suyu could not help but ponder the days ahead. While he might refrain from taking her life, he would certainly ensure her existence was fraught with discomfort. With a sigh, she recognized the necessity of vigilance against him, not only to protect her child from his grasp, but also to shield her life from his interference. Yin Suyu, Duan Lingwu suddenly called out, his tone laced with urgency. You would do well to inform my son that his father is not dead. To avoid disturbing the child nestled in his arms, his voice was low, yet the chill in his tone and the fervent anger in his eyes betrayed the underlying menace. Before she could respond, he coldly added, otherwise, I shall resort to force once more, and I am not averse to taking a life. Yin Suyu scoffed. This contemptible man was issuing threats. Having already endured his grip, she felt no fear, knowing that should he attempt to seize her again, she could simply counter his hold. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, did you not already declare that he was saved from drowning and did not perish? She paused before continuing. If you wish to acknowledge your son, devise a means to do so yourself, or simply tell him you're his father. Duan Lingwu, stung by her mockery, resolved to torment her further. The flames of his indignation would not be quelled until he had adequately chastised this woman. Miss, came a voice from outside, Dongzi, her tone unmistakably urgent. Yin Suyu cast a glance at the man who bore a murderous glare and continued to treat him as transparent, calling out, come in. Dongzi strode in, her eyes momentarily widening at the sight of Duan Lingwu holding Noah. Before she could voice her surprise, Yin Suyu interjected, what is it? Miss, the county magistrate has arrived and is currently at the entrance, demanding to see the master of the estate. Confused, Yin Suyu pondered the reason for a magistrate, with whom she had no prior acquaintance, to come here, particularly to wait outside the estate. What could the magistrate want? Dong Zi shook her head. There is no clear reason, but the magistrate carries an air of menace. His intentions seem unsavory, given that the magistrate insisted on seeing her. Yin Suyu felt compelled to ascertain what matter could provoke such hostility. Before leaving, she intended to ensure Nua was settled. However, upon seeing him peacefully asleep in another's arms, she turned and exited without a word. Nono, the son of the dog man, nestled comfortably in his father's embrace. assuredly receiving ample care. Upon Yun Suyu's departure, Duan Lingwu placed Nono on the bed and promptly summoned someone. Wu Yang arrived swiftly, respectfully inquiring, "What are your orders, Your Highness?" It was evident that the county magistrate had come to address matters concerning the individuals in the courtyard. How were they faring? "Your Highness, aside from their disheveled appearances, they are otherwise unharmed." After a moment of contemplation, Duan Lingwu commanded, "Release them. I shall personally meet with the esteemed county magistrate." Chapter 20. The county magistrate's attempt to coerce a confession. "Indeed, Your Highness." Wu Yang paused briefly before adding, "There is one more matter I must address." "Speak, Your Highness." "The plan for today was to return to the city. Now that you are here, what arrangements shall be made for the situation in the city?" Duan Lingwu cast a glance around the room. Having just discovered his relationship with Nono, he yearned to spend more time with his son and had no intention of departing so swiftly. Moreover, he sought to manipulate that woman. He would not leave without fulfilling his desires. However, pressing matters required his attention, and he mused for a moment before instructing, "Proceed as planned. Have Fei come to see me tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness." As Wu Yang departed, Duan Lingwu returned to the room, gently approaching the bed to gaze upon the sleeping child, whose serene countenance brought him joy. He was eager to establish their paternal bond. Surely, knowing he was his father would delight the little one. Meanwhile, Yun Suyu arrived at the entrance of the estate with Dong Zi and, from a distance, observed the county magistrate, Zhang Qingxin, clad in a light green official robe. Pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his round belly protruding prominently. As they drew nearer, she noted the dark scowl etched upon his circular face. With his deliberately cultivated goat beard trembling, whether from his exaggerated movements or his evident ire. Behind him stood a dozen officials, arms crossed and poised, their rigid forms akin to stately pines, though their elevated heads and disdainful gazes conveyed a starkly contrasting impression. Upon noticing Yun Suyu's approach, Zhang Qingxin, without waiting for her to pay her respects, waved his sleeve dismissively, his anger flaring as he proclaimed, "Impudent woman, how dare you keep me waiting here for such an extended period?" At his words, Yun Suyu felt an urge to voice her frustration. Her luck had been exceedingly poor that day. First, her child had nearly drowned. Then she had inadvertently revealed her identity before the child's father, followed by a near-death experience at his hands. And now this official, adorned in his cap, confronted her with ire. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that he was an official and she a commoner. A modicum of politeness could spare her considerable trouble. "Master Zhang, I hurried here as soon as I received word from my servants. If I have appeared negligent in any way, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." She glanced at the haughty Zhang Qingxin, striving for courtesy. "This is not a fitting place for discourse. I kindly invite you to the estate for a cup of warm tea." "Spare me your flattery," Zhang Qingxin scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. "To think I would grace your dilapidated estate with my presence is nothing short of a fantasy. A filthy place such as this is unworthy of my shoes." Hearing those words, Yun Suyu felt as though she were listening to a jest. Observing his rotund visage, glistening with grease, it was evident that he indulged excessively in lavish feasts, yet he complained about the soil tarnishing his shoes. Such a pompous official could hardly be considered virtuous. Although she had already heard tales of his eccentric behavior upon her arrival, witnessing it firsthand revealed that this was not merely a matter of temperament. It was a clear reflection of his moral character. Before Yun Suyu could further express her disdain, Zhang Qingxin declared, "Ignorant woman, I advise you to abandon any notions of currying favor with me. I must ask you, did you imprison my son?" The audacity of privately detaining the son of the county magistrate carries grave consequences. Reflecting on those who had been brought to the western courtyard, subsequently confined and not yet released, Yun Suyu mused that it was no wonder this corrupt official was so belligerent. He was here to demand his son. However, even though the man was present in the estate, he was not within her grasp and could be deemed unrelated to her. If he insisted on searching, the occupants of the western courtyard were also officials, and those surrounding that unscrupulous man were far from ordinary subordinates. Furthermore, he had come from the capital, undoubtedly holding a rank higher than that of the county magistrate. If the magistrate wished to confront him, he could do so. If he sought to conceal his identity, he would manage the situation accordingly. If he intended to use his status to intimidate, the magistrate was no match for him. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu quickly protested, "Zhang Daren, this is a grave injustice. As a mere woman, how could I dare to confine another, especially the son of the county magistrate? Even if I possessed 100 times the courage, I would not presume to do so. You audacious woman, cease your evasions. I have already uncovered the truth. My son entered the estate several nights ago and is currently within your premises," Zhang Qingxin retorted. "Fine ignorante, Yun Suyu reappears, Zhang Daren. I truly do not know when your son visited here, nor have I detained him." Seeing her steadfast denial, Zhang Qingxin bellowed, "You obstinate woman. It appears you will not weep until you see the coffin. If so," he called out behind him, "bring this woman forth and strike her until she confesses." "Yes, Daren," two burly constables responded instantly, advancing towards her. Winter Purple, witnessing this, sprang in front of Suyu, shielding her. "Wait," Suyu called out, and Zhang Qingxin raised his hand, causing the two constables to halt in their tracks. "I grant you one final opportunity, otherwise." "Zhang Daren," Suyu disregarded his threat. Maintaining her composure, "You assert that your son is on my estate and that you have confirmed he arrived here several nights ago. Yet I am entirely unaware of this. May I inquire, Zhang Daren, what business did your son have here, and why would I detain him for so many days?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Qingxin visibly faltered. According to his intelligence, Zealand had come to steal, a fact he could not disclose. Nonetheless, as the highest authority present, he could dictate the narrative. "You obstinate woman, refusing to confess and daring to question my authority," he shouted in fury. "Bring her forth. Give her a beating to see if she will yield, while others search the estate and bring the man to me." "Yes, Daren." A group of officials responded promptly and began to take action. Suyu sneered coldly, although it is said that the common folk should not confront the authorities. This is merely a superficial statement. When oppressed to the point of retaliation, employing subtle tactics for self-preservation is entirely justifiable. Just as the object in Suyu's hand was about to be cast away, a chilling voice reached her ears from behind. Is the magistrate attempting to coerce a confession? As the words fell, another voice, filled with despair, followed. "Father, save me." The onlookers turned towards the sound, witnessing a disheveled group being herded towards them by several imposing figures exuding an aura of menace. Among them, the man at the forefront, strikingly handsome and possessing an air of superiority, caught Suyu's gaze momentarily, but she quickly averted her eyes. She was already aware that the individual at the gate was the magistrate and noted his calm demeanor, indicating he was unperturbed by the situation. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that his rank surpassed that of the magistrate. Therefore, Suyu felt no cause for concern. He was Nuan Nua's father, and should his life be in peril, she would lend a hand for Nuan Nua's sake. However, if it could be avoided, she preferred to remain a bystander, simply observing the unfolding drama. Zhang Qingxin regarded Zhang Zealand, who was usually meticulous in appearance but now appeared disheveled, his purple silk robe marred by patches of dirt. His normally pristine face was smeared with grime, his eyes reddened, and the corners of his eyes were crusted with remnants of sleep. He turned his gaze toward the formidable group, his curiosity piqued by who dared to lay hands on the magistrate's son. Zhang Qingxin fixed his eyes upon Duan Lingwu, bellowing, "Who are you? Does my judgment warrant your interruption? In the 21st chapter, who do you say this king is?" Zhang Zealand, spotting his savior, attempted to flee, but he was seized from behind just as he took a step, rendering him unable to escape. He could only raise his voice in desperation. "Father, save me. This man has confined me for several days, denying me sustenance and rest. I have suffered greatly, captured and unable to flee." Zhang Zealand lamented his recent tribulations, hoping his father, the magistrate, would intervene and rescue him from his captors. Duan Lingwu cast a glance at the lamenting Zhang Zealand, disdain evident in his eyes. He then turned to Suyu. Although she irked him, he acknowledged her ability to educate Nuan Nua well. Such a young child. already cognizant of the need to alleviate her mother-esque burdens, would surely grow into a responsible man. Unlike this useless individual who only knew to cry out for his father. Zhang Qingxin observed Duan Lingji's reaction, noting the disdain etched on his face and the lack of regard directed towards him. This blatant disregard for the magistrate's authority was an affront that could not go unpunished. Such ignorance and disrespect towards a court official warranted a proper lesson in humility. Contemplating this, Zhang Qingxin narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. Your audacity is remarkable, daring to question my decisions and show such disrespect. Are you not afraid? Duke Zhang, Duan Lingji coldly interjected, then casually glanced at Suyu. Are you attempting to coerce a confession from this individual? As the matter was raised, Zhang Qingxin straightened his back and exclaimed with indignation. This wretched woman has unlawfully detained the son of the county magistrate. Now that we possess both witness and material evidence, the punishment I shall impose upon her is both just and transparent, not a coerced confession. Suyu glanced at the so-called authentication and, upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the individuals involved, inwardly lamented the cruel tactics of men. Denying them food and rest may not take a life, yet it constitutes a form of psychological torment. However, she would not bear the blame for this. Lord Zhang, I truly had no knowledge of your esteemed son's south presence at the estate in recent days. You cannot hold me accountable simply because I am the owner of the estate. Since you claim to have both witness and material evidence, you ought to ascertain who is responsible for bringing him here. If you seek to lay blame, direct it toward another. Hearing this, Duan Lingji let out a cold snort, realizing that the accusation was being deflected toward him, as she attempted to leverage him to punish someone else. Very well, he thought, he would lend her a hand. Despite their enmity, she was, after all, the mother of his child. Furthermore, even without assistance, he intended to reprimand the incompetent county magistrate, simultaneously revealing his true identity. After all, to truly undermine a person, exerting absolute authority is far more effective than devising elaborate schemes. Listening to Suyu's evasive arguments, Zhang Qingxin's gaze darted between the two, his round face flushed with anger and disdain. Neither of you can escape this. Guards, seize them and give them a thorough beating. Yes, my lord, the constables responded promptly. Yet, before they could approach, they were subdued by someone, as Wu Yong emanated an aura of menace. His sharp gaze sweeping over the eager constables, his sword spinning expertly in hand. Let us see who dares to move. Observing the guards being restrained, Zhang Qingxin pointed an accusatory finger at Duan Lingji, his rage boiling over. You have quite the audacity. I am an official appointed by the court, and you dare to provoke me so brazenly. Wu Yang retorted coldly. If a mere county magistrate dares to act with such impunity, why should my master hold back? Seizing the opportunity amidst the standoff, Zhang Zilan, noticing that no one was watching, dashed over to Zhang Qingxin's side, crying profusely. Father, I have suffered greatly these past few days. I thought I would never see you again. As Zhang Zilan lamented, Duan Lingji furrowed his brows slightly. Wu Yang, this noise is excessive. Make him silence himself. Without hesitation, Wu Yang seized Zhang Zilan, who was next to Zhang Qingxin, and began to strike him mercilessly, the sounds of his cries echoing through the air. With the guards incapacitated, witnessing Wu Yang's unrelenting blows on Zhang Zilan, Zhang Qingxin, consumed with fury, rushed toward Duan Lingji. You must order him to cease. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences. As the corpulent figure charged toward him, Duan Lingji delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, resulting in a heavy thud as Zhang Qingxin fell to the ground, struggling to rise, looking up at the one who had brought him down. Hearing the cries for mercy, he bellowed, I am the county magistrate, an official of the court. You dare to assault a court official and show such contempt for the authority? I shall lodge a formal complaint. And what of it? Duan Lingji replied dismissively. A feeble and ineffective county magistrate, such as yourself, holds no weight in my eyes. If you wish to file a complaint, do so. My lord, Suyu could not help but tremble at his self-reference. Had his title changed from official to my lord? Was he not merely a government official, but a prince? No, Suyu subtly shook her head. Perhaps she had misheard. Entangling with an official was already precarious, let alone a prince. His demeanor was evidently unfriendly, and should he choose to target her further, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Upon hearing Duan Lingji's self-identification, Zhang Qingxin trembled, struggling to rise as he fixed his gaze upon the extraordinary figure before him. This man possessed striking looks and an air of noble refinement. From the moment they met, he had maintained a calm demeanor, displaying no hint of panic even when threatened, clearly dismissing a mere seventh-rank county magistrate. Could he truly be? Who are you? Zhang Qingxin's voice quivered slightly, his initial anger now supplanted by fear. If this man was indeed a prince, he had undoubtedly offended him. Duan Lingwu adjusted his cuffs, standing with his hands clasped behind him, observing the flustered expression on Zhang Qingxin's face as though he were merely a trifling ant. I am Prince Duan Lingwu. You should tell me who I am. The moment these words escaped his lips, Zhang Qingxin's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 22. Shock that influences words and actions. The name Duan Lingwu resonated throughout the Eastern Yang Kingdom like thunder. The renowned Ling Wang, even if one had never encountered him, had heard numerous tales of his exploits. His status was exalted, and, on the battlefield, he was akin to a living demon. The army he commanded was unstoppable, having recently decimated the forces of the Western Song Kingdom that had repeatedly provoked them. His deeds were well known among the people of Eastern Yang. Despite having had 30,000 troops stripped from him by the emperor, his noble title rendered him untouchable. And the aura of ruthless determination he exuded from his battles was most formidable. Recently, it was rumored that he had been dispatched by the emperor to Ling City to investigate the dam incident, and reports suggested that he had only just arrived today. Why, then, was he here? Observing the extraordinarily poised and coldly regal Duan Lingwu, Zhang Qingxin quaked as he rose, trembling legs forcing him to bow respectfully. This humble official, Zhang Qingxin, pays his respects to His Highness, the Ling Wang. Seeing Zhang Qingxin's transformation from authoritative figure to a quaking subordinate, Suyu felt momentarily disoriented. He truly was a prince. The Ling Wang, a valiant youth renowned for defending his homeland, was someone she had once admired. It was no wonder she had sensed his extraordinary nature upon their first encounter. The garments he wore, crafted of fine silk and embroidered with swirling clouds, were clearly beyond the means of an ordinary wealthy family. She had always assumed him to be merely the son of a rich household, never anticipating that he hailed from such noble lineage. The name Duan Lingwu, was a mere syllable apart. She should have realized it long ago. Contemplating the entanglement between them, Suyu felt her heart grow cold. Given his animosity towards her, he would undoubtedly leverage his status to intimidate her. Yet, wasn't it rumored that he had an affinity for men? Wouldn't her behavior towards him only deepen his resentment? With a sigh, Suyu resigned herself to the situation. Before severing her ties with him, she could only respond to his moves. Observing Zhang Qingxin's sudden shift in demeanor, Duan Lingwu spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. A person poised to strike at me suddenly kneels. I find it difficult to bear. Please, Master Zhang, rise. Duan Lingwu maintained a relatively amiable demeanor, yet this seemingly indifferent tone left Zhang Qingxin trembling in fear. He stammered, I, a lowly official, have offended His Highness Prince Ling, and I beseech His Highness to forgive my transgression. Zhang Darren, what wrong have you committed? Just moments ago, you boldly claimed that I assaulted a court official and threatened to lodge a complaint, Duan Lingwu remarked. Zhang Qingxin, suddenly bowing multiple times, fervently pleaded for mercy. It was merely a moment of folly that led me to speak without thought. I sincerely hope His Highness will show leniency. Observing the man who had initially held himself with arrogance and now, in his desperation, claimed to have lost his wits, Duan Lingwu's gaze turned scornful. Zhang Darren, your son is imprisoned by me. You have misidentified the culprit. Your Highness, it is indeed my lack of discernment, speaking out of turn without understanding the situation. Zhang Qingxin admitted. Suyu found his words ironically amusing. The man who had entered with such lofty airs was now reduced to a cringing supplicant before someone of greater authority. This display of bowing and self-deprecation was indeed a profound irony. It seemed that, apart from possessing undeniable skills, one must also wield a formidable status to command respect. Duan Lingwu glanced at the battered Zhang Zilin and asked, "Zhang Darren, do you understand why I have detained your son?" "It is only because His Highness has intervened that he must have incited your ire," Zhang Chengxin replied, now displaying a measure of understanding. "Having served as an official for many years, you must be well versed in the laws of our dynasty. You are aware that assaulting a court official is a serious offense, and I assume you can recite other statutes with equal clarity." "Indeed," Zhang Chengxin replied, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. The strained smile he wore as ghastly as it was forced. "Since you are so knowledgeable of the law, I shall pose this question. What punishment is warranted for an attempt on the life of a royal prince?" "A murder attempt?" Zhang Qingxin straightened momentarily before collapsing again. If this charge were established, it would be a capital offense, jeopardizing his entire family. He stammered, "Your Highness, could there be a misunderstanding? My son may be unruly, but he would never engage in such heinous acts." "A misunderstanding?" Duan Lingji's tone turned icy. "He and his accomplices invaded my residence at night, apprehended by my guards, armed to the teeth. Are you suggesting that my eyes are deceived, or that your son was merely indulging in nocturnal wanderings with blades in hand?" Zhang Qingxin was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. The murderous intent in Duan Lingji's eyes intensified. "To trespass into my residence armed, and yet I have shown mercy by merely detaining him rather than executing him on the spot." At these words, Zhang Qingxin prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "I thank your Highness for your mercy, and I shall ensure that I discipline my son properly henceforth." "Zhang Darren, your lax parenting must be addressed to prevent the innocent from being implicated." Indeed, I shall be vigilant in my guidance." Reflecting on Duan Lingji's mention of the innocent, Zhang Qingxin looked towards Yun Su, realizing that for a high-ranking official to apologize to an ordinary citizen was a most humiliating act. Yet with Prince Ling present, all must be performed for his scrutiny. Trembling, he rose and took a heavy step towards Yun Suyu. "Yun Zhuangzhu, I was in haste to locate someone, and I sincerely hope you can forgive any offense I may have caused." Confronted with Zhang Qingxin's reluctant apology, Yun Suyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. This was no genuine apology, but rather a feigned gesture compelled by the weight of that man's status. "Lord Zhang has truly humbled a commoner," she mused. "As a mere civilian, how could I possibly bear the weight of a lord's apology? It is understandable that the lord, being anxious about his son, might act in such a manner." Seeing that Yun Suyu did not relent under pressure, and that Duan Lingji did not explicitly call for punishment, Zhang Qingxin felt that the matter would soon be resolved. He turned respectfully to Duan Lingji, saying, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize to Master Yun for my rashness. If your Highness has any further guidance, I shall listen attentively." Casting a disdainful glance at the obsequious man who oppressed the weak yet begged for mercy from the powerful, Duan Lingji coldly commanded, "Take your people and leave." "Yes, I shall depart immediately," Zhang Qingxin replied, feeling as if he had received a reprieve. He urged his companions, "Leave quickly." Two constables lifted the incapacitated Zhang Zilin, whose true visage remained obscured, as they followed Zhang Qingxin out in disgrace. Observing their pitiful retreat, Wuyong quietly inquired, "Your Highness, shall we allow him to leave unscathed? An official of the court cannot be dismissed without consequence." "I have my own plans," Duan Lingji thought, intent on using this opportunity to reveal his identity while adhering to the proper protocols. Reflecting on the identity he had just revealed, Duan Lingji's deep and complex gaze fell upon the downcast Yun Suyu. "Master Yun, did my identity astonish you to the point of affecting your demeanor?" Chapter 23. Deliberate Provocation. Yun Suyu thought to herself, "That statement feels somewhat peculiar. Although I am taken aback, it is not to such an extent." Noticing her silence, Duan Lingji's expression darkened, and his gaze turned sharp. "Yun Suyu, do you know who I am?" Realizing the ominous look on Duan Lingji's face and the malevolent glint in his eyes, Yun Suyu finally understood the oddity of her earlier words. He was indeed seeking confrontation. In response to his inquiry, she replied with courtesy, You are His Highness, the illustrious and esteemed Lingwu. Since you are aware of my identity, and your demeanor remains unaffected, why do you not pay your respects upon meeting me?" Suyu silently cursed the man. He was indeed adept at finding faults, and could make a mountain out of a molehill with the simplest of matters. Just as she was about to speak, Duan Lingji's cold voice interrupted her. "What? Is my status unworthy of your acknowledgement? Or do you not know how to pay respects? If that is the case, I would not mind having someone teach you properly." Hearing his blatant provocation, Suyu took a deep breath. Given their disparate statuses, he was indeed in a position of power. Perhaps it was wise not to engage in a futile struggle. With this thought, she offered a graceful smile. "Thank you for your kind intention, Your Highness. I am well aware of how to pay my respects. If you know how to pay your respects, then why do you disregard my presence?" Weiyang, listening to Duan Lingji's fixation on the matter of etiquette, was astonished. Having accompanied the prince for several years, he had never witnessed such concern over formalities, nor had he seen him compel anyone to bow before him. This behavior was a stark departure from his usual demeanor. As Weiyang caught sight of the conspicuous marks around Suyu's neck, a sudden realization struck him. She was entangled with the prince. Over the years, he had witnessed the depth of the prince's disdain for her, as he believed the prince would have swiftly executed her with a sword. Instead, he opted for a more sinister approach, attempting to strangle her. Ultimately, she survived, but the prince's actions were clearly directed at her, using the guise of etiquette to provoke her. In that moment, Weiyang felt a fleeting sympathy for Suyu. Being under the prince's scrutiny would likely rob her of peace in the future. Yet, this predicament was of her own making, for her audacity had tarnished the prince's reputation. Aware that Duan Lingji intended to make things difficult for her, Suyu gritted her teeth and continued to shower him with flattering words. "Your Highness, your divine visage captivates all, and your celestial demeanor is simply mesmerizing. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings in my manners, as I was momentarily entranced." Flattering words can uplift one's spirits, yet Duan Lingji felt no joy upon hearing them. Instead, his anger grew, particularly at the sight of Suyu's seemingly disingenuous smile. Though her smile was aesthetically pleasing, it felt insincere, and her compliments rang hollow. Observing her radiant smile with a cold gaze, Duan Lingji's tone became even more frigid than before. "In my moment of distraction, I will not hold your lack of decorum against you, but now that I am fully aware, proper etiquette must be observed." Suyu took a deep breath. It was clear he was targeting her. Noticing his increasingly icy demeanor, she understood that if she did not appease him, he would find endless reasons to criticize her, as well as justifications to impose punishment. Her immediate task was to stabilize the situation and seek an opportunity to extricate herself. To achieve her objectives, she could not focus on immediate gains or losses. Thus, she slightly bent her knees and respectfully performed a curtsy. "This humble woman has met His Highness, the King of Ling." Her greeting was executed with such precision that it left no room for criticism. Duan Lingji did not bid her to rise. Instead, he stepped closer, and as the distance diminished, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The familiar scent triggered a series of memories in Duan Lingji's mind. A humble woman, he thought, his expression darkening abruptly. It appeared that by repeating the lie often enough, one could almost convince oneself of its truth. Indeed, it seemed he had begun to believe she was married and that her husband had drowned. Duan Lingji's words left Suyu momentarily speechless. He was determined to find fault with her at any opportunity. Without hesitation, she straightened her posture. "Your Highness, as a single mother, a widow is certainly more palatable than an unwed mother. The fact that my husband drowned serves as the best evidence of my status." "A venomous woman," Duan Lingji retorted coldly. "To curse your husband with drowning before marriage, you truly are a toxic individual." With that, he swept away in a flourish. Suyu remained at a loss for words. Her husband's drowning was but a fabrication, yet it was irrelevant to him. She found herself unjustly labeled a venomous woman. Clearly, he was intent on finding fault, even over the most trivial matters. Watching the prince's furious retreat, she noted his tall and imposing figure, along with his strikingly handsome face. It was a pity that he was so inexplicably difficult, truly a waste of such fine features. As Wu Yang observed everything with a sigh, a sense of confusion washed over him. The prince's hatred for this individual was so profound that it could be said he wished to flay him alive. Logically, it was understandable that the prince would not kill directly, but instead choose to create difficulties. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that the prince had altered his strategy of revenge due to the child? Once Duan Lingji's entourage had departed, Dongzi looked at the marks around Yun Suyu's neck with concern. "Miss, this person's intentions towards you are glaringly evident. What if—" "Don't worry," Yun Suyu interrupted initially. "He indeed wished to kill me, but he changed his mind. As long as Nuanua is with him, he won't truly harm me. At most, he will seek to provoke me, and I can handle that. Miss, he possesses a significant status. If he continues to provoke you, you will find yourself at a disadvantage." Dongzi cautioned. Yun Suyu understood what Dongzi meant. The presence of that despicable man was a threat. She pondered the unpredictability of when he might suddenly go mad and target her. With a gentle sigh, she felt relieved that he had his own matters to attend to, leaving him with little time to focus on her. Her primary concern was to ensure he recovered. Afterward, she planned to return to the capital to conclude unresolved matters, distancing herself from him entirely. "Miss, do you intend to leave Ling City?" Yun Suyu glanced back at the expansive estate, feeling a twinge of reluctance after a moment. "If I could stay, I would not leave, as I truly cherish this place. However, if he continues in this manner, departing may be the wisest course." Yun Suyu privately acknowledged that his elevated status, coupled with his deliberate torment, was becoming unbearable. The longer she remained, the greater the risk of exposing he. The two children were her lifeblood, and that vile man seemed intent on making her life miserable, potentially exploiting her vulnerabilities. Even if she wished to remain, she had to prepare herself to leave at a moment's notice. Dongzi shook her head in silence. Having such a distinguished father should be a blessing for the young master and young miss. Yet the circumstances made one question whether it was indeed a fortune or a misfortune. Observing Yun Suyu lost in thought, Dongzi's gaze fell upon the bruises encircling her fair neck. "Miss, upon returning to the estate, let me apply some medicine to your wounds. It will hasten their healing." "Yes, let us go back," Yun Suyu replied, touching her neck, still feeling the lingering pain. A sense of determination stirred within her. She vowed to avenge this grievance. Chapter 24. Trapped by enchanting dreams, the two turned to retrace their steps, and Yun Suyu recalled an important matter. "We have made progress regarding the fishing issue. Tomorrow, we shall head to the city." "Indeed." Miss Dongzi paused, her expression serious. "What if Ling Wang discovers the existence of the young miss?" "No," Yun Suyu interjected, her tone filled with urgency. "Under no circumstances must he find out. I will ensure that Nuanua is well taken care of." Yun Suyu spoke with unwavering resolve, and Dongzi nodded in agreement. "Fortunately, 2 years ago, you replaced everyone in the estate, and now none of them are aware of the young miss's existence." Yun Suyu said nothing further, quickening her pace. She had been away for so long and wondered if Nuanua had awakened. Meanwhile, in the western courtyard, after returning, Duan Lingji wore a solemn expression. As the master, coupled with his contemplative yet frostbitten demeanor, no one dared to inquire further. Sitting in the courtyard, Duan Lingji questioned himself whether eliminating that woman would bring any sense of relief. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at an answer, he resolved that he would not harm the innocent. While it could be argued that the woman was not without guilt, Nono was certainly blameless. Moreover, the harsh words she had spoken, though unpleasant, were nonetheless rooted in truth. Now, he found himself unable to take her life. It was evident from the woman's earlier reaction that she was not overly concerned with verbal provocations. Merely engaging in verbal sparring would not quell the fury within him, nor would it diminish her fortitude. Duan Lingji's mind raced as he secretly contemplated how best to exact his revenge. After a brief moment, his expression softened slightly, and he turned to Wu Yang, who had remained silent throughout, and issued a command. "Go fetch Nono for me, and if he is still asleep, wait for him there." "Yes, Your Highness," Wu Yang replied, bowing before departing. Just a few steps away, he heard the voice behind him instructing, keep your lips sealed. Do not speak of what should remain unspoken, especially regarding matters of his father. Having received Duan Lingji's orders, Wu Yang respectfully complied, though he left with a sense of confusion. It was clear to everyone that the prince held great affection for the child, and the child reciprocated that affection. Given that both father and son cherished each other, why did the prince not openly acknowledge their relationship? Perhaps revealing it could lead to mutual happiness. But whether to disclose or conceal such matters was ultimately the prince's prerogative, and they, as his subordinates, were to follow his commands. At this tumultuous time, with the prince having recently lost military authority and the dam case embroiling many, he might have his reservations. In the eastern courtyard, Suyu understood Wu Yang's intentions. She looked at Nono, who had just been lifted from the bed and was still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and exchanged a few simple words. Upon hearing that he was to meet Duan Lingji, the little fellow's sleepy eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Noticing his eager demeanor, Suyu said nothing further and directly handed him over to Wu Yang. Nono was taken away and did not return until dusk, having spent the entire afternoon with the prince. Suyu refrained from inquiring about the boy's interactions with that man, as his beaming smile indicated his joy. That night, in the quietude of the western courtyard's chamber, Duan Lingji abruptly opened his eyes, sensing an unusual feeling within him. He threw off the covers, his brows knitting tightly. Reflecting on the vivid dream he had just experienced, an unmistakable anger surfaced on his handsome face as he ground out a few words through gritted teeth. Suyu. He had dreamt once more. Over the years, he had no doubt dreamt countless times of such nature, with the woman in each dream being the one who had tarnished his innocence. The scenes within these dreams depicted intimate moments between man and woman, and, upon waking, he could vividly recall the sensation of touching her and the peculiar feelings it stirred within him. Yet, the exhilaration of the dream was invariably met with profound frustration upon awakening, particularly when he became acutely aware of his body's reactions. When he first began having such dreams several years prior, amidst his vexation, he pondered the cause, reasoning that it was a normal response for a man who had tasted desire. Thus, he had sought out women to validate his hypothesis, only to find that his conclusions were misguided. Upon approaching the first woman, he was immediately repelled by the overwhelming scent of her makeup and instinctively retreated. He attempted with several others, even insisting they forego cosmetics. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He found himself wanting to distance himself before he could even draw near. After countless preparations to allow a woman to draw near, the moment her hand grazed his attire, he could no longer suppress the revulsion and disdain that surged within him, ultimately casting her out. Indifferent to other women, his loathing for that woman, who had tarnished his innocence, only intensified as she invaded his dreams with increasing frequency. Duan Lingji rose to change into a clean pair of trousers and reclined back onto his bed. No sooner had he shut his eyes than the scene from his recent dream materialized in his mind, the sensations and warmth he felt becoming vividly clear. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally cast aside those images and succumbed to sleep, only to find that the dream was not in accordance with his desires. Such enchanting visions persisted throughout the night, leaving him with a darkened countenance upon awakening, a somber atmosphere enveloping the courtyard. Early in the morning, Suyu hastened with Dong Zi towards the city, making their way directly to a place known as Drunken Heart, a renowned brothel. Within the establishment at that moment, a man of 7 feet in height, resembling a withered stalk, cornered a delicate-looking girl of about 16 or 17 against the wall. A lewd smile adorned his gaunt face, and his swollen eyes sparkled with the excitement of a wolf spotting its prey. "If you follow me obediently, I shall not mistreat you," he leered. The girl, arms crossed defensively, was filled with terror, her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head, pleading pitifully, "No, I sell my art, not my body. Please, spare me." The sight of her tear-streaked face stirred insatiable desires within the man. He forcefully pried her arms away from her chest, ripping open her outer garment as his hand roamed towards her waist. "As long as you remain quiet, I shall treat you gently. Look at those who accompany me. They are all showered with wealth. I could take you to my home, a place eternally draped in snow, exquisitely beautiful in its silver attire." Terrified, The girl wept and trembled, shrinking back. I do not wish to be yours, nor do I want to go to the place you describe. Summoning an unexpected courage, she attempted to flee, but was abruptly seized from behind. Two resounding slaps landed on her face, her long hair yanked by a powerful hand, nearly tearing her scalp. The man's furious curses followed in quick succession. You filthy wretch, thinking of escaping? Whether you sell your art or your body, you are nothing but a commodity within this brothel. Once you enter, you belong to me. Do not be ungrateful. If you serve me well, I might grant you the status of concubine. Otherwise, you will be made to toil like a beast. With that, the man silenced her further protests by stuffing her discarded clothing into her mouth, then lecherously began to unfasten her garments. The girl, eyes wide with terror, shook her head incessantly, emitting muffled cries. Just as she was left clad in only a scanty garment, a voice from outside interrupted. Manager, a guest has arrived in the front courtyard, requesting to see you regarding a significant business proposition. Chapter 25. The Visit to the Brothel. Displeased at the interruption of his sordid intentions, the man begrudgingly prepared to step out, but not before gripping the girl's chin. Unable to conceal his excitement at her tear-stained visage. Stay here patiently. Once I have dealt with this matter, we shall continue where we left off. The man, with a lewd smile, caressed the young girl before striding out. In a spacious private room of the entertainment house, Suyu surveyed the elegantly appointed space, envisioning a scene where she would indulge in fruits and desserts while listening to enchanting melodies, watching beautiful women dance gracefully. She couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging how well men know how to enjoy life. Suyu mused that once Nono and he grew up and had their own worlds, she would seek out several charming and obedient young men to serve as her dancers, allowing them to play music and dance for her, thus relishing the pleasures of life. As for their appearances, she couldn't help but think of Duan Lingwu's face. Setting aside other matters, that man was undeniably handsome. Were it not for their irreconcilable enmity, she might have found herself lost in admiration of his features. However, while his looks were indeed striking, his arrogant demeanor was quite off-putting. If she were to seek out young men, she would desire their appearance to mirror his, but their temperament must differ entirely. After all, the intent behind seeking such companions was for enjoyment, not to invite arrogance into her life. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and a gaunt man entered. Upon seeing Suyu seated at the table, he momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure and donning a businesslike smile. Miss, I am Sanshur, the proprietor here. I hear you have business to discuss with me. Just as Suyu was about to respond, the door opened once more, and a young servant, dressed modestly, entered carrying a teapot. Noticing his average height and plain appearance, Suyu thought little of him. The servant placed the teapot on the table and courteously poured her a cup. As he poured, Suyu's gaze was drawn to his fair, delicate hands. Observing his slender fingers, she averted her gaze as if she hadn't noticed and casually remarked, "The tea here is delightful. I can smell its fragrance even before tasting it." Sanshur replied with pride, "Those who come to the establishment are all distinguished guests. The pastries and tea must be exceptional." Shifting her attention back to the young servant, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Might I ask how long you have been working here?" Realizing she was speaking to him, the servant bowed his head respectfully. "Miss, I have been here for 7 or 8 years, primarily working in the kitchen. Recently, the proprietor made an exception and promoted me to serve in the front. You have an excellent eye, sir. You perform your duties with great diligence." "Thank you for your kind words, miss," he replied, gesturing for her to continue. As he raised his hand, a long scar was visible on his wrist, but Suyu pretended not to see it. She picked up her teacup and asked naturally, "Does working in the kitchen require chopping wood?" "Indeed, those who perform menial tasks must chop wood, tend the fire, and clean, the workload akin to that of laborers," the servant said, standing straight. Suyu responded with an "oh," feeling a pang of guilt. "I apologize for taking up your time with conversation. Please go about your duties." As she watched him leave, Suyu felt a sense of clarity. A person who had labored for 7 or 8 years bore not a single scar on his hands, and his skin was remarkably fair and smooth, suggesting he had been meticulously cared for. His petite frame and deliberately restrained voice hinted that he was, in fact, a woman. Suddenly realizing something, Suyu whispered a few words to Dong Zi, who quickly departed. Once Dong Zi left, with only 2 individuals remaining in the private room, Yan Sansi unabasidli scrutinizit Suyu. His gaze lingered on her firm bosom, revealing a glint of greed in his eyes, before shifting to her delicate, fair visage. As he contemplated how to win her over, "Young lady, our entertainment house treats the women here exceptionally well, always supporting and safeguarding their choice to perform without compromising their integrity. The financial rewards are also more generous than elsewhere. If you join us, I shall personally guide you, ensuring you make a name for yourself in Ling City." Suyu observed Yin Sanchi's expression, understanding how his business proposition could be misconstrued as an invitation to offer herself. Yet the malicious and lewd glint in his eyes instigated a twitch of irritation within her. Furrowing her delicate brows, she retorted, "I do not sell myself. I am here to gather information." Upon hearing this, the smile faded considerably from Yin Sanchi's face. "My dear, this is an entertainment house, not a place for information trading. I am aware, but you possess the information I seek. You may either divulge what I wish to know, or—" She let her words hang ominously in the air. As her statement concluded, Suyu threw a dagger onto the table, her expression darkening, or face dire consequences. The jovial demeanor had entirely vanished from Yin Sanchi's countenance, replaced by an expression of menace. "Are you threatening me?" Indeed, Suyu rose, meeting his gaze with icy resolve. 2 years ago, when Junlai visited the inn, why did you poison the sweet porridge? What poison? Sanshi feigned ignorance in response to her inquiry. What poison? Suyu's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. You instructed Yu Ping'an to poison the sweet porridge and served it at the table. It was you who sought out Yu Ping'an? Sanshi interrupted her, his demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance. Indeed. Why did you compel him to poison it? And where is the antidote? Having traced Yu Ping'an and now finding her here, a similar murderous intent flickered in Yin Sanchi's eyes. This woman knew too much, and she could not be permitted to leave. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. You know far too much. You cannot leave here alive. With that, he lunged at Suyu, who deftly sidestepped. Undeterred, he attempted to seize her by the throat. Suyu bent backward, bracing one hand on the ground while delivering a powerful punch to Yin Sanchi's abdomen. Springing up, she swiftly grasped the dagger from the table and aimed to kick at his thigh. With a thud, Yin Sanshi collapsed to the ground, and Suyu seized the opportunity to rain down blows upon him, only ceasing when he lay on the floor, bloodied and gasping. After delivering a thorough beating, Suyu stomped her foot firmly on his chest. Answer my question. Even with her foot pressing down, Sanshi glared defiantly. I will not speak. If you have the courage, kill me. Desiring death, are we? I shan't grant you that mercy. Suyu brandished her dagger, tapping it against his face. Let us see how resolute you truly are. Feeling the cold blade against his skin, cracks appeared in Yin Sanchi's once stalwart demeanor. What do you intend to do? Chapter 26. Avenging the enemy, Suyu positioned the dagger against his wrist, her voice icy. Do not worry. I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death. Since you possess such courage, allow me to first sever your tendons and loosen your bones. With that, she swiftly struck with the dagger, the sharp blade biting into Yin Sanchi's wrist, causing crimson blood to flow forth immediately. Yin Sanshi, overwhelmed by pain, longed to scream, but his mouth was firmly silenced beneath a brutal foot, leaving him only capable of muffled whimpers. After a brief moment, Suyu lifted her foot, observing the hatred in his eyes that yearned to see her suffer 1,000 deaths, her tone unyieldingly cold. Will you speak? Upon receiving no response, she directed the dagger towards his other wrist. The man below her stiffened, emitting soft whimpers, which continued until they gradually faded, prompting Suyu to finally remove her foot from his mouth. Your tendons in both hands are now severed. Next, I shall turn to your feet. Once your tendons are destroyed, I shall have no more tendons to dissect. What awaits you, then, is dismemberment. Do you understand what dismemberment entails? Suyu posit. a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping her. It means slicing your hands and feet into pieces and placing them before you, even assembling a few fragments to serve as a pillow beneath your head. You will watch as I use this very knife to carve you into slices. Should you still be alive after your hands and feet are severed, you will witness your abdomen gaping open, your insides diminishing bit by bit, until I say enough. Before she could finish, Yin Sanchi's desperate shout interrupted her. What do you wish to know? I will tell you, just do not dismember me. A cold smile graced Yin Suyu's lips. She had expected him to be unyielding, yet she found that 2 severed tendons and a few words had instilled fear within him. Speak. Why did you allow Yu Pingyan to poison a child? I did not, Yin Sancher instinctively denied. But Yin Suyu responded with a brutal kick to his chest. Still refusing to speak? Coughing violently, Yin Sanchi's voice trembled. I truly did not poison the child. The sweet porridge indeed contained poison, but that bowl was originally meant for King Chu, Duan Lingwu. The King Chu? Yin Suyu was taken aback by this revelation. King Chu was the brother of that despicable Duan Lingwu. This man was treacherous and cunning. His mother was a favored concubine, and it was rumored that both mother and son enjoyed the emperor's favor. Their maternal family wielded immense power, and emboldened by the emperor's affection and their own influence, they engaged in a covert struggle with the crown prince, harboring ambitions to usurp the prince and become the heir to Danyang. Yes, Yin Sancher nodded with great difficulty. At that time, Yu Pingyan mistakenly served the poisoned sweet porridge to another private room. Listening to this so-called truth, Yin Suyu was consumed by rage. Her dear He had suffered unjustly for 2 years, enduring the torment of poison despite her tender age. Yin Suyu had no desire to delve into the motivations behind the plot against that wretched King Chu, nor was she interested in the entangled grievances among them. All she knew was that her daughter had been mercilessly tormented for 2 years because of these individuals. With a fierce resolve, she thrust the dagger into Yin Sanchi's palm. If you wish to kill that despicable king, why not do so with precision? If you must poison, then ensure he perishes, rather than mistakenly harming an innocent. The fury swelling within Yin Suyu was almost overwhelming, and she withdrew the dagger only to plunge it back into his flesh. Now, tell me, where is the antidote? Yin Sancher was drenched in sweat, his pallid complexion suggesting he might faint at any moment. With a feeble voice, he uttered, There is no antidote. The poisoner has died before he could concoct a remedy. Then you have no reason to live, Yin Suyu retorted, drawing a dagger and slashing it towards Yin Sanchi's throat. In the next instant, a spurt of blood erupted forth as Yin Sanchi's eyes widened, filled with hatred and disbelief. Soon, the man on the ground ceased his struggles, his lifeless gaze remaining open until the very end. Yin Suyu wiped the dagger clean on the deceased body and sheathed it, preparing to step outside when the door of the private room swung open. Dong Zi hurriedly entered, casting a glance at the unblinking corpse and dismissively stating, Miss, as you predicted, that man indeed harbors secrets. He is likely the superior of this wretch, but he has already left, making confirmation impossible. However, we have uncovered something quite peculiar. Pray tell, what is this peculiarity? Yin Suoyu inquired. Miss, we tracked that man and discovered he was met by others. Though their faces were concealed, their curved blades were unmistakably of the Western Song Kingdom's design. This man is from a northern Xian kingdom, which implies his superior should also hail from the northern Xian kingdom. Yin Suoyu, upon hearing this, did not find it particularly strange. Not necessarily. Nationality is inconsequential. Shared objectives can forge alliances. However, if that is indeed the case, this situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. Dongzi contemplated this as well, recognizing the extensive implications of matter. With concern, she asked, What are your plans going forward, miss? Yin Suoyu pondered quietly. With no antidote and the poisoner deceased, she was reluctant to delve further into the intricacies of the situation. Her sole desire was for He to recover. Yet, the detestable Prince Chu was a factor she could not ignore. Had he not been present at the Junlai Inn on that fateful day, those who mistakenly served poison kanji would have posed no threat. While the poisoners were indeed loathsome, Prince Chu could not absolve himself of responsibility. Since he had suffered due to his actions, he would not escape unscathed. Yin Suyu's gaze turned frigid. Dunzi, relay my orders. Let's make things difficult for Prince Shu. From the gravest of accusations, such as treason, to minor matters like industrial suppression or public humiliation, whatever may harm him, we shall pursue it relentlessly. Understood, Miss Dongzi acknowledged. Given her master's approach to dealing with Prince Chu, it was evident that the poison was linked to him. However, this man was cunning and held a prominent position, making it challenging to orchestrate trouble for him. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. As long as he possesses wealth, one need not fear his armor. Chapter 27. Father and son reunited. Yin Suyu cast a final glance at the lifeless body on the floor, her icy demeanor unwavering. Have the body disposed of. There is no need for this entertainment house to remain. Of course, Miss Dongzi replied, following Yun Suyu out of the private room and through the side door of the entertainment house. After traversing a desolate street, they arrived at the entrance of the street where the entertainment house was located, standing there as if awaiting something. Moments later, smoke began to rise from within the establishment, quickly accompanied by visible flames and the cacophony of water being called for, intermingled with the panicked screams of women. After a brief moment, the flames leapt high, engulfing the entire music hall in a ferocious blaze. A steady stream of people rushed to the scene with wooden buckets and basins. Yet their efforts were akin to pouring a mere cup of water onto a raging inferno, insufficient to extinguish the voracious fire. Yin Suyu watched the towering flames impassively, feeling no sense of satisfaction. No matter how fierce the flames burned, it would change little. At most, it merely provided a fleeting release. While lost in thought, a plain-looking peasant woman in coarse linen brushed past her and whispered, "There have been no casualties in the hall." Yun Suyu's expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixated on the still roaring flames, silent until the woman had distanced herself, at which point she turned to Dongzi and said, "There is nothing more to see here. Let us explore elsewhere and purchase some items before returning." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the town, Duan Lingwu was practicing stances with Nuo in a familiar spot, observing the beads of sweat rolling down the little one's flushed face as he persevered. A pang of heartache mingled with pride welled within him. Enduring the rigors of training at such a tender age, he would undoubtedly grow into a remarkable young man. As soon as the practice session concluded, Duan Lingwu squatted down to meet Nuo's gaze, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" No nodded agilely, wiping away the sweat that threatened to fall from his brow. His fair, rosy face was exceptionally endearing. "Uncle Nuo is fine, just thirsty and wanting water." Duan Lingwu scooped the little one into his arms, a smile of unmistakable warmth gracing his lips. "All right, but it's not advisable to drink water right after sweating profusely. Let's take a short rest first." "Okay, uncle." After a brief respite, Duan Lingwu seated Nuo on a stone bench beneath a large tree, and someone nearby respectfully presented a water jug. After gulping down several mouthfuls, Nuo beamed at Duan Lingwu. "Thank you, uncle." Duan Lingwu affectionately ruffled the child's hair, watching the bright smile on his face expand his own. The tender spot in his heart swelled with warmth. This adorable child was his son, sharing half of his bloodline. The existence of this child stirred a tumult of emotions within Duan Lingwu. The coercion from that woman remained an unresolved knot in his life. Yet Nuo's presence brought him a semblance of fortune. He found himself both resenting and feeling fortunate. Without that encounter, this delightful child would not exist. Ever since he learned of Nuo's existence, he had wrestled with the duality of his feelings, often unable to discern whether he loathed that woman more or cherished her for giving him Nuo. Contemplating how the little one remained unaware of their true relationship, he pondered how to convey the truth, wishing for Nuo to transform his sweet, soft utterance of uncle into father. In the midst of his musings, Nuo ran before him, tiny hands grasping his calloused palm. "Uncle." Duan Lingwu gazed down at the smiling child and lifted him onto his knee. "You look so joyful." Nuo, have you received delightful news?" "Yes, uncle. Nuo seems to know a secret of yours." Upon hearing the little one mention a secret, Duan Lingwu gently tapped his nose, intrigued. What is it, my dear? Nono harbored a secret about his uncle and expressed a desire to share it with him. He tilted his little head slightly upwards and gently touched Duan Lingji's face, asking, "Uncle, you are actually my father, aren't you?" Duan Lingji was taken aback by the revelation. How did the little one come to know? Had that woman divulged the truth? Before he could respond, Nono continued, "You lift me high up, just like how I've seen Yo Wazi's father do, buying him delicious treats and fun toys, and practicing with him." Listening to Nono's innocent reasoning, Duan Lingji chuckled softly. Children possess such simplistic thoughts. By his logic, anyone who indulged him with food or lifted him was his father. No. A father isn't merely defined by such actions. Anyone who cares for you could do the same. Nono was aware of this too, having heard his mother say that one shouldn't claim a father lightly. Duan Lingji mused that the woman had spoken a sensible word, finally freeing him from a notion that the child's father was deceased. He felt a surge of relief that he had arrived in time to meet them. Had he come a few years later, his son might have called someone else father. "Uncle, that is not all. I have more evidence." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingji gently patted Nono's small head and inquired, "What other proof do you have to assert that I am your father?" "It's your face. Uncle, your face resembles mine. People say we are cut from the same mold, unmistakably father and son." Duan Lingji was amused by Nono's astuteness. He anticipated the child to be so perceptive. "Nono, you're truly clever." Encouraged by Duan Lingji's generous praise, Nono swung his little legs, his dark eyes twinkling with excitement. "Uncle, you still haven't confirmed if you are my father." "Yes," Duan Lingji replied with unwavering conviction. "I am Nono's father." "Really?" Nono exclaimed with joy, leaping off Duan Lingji's lap in exhilaration. "You are truly my father who saved me from drowning?" Duan Lingji felt an urge to refute this statement, but restrained himself. The child had been indoctrinated since infancy with the notion that his father had perished in water, and it was neither appropriate nor convenient for him to reveal the past. Thus, he could only weave a narrative that aligned with the woman's lie about being rescued from drowning. Nonetheless, as long as he could acknowledge the child and allow him to call him father without reservation, the details of his death and life became inconsequential. Contemplating this, Duan Lingji nodded. "Indeed, I am your father who was rescued from drowning." Upon receiving Duan Lingji's affirmation, the little one joyfully leapt into the air, exclaiming, "Now I have not just my mother, but also a father." He repeated, "Father, father," hearing Nono call out father and witnessing his jubilant leaps. A smile spread across Duan Lingji's handsome face, and an indescribable joy blossomed within him. "Nono," Duan Lingji called out, reaching for the lively little boy, lifting him onto his knee where he sat securely. Suddenly, Nono seemed to recall something. "Father, what if Mother finds out I claimed you as my father without her knowing? Do you think she will be angry?" Reflecting on Suyu's words about allowing their son to express himself, Duan Lingji concluded that her statement implied she would not hinder their reunion as father and son. "No," Duan Lingji declared emphatically. "The more people who care for Nono, the happier she will be." Speaking of Nono, he recalled the little one's face, once painted in a grotesque manner. Why didn't Mother oppose having such things drawn on your face? He remembered how he and his mother had returned from the city adorned with similar markings. Mother had said that such drawings could ward off child abductors, ensuring that if she were taken away, Nono would not lose her mother. Duan Lingji suddenly understood. That woman must have recognized him in Ling City. No wonder she had worn a veil when she first arrived at the estate. She likely hadn't had the time to prepare herself. "Father," Nono abruptly shifted the topic. "I miss my little sister." Chapter 28. Why does father not kiss mother? The unexpected nature of her statement left Duan Lingji momentarily stunned. The little one, unaware of the tumultuous circumstances surrounding his arrival as her father, expressed a child's innocent desire. While he eventually took control of the situation, the origins and conclusion of that affair were undeniably infuriating. Wanting a sister, Nono, in her youthful naivety, did not grasp the complexities of how siblings come to be. Her wish stemmed purely from her personal longing. "No, a sister is not something one can simply conjure," Duan Lingji gently responded, wary of being too blunt and disheartening her. "Let us speak of your sister another time." Observing the warmth in Duan Lingji's demeanor, Nono swayed her head slightly, understanding that having a father was indeed a source of joy. If her sister were aware, she would undoubtedly share in that happiness. But alas, she was not present. Mother had once instructed her not to disclose the existence of her sister to father, a promise she had kept. Yet, she yearned to share the news of her sister's existence, attempting to hint at it subtly, though father did not comprehend her insinuation. With a sigh reminiscent of a little adult, Nono resigned herself, reasoning that since she had already voiced her thoughts, it was not a breach of her promise to mother. Hearing Nono's sigh and observing the flicker of hope fade from her eyes, Duan Lingwu patiently reassured her, "Nono, you are still young. We shall discuss your sister later. If you wish for companionship while playing, I shall endeavor to spend more time with you." "All right," Nono replied, her spirits dimming compared to before. Duan Lingwu understood that the mention of a sister had affected her deeply. The little one was eager for her sibling's presence. Duan Lingwu could not help but ponder. Observing other children, many girls seemed to garner affection more readily than boys. If he were blessed with a daughter, how much more adorable would she be? Contrasting with his charming son? As Duan Lingwu spent the entire morning with Nono, after lunch he addressed the children playing in the courtyard. "Nono, I must step out for some matters, but shall return to find you." "Goodbye, father," Nono replied, just as a graceful figure appeared at the gate. She stood there, beckoning to those in the courtyard, her tone gentle as she called, "Nono, come here." Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Nono dashed toward her, exclaiming, "Mother, you're back." "Yes, mother has come to take Nono home," she replied. As Duan Lingwu beheld the slender figure clad in a blue dress at the entrance, a shadow crossed his handsome face. Memories of last night's enchanting dream flashed through his mind, and he realized that dwelling on such visions was akin to folly, yet those images persistently invaded his thoughts uncontrollably. Duan Lingwu took a deep breath, striving to rid himself of the vexing images that plagued his mind. He observed the gentle interaction between the mother and child, seemingly oblivious to his presence, yet their eyes remained glued to one another. An inexplicable anger surged within him as he strode purposefully toward the affectionate duo. His gaze fixed intensely on Suyu. "Suyu, do you not see this prince?" he inquired. Suyu, upon hearing his words, cast her eyes downward and rolled them in annoyance, thinking how this insufferable man seized every opportunity to provoke her. He was fixated on the fact that she had not paid him due respect upon arrival. "I have seen His Highness the Lingwu," she replied dutifully, executing a proper bow. "Spare the formalities," he commanded. Straightening her posture, a cold scoff escaped her lips, dismissing his demand as utterly hypocritical. How dare he insist on her bowing only to declare it unnecessary afterward? Her downcast eyes silently cursed him, and in her peripheral vision, she noticed him drawing nearer. As the distance between them diminished, a familiar and delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils. The scent was enchanting, causing Suyu to momentarily forget her grievances. When they were about 2 feet apart, Duan Lingwu halted, gazing at the downcast Suyu. The intermittent fragrance enveloped him, and the anger he had previously felt dissipated into the ether. Inhaling the familiar aroma, he found his heart swelling with an inexplicable warmth. As vivid memories of their bond surfaced in his mind, igniting an impulsive desire to draw closer to her. Upon realizing the proximity of the man, Suyu glanced up to discern his intentions, only to be taken aback by the warmth in his gaze. His deep-set eyes, devoid of anger and coldness, radiated tenderness with a hint of fire. Stunned, she wondered if he had lost his senses. Duan Lingwu, lost in his fervent thoughts, was suddenly jolted back to reality as Suyu lifted her delicate face. The impulse and fervor that had engulfed him vanished, replaced by a resurgence of anger at the peculiar feelings he had experienced. Reflecting on his strange attraction to her, his once warm gaze turned icy again. The intoxicating scent that enveloped her only intensified his desire to distance himself. Realizing that the proximity had led him to this bewildering state, he took a step back, increasing the space between them. Suyu noticed the swift change in his demeanor and inwardly cursed him for his fickleness. This man truly had a talent for shifting his expressions in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Nono, who had been observing, finally clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Father and mother are gazing at each other." Yin Suyu's heart sank. No, wait. She suddenly grasped the implication of Nuan Nua's words. He referred to the man as father. Had they truly acknowledged their relationship? Before she could ponder further, Nua continued, "Father, mother. I saw that when Nyo Wazi's parents looked at each other like that. His father kissed his mother." Yin Suyu facepalmed, bewildered by how this child had witnessed such things and boldly expressed them. "Father, why don't you kiss mother?" Nuan Nua's question sent a shiver down Yin Suyu's spine. No, stop talking nonsense. Fearing that he might utter something outrageous, Yin Suyu hastily interjected. She longed to convey to her son that although they were his parents, their relationship was not one that permitted casual affection. It was already generous of his father not to have harmed her, so why would he embrace her? Even if he were inclined to do so, it would hardly be cherished. Gazing upon Duan Lingwu's celestial visage, reminiscent of a celestial being yet bearing a demonic essence, Yun Suyushu, his frigid demeanor seemed ill-suited for familial affection. One might perish from a chill before even receiving a kiss. Reflecting on his current propensity to seek her out for conflict, Yin Suyu explained to Nuan Nua, "Do not take offense, Your Highness. Nuan Nua is still young and naive. I shall ensure he receives proper guidance upon our return." Chapter 29. A forceful retort having conveyed her thoughts, Yin Suyu did not wait for Duan Lingwu to respond. She turned to Nuan and said, "From now on, such words must not be spoken lightly. Kisses are reserved for those dear to us and should not be given indiscriminately. Mother, father is not a stranger. He is my father." Yin Suyu was momentarily speechless. How was she to explain to her child? Though she and this wretched man were indeed his biological parents, their relationship was fraught with animosity that surpassed even that of acquaintances. His father harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, having once even contemplated her demise. Such a bond could never facilitate a kiss. Unsure of how to proceed, Yin Suyu chose silence and decided it was imperative to remove the child from the situation. "Nuan Nua, let us return." "Wait," Duan Lingwu finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Nuan Nua looked up, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Father, do you have something to say to mother?" "Yes," Duan Lingwu replied, gently ruffling the boy's hair. "No, go play over there for a moment." "All right, father." The little one responded before scampering to a distant corner of the courtyard. Yin Suyu raised her gaze to meet the darkened expression of Duan Lingwu. "What is it that the prince wishes to convey to me?" "Yin Suyu, no nois mi son. You have raised him for 3 years. From now on, I shall take on the responsibility of his upbringing." Upon hearing this, Yin Suyu's heart raced with alarm. This man was poised to contest her custody of the child. However, as he had not directly stated his intent, she opted to feign ignorance. It was not the right moment to confront him, should she offend him with outright honesty. He might, in a fit of rage, whisk Nua away to the capital, forcing her to expend time and efforts searching for him. For now, her best strategy was to placate him and buy time to act. Once her plans were fulfilled, she would be able to take the child away, rendering him elusive. Yet, if she appeared too submissive, it might arouse his suspicions. Thus, a measure of firmness was a normal maternal response. Contemplating this, Yin Suyu countered Duan Lingwu's earlier assertion. "Prince Ling, I am Nuan Nua's mother, and I possess both the responsibility and the right to educate him." Duan Lingwu's piercing, dark gaze met hers. He regarded the woman, unflinching in her resolve. Her steadfast demeanor was far more agreeable than any pretense of subservience. "Have you considered that Nuan Nua already knows I am his father? Will you attempt to prevent me from acknowledging him?" Yin Suyu inwardly mused. This wretched man was already aware of her previous attempts to evade him. To deny it now would seem disingenuous, so she merely nodded in response. "Previously, my attitude was abundantly clear to His Highness, and later, upon your discovery, I never contemplated obstructing your reunion. The bond between His Highness and Nuan Nua is an undeniable truth. His delight in acknowledging you as his mother will naturally not be hindered by me." Reflecting upon their shared past grievances, Duan Lingwu clenched his teeth and inquired, "Why did you not directly disclose to him the nature of our relationship?" In response to his query regarding their connection, Yin Suyu's lips twitched slightly, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation, yet her demeanor remained exceedingly earnest. "Your Highness, Nuo holds you in great affection. In his eyes, you are a good man. Now that he knows you are his biological father, if I were to inform him that you initially intended to harm me, it would be cruel for him to learn that his father sought to take the life of his mother. I do not wish to tarnish the image you hold in his heart, nor do I want him to confront such a harsh reality. Therefore, I shall not disclose your animosity towards me. Is it a desire to shield him from the harsh truth, or a reluctance to reveal how you brought him into this world? The answer lies in both." Suyu gazed at the man who perpetually sought to critique her, often reminiscing about the past. The initial misstep was hers. Yet, over the years, she had single-handedly borne the burden of that error, feeling wronged. Reflecting on the hardships endured and He's circumstances, a cold smile gradually emerged on her lips. Not wanting him to face the brutal truth, nor to know the ignoble circumstances surrounding his arrival, Suyu's smile widened, though the mirth did not reach her eyes, which now glinted with a coldness as she regarded Duan Lingwu. "Your Highness, you need not remind me incessantly of the disgraceful deeds of my past. Regardless of the reasons that compelled me, the fact remains that I committed a sordid act against you. The child's arrival was unforeseen. I love Nuo dearly and do not regret his birth. Yet I sometimes ponder why I did not drink a bowl of contraceptive soup afterward. If your resentment towards me lingers, you may choose to end my life with a single stroke, or perhaps take pleasure in humiliating me." There is no need for this veiled sarcasm. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Duan Lingwu's expression darkened. Aside from the incident when he had grasped her throat, he had not taken any further action against her. Yet, her sharp tongue provoked her to express grievances. With such a disposition, had their roles been reversed that day, and she had been the one coerced, would she not have plunged a sword into him? Such sordid matters, Duan Lingwu scoffed. If she truly believes them to be so, I shall ensure that one day she experiences the same. However, observing Suyu's current state of grievance and her icy gaze, a trace of softness began to emerge in Duan Lingwu's previously dark expression. "This prince, your Highness, there is no need for further words," Suyu interrupted. "I am self-aware. Although we share a child, aside from him, we have no other ties. I shall strive to avoid you and minimize my presence before you, your Highness." In the face of Suyu's incessant chatter, Duan Lingwu felt an urge to act, though it was not the initial impulse to strangle her. Instead, he found himself listening to her words, which he found somewhat grating. His brow furrowed involuntarily. "Suyu, you are yet unmarried. Your self-designation as madam is somewhat inappropriate." "Your Highness," she replied, "regardless of my marital status, I have borne a child. All who have given birth are women. What is improper about my self-reference? If you find this term offensive, you may enact your punishment." After a heated exchange, Suyu felt a considerable sense of relief. However, despite her assertive outburst, the man remained unmoved, his expression surprisingly stable rather than deteriorating further. He refrained from making any sarcastic remarks, which caught her off guard. "No. Suyu called towards the courtyard wall, and the little one hurried over. "Mother, have you finished speaking with father?" "Yes, let us return," she replied. "Goodbye, father." "No David cheerfully." Duan Lingwu replied gently. "I will come find you once I finish my tasks." "All right." Without allowing the two to converse further, Suyu took Nuo's small hand, casting a sidelong glance at the man nearby, silently cursing him, and then left without a trace of emotion. Duan Lingwu watched Suyu's retreating figure, reminiscing about her youthful countenance when they first met years ago. She had been just 15 or 16, a time when many were still in their boudoirs, playfully indulging their parents. The journey from Taizhou to Lingsheng was not a short one. How had she arrived here? Upon exiting the courtyard, Suyu noticed someone standing by the gate, an aide of the man she despised. She disregarded him entirely, walking straight ahead with her gaze unwavering. Wu Yong observed the woman who treated him as if he were invisible, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, she was a remarkable woman to have the audacity to confront her master so boldly. Despite her near demise at his hands, she had not only survived, but also managed to leave the courtyard unscathed, a feat unprecedented. Chapter 30. Many consumed flesh while chanting Ba Wu Yang entered the courtyard and found Duan Lingwu with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought, his demeanor indicating he was not in a state of rage. The absence of anger on Duan Lingwu's face was unexpected. A mere woman's grievances had not provoked him. Wu Yang marveled at Yun Suyu's influence, noting how the prince, who once harbored murderous intent towards her, had seemingly abandoned such thoughts in a remarkably short span of time. After years of serving his master, Wu Yang believed he could discern his thoughts somewhat. The shift in the prince's attitude toward the woman he once wished to eliminate was evident. His previous desire to kill her had transformed into mere barbed conversation without the fury that would typically accompany such disputes. This change was indeed swift, catching even his closest confidant off guard. Yet, it was also possible that he misinterpreted the situation. The prince's reluctance to kill her could stem from a desire to torment her instead. After all, she was the mother of the young master, and killing her would be ill-advised. Inflicting suffering would be the optimal choice, sparing her life while still satisfying his resentment. Remembering his purpose for being there, Wu Yang set aside his musings and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, news has just arrived from Lingsheng. Yin San has perished, and the music house has been reduced to ashes. Yu Ping'an is also missing." Duan Lingwu's gaze snapped towards him. "Dead? Who did this?" "Your Highness, according to the information provided by our sources, it was done by Yun Zhuozhu, Yun Suyu." Duan Lingwu was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed traveled to Lingsheng earlier that day, and when she had first sought out Yu Ping'an, he had harbored suspicions regarding her connection to Beixian. Yin Sanshi is the superior of Yu Ping'an, and the pleasure house serves as a rendezvous for the spies of the northern Xian kingdom. Now that the individual has been murdered and the pleasure house reduced to ashes, it appears that there is no longer any of the relationship he once suspected with those individuals. Her actions are fueled by deep-seated grudges. Yet what animosity exists between him and those people? "Your Highness, Yu Ping'an has vanished, and Yin Sanshi has been killed. This line of inquiry has been severed." Duan Lingwu remained silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. "A severed line is akin to others. Let us station individuals near the ruins of the pleasure house for a few days to see if any unexpected discoveries arise." "Understood, Your Highness." Duan Lingwu hesitated, wanting to instruct someone to investigate Yun Suyu thoroughly, yet recalled the information previously uncovered by his subordinates. He pondered the sequence of events. After being exiled, the manor was engulfed in flames, and the whereabouts of the individual who eloped remain unknown. This also coincided with 4 years ago, when traveling from the capital to Lingsheng, passing through Taizhou, where she was harmed by her traveling companions, leading to her fateful encounter in the cave. The journey from Taizhou to Lingsheng takes half a month. At the time of the fire, she was already with child. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" After a prolonged silence, Wu Yang respectfully inquired, noticing Duan Lingwu's lack of direction. "Investigate the manner where Yun Suyu was settled upon her arrival from the capital, and conduct a thorough examination of the Ministry of Revenue's minister's residence to ascertain the origin of the rumors concerning her." "Your Highness, are you suggesting?" Duan Lingwu turned his gaze elsewhere, his piercing eyes filled with a frigid intensity. "This prince will not stand idly by while my son faces persecution before even taking his first breath. If I remain indifferent, how can I bear to be called father by? No, Your Highness, I will immediately dispatch individuals to uncover the perpetrators behind the persecution of the young master." Wu Yang responded, but he could not help but ponder whether the prince's motivations were solely for the sake of the young master. As their conversation unfolded, a black-clad guard hurried into the courtyard, stopping before Duan Lingwu and respectfully presenting a small bamboo tube, saying, "Your Highness, this is news just relayed by Wu Qing." Duan Lingwu accepted the tube and swiftly extracted the note within, his brow furrowing as he read. Wu Yang, still present, exchanged a knowing glance with the messenger. Sensing that something was amiss, he urgently asked, "Your Highness, has something occurred?" Duan Lingwu, having finished reading, replied gravely, "The governor of Huichun Prefecture has become embroiled in the dam incident, and he possesses a list of implicated individuals and their accounts. Governor Yin is also involved." Wu Yang was taken aback. He had heard of Governor Yin Jinan, who was known for his integrity, wearing the same official robe for 10 years without replacing it, and leading a life of frugality akin to that of common folk. How could such a virtuous official be entangled in this matter? Wu Yang hoped this news was erroneous. Yet they were well aware of Wu Qing's investigative prowess, which had never led them astray in the past. Could it be that Governor Yin was truly a hypocrite feasting on the suffering of others? Glimpsing Wu Yang's astonished expression, Duan Lingwu remarked solemnly, "There is no need for such a reaction. Many in this world consume human flesh while professing piety. Your Highness is right. I have been narrow-minded, overly trusting in rumors." Duan Lingwu ultimately refrained from further comment, casting his gaze elsewhere. He understood that while rumors could sometimes serve as a reference, they could also hold no value whatsoever. In today's world, facades of peace abound, while beneath the surface lies a plethora of filth and decay. Alas, mere mortals devoid of divine insight often fail to pierce through the veils of deception. Expedite the search for that laborer whose body has yet to be found. It is highly likely he still lives. Discovering his whereabouts will unveil crucial truths. Duan Lingwu began to assign tasks, pausing momentarily before adding, "Summon the men to the county office." "Yes, Your Highness," replied Wu Yang and another guard with deference, as Duan Lingwu strode purposefully toward the courtyard entrance. As he walked, he gazed up at the azure sky, letting out a silent sigh. When will the nation of Donyang achieve tranquility and prosperity? Despite its deep-rooted foundations and affluent populace, it cannot withstand the ravages of corruption for long. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials often lend their ears only to biased counsel. If this continues, the common people shall suffer undue calamities. Reflecting on the brazen individuals in the capital, Duan Lingwu clenched his fists within his sleeves, only to gradually release them after a lengthy pause. Nevertheless, as the ancients proclaimed, to bring about ruin, one must first instigate arrogance. There are many honest and virtuous individuals within the court, as long as we can contain the malevolent winds from toppling us entirely. The realm shall surely return to a time of peace and tranquility. Chapter 31. A significant presence. Allow this prince to await in the back hall of the Lingcheng County office. County Magistrate Zhang Qingxin wore a troubled expression as he berated a tall, slender man in his 40s, who was hunched over and exuded an air of scholarly refinement. "Master Liu, it has been over a month. Why do you yet to uncover a trace of that individual? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the threat his existence poses to us?" In the face of Zhang Qingxin's ire, the man referred to as Master Liu wore a fawning demeanor, nodding and bowing. "My lord, I understand his significance. Our men are diligently searching in secret, yet he seems to have evaporated without a trace. Regardless of the methods employed, you must locate him swiftly. We must see him alive or dead. If the situation is exposed because of him." Zhang Qingxin paused, fixating intently on Master Liu, his round face contorted with anxiety. "We are the lowest in the hierarchy. Should this matter be revealed, those above will offer us as scapegoats. We are entangled in this affair, and they will thrust the blame upon us. My lord, I acknowledge your concerns and shall exert every effort to find him. Indeed, we must locate that individual and neutralize him," Zhang Qingxin urged, patting Master Lu's shoulder. "We could be abandoned at any moment. Our survival hinges solely on him. As long as he remains silent, even if suspicion arises, there will be no evidence to implicate us." Just as Zhang Qingxin concluded his statement, a clerk rushed in, flustered. "My lord, what is the matter with you, rushing in like that?" Zhang Qingxin, already in a foul mood, scolded him before he could finish. "Let the sky fall. I shall bear it first. Do not disturb me." Turning to the servant stationed at the door, he commanded, "I am in a rather poor mood. Summon the troupe of dancers I purchased recently. Let them perform splendidly to lift my spirits." "Yes, my lord." After giving his orders, Zhang Qingxin settled into the grand chair, lifting his teacup to inhale the fragrant aroma wafting from the brew. His countenance brightened considerably as he leisurely sipped the tea. As a sip of tea slid down his throat, he squinted slightly, a look of satisfaction unmistakably indicating his immersion in the fragrance of the brew. After indulging in several more sips, Zhang Qingxin, with an air of reluctant generosity, glanced at the hurried constable and languidly spoke. "Speak. What brings such urgency? If you fail to elucidate the matter, I shall not be lenient." The young constable's elongated face had transformed into a visage of despair, resembling a bitter melon. As he stammered, "My lord, Prince Ling has arrived and has been awaiting you in the court for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengxin hurled his teacup at the constable, bellowing, "Why did you not mention this sooner? My lord, you indicated you were in low spirits, and I was to shield you from any distress." The constable's voice dwindled. Zhang Chengxin, nearly leaping in fury, was calmed by the counsel of Lu Shui, who urged, "My lord, the most pressing matter at hand is to meet Prince Ling. Indeed, I must see the prince." He quickly adjusted his attire, tidying his appearance before hastening towards the exit. However, upon reaching the door, he halted, casting a furious glance back at the constable and shouting, "Bring this man to me and have him beaten with 30 strokes." As Zhang Chengxin departed, the constable was swiftly taken away. He watched the retreating, corpulent figure with a growing resentment. Though the situation was not his fault, he bore the brunt of an unwarranted punishment, cursing inwardly at the unjust official, wishing for divine retribution upon him. In the county court, Duan Lingwu sat like a snow-laden pine, his upright posture radiating a palpable chill. His handsome face bore a grave demeanor, his sharp gaze fixed upon a distant point, as if shrouded in frost. "Your Highness, shall I send someone to hasten matters?" Wu Yang's countenance was equally grim, for a mere county magistrate had the audacity to keep a prince waiting. "There is no need to urge. Have someone investigate if any incidents have occurred," replied the prince. Wu Yang exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby guard, who promptly departed, coincidentally encountering the hurried Zhang Chengxin at the entrance. Upon seeing Duan Lingwu, who exuded an icy aura, Zhang Chengxin fell to his knees, hastily bowing 3 times, lamenting as if mourning his parents. "Your Highness, I have failed to welcome you adequately. I beseech your forgiveness." Duan Lingwu rose, looking down upon him with an icy tone. "Zhang Daren, your arrogance is quite evident. I've been kept waiting. Your Highness, it is my fault for the delay. I implore you to punish me accordingly." Duan Lingwu scrutinized the kneeling figure, then turned and resumed his seat. "Zhang Daren, enlighten me as to why you left me in such neglect." Zhang Chengxin's voice trembled. "Your Highness, I would never dare to neglect you. It was due to the messenger's deliberate obstruction that I was unaware of your arrival. Had I known, I would have welcomed you at once." As he spoke in a flurry, Duan Lingwu found the incessant chatter somewhat grating. "So, you assert that it was not your intention to leave me in waiting?" "Certainly not. Even if I borrowed courage from the heavens, I would not dare to do so. Since it was the fault of the messenger, should I pursue this matter further, it would then become my own error." Upon hearing Duan Lingwu's words, Zhang Chengxin suddenly felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. "His Highness, Prince Xiaoling, is magnanimous." "Rise, please, your Highness," Zhang Chengxin said, trembling as he stood, gazing at the imposing figure casually seated before him, and respectfully inquired, "May I ask what brings your Highness to seek me?" "Minister Zhang." Duan Lingwu fixed his gaze upon him. "You ought to be aware that I have been ordered to investigate the dam incident, an event marked by chaos and bloodshed. My inquiries have revealed not only evidence of shoddy workmanship, but also embezzlement of funds, and even more troubling matters." Duan Lingwu kept a close watch on Zhang Chengxin, noticing that with each accusation, the man's agitation intensified. Despite the false smile plastered on his face, the unease in his demeanor was undeniable. Furthermore, Duan Lingwu continued, "I have uncovered matters related to you, Minister Zhang. Your Highness, I implore you to speak candidly." Zhang Chengxin stammered, his words faltering under the weight of Duan Lingwu's piercing gaze. Duan Lingwu could not help but smirk at the display, and in a solemn tone, he stated, "I have found that you're implicated in this case, not only in the embezzlement of silver, but also in the deaths of several individuals." As these words fell, Zhang Chengxin collapsed to the ground, crying out in distress, "Your Highness, I am wronged. Though I lack notable achievements, I have always served the people sincerely during my years in office. This baseless accusation, I beseech you, Your Highness, to investigate thoroughly and restore my innocence. Zhang Chengxin's earnestness, coupled with the tears welling in his eyes, painted a vivid picture of a man wronged. Duan Lingwu observed Zhang Chengxin's fervent performance with quiet scrutiny. Were it not for his first-hand knowledge of the boxes of gold, silver, and rare treasures hidden away in the man's private chamber, he might have doubted the authenticity of this display. As he watched, a hint of derision flickered in Duan Lingwu's eyes. The irony was palpable as he held a blood-stained bun in his hand, while the man professed his integrity and commitment to the people. After enduring the theatrical display for what felt like an eternity, Duan Lingwu finally spoke. Minister Zhang, rise. I recognize that you are a victim of deceit. Otherwise, I would not be here to interrogate you, but rather have you taken into custody directly. Zhang Chengxin's tears nearly spilled over at this pronouncement, and he bowed gratefully. Thank you, Your Highness. Were it not for your keen insight, I would have been unjustly burdened with this false accusation. There is no need for such gratitude, for I shall discern between the innocent and the corrupt. The innocent will not suffer injustice. Duan Lingwu paused, his tone suddenly grave, but the corrupt, even if they evade for a time, shall ultimately face reckoning. Your Highness is just and wise. You will surely avenge the victims of the damned tragedy. Indeed, otherwise my journey here would hold no significance. Duan Lingwu replied with a weighty undertone, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Zhang Chengxin steadied himself and cautiously asked, Your Highness, might you disclose who has accused me, seeking to cast an unjust shadow upon my name? I know not who that person is. They delivered the so-called evidence to my residence and departed without revealing their identity. Duan Lingwu responded. Zhang Chengxin felt a surge of anxiety at these words and promptly presented the evidence before the Duke of Ling. They were so eager to cast him aside and bear the burden alone. In that case, if he could not reach those who could directly suppress him, he would have to target those beneath him or of similar standing. If he was destined for death, it would be remiss not to drag a few down with him. Reflecting on the fact that Duan Lingwu had merely questioned him today without taking immediate action, Zhang Chengxin sensed a glimmer of hope. If he could appease him, perhaps he could avert this calamity. An idea struck him as he recalled the rumors of the Duke's fondness for handsome young men, noting the array of such figures surrounding him. Having recently acquired 2 strikingly handsome young gentlemen, he initially intended to use them to curry favor with others. Now, it appeared they could serve him well in winning over the Duke. If he could bring joy to the Duke, perhaps he might escape his impending doom. With this thought, Zhang Chengxin bowed respectfully and began his flattery. Your Highness, it has long been my honor to hear of your esteemed name. Your prowess on the battlefield is unparalleled, having decisively vanquished the enemies of Shizong and brought peace to the borders of Dongyang. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the mighty river. It is indeed a privilege for me to host you here today, and your presence has illuminated this humble county office. I beseech you to step into the rear hall, where I may extend to you the hospitality of a gracious host. Duan Lingwu cast a cold glance at the loquacious Zhang Chengxin, rising to stand beside him. His expression one of disdain. I am but a mere man, devoid of any divine radiance to illuminate this county office. Zhang Chengxin, hearing these words, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Your Highness, your status is exalted. Zhang Darren, Duan Lingwu interrupted with a frigid tone. There is no need for further pleasantries. Noticing that, despite being rebuffed, Duan Lingwu had not outright rejected his proposal and had even moved closer, Zhang Chengxin perceived a sliver of opportunity. Thus, he continued his insincere flattery. Your Highness, I have 2 fair and handsome young gentlemen who could attend to your side. Duan Lingwu's already frosty gaze deepened, as he was well aware of the rumors regarding his supposed preferences. This man was attempting to pander to his alleged tastes. Handsome young men. Zhang Chengxin's insinuation made Duan Lingwu hope that the rumors were indeed true, for if they were, he would not frequently dream of that woman, indulging in illicit pleasures that left him feeling sullied and filled with rage. Turning his head, Duan Lingwu fixed a sharp gaze upon Zhang Chengxin, his tone icy as he spoke. Zhang Darren, you are quite earnest, yet I have matters to attend to. Though his expression was grim and his voice cold, Zhang Chengxin assumed that someone of such status preferred discretion. He hastily added, "If it pleases your highness, I could send them to your residence." "Unnecessary," came the duke's reply. "Your highness." Zhang Qingxin attempted to bribe the duke with youthful beauty, but Duan Lingwu coldly interrupted. "If I were to report this matter to the throne, your position as county magistrate would surely be in jeopardy." The sudden shift from Zhang Qingxin's earlier self-satisfaction to despair was palpable as he met Duan Lingwu's gaze, which resembled that of a demon. He hurriedly bowed his head in supplication. "I was momentarily foolish. I implore your highness to spare me and not to hold this against me." "Momentarily foolish? Indeed, I momentarily lost my clarity of thought. I beseech your highness for forgiveness." Observing Zhang Qingxin, who frequently prostrated himself in fear, Duan Lingwu's eyes reflected disdain. How could such a cowardly and ineffectual man ascend to the position of county magistrate? If he is so timid, why engage in acts that harm both himself and others? Yet, upon further contemplation, it became apparent that greed does not require bravery. One merely needs the intent to commit wrongdoing to gradually descend into depravity. Even if his intellect is lacking, this prince finds no reason to hold him accountable. After a brief silence, Duan Lingwu spoke and, without a sideways glance, strode away. Zhang Qingxin, watching his retreating figure, called out loudly, "I humbly bid farewell to His Highness, the King of Ling." Following Duan Lingwu's departure, Wuyong was filled with questions. The prince's actions today were perplexing. Even though the foolish magistrate had presented him with a man, his countenance, though darkened, did not betray any immediate outrage. Instead, he merely uttered a few tepid remarks, unable to comprehend why the prince had suddenly become so benevolent. Wuyong, puzzled, wondered what schemes the prince was concocting. Outside the city, a guard who had gone to gather information rode swiftly to catch up. Upon seeing Duan Lingwu, who stood in contemplation beneath the shade of a tree, he dismounted and approached respectfully, clasping his fists in greeting. "Your Highness, have you unearthed anything of value?" "Your Highness, I have discovered that Magistrate Zhang deceived you." When the messenger came to report, he was in a fit of rage, forbidding the messenger from disclosing the matter. It was only after his anger subsided that he inquired, and the messenger was subsequently punished with 30 strikes. Duan Lingwu's expression remained unchanged. He seemed unsurprised by such an outcome. Wuyong, who had endured in silence, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Your Highness, I do not understand why you extend such leniency towards Magistrate Zhang. He should have, at the very least." He paused momentarily, faced repercussions for tarnishing your reputation. Upon hearing Wuyong's inquiry, Duan Lingwu revealed a barely perceptible smirk. This will only serve to exacerbate the discord between him and his backers, ensuring that those seeking him remain vigilant. Chapter 33. The clever man. As Duan Lingwu's words sank in, Wuyong experienced an epiphany. It was indeed a clever strategy. From the outset, the prince had indicated that this matter was far from simple, and as the investigation deepened, his suspicions were confirmed. It was now evident that there were not only magistrates and governors involved, but potentially higher officials and foreign influences as well, an intricate web of connections. Today, the prince's treatment of Magistrate Zhang, regardless of who stood behind him, would inevitably lead to speculation regarding their vested interests. If Magistrate Zhang were to speak out in a bid for survival, he would jeopardize not only himself, but also those who shared his plight. Furthermore, the rumor of his offering a man to curry favor with the prince would undoubtedly reach the ears of those in power, putting him in peril to safeguard their interests. For Magistrate Zhang, the prince's fabrications had already sown seeds of suspicion. Henceforth, whether he acted against others or they against him, as long as he remained vigilant, any sign of disturbance would serve as a vital clue for their schemes. "Your Highness, I shall ensure that our subordinates keep a vigilant watch." Striving to extract any pertinent information, Wuyong replied respectfully. Duan Lingwu nodded slightly, before mounting his steed with a graceful leap, gripping the reins and urging the powerful chestnut stallion into a swift gallop. His followers closely trailed behind, a dozen fine steeds racing along the broad path, stirring up a whirlwind of dust in their wake. In the courtyard of the estate, Suyu sat contemplatively, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. When Dongzi hurriedly entered, "Miss, this is news relayed by Xiao Yi," she stated, presenting a small paper tube to Yun Suyu. Upon unfurling the tube, Yun Suyu's countenance brightened with joy as she read the contents. Noticing her elation, Dong Zi curiously inquired, "Miss, has something good occurred?" "Indeed, Xiao Yi has conveyed that mature ice soul grass has been discovered within the borders of Dongyang," Yun Suyu replied. Dong Zi too couldn't suppress a smile. Ice soul grass thrived in the frigid realms of Beixian, a land far removed from their current location, and procuring a mature specimen was exceedingly challenging. This herb was essential for the young Mrs. Antidote, and despite sending several groups in search, none had returned, hinting at dire consequences. If those individuals did not return, the young miss intended to embark on the quest herself, but with ice soul grass now within Dongyang, she need not venture into such a frigid environment. Dong Zi felt a genuine sense of relief for her mistress. "Miss, do you know the precise location of the ice soul grass?" "In the capital, within the Eastern Palace," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Dong Zi's mood shifted to one of concern. "The Eastern Palace is a precarious place. Fear not," Yun Suyu reassured, understanding her apprehensions. "There are always more solutions than difficulties. With careful planning and proper arrangements, even the most fortified defenses can be breached." Reflecting on the situation, Yun Suyu mused that despite the arduousness of the task, it was far less daunting than traversing 1,000 miles to that snow-laden land. Here, with a clear objective, meticulous planning would render the challenge manageable. Currently, 3 of the 5 required herbs were available in the capital, significantly reducing the time spent in futile searches. However, of the 3 herbs, only 2 resided in the Eastern Palace, while the last remained elusive. With a soft sigh, Yun Suyu felt the inescapable influence of Duan Lingwu. That insufferable man. The blood lotus was in his possession, and his daughter needed it for her survival. Given his fondness for Nua, one could surmise he would also take a liking to his other daughter, particularly with her cherubic appearance and sweet, honeyed words that could easily charm anyone. However, revealing her existence would endanger her. Yun Suyu shook her head. Unless absolutely necessary, she could not allow that wretched man to learn of his presence. To procure the blood lotus from him would require an alternative strategy. Deceit or theft would be futile against such a cunning adversary. The only viable approach was to secure his voluntary generosity. Yet, with his propensity to resort to violence or sarcasm, eliciting such goodwill from him was akin to scaling a mountain, especially for such a rare treasure. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Yun Suyu. She turned to Dong Zi with urgency. "What is the current status of the individual we rescued? Aside from requiring a cane for ambulation, all else has returned to normal. Does the young lady wish to see him?" "Not entirely." Dong Zi understood Yun Suyu's implication. "Is the young lady concerned that his identity might be exposed?" Yun Suyu nodded. As a survivor of a tragic incident, who remains unseen and unburied, he has been sought after by various factions both openly and covertly. Having been hidden for so long, it is time for him to emerge. Whether out of personal responsibility or the pursuit of justice, he must present himself. But merely stepping out is insufficient. A solid backing is required. Numerous individuals are currently searching for him outside. If he continues to stay here, we cannot assist him. He needs a capable and resolute ally who can stand against those in power. Otherwise, should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the ravenous wolves lurking around him. The young lady is correct. As a pivotal figure in this tragedy, the situation is intricate, and he must attach himself to someone capable of safeguarding him. Has the young lady decided whom to entrust him to? Dong Zi knew that Yun Suyu intended for this person to leave, yet uncertainty lingered regarding to whom he would be entrusted. "Prince Ling," Yun Suyu uttered, her voice calm. Although Dong Zi was somewhat surprised, it was within reason. "Miss, Prince Ling is indeed a commendable choice. However, I believed you had past grievances with him." Dong Zi's sentence remained unfinished, yet Yun Suyu grasped the implication. She smiled lightly. "It is true that I have past grievances with him, but setting those aside, Prince Ling is composed and astute. His capabilities are beyond question. Choosing him is entirely justifiable." Yun Suyu mused that, disregarding his exterior and focusing solely on his actions, He is truly an admirable young man dedicated to protecting his homeland and fighting valiantly on the battlefield. However, while her admiration for him is genuine, there are moments when she feels compelled to take action against him. Upon hearing Yun Suyu's words, Dongzi knelt. "Miss, I have indeed been narrow-minded. Do not belittle yourself. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Keep watch and inform me when Prince Ling returns." "Understood, Mississippi." As Dongzi departed, Yun Suyu stared vacantly in the direction of the western courtyard. The act of saving that individual had initially been incidental, yet unexpectedly, it has now aided her by bringing the very person Duan Lingwu has been fervently seeking before her, providing her the opportunity to request a couple of petals from the blood lotus. As the sun gradually descended into the distant mountains, a servant hurriedly arrived to report that Prince Ling had returned to the estate a quarter of an hour prior. Yun Suyu quickly tidied herself and proceeded toward the western courtyard. As she drew nearer, her emotions became increasingly complex. She truly did not wish to set foot in this place unless absolutely necessary. In the western courtyard, Duan Lingwu had just finished his bath and sat down, lifting a teacup when a guard rushed into the hall. "My lord, the owner of Yun Manor has arrived and wishes to see you." Duan Lingwu paused in his tea drinking, his brows slightly furrowing. "What does she want?" The manor owner did not specify. "I am unaware." "Let her in." "Yes, my lord." The guard complied and exited, while Duan Lingwu pondered, reflecting on how that woman had consistently avoided him. It was perplexing that she would seek him out so readily. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Duan Lingwu cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer before returning his gaze to the teacup, silently continuing to sip his tea. Yun Suyu entered the room and observed the man leisurely sipping tea, not allowing him the chance to criticize her. She performed a respectful bow. "I have met His Highness, the Ling Wang." Duan Lingwu, unfazed, took a sip of tea, placed his cup on the table, and lazily lifted his gaze to the kneeling figure before him. His cold, piercing eyes scrutinized her expressionless face as he slowly rose and approached, then spoke. "Rise." Yun Suyu straightened up, looking up at the man who stood a mere 3 feet away. A fleeting moment of astonishment crossed her eyes. He was clad in a luxurious yet understated blue garment, adorned with silver thread that subtly embroidered swirling clouds. Against the backdrop of the blue silk, his austere demeanor softened, presenting a more amiable appearance. He exuded a refreshing aura, as if he had recently bathed, a faint trace of sandalwood lingering in the air. At his waist, a meticulously embroidered belt of the same hue accentuated his perfectly proportioned figure. Standing there, his tall and upright stature, along with his remarkable presence, was indeed a sight to behold. "What business do you have with me?" Duan Lingwu inquired, stepping back a couple of paces, his evident disdain for her proximity clear in his body language. Observing his furrowed brows and his behavior, Yun Suyu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Truly, beauty was merely skin deep. Such a handsome visage was wasted on a man of such character. A pity indeed. Yun Suyu raised her hand to sniff her own arm, reassured by the absence of any unpleasant odor. Secretly cursing, she wondered if this man possessed a canine sense of smell, detecting odors that she could not. To facilitate their conversation, she too took a step back, but Duan Lingwu's frown deepened in response. "Yun Suyu, you best have a significant matter to discuss. Or else, Your Highness, Ling Wang." Yun Suyu interrupted hastily. "Rest assured, I would not appear before you without cause. Though I am but a humble woman, I shall honor my word. I do indeed have pressing business to bring to your attention." Upon hearing Yun Suyu's resolute declaration, an inexplicable fury ignited within Duan Lingwu. He advanced slowly until he caught a whiff of a pleasant, delicate fragrance, at which point he halted, his keen gaze fixed intently on Yun Suyu. "Speak. What is it that you wish to convey?" Standing merely 2 or 3 feet away from him, Yun Suyu found his striking exterior akin to a poppy that entices yet ensnares. However, the man's volatile temperament compelled her to maintain a safe distance. Should he take offense and unleash his wrath, a greater distance would afford her a better chance of defense. With this thought in mind, she retreated a few more steps and addressed him directly. "Your Highness, are you in search of the individuals related to the dam case?" who have vanished without a trace. The moment her words left her lips, Duan Lingji's sharp gaze darkened instantly. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. To pry into significant cases is a transgression I can punish you for at this very moment. Your Highness, I am fully aware of the gravity of my words. I implore you to enlighten me. Suyu, with gritted teeth, Duan Lingji let out a low growl, stepping forward to grasp her chin firmly. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at her. This case involves far-reaching implications. A moment's carelessness could lead to assassination. If you were to meet your demise. Duan Lingji's words abruptly faltered, his powerful grip tightening involuntarily, his eyes aflame with an intensity that seemed capable of reducing her to ashes. Noruo was without a father until the age of 3. Do you wish for him to lose his mother after that? At this moment, Suyu felt a painful grip on her chin, coupled with Duan Lingji's piercing gaze fixed upon her. Strangely, rather than feeling anger, she found herself experiencing a peculiar sense of joy. Observing Duan Lingji, who was seething with rage, she did not conceal her emotions. Thinking to herself that if her mind were slightly askew, so be it, she was genuinely pleased. The man's fury stemmed from concern for Noruo. He feared the child might lose his mother. While his demeanor and words were far from charming, his genuine care for Noruo was undeniable. As a mother, she should feel content knowing her son had a father who held him dear. Duan Lingji's furious gaze remained locked on Suyu, taking in her reaction. Upon seeing her smile amidst the turmoil, his lips pressed into a tight line, the tension in his jaw revealing his impulse to crush her. That she could find joy in his rage was infuriating. Duan Lingji's tense jaw flickered slightly, the words he uttered almost escaping through clenched teeth. Suyu, recognizing his childish anger, refrained from cursing him in her mind. Instead, she found herself genuinely happy to converse with him, departing from her previous feigned indifference. Although she had initially placed that individual into his hands for her own gain, her heart now harbored a sincere desire to assist him. As she gazed at the handsome visage, brimming with wrath, Suyu boldly brushed aside the hand that had gripped her chin, her smile unwavering. Your Highness, as a mere common woman, I harbor no interest in court affairs, nor will I delve into the complex disputes you mention, nor allow myself to be ensnared in them. Duan Lingji cast a glance at the hand she had dismissed and then fixed his gaze on the spot where he had previously held her, noting the evident flush on her delicate chin, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing his features. Soon, that sentiment was replaced by another, his handsome face retaining its composure. What do you truly seek? The common woman knew of an individual whom many were seeking. If His Highness were to encounter him, it would unravel some mysteries. Suyu spoke plainly, causing Duan Lingji's pupils to widen slightly. Do you possess a lead on Lin Sheng? A month ago, while I was out, I happened to rescue someone. However, his injuries were severe, and even now he struggles to walk, though he can still speak. Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingji was taken aback and began to reassess the woman before him. She was intelligent and courageous, capable of deceit and destruction, having spun an elaborate web of lies right beneath his nose. Beyond these traits, she possessed considerable skill, harboring within her the very person that countless others sought. He had been in her presence for quite some time, yet he had remained oblivious. Had she not spoken up, his search would have continued fruitlessly. In this encounter, Duan Lingji found the disparity between the information he had gathered and the person before him to be striking. They were undeniably the same individual, yet the difference was astonishing. Noticing Duan Lingji's scrutinizing gaze, Suyu took a step back, inquiring, Your Highness, why do you regard me with the eyes of a judge surveying a criminal? Chapter 35. The schemes of Suyu. As Duan Lingji pondered deeply, the person under his scrutiny unexpectedly posed a question. This impudent challenge, disregarding his status, should have incited his anger. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment he heard her query, the remnants of his fury dissipated, leaving him unexpectedly at ease. He gazed at the fearless Suyu, and aside from the enchanting dreams that haunted him, he was taken aback to find that this vexing woman could, in reality, elicit a sense of comfort. However, the history between them rendered this fleeting moment of ease insufficient to alter his intentions of tormenting her. Although Duan Lingji's face betrayed no overt anger, his tone was anything but gentle as he retorted, "If I truly wish to scrutinize you, do you think you could stand before me and scathe, spouting such audacity?" Before Yin Suyu could respond, he continued, "Should I choose to interrogate you, rest assured I would treat you with utmost care, allowing you to fully experience the exquisite agony of flesh and bone." Yin Suyu silently cursed him for his inhumanity. To him, the torment of flesh was a special favor, his mind clearly unhinged. How foolish of her to have refrained from expressing anger earlier when he had just assaulted her, and now she seized the opportunity to threaten him. With a cold scoff, she retorted, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Your Highness, but I cannot indulge in such favors. I would rather they be bestowed upon someone else." "Indulge." Duan Lingji scoffed coldly. "In due time, you shall receive what I bestow upon you, whether you wish to endure it or not." Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, "Where is the person?" Seeing Yun Suyu lower her gaze, he shifted the conversation back to the subject. Yun Suyu, setting aside her biases against him, spoke with a calm demeanor. "I have concealed the individual. Should Your Highness wish to see him, your men may retrieve him." However, pausing momentarily, Duan Lingji pressed, "However what?" Sensing his urgency, Yin Suyu candidly expressed her concerns. "Your Highness, there are many seeking him. Please ensure his safety. Do you doubt my capabilities? That I cannot protect a single person?" "No," Yin Suyu quickly denied. "I harbor no such thoughts. Your Highness, renowned throughout the realm, safeguarding one person should pose no challenge for you. However, I have expended considerable resources in his rescue. I do not wish for him to come to harm, or my efforts would be in vain." Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingji's gaze darkened slightly. While the phrase renowned throughout the realm was indeed a compliment, its delivery from her lips felt insincere and perfunctory. He replied solemnly, "I will ensure his safety, that he does not fall into the hands of others." With Duan Lingji's reassuring affirmation, Yin Suyu finally relieved a burden from her heart. "That is well. I wonder when Your Highness plans to retrieve him, so I may release him." "I will send someone to accompany you shortly," Duan Lingji assured, as the lady Yin Suyu began to speak. Her unfinished words were abruptly halted by Duan Lingji, who furrowed his brows in disapproval. It was evident that she was eager to depart. Noticing his refusal to let her continue, and contemplating her ultimate goal, Yin Suyu endeavored to moderate her tone. "Does His Highness have any further instructions?" Listening to her perfunctory response, Duan Lingji regarded her with a penetrating gaze, sensing the insincerity in her demeanor. He resolved to thoroughly test her resolve. Yet, recognizing that the hour was late and the timing unfavorable, he contemplated the potential distress her daughter might experience should she linger too long. "You have aided me. Speak. What reward do you desire?" Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Yin Suyu's heart leapt with joy, though her exterior remained composed as she feigned reluctance. "It is the greatest fortune for a humble woman like me to assist His Highness. I seek no reward." Her declaration of nobility was met with skepticism. Duan Lingji saw through her fade. Given her dismissive attitude, he was aware of the significance of her assistance in delivering an important person into his grasp. To disregard her insincere words and grant no reward would certainly lead to her harboring grievances. Realizing this, Duan Lingji spoke firmly. "I am a man of clear rewards and punishments, and I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Now, what is it that you desire?" Indeed, his insistence on offering a reward delighted Yin Suyu. She had not erred in her approach. Those of noble birth often possess a certain arrogance, and he was no exception. Their previous conflicts led him to seek some form of retribution, and now, with her assistance, he was bound by the principles of reciprocity. It would serve her well to settle this debt before he resorted to threats or intimidation. With the path laid before her, Yin Suyu confidently declared, "If I do not request a reward, it would reflect poorly on me. Thus, I dare to ask His Highness for a token of appreciation." What token? The object she had long coveted was now within reach, and Yin Suyu felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as she steadied her resolve. "I have heard that His Highness possesses a rare medicinal herb called the blood lotus. I humbly request this as my reward." Aware of the rarity and value of the blood lotus, she quickly added, "Your Highness, I understand its worth, and I seek not much, just a petal or two will suffice. Duan Lingji's discerning gaze fixated on Yun Suyu, contemplating her previous words. He felt ensnared in her web. Her initial declarations of selflessness were merely a guise for her ulterior motives. Though she appeared to reluctantly accept a reward, it was evident she had orchestrated the entire exchange. Realizing he had fallen into her trap, Duan Lingji pondered the implications of her cunning, recognizing that perhaps from the onset, when she offered a hand over the one she had concealed, he had been caught in her design. His expression grew complex and profound as he recognized her manipulation, first coercing him, then deceiving him, and now calculating against him. At the age of 24, Duan Lingji had never encountered such repeated setbacks at the hands of a singular individual, especially one who happened to be a woman, his son's biological mother. Filled with rage, he could only manage a bitter laugh before finally speaking with a chilling demeanor. Yun Suyu, you are quite something. What should have been a compliment, uttered in Duan Lingji's cold tone, carried a lethal intent, sending shivers down Yun Suyu's spine. Yun Suyu was acutely aware that Duan Lingji had discerned her intentions. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such an expression. However, with no option for retreat, she resolved to pursue the precious blood lotus. It would be far more advantageous to secure it now rather than resorting to alternative methods later. Your Highness, may I inquire if the reward I seek will be granted? Duan Lingji's lips parted slightly. And what if I refuse to grant it? If your Highness genuinely wishes to bestow a reward upon me, then I humbly request that you recognize me as your consort. Duan Lingji was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet Yun Suyu's unwavering determination in her request revealed her resolute spirit. Yun Suyu, knowing the value of the blood lotus, you must understand its rarity. Such a precious item. I have previously stated my willingness to fulfill your request. However, I wish to know why you are so adamant in your pursuit of it. Upon hearing Duan Lingji's willingness to grant her the blood lotus, Yun Suyu felt a surge of joy, a genuine smile illuminating her exquisitely delicate features. Faced with his inquiry, she could not speak the truth, so she fabricated a pretext. I have a penchant for collecting rare medicinal herbs, hence my appeal to your Highness. I am grateful for your generosity. Duan Lingji could see that her joy was sincere, her smile radiant and natural, devoid of any pretentiousness. Yet, despite her authentic expression, he harbored doubts about her words. While personal preferences for collecting items exist, it is uncommon for individuals to seek out rare medicinal herbs, and collectors typically desire entire plants rather than mere petals. If her claim was based on the rarity of the blood lotus, it seemed insufficient. Nevertheless, this matter was not urgent. He could investigate further over time to uncover the true reason behind her obsession with this herb, an obsession that led her to scheme against him. Reflecting on her scheming, Duan Lingji observed Yun Suyu, who wore a genuine smile, far more vibrant than her previously perfunctory demeanor when addressing him. She was elated to obtain what she desired, even if the path to it involved manipulation. Contemplating this, as Yun Suyu's smile began to wane, Duan Lingji's thoughts of retribution flickered momentarily. This woman, being the mother of his son, could not be harmed, but he could certainly find a pretext to torment her. Yun Suyu, the item you seek has been promised to you. Thank you, your Highness, Yun Suyu replied, her voice filled with gratitude. Duan Lingji called out to her again, his tone cold and unyielding. You have received what you desired. Now it is time for me to claim my due. At his words, a jolt of apprehension coursed through Yun Suyu. She met his menacing gaze, realizing that this man was about to demand something in return. Your Highness, the prince jested, but I, a mere woman of humble means, possess nothing that could possibly catch your eye, let alone request anything from you. Having spoken, Yun Suyu felt an urgent need to depart. Duan Lingji's gaze was inscrutable, yet she could discern an unmistakable coldness within it. This fickle man, prone to sudden shifts in temperament, left her uncertain of what she might face if she lingered further. Considering Duan Lingji's deep affection for Nua, Yun Suyu hastily introduced her son into the conversation. The hour grows late, and Nua will seek his mother. I must take my leave. Without awaiting a response, Yun Suyu turned to flee, but as she made her move, A strong hand seized her wrist from behind. Duan Lingji's low, chilling voice followed. My son is well-mannered and understanding. Even if you return late, he shall not cause a fuss. Suyu retorted without lifting her gaze. Though Nuanua is sensible, he is but a 3-year-old child. The whims of a child can change in an instant, and he may very well be wailing for his mother at this moment. Duan Lingji's voice thundered her name, and with a firm pull, he drew her closer, the familiar fragrance enveloping her senses. Gazing up at him, she felt dwarfed by his stature. When she finally met his cold, complex gaze, her momentary daze dissipated, and she realized that evasion was futile. This man was intent on confronting her. Should I brace myself for the worst, Your Highness? Seeing her steely resolve, Duan Lingji could not help but reveal a barely perceptible smile. He teased, Suyu, given the past grievances and today's schemes, how do you propose we settle our accounts? With both new and old resentments intertwined, Suyu felt certain that she would either meet her demise or suffer greatly. Since escape was not an option, she freed her wrist from his grasp and defiantly declared, do as you please. The way you treat me, any offense could warrant a death sentence. 100 executions would not suffice for my crimes. She glared at him, with my neck presented before you. Why do you hesitate? Duan Lingji lowered his gaze, his eyes lingering on her neck, and vivid, alluring images flashed through his mind. His pupils constricted at the sight of her fair skin, recalling countless dreams in which he had marked her neck with bruises. His gaze inadvertently drifted lower to her collarbone, and then further down. His dreams had left their mark there as well. Realizing he was being affected by her allure once more, Duan Lingji instinctively stepped back, aware of her ability to ensnare him. Observing the sudden distance he placed between them, Suyu rolled her eyes. This man was indeed unpredictable. Just moments ago, he was close enough to touch, and now he recoiled as if she were a plague. The abrupt shifts in his demeanor struck her as erratic. Seeing Duan Lingji silent for a long time and exhibiting such peculiar behavior, Suyu thought to herself that since he was avoiding her like the plague, she might as well approach him. Perhaps he would drive her away, allowing her to return home sooner. With determined steps, Suyu advanced towards Duan Lingji, the distance between them steadily diminishing. She had no intention of halting, and as she walked, she inquired, Your Highness, how do you propose to settle the score? At such a distance, whether it be through killing or grappling, it is impossible to reach me. If you harbor such deep-seated resentment towards a mere woman, why not act upon it to relieve your frustrations? As Suyu approached, seemingly inviting him to act, a trace of amusement flickered across Duan Lingji's lips. The proximity allowed him to catch the faint fragrance that enveloped her, and he feared he might succumb to her allure, prompting him to retreat further. He wondered if she might mistakenly believe his withdrawal stemmed from fear. However, her relentless advance suggested she harbored such an assumption. She seemed to think that he would drive her away out of a desire to keep his distance, thereby achieving her aim of returning home swiftly. Understanding Suyu's subtle intentions brought a smile to Duan Lingji's face. This woman was astute, yet the outcome she sought was destined to elude her grasp. With merely 3 feet separating them, Suyu was taken aback by Duan Lingji's unwavering composure. Why was this man so unperturbed? There was no sign of the sudden outburst he had exhibited earlier, nor did he command her to leave. Pondering this, Suyu began to doubt her initial assessment. Had she misjudged him, or was he deliberately standing there to let her approach, all the while enjoying the spectacle? Noticing Suyu's expression darken, Duan Lingji felt a peculiar satisfaction. Do you not comprehend why I do not easily dispose of you? As for the answer to this question, ever since their identities were revealed and they engaged in their first confrontation, Suyu had already grasped the essence of the matter when Duan Lingji, upon hearing the child's cries, released his grip on her throat. As she observed the man who often sought to provoke her, Suyu questioned his erratic behavior but responded with certainty. I am the mother of Nuanua, and your highness considers the child. Upon hearing her words, the mockery in Duan Lingji's gaze intensified. This woman was clever, yet her understanding of the situation was somewhat superficial. He had intended to toy with her, and it was essential for her to comprehend his true intentions. With this thought, a distinct curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. What you have stated is merely one aspect. Or the second. The second? Duan Lingwu suddenly raised his hand, prompting Suyu to instinctively retreat. His outstretched hand halted in midair, and had she not moved back, it would have either grasped her throat or her chin. Internally cursing, Suyu wondered why this man, now calm, sought to reach for her. After glancing at his empty hand, Duan Lingwu turned his gaze to the distance between them, a broader smile gracing his lips. Suyu, why do you hesitate? Do ponder what the second aspect I have yet to mention might be. Without hesitation, Suyu glared slightly. Prince Ling only wishes to play the cat, tormenting the common woman as if she were a mere mouse for his amusement. Her words struck a chord, and Duan Lingwu could not help but laugh at the remarkably apt description. The analogy of a cat toying with a mouse was indeed fitting. Suyu snorted coldly. Your Highness, after being targeted by you time and again, even a fool like me can discern your intentions. Observing her expression, which was a mix of resignation and defiance, Duan Lingwu openly smiled. Realizing his mood was unexpectedly light, he became aware of his own demeanor. He had never taken pleasure in quarrels, especially with women. However, for reasons unknown, beyond mere vengeance, he found himself deriving a certain enjoyment from their exchanges. Seeing that Duan Lingwu appeared to be in good spirits, Suyu thought to herself that as long as he chose to provoke her due to his status, she would let it be. In the future, when she departed with her child, they would be worlds apart, and even if he wished to harass her, he would have no means to do so. At that time, separated by distance, his status would no longer intimidate her, and if she truly felt stifled, she could always seek a little trouble in retaliation. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingwu spoke leisurely. Since you comprehend my intentions, there is no need for pretense. Initially, I did intend to take your life, but as Nua has changed his mind, I shall spare you, at least for now. However, I will torment you for my amusement. What you perceive as targeting is merely the beginning. There will be more trials to come, and I shall cease only when I deem it sufficient. Hearing Duan Lingwu's blunt admission of his intentions, Suyu was left speechless. For the first time, she found such blatant honesty to be utterly despicable. This wretched man was truly inhumane. Prince Ling, she gritted her teeth. Should I express my gratitude for your candor? Duan Lingwu, seemingly unfazed by her fury, appeared to relish her ire even further, retorting mercilessly, no need for thanks. Given all that you have done to me, this, and the trials to come, are merely what you deserve. Suyu took several deep breaths, silently reminding herself not to dwell too much on this detestable man, lest she be the one to suffer while he found amusement. Just as she was trying to console herself, Duan Lingwu changed the subject. Suyu, 3 days hence, I shall be leaving this place for a while. You must ensure the well-being of my son during my absence. Upon hearing that Duan Lingwu would depart, Suyu's gloomy disposition brightened significantly. She had also intended to return to the Huichun residence in 3 days to procure a certain medicinal herb, and now she considered how to excuse her own absence without raising his suspicions. Much to her surprise, he too would be leaving. In her uplifted mood, Suyu's tone lightened. He is also my son. Without your Highness's instructions these past few years, I have taken good care of him. Duan Lingwu refrained from contesting her statement. Despite her flaws, she had indeed cared for the child well. However, her rapid shift in attitude was rather surprising. Her eagerness for his departure was evident. Duan Lingwu raised an eyebrow. Do you so fervently wish for my absence? As the question posed by Duan Lingwu arose, Suyu pondered how to respond. After his heartfelt confession earlier, the two had effectively laid bare their true feelings. If the man had spoken so candidly, it would be disingenuous for her to deny it. Not only would he not believe her, but she would also feel a sense of hypocrisy. Given the grievances he had already caused her, the thought of feigning indifference was unbearable, leading her to question her own tendencies towards self-sabotage. Resolving to be honest, Suyu admitted, Your Highness, the wise King Ling, my thoughts cannot escape your keen observation. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Duan Lingwu, and a faint smile graced her lips as she continued, Your Highness, I do not possess a penchant for masochism. The torment you might inflict by remaining here would only bring me joy at your departure. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu furrowed his brows even more tightly. But after a brief moment, something seemed to shift in his mind, and his brow relaxed. Observing the woman who had bared her soul to him, Duan Lingwu smiled, though the expression was somewhat peculiar. This woman, believing she understood his intentions, felt that with their cards laid on the table, she no longer needed to feign politeness. With her heart laid bare, the next step was action. Any form of torment he might bestow upon her would be justified. Suyu. Duan Lingwu began to devise a plan, articulating his thoughts plainly. This king is in need of a maidservant to attend to him. You shall come here tomorrow to serve me for the day. Suyu could not help but roll her eyes at this proclamation. To be his servant for a day was merely another scheme to target her. He could nitpick even the most trivial matters. She could only imagine the multitude of accusations he might concoct for her during a single day in his company, perhaps even leading to severe consequences. Resolutely, she shook her head, her refusal spilling forth. Your Highness, I am clumsy and would not serve you well. If you truly desire a maidservant, I could easily find you one, as many as you wish. Suyu, cease your pretense, Duan Lingwu retorted. The mention of a maidservant is merely my excuse to torment you. He paused, as if coming to a realization. If you truly refuse, I will not force you. Suyu felt as though she had misheard. The man who had threatened her so adamantly was suddenly showing unexpected kindness. However, before she could contemplate further, Duan Lingwu's voice took on a somber tone. Chapter 38. Threats and the return of the child to his ancestral home, Nuanua, is of my blood. I shall have him return to the capital tomorrow to acknowledge his lineage, without waiting for me to conclude my affairs. Listening to Duan Lingwu's nonchalant words, a chill crept down Suyu's spine. She had suspected there was no genuine kindness in his heart. It was merely a tactic to leverage Nuanua against her. She had to admit, he was quite adept at pinpointing her vulnerabilities. Seeing the panic rise in Suyu's eyes, and recalling her frantic demeanor when Nuanua had been in peril, Duan Lingwu attempted to say something. Suyu. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Your Highness, I agree to be your maidservant tomorrow. Suyu knew all too well that Duan Lingwu was merely issuing a threat, yet fear gripped her heart. His mercurial nature left her anxious. She genuinely feared that he would have Nuanua taken away from her before she could intervene. Suyu refrained from uttering any further refusals. Instead, she acquiesced succinctly. Duan Lingwu discerned that his threats had borne fruit. Yet upon observing the palpable panic in her eyes, he took 2 steps forward, diminishing the distance between them to merely 2 feet. As long as you remain honest, I shall personally escort Nuanua back. This case will require at least 2 months, during which you and your son may bid each other a proper farewell. Suyu's lips curled into a sudden smile. Your Highness, the Duke of Ling, should I express my gratitude for granting me 2 months to say goodbye to my child? Her tone was laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Gazing at the visage that so closely resembled her son, she felt an urge to rebuke him, a man intent on usurping her child, who spoke as if the time they would spend together was a favor bestowed upon her. That is not my intention, Duan Lingwu clarified. However, Suyu had little interest in deciphering his true meaning, nor did she dare to speculate excessively. Reflecting on his mention of at least 2 months, she calculated in her mind, in 3 days, she would retrieve the medicinal herbs from the Rejuvenation Manor and then proceed to the Divine Healer Valley to check on Hehe. She had intended to visit her previously, but the arrival of this insufferable man had disrupted her plans. Afterward, she would find a way to procure the necessary herbs from the capital, and once the poison was alleviated, she would swiftly take them away. Within these 2 months, Hehe's poison must be resolved. Otherwise, unforeseen complications would arise. The blood lotus in her possession must also be secured soon, as each additional task would only squander precious time. Time was running short. With a sense of urgency, Suyu cast aside her negative feelings toward Duan Lingwu and respectfully bowed to him. Your Highness, I kindly request that you expedite the delivery of what you have promised for the sake of Nuanua. Noting the rapid shifts in her expression, Duan Lingwu silently marveled at how quickly her demeanor could change. Tomorrow, I I shall send word back to the capital and have someone rush it to you. Then I thank your highness, she replied, feeling that her concerns had been adequately addressed, not wishing to linger any longer with this man who sought to take her child. She glanced at the now darkened sky. Your highness, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. Very well, you may go, he replied. As Suyu turned to depart, a commanding shout echoed from outside. Who goes there? Accompanying the inquiry was the unmistakable sound of blades clashing, instantly heightening her alertness. She raised her gaze to Duan Lingwu, witnessing his calm demeanor, and could not help but admire him. Truly, he was a man accustomed to the battlefield, navigating through death with an ease that was not commonplace. Your Highness, do you know who has sent these individuals? She inquired. Duan Lingwu remained silent, his complex gaze fixed intently upon her. Sensing his unwavering scrutiny, Suyu felt a twinge of displeasure. What is with that look, your highness? Do you suspect that I have hired someone to kill you? His previously impassive expression was momentarily softened by a hint of amusement. I am your child's biological father. You would not resort to such measures. I was merely contemplating who might have sent them, but I remain uncertain. Just as Suyu was about to respond, a large hand suddenly encircled her waist, and in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a wide embrace, inhaling the rich scent of sandalwood, her body colliding against a firm chest. Before Suyu could regain her composure, a sharp arrow pierced through the window, narrowly grazing her ear, and embedded itself into the edge of the table behind her. The sight of the arrow deeply lodged in the wood sent a shiver down her spine. Had it not been for that insufferable man pulling her back, the arrow would have struck her directly. Are you all right? The voice of Duan Lingwu echoed above her. Feeling the large hand wrapped around her waist and inhaling the pleasant scent of sandalwood, Suyu finally realized her predicament. She was cradled in Duan Lingwu's arms. Although this was an unexpected turn of events, she found herself genuinely in the embrace of that insufferable man, his grip still firmly around her waist. With a sudden push, she distanced herself from him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Thank you, your highness, for your assistance. I am unharmed. Just then, a resounding crash interrupted her words as the window was shattered from the outside, and a group of 7 or 8 individuals clad in black leapt into the room, brandishing knives and charging towards them. Be careful, Duan Lingwu exclaimed, immediately pulling Suyu behind him to shield her as he engaged in combat with the assailants. Duan Lingwu was remarkably skilled in martial arts. His movements were agile, and his strikes were swift, always seeking an opportunity to counterattack while defending himself. However, Suyu felt a pang of anxiety. Facing a group of armed men unarmed would inevitably lead to her being harmed over time. As she watched the tall figure deftly battling the black-clad adversaries, her mind raced. When the arrow had entered their vicinity, he had instinctively pulled her into his embrace to evade danger. Now, as the attackers stormed in, he once again stood as a protector, setting aside their past grievances. She could not help but admire him. He was not only handsome, but also of noble character. His actions today instilled a sense of security within her. He was a valiant man, a warrior of ironclad resolve, deserving of admiration. How could she allow him to confront the menacing, knife-wielding attackers alone while she cowered behind him? Resolutely, Suyu drew a dagger from her bosom and plunged into the fray. If she truly were a delicate damsel, she might justify hiding behind him, but she was not. She was well versed in the art of combat. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Suyu emerge with her dagger, and Duan Lingwu instinctively opened his mouth to call out, only to be captivated by her fluid movements as she engaged in battle. The techniques she employed were refreshingly unconventional. Despite lacking any internal energy, her strikes were decisive and lethal, aimed directly at the vital points of her foes. Duan Lingwu was eager to observe her technique closely, but with the chaos of battle surrounding them, there was little opportunity for such contemplation. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Glancing sideways, Duan Lingwu saw Suyu successfully slice the throat of one black-clad attacker, and his worries dissipated as he focused entirely on the remaining foes. During the skirmish, one of the assailants hurled a handful of white powder towards Duan Lingwu. Holding his breath, He seized the knife from the attacker and thrust it into the man's chest, who collapsed swiftly to the ground. As Duan Lingwu withdrew the blade from the fallen adversary and resumed his fight, an unexpected pain suddenly pierced through his chest, as if something had burrowed inside and bitten down fiercely. Chapter 39. An unprecedented sense of security, the pain quickly subsided, as if that intense sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. Since the discomfort had vanished, Duan Lingwu did not give it much thought. Soon, the figures clad in black within the room began to fall one after another. Duan Lingwu cast aside the blade he had seized from one of them and turned to Suyu. "Are you unharmed?" he inquired. Suyu shook her head, sheathing the dagger she had just polished. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well. The outside is calm now. You should return. Nuo will seek you out." Observing that Duan Lingwu bore no visible wounds and that his robe remained intact, Suyu emitted a soft sound from her nose before turning to leave. As she departed, her slender silhouette gradually faded from view. Duan Lingwu redirected his gaze towards the lifeless bodies of the black-clad men sprawled across the floor, finally resting his eyes upon the corpse of the one whose throat had been slit. 8 exceptionally skilled assassins had been dispatched. 2 had perished at the hands of that woman, and 1 had been wounded by her before meeting his own demise at Duan Lingwu's hand. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that the mother of his child possessed such formidable prowess. When he initially learned of her slaying of Yin Sanshi, he had assumed that it was the assistance of the individual named Dong Zi that had enabled her. It now appeared that he had consistently underestimated her capabilities. However, the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, Suyu, was timid and feeble, devoid of any martial skills. Indeed, the current Suyu and the legitimate daughter of the Yun family were one and the same. Yet the transformation was so profound that he pondered where it had all gone awry. "Your Highness," Wu Yang's voice interrupted Duan Lingwu's reverie as he hurried in. Upon seeing his unscathed master, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in apology. "My subordinates were detained and could not arrive in time. I humbly request your punishment." "Rise," Duan Lingwu commanded in a calm tone. "Examine these individuals thoroughly." "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Yang complied, bending to meticulously inspect each of the bodies strewn across the ground. After completing his examination, he stood and reported, "Your Highness, they're all death warriors, just like those outside." Duan Lingwu remained silent at this revelation. He raised his gaze to the shattered window. A contingent had distracted Wu Yang and his men outside, while another group had breached the window to attack him directly. Such a division of labor seemed logical, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. The white powder released by the black-clad assailant had briefly obscured their vision, yet they had not fled. Rather, they had pressed forward with a resolve to fight to the death. After much contemplation, Duan Lingwu could not discern what fell amiss. He instructed Wu Yang, "Summon Dr. Jiang and have this place cleaned up." "Yes, Your Highness." After a short while, Dr. Jiang hurried in. Duan Lingwu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, extending his wrist. The doctor understood and sat beside him, placing his hand upon the pulse point to carefully assess it. After a moment, Dr. Jiang withdrew his hand, and before he could speak, Duan Lingwu asked, "Is there anything unusual about my condition?" Dr. Jiang respectfully replied, "Your Highness, your health is robust. Your pulse is strong and vigorous, with no signs of irregularity." "Are you certain?" "Your Highness, the pulse I detected is indeed as such." "Do you feel any discomfort?" "None." Duan Lingwu mused silently, wondering if he had indeed been overly cautious. Perhaps this was merely another attempt on his life, akin to previous straightforward assassinations. Dr. Jiang sat patiently, awaiting any further instructions. After a lengthy silence, he hesitated before voicing a matter that had weighed on his mind for several days. "Your Highness, may I seek out Master Yin?" Upon hearing the name Suyu, Duan Lingwu's brows instinctively furrowed. "What business do you have with her?" In response to his master's inquiry, Dr. Jiang replied candidly, "Your Highness, on that fateful day when the young master was drowning, he was beyond saving. Yet, he was ultimately rescued by Yun Zhuangzi. The method employed for the rescue was unprecedented to me. Thus, I wished to seek her counsel. If I could master this technique and disseminate it, it would provide many drowning individuals with a greater chance of survival." Whenever she is available, you may seek her out. No further reports to me are necessary. Yes, Your Highness. In the eastern courtyard, after bathing, Suyu returned to her chamber. Once she had lulled the little one to sleep, she gazed out the window, her mind drifting back to the events that transpired in the western courtyard. The sight of the corpse she had encountered in the yard, coupled with the number of individuals in that room, certainly no fewer than 20, was haunting. Observing Duan Lingji's nonchalant demeanor at that moment suggested he had endured numerous assassination attempts in the past. For years ago, when she first laid eyes on him, he bore significant injuries, having hidden in a cave, presumably fleeing from pursuers. A man of indomitable spirit, she wished for him to experience fewer such ordeals and to navigate life safely, free from harm. Reflecting on how he had pulled her into his embrace to evade an arrow, and later shielded her behind him, a warmth surged within Suyu. In those moments of protection, she felt an unparalleled sense of security. Never before had anyone treated her with such care. Duan Lingwu was the first to shield her and the first to impart a sense of safety. Yet, this very man, who provided her with solace, sought to take away her most cherished treasure, threatening to separate her from her child. Suyu sighed softly, pondering that had she not been pregnant back then, perhaps their paths would not have crossed again. Even if they did, his desire for retribution would have rendered her unencumbered, free from the hesitations that plague her now. He was the father of Nuo, and he, her first love, a fact that could not be altered. Yet, their relationship remained confined to that reality. Staring into the hazy night beyond her window, Suyu felt an overwhelming turmoil within her heart. She yearned for the solace of slumber, wishing to awaken to find it all a mere dream, that Duan Lingwu had never set foot here, nor resided in the western courtyard. Alas, all of this had transpired, and an unseen hand seemed to guide them inexorably forward, compelling them to follow the trajectory of fate, whether they wished to or not. Suyu lamented that if destiny dictated that Nuo would be taken from her by Duan Lingwu, she would defy such a fate and alter its course, even if it meant derailing her own path. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital, within a spacious and opulent courtyard, the candlelight had been extinguished. A woman sat by the window, her somewhat robust silhouette illuminated faintly by the moonlight. A shadow entered the room, and a gentle, middle-aged voice inquired, "Is there news to report?" As this question lingered in the air, an aged woman's voice responded, "Madam, there is news, but it is not favorable." Another failure? The gentle voice betrayed a hint of palpable anger. What are they doing? With so many people involved, why can they not locate the little wretch's residence? "Madam, I have heard that someone is intervening or misleading them, which has resulted in their inability to find her address." "Who is it?" "At present, we do not know. A bunch of inept fools, unable to find a single person." The gentle voice erupted with fury. "Have them continue searching. Indeed, my lady, I shall personally venture into the world of rumors tomorrow, spending silver to procure information. It is imperative that we locate her. However, I must express my confusion." The aged voice quavered with uncertainty. "The young Mrs.'s reputation is tarnished beyond repair, and she has no prospects for a brighter future. Why do you still concern yourself with her?" Chapter 40. The Art of Deception. The gentle voice retorted with fervor, "I am concerned not for her life or death, but it is evident that wretched girl still breathes. The flames of that year failed to consume her, and for years she has toyed with those we dispatched in search of her whereabouts. Calm yourself, my lady," the old servant advised. "It would be prudent not to pursue her any further. The young lady's name is already in tatters. With such a reputation, there is no place for her in the capital, and she cannot return." After receiving comforting words, the gentle voice intermingled with anger and anxiety. "Even if the young lady's name has reached the depths of infamy, I remain troubled daily. She is still the legitimate daughter of the Yun family in name, and I fear she may return to claim what belongs to Jean Xin. Take heart. Regardless of whether that wretched girl returns, the young miss shall be the ultimate beneficiary." "What do you mean by that?" "My lady, consider this," the old voice implored with gravity. "If she does not return, all the privileges in the household will belong to the young miss, with her reputation already sullied by the scandal of elopement. Any clear-minded individual would avoid returning to face public scorn, even if, by some chance, she were to return, the young miss could use the opportunity to cultivate an image of grace and generosity. Thus, there is no need for your concern, whether she returns or not. The young miss stands to gain. The gentle voice brightened with delight. Indeed, you speak wisely. Regardless of that wretched girl's return, it is Jean Xin who will benefit. Therefore, my lady, there is no need for further worry, nor to send out searchers. We must simply prepare for every eventuality. In any case, the young miss will come out on top. Yes, let us prepare for all possibilities. If that wretched girl returns, we shall witness her being drowned in disdain. If she does not return, there will be no one to contest Jean Xin's possessions. As for the master, a few lies will surely instill in him a profound disdain for that wretched girl. The following day, as dawn broke, Suyu rose early. She sat in the courtyard for a considerable time until she spotted Dong Zi entering the yard and quickly waved her over. Duan Zi, surprised to see Suyu already prepared, inquired, "Why are you up so early today, miss?" With the impending task of serving Duan Lingwu as a maid weighing on her, Suyu lamented, "I must rise early to serve others without compensation." Having said this, Suyu composed herself and instructed Dong Zi with seriousness, "Send word to Xiao Yi, requesting he find me a secluded yet decent abode. It must be done swiftly. We must have it arranged within a fortnight." "Miss, what has transpired? Why the urgent search for a new residence?" Dong Zi asked with concern. "Nothing has happened yet. I am merely taking precautions," Suyu thought to herself. Although Duan Lingwu has 2 months, she fears that man might suddenly go mad. So she wishes to secure a place. If that day comes, she will take Nuan Nua away, resolutely refusing to hand her over. Dong Zi, sensing the unspoken pain in her mistress's heart, felt a pang of sympathy. "Miss, I am fine," Suyu interrupted her words and then flashed a gentle smile. "Nuan Nua has yet to awaken. I shall head to the western courtyard. Please keep an eye on things." "Of course, Mississippi." After giving her instructions, Suyu departed, watching her slender figure fade into the distance. Dong Zi's heart ached. She had witnessed the hardships the miss had endured over the years. If only she could find someone to shield her from the storms of life, her burdens would be alleviated. The young master's father held a position of great esteem. Initially a commendable choice, yet his presence only intensified the miss's struggles, both emotionally and physically. Upon entering the western courtyard, Suyu's gaze fell upon a familiar figure wielding a long sword with grace. Dressed in flowing white garments, Duan Lingwu appeared ethereal, his movements akin to that of an immortal. He skillfully maneuvered the sword, the blade gleaming with a fierce light, leaving shimmering remnants in its wake as leaves were swept from the trees. Suyu stood at the entrance captivated, her eyes fixated on the man who deftly transformed his techniques. She earnestly committed each of his moves to memory, yearning for the ability to glean some wisdom from his display. At that moment, she wished for multiple pairs of eyes and minds. After a prolonged observation, Duan Lingwu concluded his practice with a graceful sweep and thrust, sheathing his sword before lifting his gaze to the woman who had lingered in silence. "You arrived rather early," Suyu replied nonchalantly, knowing that His Highness, the King of Ling, enjoys finding faults. "I certainly cannot grow thorns for you to pick at." Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingwu immediately seized upon the opportunity to critique. "Suyu, the term common woman serves as a constant reminder to me of how you have deceived me with your falsehoods." He approached a stone table, picked up a neatly stacked silk handkerchief, and wiped his brow while observing Suyu. His cold gaze and slightly furrowed brow indicated his dissatisfaction with her demeanor as a maid. Chapter 41. The Torment in the Study, recognizing the source of Duan Lingwu's displeasure. Suyu understood that, as a maid, it was her duty to offer assistance when her master was perspiring profusely, rather than merely standing idly by. She should either present the handkerchief with utmost care or take it upon herself to wipe his brow. However, regardless of the action, Suyu was unwilling to comply. More precisely, she did not wish to engage in such intimacy, as both gestures implied a closeness reserved for individuals in a personal relationship, not for master and servant. Noticing Suyu standing silently with her head bowed, Duan Lingwu discarded the handkerchief and strode away, calling over his shoulder, "Yin Suyu, come in and attend to my breakfast." Yin Suyu followed him into the hall, where an array of exquisite dishes had already been laid out on the table. Duan Lingwu entered and sat down, casting a glance at the silent Yin Suyu by the table. "Prepare my meal." "Yes, Your Highness, the King of Ling." After responding, Yin Suyu took a bowl and ladled half a bowl of rice porridge, placing it before Duan Lingwu. "Your Highness, please enjoy your meal." Seeing Yin Suyu's demeanor of docility and humility, Duan Lingwu was somewhat taken aback. Since their reunion, she had seldom offered him any warmth. When she had shown respect, it had often been perfunctory. When had she become so considerate? The gentle demeanor before him was quite pleasing to the eye, yet it seemed to lack something. Duan Lingwu cast a glance at the bowl of congee in front of him before raising his gaze to the silent figure of Yin Suyu, who had her head bowed. "Yin Suyu, do you feel aggrieved serving as my maid?" Yin Suyu felt as if calamity had befallen her unexpectedly. This insufferable man, instead of enjoying his breakfast, was looking for trouble on an empty stomach. Adhering to the principle of speaking less and doing more to avoid unnecessary complications, she chose silence. Nevertheless, this man still sought confrontation early in the morning. With the day stretching ahead, she wondered what further mischief he might conjure. With a soft sigh, Yin Suyu followed his lead, attempting to respond. As a commoner, she abruptly halted, having intended to say common woman. But recalling his earlier words about how they reminded him of her deceit, she quickly amended her statement. "Your Highness, you are overthinking. I do not find it burdensome. I have merely never served anyone before and fear I may not perform adequately, thus causing you inconvenience. Not to worry, should you feel inadequate. I can arrange for someone to instruct you properly," he replied. Yin Suyu felt indignant. Why would she ever want to learn to serve others? Today, she was compelled by threat and circumstance to endure his whims. In the future, when a vast world separated them, who would still be at his beck and call? "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I shall not serve anyone else nor require any training." Casting a glance at the untouched congee before Duan Lingwu, she gently pushed the bowl closer to him and, meeting his penetrating gaze, gestured for him to partake. "Your Highness, please enjoy your meal." Despite her apparent eagerness, Duan Lingwu remained skeptical. Although she seemed submissive under the weight of her status, he sensed her underlying resistance. The adage suggests that unsolicited kindness often harbors ulterior motives. What was she truly contemplating? Seeing that Duan Lingwu had yet to lift his chopsticks, Yin Suyu felt an urge to strike him in frustration, her hunger gnawing at her insides. "Your Highness, did you not say you wish to torment me? Skipping breakfast will affect your spirit. To inflict torment effectively, you must first nourish yourself. Please, hasten your meal." Yin Suyu blurted out an array of entreaties for him to eat, while Duan Lingwu's scrutinizing gaze remained fixed upon her, as if attempting to discern her true intentions. "Yin Suyu, you seem quite anxious regarding whether I partake of breakfast." "How could I not be anxious when I am hungry?" she retorted. Yin Suyu longed to chastise this insufferable man. "I arose early without breakfast, rushing to serve you for fear of incurring your wrath, thinking that once you finished your meal, I could finally satisfy my own hunger. Thus, I urge you to eat quickly." At her words, Duan Lingwu suddenly chuckled, realizing that her insistence on him having breakfast stemmed from her own hunger. While he had considered various possibilities for her behavior, he had not anticipated that she was merely anxious from an empty stomach. He smiled gently. "Food is paramount. If you are hungry, you need only express it directly, rather than resorting to such convoluted means." With that, Duan Lingwu no longer waited for Yin Suyu to serve. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, his pace swift, yet his manner refined. Yin Suyu stood beside the table, inwardly lamenting that this insufferable man had finally begun to eat. It was her first time observing someone dine while standing. All of this was due to him, and she wished time would hasten its passage, allowing her to leave with her child and no longer be shackled by his presence. After a brief moment, Duan Lingwu set down his chopsticks and declared, "This king has had his fill. The pastries are yours to enjoy. After you have finished, proceed to the courtyard, for I have a new task for you." Without waiting for Yin Suyu's response, Duan Lingwu rose and strode away. observing the three exquisitely crafted pastries untouched on the table. Yin Suyu sat down without hesitation and began to eat. With several pieces of the flaky, smooth pastries consumed, her previously empty stomach finally felt content. These delicacies were not made by the villagers. They must have been prepared by his subordinates. Yin Suyu mused that although he was indeed detestable, his attendants produced remarkably delightful pastries. After satisfying her hunger, Duan Lingwu led Yin Suyu to a makeshift study fashioned from the western wing of the residence. Contemplating her impending ordeal, she reasoned that tormenting someone in a study would likely involve grinding ink or copying texts, both of which posed no significant challenge for her. Duan Lingwu seated himself at the writing desk and observed Yin Suyu, who appeared lost in thought. This king wishes to practice calligraphy. Come and grind the ink, he instructed. Very well, she replied, stepping forward. Standing beside Duan Lingwu at the relatively narrow desk, she regretted not purchasing a larger table from the village. The desk was so short that there was scarcely a foot of space between them, and Yin Suyu could distinctly detect the subtle fragrance of sandalwood emanating from him. Uncomfortable with such proximity, she shifted the inkstone away slightly. Duan Lingwu, noticing her movement, spoke in a languid tone. This king does not favor extending his hands too far. You would do well to return the inkstone to its previous position. Realizing that further resistance would only provide him with more reasons to criticize her, Yin Suyu rolled her eyes and silently returned the inkstone to its rightful place. With the inkstone restored, their interaction remained relatively tranquil. Yet this calm was shattered when Duan Lingwu dipped his wolf-hair brush into the ink to make the first stroke. Yin Suyu, the ink is too thick. Cleanse the inkstone and start anew. Yin Suyu had anticipated his criticism and complied with his request. The freshly ground ink was prepared swiftly, but Duan Lingwu, having barely dipped his brush, expressed discontent again, stating, "The ink is too thin, start over." Following his instructions, she began again, only to find that each attempt was met with a new complaint. "The sheen is insufficient, do it again. This type of inkstick is not to my liking, start over. This ink is not what I usually use, begin again. This ink stick has an unusual fragrance, which I do not favor. This ink is too pungent, discard it." In recounting the myriad reasons for her repeated failures, Yin Suyu could no longer recall the specific complaints. All that resonated in her mind were the words, start over. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, she finally heard a different remark from him. This king believes the very first inkstick was the best. She promptly returned to the original inkstick. Observing Yin Suyu, who had been repeatedly dismissed yet remained emotionally unperturbed, Duan Lingwu thought to himself that this woman truly possessed remarkable patience today. He had expected her to grow impatient after 3 or 4 attempts, and perhaps to explode after a couple more. Yet, after a full 11 iterations, she had not exhibited the slightest hint of anger. She remained composed, which caused him to lose his intention to torment her. Yin Suyu ground the ink, observing the contemplative Duan Lingwu, who, instead of appearing pleased at her discomfort, wore a furrowed brow. Could it be that he had not witnessed her moments of despair and cries of anguish, and thus felt this way? "Your Highness, the ink is ready." Duan Lingwu glanced at the ink in the inkstone, as they sat and stood respectively. He had to slightly tilt his head to look at the woman before him. At 25, a mature man, he obviously appeared several years her senior. The events of the past had become immutable facts. What could a man like him change by being obstinate with a woman? Back then, he had truly harbored hatred. But how much of that resentment remained now? As he inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Yin Suyu, Duan Lingwu's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. In the span of today and tomorrow, he would rid himself of the remaining bitterness within his heart. Upon returning from the Rejuvenation Palace, he would no longer seek to provoke her nor engage in torment. After a prolonged silence, Duan Lingwu finally spoke. "Yin Suyu, why are you so remarkably composed today? You have not expressed anger even once." Yin Suyu chuckled at his words. She had become numb to the frequency of his provocations. Not recalling how many times it had been, she was surprised that this man had kept count. 11 times, while she had not crumbled, he had fallen silent instead. "Your Highness, you have quite a remarkable memory to remember the count so clearly." Duan Lingwu, observing her evasive response, gazed at her with a gentle smile. Answer my question. Noting his fixation on this inquiry, and considering the distance between them, Suyu thought to create some space. However, as she attempted to step back, a large hand grasped hers, and the seated man abruptly rose, his towering figure overshadowing her. Suyu, do not retreat. With less than a foot between them, and hearing the undeniable tone in Duan Lingji's voice, Suyu shook her hand free from his grasp and replied earnestly, since I stepped into this place, I have been mentally prepared. If enduring this can lessen the prince's animosity towards me, I shall bear it. Perhaps, in time, your resentment may gradually dissipate. While she spoke these words, her heart harbored different thoughts. She aimed to avoid giving him reasons to find fault while he was present, planning to leave with her child in the future. Whether his resentment faded or not mattered little to her. Even if he harbored hatred for a lifetime, she would not be affected by it, as the mountains were high and roads long. She would remain unseen. Duan Lingji, with one hand resting behind him and slightly clenched, felt as if the warmth of her delicate hand still lingered in his palm. Observing the serious expression on the woman before him, Duan Lingji's gaze grew complex. Their initial encounter had been absurd, and their subsequent meeting had been fraught with unexpected circumstances and negative emotions. Their connection, intertwined by a child and years of accumulated grievances, had led to the present situation. Your Highness, Suyu called out, the ink is drying. The man, momentarily lost in thought, stared at her with a complicated expression that left her feeling unsettled. Breaking his reverie, Duan Lingji cast a deep glance at her before diverting his gaze and taking a seat. He glanced at the ink in the inkstone. You grind the ink. I shall practice my calligraphy. Very well. Yunsu contemplated that Duan Lingji would inevitably find fault, yet to her astonishment, he remained exceptionally benevolent, neither nitpicking nor exhibiting any sarcasm. She stood beside him, observing as he danced his brush across the rice paper with grace. One ground ink, while the other inscribed characters. Absent were Duan Lingji's usual critiques, and an inexplicable harmony enveloped the atmosphere. Occasionally, he would lift the parchment to inquire about his writing. Yunsu had never witnessed such gentleness and warmth from Duan Lingji. During their initial encounter years prior, he had been forthright, and subsequent meetings had either escalated into physical confrontations or veiled barbs. For the first time, Yunsu sensed that as long as he refrained from madness and did not act like a fool, their interactions could indeed be pleasant and relaxed. This rare harmony between them gave Yunsu a fleeting illusion of tranquil passage of time. Such a carefree environment persisted until after dinner. Post-repast, Yunsu gazed at the darkening sky and poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingji, contemplating the conclusion of her day as a servant. Your Highness, it is now dark, and the day has come to an end. May I take my leave? Not just yet, he replied. Upon hearing his refusal, Yunsu queried, Why? Today has clearly ended. There remains one final matter. Before she could inquire about this last matter, Duan Lingji rose and beckoned. Come with me. He led Yunsu into his chamber, guiding her behind a screen, revealing a large bathtub shrouded in mist, indicating that someone intended to bathe. This was Duan Lingji's room, and he intended to bathe while bringing her here. Did he wish for her to witness his cleansing ritual? Yunsu silently cursed the man. As she pondered, Duan Lingji turned towards her from the edge of the tub, commanding, Yunsu, come here. Approaching him, she opened her mouth to speak, but he continued, Your final task today is to assist me in bathing. He extended his hands, palms upturned. Come, help me change. I wish to bathe. Yunsu found it hard to believe that this man truly wanted her to watch him bathe, while he called it serving him at its core. It was simply for her to see him undress. He expected her to remove his garments. As she observed his upraised arms, Yunsu felt at a loss. Years ago, he had vehemently resisted her attempts, yet now he willingly allowed it. Still, she found herself incapable of proceeding. Though she was now a woman, apart from that one occasion, she had not been close to any other man. The thought of undressing a man, especially the only man she had ever been intimate with, was daunting. Seeing her hesitation, her conflicted expression clearly betrayed her emotions. Duan Lingji smirked. Are you feeling bashful? You have seen my body in its entirety before. Chapter 43. What are you thinking? Why is your face so red? Yunsu thought to herself, how can he speak so candidly? yet it feels somewhat peculiar. She had seen his body completely, but that had been under the influence of a drug. Now, she was fully aware. In a state of consciousness, she hesitated to undress a man, especially to the point of requiring him to enter the water, while being scrutinized by his enigmatic gaze. Yin Siyu's hand lingered in the air, unable to descend, and she ultimately let it fall, confessing, "Your Highness, I cannot proceed." Hearing this, Duan Lingji's lips curved into a more pronounced smile. "Yin Suyu, it is the duty of a maid to assist her master in changing attire. If you fail to complete this final task today, I can require you to serve as my maid for another day." Upon hearing such a threatening remark, Yin Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. This man, who had appeared so amiable for a moment, had reverted to his usual demeanor. Very well, it was merely a matter of undressing him. After all, it was not herself who would be exposed. He possessed a striking appearance and an admirable physique. Merely looking would incur no loss. Before she could respond, Duan Lingji pressed on. "If you truly refuse today, you may return to my courtyard tomorrow for just one day, to endure another day as a mere servant." Following his orders and resolving today's matter was a choice any sensible person would understand. Furthermore, she needed to prepare for something tomorrow and had no time to waste lingering with him. Taking a deep breath, she met his obscure gaze. "Your Highness, I shall assist you with your change and bath." With that, Yin Suyu stepped closer to Duan Lingji, extending her hands in a half embrace to begin untying the knot of his waist ribbon. The proximity and the semi-embrace caused her head to lean toward his chest, the delightful scent of sandalwood filling her nostrils. This familiar fragrance momentarily halted her movements. As a maid, she ought not to overthink, yet since encountering this man years ago, she had become especially sensitive to the scent of sandalwood. At this moment, combined with his unique aura, she found the fragrance rather pleasing. After loosening Duan Lingji's waist ribbon, the next task was to remove his garments. With her slender fingers, she deftly undid the ties of his outer clothing. Upon seeing the white inner robe of Duan Lingji, a thought struck her. It was rumored that this Prince of Ling had a penchant for men, disliking the proximity of women, let alone permitting them to undress him. So why was he allowing this today? If it were merely to torment her out of spite, then the cost of breaking his own principles to exact revenge was indeed considerable. Lost in thought, her hands continued their work. The straps of his inner robe were now undone, revealing his broad chest with its smooth lines. As she beheld the prominent scar, the size of a thumb, across his sturdy chest, an uncontrollable image flashed through her mind of him bleeding from his chest and sweating profusely. The sound of Duan Lingji's voice snapped her back to reality. She looked up to find him gazing intently at her, his profound eyes reflecting a complexity she could not decipher, while a subtle warmth graced his handsome features, imparting an almost surreal sensation. Observing the dazed Yin Suyu before him, the unique fragrance she exuded wafted into his nostrils, and her sweet, delicate demeanor stirred within him an irresistible urge to draw closer. As she gazed at her flushed cheeks, Duan Lingji could not help but have those enchanting dreams resurface in his mind. In his dreams, she blushed adorably, pleading for mercy beneath him. While he reveled in such fantasies, he was acutely aware of the distinction between reality and dreams. Though the dreamlike figure before him was within arm's reach, he was firmly anchored in reality. In this moment, he was intent on unraveling the depths of his resentment toward the woman before him. Yin Suyu. Noticing her own rosy complexion, Duan Lingji chuckled softly. "What causes your cheeks to bloom so? Have you been overcome by the warmth of the water?" The moment his words echoed, Yin Suyu snapped back to awareness, realizing that the man was mocking her. She shot him a sharp glare, cursing him silently as she regarded the man whose lips curled in a teasing smile. "Your Highness, the King of Ling, it seems you've misread the situation," she thought, as Duan Lingji leaned in slightly, revealing his broad, muscular chest beneath his loosely fitted garments. "What were you thinking when you undid my clothing? Why do your cheeks burn so?" Yin Suyu found herself unwilling to divulge her thoughts to him. If he were to discover what occupied her mind, he might very well retaliate with fervor. In a bid to extricate herself from this predicament, she raised her hand to loosen his sagging inner robe. "Your Highness, you should take a bath," she urged. Duan Lingji seized her hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you evading my inquiry? He asked, his tone laced with mischief. Suyu sighed inwardly. This relentless man was insatiable. She glanced at their intertwined hands and replied evasively, Nua hasn't he seen me all day? He must be missing me. Your Highness, please go take your bath, so I may return home sooner. Feeling the warmth of her delicate hand, Duan Lingwu tightened his grip, his expression darkening. The fact that she would invoke their child to hasten her departure irked him. With a sudden motion, he pulled her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Startled by the unexpected embrace, Suyu instinctively struggled, but his hold was as unyielding as a vine, tightening with every attempt to break free. Unable to escape, she looked up at him, her eyes wide with indignation. Your Highness, what are you doing? Release me at once. Duan Lingwu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her, refusing to loosen his grip. As he held her slender waist, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Though he had engaged in such actions and dreams innumerable times, the reality lacked the allure of those fantasies, yet it stirred a different longing within him. He yearned to draw her closer still, to hold her tighter. Seeing that he neither spoke nor released her, Suyu took a deep breath. She could not afford to be angry, for that would only incite him further. She realized that prolonging this situation was fraught with risk. Given their close proximity, an unmarried man and woman together could lead to perilous outcomes. She had to find a way to provoke him into dismissing her instead. Determined to incite his ire, she hastily blurted out the first thought that came to mind. Your Highness, I hear you do not favor the company of women and prefer the presence of men. Fearing the man's wrath, Suyu deliberately spoke plainly of his fondness for men. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu's expression darkened. Yet when he caught a glimpse of the slyness flickering in Suyu's eyes, his countenance transformed instantly, even adorned with a hint of amusement. Suyu, who told you that? Noticing that Duan Lingwu was not angry, but rather smiling, Suyu pondered inwardly, thinking that he should be infuriated by such mockery. However, the man's demeanor perplexed her, and she retorted, rumors abound, suggesting that King Ling has a penchant for men. Chapter 44. When it comes to shamelessness. You are more fittingly named than this king. As soon as Suyu finished her words, the hand encircling her waist abruptly tightened, propelling her forward into Duan Lingwu's embrace. Her body pressed against his robust form. Realizing what he had just done, Suyu's eyes widened in shock, and she began to struggle. What was this man doing? She had just been discussing his rumored preference for men, and in the next moment, he had pulled her close. Feeling the proximity, she continued to resist, indignantly exclaiming, Let go of me. What on earth are you doing? Suyu, continue squirming, and you shall soon discover my intentions. Duan Lingwu replied, his tone laced with both warning and jest, alongside a hint of something ineffable. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by his words, yet soon grasped their meaning. Struggling against Duan Lingwu's firm grip, she felt an undeniable sensation pressing against her, growing ever more pronounced. Upon realizing the nature of this sensation, Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she glared at its owner, unleashing a torrent of invective. Rogue, scoundrel, you have no shame. Duan Lingwu, unfazed by her insults, leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear. Suyu, we have long since shared intimate moments. You are well aware of what you feel. You shameless wretch. Shameless. Suyu retorted, to which Duan Lingwu smirked. When it comes to shamelessness, you are far more aptly named than I. Suyu realized he was referring to events from years past, and she secretly cursed him, understanding that this man would never forget that incident, harboring an enduring resentment. What do you intend to do? A foreboding sensation gripped her heart. If he could not let go of his grudge, was he seeking retribution? Duan Lingwu, he commanded, lifting her chin to force her gaze to meet his. Do you feel it? I wish to convey that rumors are unreliable. My affections lie with women. I do not behave in this manner towards men. Suyu felt her cheeks flush from his brazen actions, pressed so closely against him that it was impossible to ignore his imposing presence. Desperate to extricate herself, she attempted to soften her voice. Please, let go of me. As she spoke, she tried to push him away, but Duan Lingwu's grip tightened further. Suyu, if you continue to resist, I shall have no choice but to take you by force to settle debts long overdue. Yun Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at the man before her, speechless. This scoundrel sought to demonstrate his proclivity for women, aiming to dispel any notion of him being a reclusive homosexual. If he continued to indulge in this fervor, her situation would become perilous. Observing Yun Suyu's flushed visage, Duan Lingwu chuckled lightly, remarking, "You once stripped me bare without a hint of embarrassment. Now, I have done nothing, and yet your face is awash with color." Yun Suyu contemplated retaliating, but recognized her inability to match his strength and thus refrained from exerting futile effort. A direct confrontation was futile, so she softened her tone. "Prince Lingwu, please, calm yourself and do not act impulsively." Noticing her sudden submission and seemingly obedient demeanor, Duan Lingwu sighed inwardly. He was fully aware that her feigned docility stemmed from fear of his potential actions. Nevertheless, he eased his grip and created a slight distance between them, regarding the woman in his embrace. Whether driven by a desire for revenge or the influence of those tantalizing dreams, he was reluctant to relinquish her so easily, especially as his body harbored its own desires. Yun Suyu exhaled, relieved that although still ensnared in the grasp of this scoundrel, the pressure on her waist had lessened considerably and the distance had widened. While the proximity to his bare chest remained awkward, it was a far more favorable situation than being pressed against him in a brazen manner. However, her moment of relief was fleeting as Duan Lingwu's voice, laced with a husky timbre, broke the silence. "Yun Suyu, we have already shared intimate moments. I need not conceal anything from you. What you did to me then, I intend to reciprocate in kind." Yun Suyu was taken aback by his bluntness. This man was indeed audacious, seeking to exploit their past intimacy as a pretext for his lewd intentions. It was not difficult to comprehend his motives. He merely sought a legitimate excuse to satiate his desires. Just as she prepared to respond, Duan Lingwu unexpectedly released her. "You may leave now. If you linger too long, Nua will come looking for you." Yun Suyu was at a loss for words. This scoundrel was indeed unpredictable. One moment he spoke of settling debts, and the next he dismissed her. Yet, leaving was a blessing in disguise for her. Otherwise, she would be at a loss regarding her choices. Agreeing to his demands would render their relationship clear-cut, but she could not bring herself to remain with him in a state of lucidity. Grateful for the chance to depart, Yun Suyu made no effort to linger and swiftly exited in silence. As she watched her hurried silhouette vanish beyond the door, Duan Lingwu revealed a cryptic smile. Resolute in his pursuit of what he desired, regardless of the means, he still had the following night before he would depart, and there was much to be accomplished. Meanwhile, at a remote mountaintop far from the manor, a figure clad in a black hat stood silently, gazing toward the direction of the estate. His towering frame was obscured beneath the brim, rendering his features a mystery. A few paces behind him stood another in dark attire, face concealed beneath a mask, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. After a moment of silence, the hat-clad man spoke. "Are you certain that the individual we dispatched has successfully implanted the poison within Duan Lingwu's body?" "My lord, I can assure you with utmost certainty. I have personally verified the corpse that ascended the mountain. The poison is not with him." The hat-wearing man let out a cold laugh. "How splendid! It is not in vain that so many have perished. I shall await the news of his demise 3 months hence." The man in black echoed his sentiment. "My lord, this time you shall undoubtedly have your wish fulfilled. The insect within Prince Ling is no ordinary one. By the time it is discovered, it will be far too late. Even a great, Luo golden immortal cannot save him." The hat-wearing man erupted into wild laughter. "Duan Lingwu, what of your extraordinary bravery? Despite all your efforts to evade death, you have caused the demise of many exquisite beauties. You may disdain the fairer sex, but the insect within you was nurtured specifically to exploit this very trait. By the time the poison manifests, your heart will have been silently devoured by the insect, and you shall await your demise in agony, savoring the torment of heartbreak." Chapter 45. A taste of one's own medicine in the courtyard. Yun Suyu returned to her abode, her cheeks flushing at the thoughts of earlier events. That scoundrel Duan Lingwu was truly shameless. Considering her own body's reaction, she felt as though she had transformed from a mere admirer into a true man. However, if he had no proclivity for men, why did such rumors circulate with such fervor? In the capital, Tales even circulated claiming that someone had witnessed him lifting a man's garments. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she pondered the capital, and her expression darkened. Rising from her seat, she stepped outside, only to see Dong Zi returning with a freshly bathed Nuan Nua. "Mother," Nuan Nua called out, rushing towards her. "All cleaned up," Yin Suyu said, bending down to stroke her son's little head. "Mother, father said he would accompany you today and neglect me, but tomorrow he will take me to practice." "Very well. If your father has time to play with you, then he should. If he is busy, do not disturb him." Yin Suyu had no objections to Duan Lingwu spending time with the child. After all, he was the child's father, and she would eventually take Luo away. It was only natural for them to spend time together when they could. However, his claim of accompanying her sounded insincere. It was merely a pretext to torment her while feigning concern for the child, having treated her like a maid throughout the day, only to later act inappropriately. He would only seek to provoke her, yet their later moments in the study proved to be rather pleasant. "Mother, I wish to sleep." "Very well. Go lie down on the bed. I shall join you shortly." "Okay." Nuo obediently agreed before heading into the inner chamber alone. Dong Zi looked at Yin Suyu and, without waiting for her to speak, inquired, "Miss, what is your command?" "Dong Zi, the Yin family lives too comfortably. Have someone bring them a touch of discomfort, particularly the mother and daughter of Yun Jinxin." "Miss, I shall ensure they are dealt with appropriately. Be gentle. Do not go too far. Just make their lives a little less carefree." Hearing Yun Suyu's request for a light touch, Dong Zi hesitated. Does the miss intend to take matters in her own hands? Yes, Yin Suyu did not deny Dong Zi's conjecture. "Once I settle matters regarding he, I shall pay them a visit. Some grievances cannot be entrusted to others. I must take action myself to feel vindicated." Yun Suyu paused. Isn't Yun Jinxin celebrated as the most talented beauty in the capital? With such a good reputation, let us tarnish it and send a warning to her proud father, making him wait for my return. "Understood, Mississippi. I shall ensure it is done." "Very well, go." As Dong Zi departed, Yin Suyu returned to the inner chamber, gazing at her son, who lay on the bed, his eyes wide open and a smile gracing his face. Any lingering displeasure in her heart was swiftly cast aside. Soon, the candle flames flickered out, and the gentle cadence of the woman's voice intertwined with the child's innocent tones, until the latter's words became drowsy and eventually faded into silence. In the dimly lit room, devoid of the flickering light, Yin Suyu tenderly caressed her child's small face, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips. After a moment, that smile turned to one of helplessness. Despite the striking resemblance between the two faces, the feelings they evoked were starkly different. The sight of Nua's face softened her heart and rendered her gentle, while the thought of that scoundrel, Duan Lingwu, stirred frustration within her, often placing her emotions on the brink of eruption. The following morning, Nua was taken away by Duan Lingwu, and Yin Suyu intentionally avoided any encounter with him, thinking to herself that he would be leaving the next day, allowing them both a considerable respite from one another, which was for the best, sparing her from his madness. From dawn until dusk, she successfully evaded a meeting with Duan Lingwu, and, as night fell, she indulged in a soothing bath. However, to her astonishment, Duan Lingwu did not adhere to the expected course of events. Just as she finished bathing, Dong Zi arrived to inform her that someone from the Ling Wang had come, requesting an audience with her. In the front hall, Yin Suyu saw Wu Yang waiting there and, without preamble, inquired, "May I ask what business His Highness Ling Wang has that requires your message?" Knowing that Wu Yang was a capable aide to Duan Lingwu, she pondered why he had come in person for what she assumed was a trivial matter, and what scheme that scoundrel was plotting this time. Wu Yang slightly clasped his fists in a courteous gesture and replied, "Zhuangzhu Yun, the Wangya requests your presence." Perhaps fearing her refusal, he added, "The Wangya has stated that if you decline, he shall come personally to summon you, along with a discussion regarding the young master." Upon hearing this, Yin Suyu cursed inwardly. That scoundrel was indeed cunning, fully aware she would refuse, and resorted to leveraging Nua against her. Following Duan Lingji's behavior and words from the previous night, she felt a sense of alertness. Summoning her late at night could only mean trouble. Yet, she found herself with no alternative, as Nua was her Achilles heel, and that scoundrel was keenly aware of it. Very well, whatever the matter, she would discover the truth upon her arrival. Even if her suspicions were correct, until the final moment, anything could transpire. With a decision made, Suyu cast a discreet glance at Wu Yang and said, "How could I trouble His Highness Ling Wang to come personally? Let's go." In the western courtyard, Wu Yang led her to the door of Duan Lingju's chamber before excusing himself. Outside the door, she took a deep breath, disinclined to waste energy on guessing. She would soon find out what that scoundrel intended. Suyu pushed open the door and immediately beheld Duan Lingji seated at a table, clad only in white undergarments. He had shed the elaborate crown that usually signified his status, his dark hair merely held up by a jade hairpin, suggesting he had just emerged from a bath. Without the cold, regal crown and opulent attire, he appeared less severe and more amiable than usual. Duan Lingji raised his gaze to the one who entered, his deep eyes swirling with an indescribable fire. The fervent emotions flickering in his eyes stood in stark contrast to his languid demeanor. Suyu stepped forward cautiously, noticing that Duan Lingji's gaze upon her resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat, yet she maintained her composure and inquired, "Might I ask what brings His Highness here?" Duan Lingji remained silent, rising to approach her, circling her leisurely before speaking with a tone laced with evident mockery. "Suyu, on this dark and windy night, a solitary man and woman, what do you think this king seeks from you?" Upon hearing Duan Lingji's blunt expression of his intentions, Suyu felt a surge of indignation. Before she could retort, he continued, "What I desire was made clear to you last night." Internally cursing, she realized that this lecherous man had not acted frivolously the previous evening. He had laid the groundwork for tonight's encounter, satisfying his own desires while seeking vengeance against her. "Your Highness, I implore you," Suyu attempted to reason, "there are myriad ways to settle scores. You need not resort to this. I seek no alternatives," he replied, "but to repay in kind." The determination in Duan Lingji's eyes was unmistakable as he suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, a smirk playing on his lips. "Suyu, you cannot escape tonight." Chapter 46. Tonight, you cannot escape. Suyu forcefully pushed him away, glaring at him in anger. "Do not take advantage of me." Unfazed by her fury, Duan Lingji found inexplicable amusement in her wrathful expression. With a hint of laughter in his voice, he declared, "Suyu, I shall take advantage of you. What can you do about it?" As he reached for her slender waist, Suyu deftly evaded his grasp. The more she attempted to dodge, the more pronounced his smile became. "I have warned you, you cannot escape tonight." With that, he lunged at her again, and a playful back and forth ensued. In the midst of their spirited skirmish, objects around the room toppled, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Eventually, Suyu sent the last breakable item on the table crashing to the ground, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing through the room. As they exchanged blows, Suyu felt her energy waning, each of her attempts thwarted by Duan Lingji, until he eventually restrained her from behind, holding her hands captive in an embrace. "You cannot best this king," he taunted, his deep voice resonating above her. Looking up at him, she glared fiercely, her anger intensifying upon seeing the unmistakable amusement etched on his face. In that moment, she longed to scratch his handsome features, to mar that striking visage. "Release me. You are merely using your superior skills to overpower me. This is nothing short of bullying." Duan Lingji's smile widened at her words, a playful glint in his eyes. "Suyu, you shall not be released tonight. I advise you against resistance. Simply repay your debts." Confused by his words, Suyu sensed that this insufferable man seemed oddly tolerant of her insolence and insults. Casting a sidelong glance at the bed behind her, she realized that this night, she was indeed trapped in a predicament destined to face his retribution. In response to what Duan Lingji had said, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and retorted mockingly, "Has Prince Ling ever encountered anyone who yielded to force without resistance? Wasn't you who once threatened to strike and kill me?" Duan Lingji maintained his amused demeanor, poised to respond, but was interrupted by Suyu's words. How would it reflect upon the esteemed Prince Ling to force a woman? If word of this were to spread, where would you hide your face? For a dignified prince to be compelled by a woman, now that would truly be a matter of disgrace for you. Suyu, who was on the verge of hurling insults, suddenly found her restrained hands released. However, before she could relish her newfound freedom, a powerful force propelled her backward onto the bed. As her body hit the mattress, a tall figure soon loomed over her. Instinctively, she raised her hands to resist. But her efforts were futile. Her palms barely made contact with Duan Lingji's chest. In her attempt to fend him off, the situation only grew more intimate. Through the delicate fabric of her clothing, she could distinctly feel the heat radiating from Duan Lingji's body. Trapped beneath him, the scent of sandalwood clung to him, and her hands remained provocatively pressed against his chest. A flush crept across her face, turning her cheeks a deep crimson, prompting her to hastily withdraw her hands. Gazing down at the flustered Suyu, Duan Lingji observed her blushing visage, and a cascade of tantalizing fantasies flickered through his mind. His voice, now tinged with desire, rumbled, "Suyu, do you know why this prince has been smiling so frequently today?" Suyu, silent and seething with anger, fixed him with a glare. This man had harbored a grudge for years, and now he was poised to exact his revenge. How could he not smile? Noting her dismissal of his inquiry, Duan Lingji took hold of her delicate hands, pressing them into his palms. "I intend to have my way. My spirits are quite buoyant. Are you flaunting your vengeance? Finally pinning your adversary beneath you to reclaim your past?" Suyu shot back, challenging him. Unfazed by her words, Duan Lingji's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he admired her indignant expression, his gaze drifting to her full, luscious lips. With a parched throat, he seduced, "Suyu, just for tonight, if you consent, after this evening, I shall consider our grievances resolved. And if I refuse?" She countered defiantly. Duan Lingji's eyes fixated on her lips, his throat growing drier with anticipation. He chuckled wickedly. "Then I shall resort to force, and our enmity shall persist." Suyu sighed inwardly, contemplating the inescapable cycle of fate. Who could escape the debts owed? Very well. If this would pacify this troublesome man, she would repay him. The first time was to save her life. This time, it was to settle her debts. Let be a means to reclaim her peace. Moreover, this man was undeniably handsome. She might as well indulge in a fleeting dalliance. Resolute, she fixed her gaze on the man who held her captive, intent on exacting his revenge, and declared fiercely, "I hope Prince Ling will honor his word. After tonight, let the past be laid to rest." "I am a man of my word," he assured her solemnly, with her definitive response. A victorious smile spread across Duan Lingji's face as his gaze lingered on her flower-like lips, lowering himself to claim a kiss. Sensing his intentions, Suyu swiftly turned her head, causing his intended kiss to land on her cheek instead. Duan Lingji raised his head, and, just as he was about to speak, he noticed Suyu glaring at him, who spoke first. "Your Highness, the Prince Ling, since this is a matter of settling debts, it should be fair. I have never kissed you, so you should not kiss me either." Duan Lingji chuckled lightly. "If it is a debt, then interest must be paid. To be fair to this prince, kissing you shall be considered as collecting some interest." Without waiting for Suyu to retort, he lowered his head and captured her delicate lips, indulging in a fervent kiss. Suyu silently cursed him, thinking how unreasonable this man was. His kissing technique was more akin to biting than kissing. Yet soon, it seemed as if Duan Lingji had an epiphany, transitioning from savage bite to a passionate embrace. His tongue invading her mouth with the ferocity of a bandit, claiming territory with unabashed dominance. Initially, Suyu found herself internally mocking him. However, as the kiss deepened, she gradually succumbed to a dizzying haze. After a lengthy moment, Duan Lingji finally released her lips, now flushed and glistening, and began to trail kisses down her neck and collarbone, continuing his descent. His large hand slipped beneath her garment, roaming freely and caressing her porcelain skin. Suyu shivered under the touch of his calloused hands, instinctively wrapping her arms around the head that rested upon her chest. In a dazed state, she suddenly felt a chill as the last piece of her clothing was stripped away, a heated body pressing down upon her, causing her to startle awake. "Suyu, who am I?" he asked, his voice thick with desire. Seeing the intense fire in his eyes, she was at a loss for words. This question was truly infuriating. With a huff, she replied, "Princeling Duan Lingji, you dog of a man." Chapter 47. The dogman's ruthlessness as her words fell. Duan Lingji's voice turned low and laden with desire. "Suyu, dare to call this prince a dog, and you shall pay the price." With that, he took action. Suyu winced in pain, her brow furrowing, and just as she was about to unleash a tirade, her mouth was abruptly sealed by his kiss. This time, Duan Lingji's kiss was gentle, and his movements surprisingly tender. He was not typically a gentle person, and this behavior seemed to be an attempt to soothe the one he had hurt. To her surprise, she found herself being treated with such tenderness by this dog of a man, and her tension began to dissipate. Sensing that Suyu was truly beginning to adapt, Duan Lingji unleashed his primal instincts. Inhaling her familiar fragrance, he watched her blossom beneath him like a delicate flower. The countless enchanting dreams he had once experienced intertwining with this moment, extending the ecstasy and satisfaction from dreams into reality, igniting a fierce desire to possess her completely. Suyu sensed his raw intensity, almost as if he were intent on overwhelming her completely, a fierceness that surpassed even his past self. She couldn't help but wonder if he had been this reckless back then. Would her antidote have worked more swiftly? Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, she realized that had he not been so wounded, she might never have had the chance to approach him at all. She would have likely been cast aside before even getting close, let alone consider him as an antidote. Had she not encountered the injured him, allowing her to become the antidote he needed, she would have perished upon her arrival in this world, returning home in a blaze. Suyu, with a hoarse voice, addressed Duan Lingji. Given the circumstances, how can you still be distracted by other thoughts? It seems you are dissatisfied with my strength. Suyu thought. This wretched man was on the verge of breaking her bones, yet still dared to utter such words. She wanted to curse at him, but as soon as she opened her mouth, he silenced her, taking full advantage of the moment. Time passed unmeasured as Suyu gazed at the drenched Duan Lingji, her fingertips unconsciously scratching his back. After what felt like an eternity, Duan Lingji finally lay still, gradually coming back to his senses from the haze of desire. Reflecting on her body's reaction, Suyu felt a sense of moral decay. However, she dismissed the embarrassment. She was now a mature woman, and having desires was a natural instinct. Moreover, this man was exceptional in every regard. It was only natural to succumb to the allure of desire. With a firm shove, Suyu pushed the heavy man off her. It's done, get off. Ignoring her discomfort, she sat up to retrieve her discarded garment from the bedside. Duan Lingji, having been forcefully pushed aside, did not retaliate. As he observed Suyu reaching for her clothes, he embraced her from behind, tossing the garment aside. Are you leaving? Suyu turned her head, her tone sharp as she retorted, Your Highness, have you finished? Am I to stay and share your bed until dawn? Hearing her acerbic tone and noticing the marks he had left on her silky skin, he chuckled softly. Who said this king is done? Suyu thought to herself. Although she lacked extensive knowledge on the subject, she understood the basics. Just as she pondered, Duan Lingji swiftly pushed her down once more, leaning over her with an imposing presence. Suyu, this king shall not let you off easily tonight. Prepare to truly feel whether I am finished. With that, he silenced her protests, pressing his lips against hers. Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment as her mouth was captured. What on earth had this man consumed? He had clearly reached his peak moments ago, yet in such a brief time, he had regained his vigor and was relentless in his pursuit. Suyu endured the torment. Each time she attempted to voice her grievances, Duan Lingji seemed to anticipate her, rendering her speechless. Eventually, Suyu lost track of time, unaware of how many times Duan Lingji had turned her over. Just as she felt on the brink of being torn apart, Duan Lingji finally concluded his fervent endeavors. Sweat beaded on his forehead, droplets cascading down his handsome visage, landing on the chest of the woman beneath him, marked with bruises. Gazing at her flushed cheeks and resentful eyes, Duan Lingji smiled broadly, choosing not to press his weight upon her, but instead lying beside her, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Suyu, let this be the end for tonight. I shall spare you. Suyu lifted her gaze to meet his, feeling her lips tingle and her body ache, particularly below, a mix of pain and discomfort. She longed to tear apart the face of this wretched man. Why is it that the one who feels sorrow is herself, while he appears so well-fed and radiant? His lips a shade of red more vivid and alluring than any woman's lipstick? Observing the stark contrast between them, Suyu felt a wave of displeasure. Does His Highness, Prince Ling, believe that sparing me is an act of mercy, expecting my gratitude for his magnanimity? Duan Lingji remained silent, the slight arch of his brows betraying his current mood. Suyu rose, enduring her discomfort as she picked up the garment strewn across the bed. Suddenly struck by a thought, she glanced back at the man who was fixated on her, and without hesitation, lifted one of his garments to drape over his head. Your Highness, it would be wise to shield your eyes. With that, Suyu swiftly donned her clothes, and, as her toes touched the ground, a sharp pain surged through her lower body, prompting her to gasp softly. That wretched man, truly ruthless. Hearing her muttered curse, Duan Lingji tugged at the garment covering his head, just in time to catch sight of her brow, furrowed in pain, and her peculiar gait. In an instant, he understood the source of her discomfort. He intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, she turned abruptly, halting in her tracks. Confronted by the sight of the man languidly seated at the head of the bed, his upper body exposed, Suyu furrowed her brows and spoke coldly. I hope His Highness remembers his words. We are now even. Noting that Suyu had not forgotten their agreement, Duan Lingji replied with firm conviction. This prince has always honored his word. Upon hearing his assured response, Suyu silently turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Lingji's lips curled slightly. The debt was paid, but the interest remained. As long as he wished, the interest could accrue further. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of satisfaction as he donned his inner garments. But just as he was about to tie his sash, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his heart. The unexpected agony compelled him to clutch his chest. The sensation was familiar, having struck him twice earlier, albeit with lesser intensity, as he had been too consumed by desire to notice. Before he could ponder further, the intense pain surged again, accompanied by a wave of uncontrollable blood rising in his throat, a metallic sweetness spilling forth. A mouthful of blood escaped him, and realizing the gravity of his condition, Duan Lingji called out, Someone! Chapter 48. The onset of poison. As soon as Duan Lingji's words fell, Wuyong swiftly appeared at the door. Upon seeing his master spitting blood, he dashed to Duan Lingji's side. My lord, what has happened? Without waiting for a response, he shouted towards the outside. Quickly, summon Dr. Jiang. Wuyong's expression was fraught with urgency, yet he maintained a level of composure in his actions. Dr. Jiang arrived promptly, and upon witnessing the still wet blood on the ground and the stains at the corners of Duan Lingji's mouth, he grasped the severity of the situation. Dr. Jiang, please attend to the prince. Dr. Jiang approached the bedside and took Duan Lingji's pulse. After a brief moment, his eyes widened, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Wuyong, standing nearby, watched the changing expressions on Dr. Jiang's face, his own heart tightening with concern. After a moment, Dr. Jiang withdrew his hand. Duan Lingji had been observing the doctor's demeanor from the outset, and seeing his serious countenance, he already understood that this matter was indeed grave. Pray tell, what is the reason for this, my lord? The prince inquired. Lord Jiang paused for a moment before responding. It is a curse. A curse? Duan Lingji expressed his astonishment. He had suspected poison, yet never anticipated it to be a curse. Wuyong, overhearing this, felt a chill run down his spine as he thought of the recently departed Suyu. He exclaimed, My lord, could this curse be the doing of the master of Yin? I shall bring her forth for a thorough interrogation at once. As Wuyong made to leave, Duan Lingji's voice rang out sharply, Come back. Wuyong halted, bewildered. My lord, why is that? Since the master of Yin departed, you have been in this state. She is the prime suspect for cursing you. Lord Jiang regarded Wuyong with a look of disdain, as if he were a stubborn fool. Any man, regardless of his romantic experiences, should recognize the lingering scent of intimacy in the chamber. How could this dimwit fail to perceive such a detail? Moreover, the prince's countenance suggested he had recently experienced the joys of companionship. Furthermore, if it were indeed the master of Yun who cast the curse, there would be no reason for her to engage in such intimate acts with the prince. Regrettably, this obstinate fool had not considered these aspects. Just as Lord Jiang was about to voice his thoughts, Duan Lingji preemptively dismissed Wu Yang's theory. It was not she. Upon saying this, Duan Lingji turned his gaze to Lord Jiang. What sort of curse have I fallen victim to? My lord, Lord Jiang replied with a look of remorse. I possess but scant knowledge of curses. I understand only that this one exerts a profound effect on you. Typically, its symptoms manifest in advance, allowing for intervention. However, upon you, once it activates, death will come within 2 days. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang grew frantic. If the symptoms have already begun, his words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. Duan Lingji's expression darkened. How many days do I have left? Lord Jiang hastily clarified, My lord, you still have at least 2 months. This curse was crafted to exploit your particular inclinations. The rumors of your disinterest in women were precisely what allowed your adversaries to ensnare you with this curse. A man who shuns women would naturally not engage in intimate relations, and thus, once the curse enters your body, it feeds on your heart's essence. After 2 months, it will reach a critical point at which it will consume your heart, leading to swift demise, which even the most divine beings cannot prevent. As he spoke, Lord Jiang's expression softened. You are indeed fortunate, my lord. The one who cast the curse failed to anticipate that you would engage with a woman. The desires that arise during such encounters will disturb the curse, and the stronger the desire, the sooner it will activate. Duan Lingwu was taken aback. His adversary had indeed plotted with great care, nurturing this curse specifically for him. Yet, they had miscalculated. Not only had he shared an intimate moment with a woman, but his heightened desires had inadvertently triggered the curse early, granting him a reprieve. Duan Lingwu contemplated revenge against the woman, as well as the fulfillment of certain desires he wished to impose upon her, not realizing that these very actions had preserved his life. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the unpredictability of fate as he lifted his gaze. Lord Jiang, is there any way to dispel this curse? Dr. Jiang, upon hearing this, was filled with remorse. Your Highness, it is my inadequacy that I cannot dispel this curse. However, the renowned physician Meng from the Divine Healer Valley possesses exceptional medical skills and extensive knowledge. He should be able to provide a remedy. The Divine Healer Valley is merely half a day's journey from the revitalization manor. Your Highness may wish to proceed there first. If this curse remains unresolved, do I face a perilous fate in the coming days? Your Highness, he continued, for a considerable duration, I have refrained from speaking indiscreetly, but for the past 3 or 4 days, the curse only manifests lethally if one engages in intimate relations with a woman. Otherwise, though it may cause discomfort, it is not fatal, yet your Highness must endure some pain. Wu Yang, having overheard their conversation, glanced at the dried bloodstains on the ground, feeling a chill of fear. Had it not been for the intimate encounter between the prince and Master Yun that night, triggering the curse within him, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that the prince had been cursed until it was too late. Reflecting on the entanglement between Suyu and Duan Lingwu, Wu Yang sighed. It seemed as if fate had predestined their connection, having saved each other once years ago and perhaps again in the future. Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Duan Lingwu promptly made arrangements. We shall first visit the revitalization manor and attend to matters there before heading to the Divine Healer Valley. Very well, Your Highness, Wu Yang responded, but the individual responsible for the curse is likely linked to the assassination attempt from a few days ago. Recalling the overlooked pain he had felt during that attack, he surmised that the curse had already begun to take root within his body at that time. Indeed, Duan Lingwu replied in a calm tone. Wu Yang expressed his concern. Your Highness, the curse is a unique affliction from the southern wilderness. If they are involved in this matter, should we not gather our forces and increase our defenses against the south? There is no need for heightened defenses. Duan Lingwu replied sternly. Let's maintain the current status quo. The southern wilderness is vast. It is improbable that they can unite as one. If some individuals choose to ally with others, that is a possibility we must consider. Acting rashly may provide an opportunity for those with ill intentions to exploit our vulnerabilities. Until we obtain concrete information, we must refrain from any hasty actions. Inform the subordinates to remain vigilant and prepared. No actions should be taken without my command. As you wish, Your Highness. After dismissing Wu Yang, Duan Lingwu gazed pensively out of the dark window. It was impossible for Suyu to sever their ties. From her first encounter years ago to the present, their intertwined fates seemed preordained. He had saved her then, and today she had indirectly saved him. Their lives were destined to remain intertwined. In the east courtyard, Suyu luxuriated in a spacious and comfortable bathtub. the floating red petals concealing her graceful form beneath the water. Dongzi entered carrying a bucket of hot water, carefully pouring it into the tub. Observing Yun Suyu resting against the rim with her eyes closed, she approached and gently massaged her shoulders. Yun Suyu lifted her hand to rest on the rim of the tub, noticing the bruises on Dongzi's arms. "Miss, what deep-seated grudge do you hold against the prince that he treats you so disregardfully?" With a resigned smile, Yun Suyu replied, "My grievances with him pertain to matters of the heart." As Yun Suyu reminisced about the past, she recalled her journey to Ling City 4 years ago. The Zhang family had conspired to drug her in Taizhou, arranging for 2 beggars to tarnish her reputation outside the city. After injuring the 2 men, she fled to a cave where she encountered a severely wounded man. Under the influence of an aphrodisiac, she required someone to serve as an antidote, and with only the 2 of them present, she forced him to become her remedy. Did you know that the man was the esteemed Prince Ling at that time? Yin Suyu shook her head. I had no idea. He was merely the antidote in my eyes. I only learned of his identity after he arrived at the manor. Upon hearing Yin Suyu's words, Dongzi understood the situation. No wonder Prince Ling treats you poorly. The nature of your entanglement is quite unexpected. She pondered the implications. How a prince, in a moment of vulnerability, was forced by a woman, an act that not only disrespected his status, but also undermined his masculine dignity. Recalling the fierce and ruthless expression on Duan Lingji's face upon recognizing her, Yin Suyu sighed. His disdain for me was not merely a matter of attitude. After he identified me, he initially intended to kill me out of vengeance, only to abandon that thought for Nua's sake. However, while he spared my life, he constantly seeks ways to torment me or provoke my discomfort. Understanding the history between them, Dongzi remarked, though you bear some responsibility. You were under the influence of the drug at the time, and as a man, Prince Ling should not treat you so. I forced him then, and now he acts out of a desire for revenge. At this point, we are even. Sensing a sense of resolution in Yun Suyu's tone, Dongzi was somewhat surprised. She observed the evident marks of intimacy on Yun Suyu's body. Miss, how can you not harbor resentment towards Prince Ling for his treatment of you? Do you not despise that scoundrel? Yun Suyu contemplated her feelings. While she felt anger when threatened by him, she did not harbor hatred. Aside from their entanglement, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Regarding the events of that evening, she initially felt reluctant, but later found enjoyment in the experience. After the passionate encounter, she sometimes felt irritated and wished to express her frustration, yet hatred was absent. As for Dongzi's inquiry, Yin Suyu shook her head. I may be infuriated by his cruelty, but I do not hate him. I owe him this. The debt has been repaid, and I feel a sense of relief. Dongzi was momentarily at a loss for words, finding it difficult to judge the two. The prince, in pursuit of revenge, had forsaken his identity to force a woman, while the woman herself bore no resentment towards him. Suddenly, Yin Suyu remembered something important. Dongzi, please prepare a bowl of contraceptive soup for me tomorrow morning. Of course. Mississippi. The next morning, Yin Suyu accompanied Nua in practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Before they began, she saw Duan Lingwu appear at the entrance. He was clad in a silver-gray robe, a color that was inconspicuous, yet the noble demeanor and striking looks of the man made him impossible to overlook. Even a mere glance would leave an impression. Upon seeing Duan Lingwu, Nua joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy." Duan Lingwu embraced the little one, showering him with instructions, while Yin Suyu deliberately averted her gaze, choosing not to observe the father-son interaction. At that moment, Dongzi entered the courtyard with the medicinal soup, placing the bowl down and offering a respectful bow to Duan Lingwu before departing. Duan Lingwu, after instructing Nono to play by himself, approached Yin Suyu. He gazed at the bowl of medicinal soup, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, his thick brows furrowing slightly. What kind of medicine is this? Yin Suyu lifted her eyelids to glance at him and replied truthfully, "It's a contraceptive potion." The mere 3 words made Duan Lingwu feel exceedingly uneasy. He wished to dissuade her, but found himself without the authority to do so. This medicine is cold and detrimental to one's health. You must refrain from consuming it in the future. In the future, Yin Suyu mused, she would certainly not require it again. Without a man, she would no longer need to engage in the activities of the previous night, rendering this medicine unnecessary. Your Highness, Prince Xieling, I will not need this medicine anymore, she declared, lifting the bowl and holding her breath as she downed the concoction in one gulp. Her tightly knitted brows betrayed her distaste for the bitterness of the medicine. Upon setting down the bowl, she noticed Duan Lingwu still lingering, and she thought to herself, isn't this man supposed to be leaving soon? What's he still doing here? Once he departs, I shall also take my leave. Your Highness, are you not departing today? One should leave early, she prompted. Duan Lingwu recognized that Suyu was urging him to take his leave. However, even with this knowledge, he could not voice much, for time was indeed of the essence. It would suffice to discuss matters regarding the child upon his return. He contemplated offering her some advice, but reflecting on the sturdy, sharp-eyed farmers back at the estate, he ultimately refrained. Over the years, she and their child had managed quite well without his presence. Duan Lingwu gazed intently at Suyu, recognizing that she was the mother of his son. She possessed the allure of a mature woman, the resilience of a mother, and at times, the innocent charm unique to a young lady, even when they exchanged fierce glances. Her multifaceted nature intrigued him. He understood that what he had witnessed was but a fraction of her essence. The people at the estate were not to be trifled with. Without some skill and cunning, one could not maintain order there. Yet, he had ample time to learn more about her in the future. Noticing Duan Lingwu's unwavering stare, Suyu furrowed her brow. Why does this man not leave and continues to fixate on me? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Duan Lingwu spoke leisurely. Suyu, I shall be departing shortly. Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly replied, I wish you a safe journey, Your Highness. Duan Lingwu's brows knitted together, surprised by her eagerness for him to leave. With a frown, he approached her, and Suyu's mind raced with speculation, wondering what this man intended to do next. In the next instant, her hand was suddenly seized, and before she could utter a word, a small porcelain vial, no larger than a thumb, was thrust into her palm. What is His Highness doing? She inquired, glancing at the vial in her hand, and then looking up at the man before her, puzzled. Suyu, Duan Lingwu replied, his eyes momentarily betraying discomfort. This ointment can alleviate pain when applied to the affected area. You should use it. The moment he spoke, Suyu's confusion dissipated, replaced by a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Was this man actually being considerate, or was he merely here to mock her? Observing her face flush, Duan Lingwu's previously tense brows relaxed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without uttering another word, he turned to leave. But not far into his departure did he hear the soft murmur of her discontented remarks behind him. The man masquerading as a virtuous individual cannot alter the fact that he is the true culprit. Chapter 50. The child blocking the path to the divine physician's valley. As Duan Lingwu departed, Suyu could only perceive his upright silhouette, oblivious to the gentle smile that graced his lips. After a considerable time, once she confirmed that Duan Lingwu had taken his leave from the manor, Suyu summoned Dongzi. Miss, are you preparing to set off? Suyu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the small figure practicing horse stances not far away. With a heavy heart, she instructed, Dongzi, during my absence, please take care of Nono. I feel assured knowing you will be by his side. Rest easy, Mississippi. I shall look after the young master diligently. Yes, once I acquire the medicinal herbs, I will visit the divine physician's valley. I had initially promised Nono to take him to see his sister, but the presence of the Ling King poses a significant variable. I do not dare to take him there lightly, lest we expose he. Additionally, I must travel to the capital to procure other herbs, striving to restore He's health before the Ling King's case concludes. This journey may take some time, and if Nono becomes upset, please comfort him well. Upon hearing Suyu's words and observing the reluctance and helplessness in her eyes, Dongzi spoke resolutely, Miss, do not worry. I will care for the young master and await your healthy return with the young miss. As a mother, Suyu dreaded the thought of parting from her child. If for the sake of her child's well-being, she felt compelled to leave. Her final admonitions were filled with concern solely for her children. After a solemn farewell, she turned to leave, pausing at the gate to cast a lingering glance at the small figure in the courtyard, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, despite her reluctance, she had to depart, for another child awaited her. Only by regaining her strength could their family truly reunite and never part again. Yin Suyu composed her emotions and hastened towards the manor's entrance. At the front of the manor, a contingent awaited her arrival. With an impassive expression, she took hold of a horse held by a tall man, mounted gracefully, and galloped away. The entourage swiftly followed, a fleet of riders hastening from the manor, heading towards the direction of the Rejuvenation Mansion. That night, under the luminous moonlight, a courtyard within the magistrate's residence erupted into flames, smoke billowing skyward. Not far away, in a shadowy alley, Yun Suyu stood clad in black, her face concealed by a mask, observing the inferno. Behind her, 6 or 7 men donned in similar dark attire stood vigil. Before long, a figure clad in black descended like a specter. Without waiting for a greeting, Yin Suyu spoke first. What has transpired? Master, replied the man respectfully, it is another group. They struck before us. Are their intentions known? At present, we are unaware. Yin Suyu felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared their desires mirrored her own. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved, now that the Yin residence is in disarray, let us exploit that chaos to our advantage. The more turmoil, the better for us. Remember, do not engage with them unless absolutely unavoidable, and if conflict arises, do not linger in battle. After imparting her instructions to her subordinates, the group stealthily made their way towards the Yin residence. Soon, in stark contrast to the courtyard that had just ignited, another area within the residence began to emit smoke, with cries of water, echoing incessantly. Yin Suyu gazed upon the expansive mansion, truly befitting that of a governor, with its ample grounds. However, the minimalist decor within the courtyard struck a rather austere note. Contemplating the facade of integrity projected by Governor Injanon, a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of her mouth beneath her veil. These officials delight in superficial appearances, feigning poverty while amassing untold wealth. Such hypocrisy is utterly contemptible. Lost in thought, Yin Suyu entered the study alongside a tall man, signaling him to wait before stepping into the room alone. Inside the study, she cautiously searched by the gentle glow of the moonlight streaming through the window, pressing here and tapping there, all the while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Yet, despite her wariness, she remained oblivious to the piercing, shadowy gaze fixated on her every movement from the corner obscured by the towering bookshelves. After thoroughly exploring all accessible areas, she stood still, scanning for any overlooked spots. Swiftly, she felt beneath the desks and chairs, and when her hand brushed against a recessed area beneath a meticulously arranged writing desk, she discovered a small protrusion. Pressing it, a soft click resonated in the otherwise quiet study. Following the sound, she turned to see a hidden compartment in the wall, approximately 2 feet wide, now ajar. Illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned a box and several book-like items within. A surge of joy filled her as she reached for the box. But just as her hand extended, a gust of wind from a palm strike rushed toward her. "Who goes there?" she exclaimed, a chill running down her spine at the realization that she was not alone. The presence of another, skilled in stealth, was palpable. She sidestepped the attack and caught a glimpse of her assailant, cloaked in a similar dark attire, their face obscured from view. As the pressure of the attack forced her away from the hidden compartment, Yin Suyu braced herself for a confrontation. However, to her surprise, the figure reached for the compartment instead. Recognizing their shared interest in its contents, she swiftly advanced to grapple with them, preventing their hand from reaching further. The ensuing struggle saw them exchanging blows, each countering the other's strikes. As Yin Suyu aimed a punch at her opponent's chest, an unmistakable scent of agarwood wafted into her senses. Missing her target, she found herself momentarily vulnerable as her opponent, in a swift motion, directed a palm strike toward her shoulder. Yet, inexplicably, the blow halted just before contact. Seizing the opportunity presented by this momentary hesitation, Yin Suyu quickly grasped the box from the hidden compartment. Meanwhile, her adversary, noticing her singular focus on the box, hastily gathered the book-like items into their own embrace. Just as she prepared to retreat with her prize, a thunderous voice echoed from outside. "Who dares to intrude upon my study?" The study door was forcefully kicked open from the outside, and the lean figure of the governor, Injanon, in his 40s, strode in accompanied by 2 guards. Upon spotting the 2 cloaked figures within, he bellowed, "Seize these thieves at once." Suyu, sensing the precariousness of her situation, swiftly darted to Injanon's side and struck at the nape of his neck with a palm strike. In the next instant, she crumpled to the ground, as did his two guards. A fleeting glance at the cloaked figure revealed his remarkable speed. Having incapacitated one, the others were effortlessly subdued by him. Had she continued to engage him, she would have surely met with misfortune. With the obstructions removed, Suyu cast a wary glance at the cloaked man before hastily exiting the study. Following her, the cloaked figure also departed, leaping onto the wall and vanishing into the moonlit night after a few agile bounds. The following morning, Duan Lingwu rode in haste with 5 or 6 companions, arriving at a serene valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers around noon. As they passed through the broad entrance of the valley, Duan Lingwu, who had been leading the charge, abruptly pulled on the reins, bringing his steed to a sudden halt. The others, initially puzzled, soon understood the reason. A child clad in a pink dress had positioned herself in the middle of the road, half-crouched and seemingly absorbed in her own activities. Chapter 51. A father-daughter encounter. The horses whinnied in protest, yet the child remained unfazed, not even lifting her head. Duan Lingwu dismounted and approached, curious about why the little one would place herself in such peril. As he drew nearer, he saw her tiny hands clasped in front of her, her body sprawled on the ground, her small head nearly touching the earth, softly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, Hua, don't be afraid." Even as Duan Lingwu stood beside her, the child did not look up, appearing lost in her own world, untouched by the outside. "Little one," he gently called, reaching out to pat her small shoulder. In an instant, her face, which had been pressed to the ground, shot up, and the purple crystal bells adorning her twin buns jingled sweetly. She remained in her previous position, her forehead damp with sweat, yet her rosy cheeks beamed a wide smile at Duan Lingwu, her large, expressive black eyes sparkling with delight. "Uncle, you called me." The sight of the child's cherubic smile sent a jolt through Duan Lingwu's heart. She was exquisitely adorable, evoking an instant fondness. It was unclear how long she had been playing, but her fair complexion bore a few smudges of dirt, which only added to her playful charm. Gazing into her radiant eyes, Duan Lingwu momentarily lost himself in thought. Those eyes, he was reminded of Suyu. Realizing where his thoughts were leading him, he promptly quelled such notions. Her influence on him was undeniably profound. The mere sight of a child brought her to mind. Yet, indeed, those eyes bore a striking resemblance. Perhaps due to his fondness for Nono, Duan Lingwu inexplicably felt a deep affection towards children of a similar age, particularly when one appeared so charming and endearing. He experienced a sense of familiarity with her, even finding it absurdly amusing that she bore a slight resemblance to Nono. Observing the child's sweet smile, he softened his tone. "Yes, Uncle is calling you. Why are you here all alone?" "Uncle, you scared Hua just now." "Hua?" Duan Lingwu glanced around, for apart from them, there was only this child. Looking at her delightful little face, he hesitantly inquired, "Is your name Hua?" "No." The little girl vigorously shook her head, her bells jingling with emotion. "Uncle, my name is Hee, and Hua is it." As she spoke, she stood up, brushing off the dirt from her clothes with her small hands. With her rising, what she had been protecting revealed itself. Duan Lingwu's expression suddenly darkened as he recognized the creature before her, a snake, as thick as an infant's arm. He watched as Hee pointed to the snake, which raised its neck and flicked its tongue towards him. "Uncle, this is Hua. Isn't it adorable?" As he observed the snake's oval, slightly flattened head adorned with black and white patterns, Duan Lingwu's gaze grew serious, and the words escaped him, "The silver-ringed snake." He hastily scooped up Hee, retreating several steps as he regarded the aggressive serpent on the ground. The thought that this little one had been so close to such a venomous creature filled him with dread. If their horses posed a danger, this venomous creature's threat was equally formidable. Gazing at the delicate Hee, Duan Lingwu furrowed his brow, questioning how her family could allow her to wander into such a perilous place alone. His companions were all men, unafraid of snakes. Yet they could never approach one as this child did. Such behavior was chilling to contemplate. This child truly was like a newborn calf, unafraid of the tiger. The highly toxic silver-ringed snake could claim a life with a single bite, yet she called it cute and treated it with such intimacy. He said, bending down earnestly. That is a venomous snake, very dangerous. You must keep your distance if it bites you. Uncle, he waved her small hand dismissively. Hua is my playmate. It won't bite me. Just look. She turned back to the snake, hoping to prove its gentleness, but found it had vanished. Where's Hua? She looked around, spotting a tail disappearing into the grass beside the road, and joyfully exclaimed, Hua, don't run away. Without hesitation, she began to chase after the snake. But Duan Lingwu swiftly grabbed her by the collar. No matter how much she flailed her little arms and legs, she could not break free from his firm grip. Once the snake had slithered away, Duan Lingwu released her, but he was far from pleased. She pouted, blowing air through her nostrils in protest, her bright eyes glaring at him to express her dissatisfaction. As he glared at him with indignation, Duan Lingwu wore a faint smile on his lips. Yet his heart trembled as he noticed how strikingly similar her eyes were to that woman's, especially when she was angry. The resemblance between the woman and this child was uncanny. Duan Lingwu could not fathom why he always thought of Suyu when he looked at this child. He attributed it all to Nuan. However, before he could ponder further, he heard He's furious accusations. Uncle, you let Hua escape. Who will play with me now? Play with a snake? Duan Lingwu leaned down, incredulously observing the irate child, and spoke earnestly. That's a venomous snake. It is dangerous to come into contact with it. If it bites you, the consequences could be dire. But Hua won't bite. It was playing with me. Seeing he persist in her belief that the snake was harmless, Duan Lingwu could only smile in silence. Children are often oblivious, knowing far too little. He reached out to touch the small bell atop her head. The violet crystal adorning her hair tie was a rare treasure, and her exquisite gauzy dress indicated that she hailed from a wealthy family. She ought to have playmates around her. Her presence here suggested she had sneaked out from the valley in pursuit of fun. Where are your family members? Let them play with you. Duan Lingwu attempted to divert her attention, but the little one was far from compliant. She raised her small head to look at him and huffed. Uncle, you resemble my brother, but unlike him, you chased Hua away and didn't bring me anything fun. Curiosity piqued upon hearing her mention of a brother. Duan Lingwu inquired. How old is your brother? His companions, witnessing their master maintaining a pleasant demeanor despite being rebuffed by a child, found themselves pondering the transformation in his patience since recognizing the young master. Yet, they quickly shook their heads, recalling his ferocious demeanor during last night's interrogation. It wasn't that his patience had improved, but rather he exhibited a special fondness for children, especially for one so close in age to the young master. My brother's as big as you. He tilted her small head, her eyes darting playfully. She was not about to reveal that her brother was the same age as her, especially since her mother had said that he would grow up to be as tall and large as this uncle. Duan Lingwu found no reason to be surprised by He's words, for in families with concubines, it was not uncommon for siblings to have a significant age gap. Observing the adorable little girl with her constantly rolling eyes, he felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. Where are your family members? Let them accompany you and play. He disregarded Duan Lingwu's words, as if she had suddenly stumbled upon something entertaining. Her previously furious expression transformed into one of sheer delight as she began to circle around him. Duan Lingwu, puzzled by her antics, asked, what are you doing? Uncle. He replied with a beaming smile. You have something fun on you. Duan Lingwu smiled, finding the child quite amusing. Apart from a jade pendant, she possessed nothing else. Yet she claimed to have discovered something delightful. Pray tell, dear child, what is it? The plump little miss, had not finished her words when a shout rang out from a distance, followed by two more cries. Upon hearing the calls, waved her tiny hands and bounced joyfully. The bells atop her head jingling melodiously. Dongxing, she called out exuberantly. Soon, a girl of about 15 or 16 appeared around a nearby bend, rushing towards with evident concern etched upon her round face. Observing the friendly demeanor of Duan Lingwu and his companions, and seeing her young mistress unharmed and lively, Dongqing offered a slight nod to the group, her gaze ultimately settling on Duan Lingwu, her crescent-shaped eyes widening in surprise. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly averted her gaze back to Hehe, retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe the sweat from the child's forehead, all the while expressing her distress. "Little miss, how could you come here? I was worried sick searching for you." Hehe replied excitedly, "Dongqing, I found Hua today and even played with it for a while. But then uncle scared it away." Upon hearing Hehe mention the snake again, Duan Lingji's expression turned serious, recognizing that this Dongqing was clearly the maid tasked with her care. "Are you the one assigned to attend to Hehe?" he inquired. "Yes, I am the little Mrs. Maid," Dongqing replied, though she was unfamiliar with Duan Lingwu. However, under the pressure of his imposing presence, she felt no need to conceal the truth. As a maid, it was her duty to always stay by her mistress's side. He had close contact with that creature. "Do you realize the consequences if a venomous snake were to bite her?" Duan Lingji's tone was sharp, and Dongqing thought to herself that while her young mistress's affinity for snakes was not alarming, this man instilled a sense of fear with ease. She opened her mouth to respond, but was cut off by Duan Lingji's stern voice. "Your young mistress is still naive and unaware of the dangers that surround her. If you do not keep a vigilant watch, any misfortune that befalls her will be a burden you cannot atone for." Without waiting for Dongqing's reaction, Duan Lingwu turned to Hehe and admonished, "Henceforth, you must always have someone by your side wherever you go, and refrain from playing with perilous creatures." With that, he mounted his horse, casting a lingering glance at Hehe before galloping away, followed closely by the others. As Duan Lingwu rode off, Hehe shouted after him, "Uncle, you have a plump white worm on you. It's so much fun." However, her small voice was drowned out by the sound of thundering hooves, and the departing horseman did not hear her faint exclamation. Dongqing gazed after the retreating cavalry, murmuring to herself, "It is quite normal for the little miss to engage closely with snakes." She felt that the man had been overly concerned. Though she had initially found it unsettling to see her young mistress so close to danger, she soon grew accustomed to it. To Hehe, snakes were faithful companions, yet, for reasons unknown, these companions seemed to harbor a fear of her. As the horseman vanished from sight, Hehe tugged at Dongqing's sleeve, insisting, "Dongqing, I want to find Uncle. He has something fun." Dongqing shivered at the thought of Duan Lingji's expression. "Little miss, that man is quite fierce and may resort to violence." "No, Uncle is not fierce at all," Hehe rebutted Dongqing, shaking her little head. "Let us hurry back. We don't have the plump white bug that Uncle has, and I want him to give it to me." After finishing her statement, she skipped ahead, her petite pink figure appearing even more adorable on the wide path. In the valley, upon learning that Duan Lingwu and the valley master were old acquaintances, the attending apprentice informed the valley master of their current whereabouts and politely arranged accommodations for them. In the guest room, Duan Lingwu called out to the apprentice who was about to leave, "Wait." The apprentice paused and courteously inquired, "Does the young master have any further instructions?" Duan Lingwu hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I have a question for you." "Please, speak," the apprentice replied. "Who does the child named Hehe belong to? Are her family members in the valley?" As he envisioned the rosy-cheeked, delightfully charming little girl, Duan Lingju's question tumbled out. Upon hearing his inquiry, a hint of amusement crept onto the apprentice's slender face. "Young master, Hehe came to the valley for treatment 2 years ago. Her family is not in the valley. She is accompanied only by a maid and a nurse. Her mother visits every 2 months." Seeking treatment? Duan Lingwu was taken aback by the revelation that the lively little girl had come from medical assistance, as she certainly did not appear to be an ailing child. Indeed, the valley master mentioned she had been poisoned and required the valley's hot springs to alleviate her symptoms. She has not left the valley in 2 years. That sweet little girl often brings joy to the valley master, making the otherwise serene valley much livelier. However, her peculiar habits are somewhat concerning. The mention of poisoning stirred an inexplicable sense of empathy within Duan Lingwu. How could anyone be so heartless as to harm such a young child? Reflecting on the fact that she was only a little girl 2 years ago, he felt a pang of sorrow for her. Noticing the apprentice still standing there, Duan Lingwu gestured for him to leave. "You may go about your duties." "Understood," the apprentice replied before departing. Duan Lingwu settled into a chair, slightly tilting his head back. Eyes closed in contemplation. His feelings toward the child were strikingly peculiar, particularly her eyes, which always reminded him of that woman, Suyu. After pondering for a while, Duan Lingwu concluded that perhaps it was because he had just become a father and the child was of a similar age to Nuonyuo, coupled with her endearing appearance, that he felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Having come to this realization, he decided to put aside his thoughts. Weary, he rubbed his temples and addressed Wuchuan, who was waiting nearby. I do not require a large retinue here. Allow 2 to remain, and send the others back to assist Weiyang in resolving matters swiftly. Yes, my lord, Wuchuan replied. Observing the fatigue etched on Duan Lingwu's face, he gently urged, My lord, you did not rest at all last night, and you have traveled a long distance today. You should take a moment to rest. It is of no concern. Duan Lingwu straightened his posture, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness as he contemplated the matters that had been neglected due to his preoccupations. Aside from the account books, what else was lost last night? Duan Lingwu mused, knowing that whatever was stored alongside the account books in the secret compartment must be exceptionally valuable. Last night, he recalled the encounter in the study with the individual who had engaged him. Upon her initial appearance, he had harbored suspicions upon seeing her figure, and only when they clashed did he catch a familiar scent that confirmed her identity. The woman, who was supposed to be at the manor accompanying her son, had arrived there with the same objective as his own, namely, the item hidden in the secret compartment. When she opened the compartment, both assumed that the object of their desires was the same, only to discover that from the very beginning, their intentions diverged. My lord, Wuchuan interjected. Breaking Duan Lingwu's reverie, the item in the compartment is the dragon's spittle Ganoderma. Dragon's spittle Ganoderma, Duan Lingwu murmured. It is an exceedingly rare and precious medicinal herb, so elusive that even the imperial palace, which houses myriad treasures, does not possess it. How did Jinan acquire such a rare gem? Moreover, how did Suyu come to know of its existence there? And for what purpose did she seek it? Could it truly be, as she claimed, a mere passion for collecting rare herbs? While it is understandable that one would desire to possess the dragon's spittle Ganoderma, Duan Lingwu found her intentions somewhat suspect. Wuchuan, keep a close watch on Suyu's movements. I wish to be informed of her whereabouts. Wuchuan, taken aback, responded, My lord. Are you suggesting that the manor's master has also left the estate? Indeed, to be precise, she visited the Yin residence last night. Realizing the implications, Wuchuan's eyes widened. My lord, the other party last night was none other than the master of the manor. Duan Lingwu's silence spoke volumes, revealing the truth without the need for words. Reflecting on their encounters since his arrival in Ling City, he pondered whether Suyu still held secrets from him. Her demeanor, which had been dismissive, could be understood in light of her desire for retribution, yet her eagerness for him to depart before yesterday's events hinted at a deeper plan, a stratagem awaiting his exit. She had concealed from him her visit to the Rejuvenation Manor solely to procure the dragon's spittle Ganoderma. The composure she exhibited while committing her act suggested that this plan had been in the making for quite some time. From her prior request for the Blood Lotus to now coveting the dragon's spittle Ganoderma, it seemed her desires were not merely for collection but held ulterior motives. The esteemed medicinal valley and its rare herbs ignited a fervent suspicion within Duan Lingwu. He was certain that Suyu was hiding something significant from him, and there was a high probability she would come to this place. With this thought, he urgently instructed Wuchuan, at dawn tomorrow, have Wen disguise himself as me and depart. You and Wu Yu will remain behind, along with the others who will accompany Wen. Yes, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements for their early departure. Duan Lingwu mused that if the woman had secrets to keep, she would not dare to show herself if she knew he was present. Only in his absence would she feel at ease to approach. He was determined to uncover the secrets she feared he might discover. Meanwhile, at Rejuvenation Manor, half a day's journey from the medicinal valley, Jinan sat disheveled behind his writing desk, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair, gazing through the window at the distant sky. The elegance and refinement he once embodied had now crumbled into a state of desolation. A slender old servant entered, bearing a meal, and upon seeing the man seated at the writing desk, he could not suppress a sigh. He placed several vividly colored dishes upon the table and respectfully said, "My lord, please eat a little, since you fainted last night and have not rested or eaten since. Even the strongest of bodies cannot endure this. You should at least take a bite." Jinan gazed at the food on the table, his eyes narrowing as he raised his hand and violently swept the dishes to the floor, the room erupting with the sound of shattering porcelain. "What is there to eat? I can barely preserve my life, and yet you suggest food?" He shouted at the old servant, "Leave." The servant, unable to concern himself with the broken dishes, nodded slightly and hastily departed. Jinan stared at the wall of the hidden compartment, his expression despondent. The means to preserve his life had vanished, and he would soon be cast out, taking not only himself but the entire household down with him. No, he did not wish to die. He was only 42, with decades of indulgence still ahead. After laboring to accumulate wealth and beauty, he refused to perish so easily, nor would he resign himself to fate. As he pondered, Jinan gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions. No matter the crimes attributed to him, once he was dead, they would no longer concern him. Reflecting on the old servant who bore a resemblance to him, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He rubbed the jade ring on his thumb, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. The household was filled with people, including his wife and children, yet in this life and death moment, they could do nothing to aid him. No, Jinan rejected this notion. They could die alongside him. Their presence would reveal his resolve against the fear of punishment. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across his disheveled face, for who among the great achievers was not ruthless? Wives and children could always be acquired anew, as long as he lived. He could shed his previous identity, no longer pretending to uphold a sad facade of integrity, nor feigning devotion to a middle-aged wife and a lone offspring. In time, he could have many wives and concubines, surrounded by beauty, with no shortage of children. In fact, if he desired, he could have them in abundance. With his mind made up, Jinan called out, "Come here." A shadowy figure swiftly entered the room, clasping his fists and inquiring, "What is your command, my lord?" Leaning in closer, Jinan whispered in his ear. Though the masked figure's expression remained hidden, the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. "Are you certain of this, my lord? Do not ask anything. Simply follow my orders," Jinan commanded. "Yes, my lord." The shadowy figure withdrew, and Jinan ran a hand through his disheveled hair, contemplating how his current appearance would serve him well in the eyes of others regarding his intentions. With this thought, he dejectedly exited the study, aimlessly wandering through the household. A picture of desolation. Meanwhile, within the confines of an unnamed return of the monarch, Suyu gazed intently at the person before her, slightly astonished. "Are you saying that Prince Ling has gone to the Valley of the Divine Healer?" "Yes, given the travel time, he should have already arrived at the valley by now." Upon hearing this, Suyu returned to her stone bench and sat down abruptly. What if I encounter He and she notices something? Chapter 54. "Uncle, please let me in." Suyu chose not to dwell on the tardiness of her subordinates in reporting Duan Lingji's whereabouts. She presumed that he had returned to the Chuanfu to investigate a case. With Weiyang currently in the city, and last night the insufferable man having retrieved something from the hidden compartment, she thought he would make a significant move. However, he had instead stealthily ventured to the Divine Physician Valley. Before his departure, he appeared vigorous and full of energy, showing no signs of illness or injury, and she had not detected any scent of blood on him the previous night. What could he possibly seek at the Divine Physician Valley, unscathed and unwell? Though she had no interest in the reasons for his visit, her primary concern was that this insidious man might encounter He. He was cunning. Should their paths cross and he perceive something amiss, her heart would be filled with unease. She fervently prayed they would not meet and endeavored to maintain her composure. Siyu reassured herself that the Divine Physician Valley was vast, and Duan Lingji was not one to wander aimlessly. He must be seeking the esteemed physician Meng for an urgent matter, which, coupled with his aversion to aimless wandering, would diminish the likelihood of an encounter with He. Even if they were to meet, He's appearance was not as perilous as Nua's. The little girl bore no resemblance to either of her parents, save for her eyes resembling her own and her nose akin to that of the insufferable man. Otherwise, she was unlike either of them. As long as the little girl did not speak out of turn, even if father and daughter were to cross paths, he would likely remain oblivious. With these thoughts, Yin Suyu's anxious heart began to ease somewhat. With Duan Lingji's entourage present in the Chuanfu, it was unlikely that their leader would linger at the Divine Physician Valley for long. To avoid an encounter between them, she resolved to visit only after his return, allowing for a meeting between mother and daughter without the need for pretense. Yet, recalling the incident at the Yin residence last night, where she had recognized him just as he had restrained his hand, she pondered whether he too had recognized her, prompting him to stop. Shaking off her thoughts, she instructed her subordinates, "Remain vigilant. Should the king of Ling return, inform me immediately." Yes, Mississippi. Furthermore, considering Yin Zhennan, who appeared to be virtuous yet amassed considerable wealth, the items that Duan Lingji had personally taken were likely his lifeline. With such critical possessions in another's hands, he would not remain passive. Ensure to keep a close watch on the governor's residence. Prevent them from extending their reach within, but ascertain the movements of everyone who exits, particularly after darkness falls. Yes, Mississippi. Once her subordinates withdrew, Yin Suyu sat alone in the courtyard, watching the sun gradually descend, a trace of melancholy evident in her eyes. If only he were in good health, their family would surely lead a joyful and contented life. Though raising a child would be arduous, the joy would outweigh the toil. At the Divine Physician Valley, Duan Lingji set aside his tasks, his eyes rimmed with red, fatigue apparent in his demeanor. Glancing at the darkening sky outside, he called out, "Someone." Wu Chuan hastily entered, observing the weariness etched on Duan Lingji's face. "Your Highness, you should take a moment to rest. You cannot continue like this." Duan Lingji raised a hand to silence him, massaging his temples. "There is no need to advise me, for I shall rest once I have consulted Physician Meng." Has he returned? Upon hearing that someone has returned, I instructed my subordinate to invite him in. "No need," replied the prince. "I shall seek the physician personally." With a hearty laugh, Duan Lingji's words resonated, followed by a robust yet slightly aged voice from outside. "Prince Ling, having traveled from afar, it is I who should come to greet you." Recognizing the voice, Duan Lingji rose and made his way to the entrance. Moments later, a slender elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a head full of silver hair and a vigorous demeanor, appeared at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Duan Lingji spoke first. "Physician Meng, it has been several years, and you appear even more spirited than before." Physician Meng burst into laughter at the remark. Stroking his 3 or 4 inches of white beard, his inquisitive gaze fixed upon Duan Lingji's narrow eyes, his wrinkled face adorned with a continuous smile. "Indeed, Your Highness, it has been nearly 8 years. You have matured significantly since our last encounter, especially after your remarkable victory over the Western Song Kingdom. I, for one, never expected to see you again." With his hands clasped behind his back, Duan Lingji expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "In my youth, I vowed never to return to this place. Yet, here I am, compelled by circumstances beyond my desire." In his younger days, Duan Lingji held Physician Meng's skills in high regard, as those who sought him were often on the brink of death, and thus he dreaded their meetings. For such encounters signified dire ailments afflicting himself or those close to him. Upon hearing Duan Lingji's sentiments, Physician Meng's smile faded, and he scrutinized the prince, forming a preliminary judgment. "Your Highness is afflicted with a grievous condition." Duan Lingji candidly confirmed, "Indeed, I have been cursed with a venomous insect, and my current physicians are inadequate, hence my visit." He then relayed the words of Dr. Jiang. Physician Meng listened attentively and replied, "Your Highness, please take a seat while I examine your pulse." Duan Lingji complied, settling into a chair opposite the physician, who subsequently took his hand to assess his condition. After a brief moment, he released Duan Lingji's hand, stating, "Your Highness has indeed been cursed. This particular venom is known as the heart-eating charm. As your physician suggested, had it not been for your recent intimate encounter, the insect's agitation may have gone unnoticed, and you would have faced a swift demise upon its natural onset." Duan Lingji couldn't help but reflect that it was the woman, Yin Suyu, who had indirectly saved his life. "Physician Meng, how can this curse be lifted?" he inquired. Physician Meng stroked his grizzled beard thoughtfully and replied, "The remedy is not overly complex, but requires some effort. The The necessary ingredients will take time to procure. I kindly request that your highness remain in the valley for a few days. Very well, Duan Lingwu acquiesced. As their conversation unfolded, a small, high-pitched voice called out from outside, "Uncle, are you in there?" At this, both Duan Lingwu and Physician Meng turned their attention toward the door, exclaiming in unison, "Hee hee." Before either could respond further, the voice continued, "Uncle, there's another uncle blocking the way. Let me in." Along with the child's voice, the faint sound of jingling bells could be heard. Duan Lingwu called out, "Wu Chuan, allow her to enter." As soon as he finished speaking, a small figure clad in green dashed through the doorway towards him. Upon noticing Physician Meng beside Duan Lingwu, the child beamed a radiant smile and sweetly exclaimed, "Grandpa Meng." Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Duan Lingwu, tilting her little head and cheerfully calling out, "Uncle." Gazing at the soft, delicate little bundle, Duan Lingwu felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He bent down and gently inquired, "What does Hee want from Uncle?" "Uncle, I want a plump, white worm." Upon hearing Hee's somewhat perplexing words, Duan Lingwu chuckled, "What plump, white worm? What did Hee say it is? Uncle will take you to find it." After circling around Duan Lingwu twice, Hee stood before him, grinning and reaching out her hand. "The worm is right here." Before she could finish her sentence, the once cheerful little one suddenly bent over, curling up, her tiny body beginning to tremble violently. Chapter 55. Hee's poison erupts. Noticing something was amiss with the little figure on the ground, Duan Lingwu grew anxious and crouched down. However, the child seemed oblivious to his voice, her small frame shivering even more fiercely. Seeing this, Dr. Meng cried out, "Oh no, Hee's poison is acting up." He pulled out a silver needle while shouting, "Dongqing, come in and pick up Hee." Duan Lingwu's eyes darkened as he reached for the trembling little figure on the ground. Upon touching her, an icy chill surged through him. He paid no heed to the bone-chilling cold and swiftly lifted her into his arms. Holding Hee, he felt like cradling a block of ice. "Dr. Meng, please take a look," Duan Lingwu urged, his tone laced with urgency. Initially surprised to see someone holding the child, Dr. Meng quickly set aside his thoughts and hurriedly pressed the silver needle into several acupoints on Hee's head. As Dr. Meng administered the needles, Duan Lingwu gazed at the little one in his embrace. The cheerful smile that once adorned her face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling stillness. Her dark, expressive eyes were tightly shut, and a layer of frost had formed on her long eyelashes. Holding the faintly breathing Hee, feeling her icy little body, and recalling her earlier joyful smile, Duan Lingwu suddenly felt a pang of heartache, though he could not discern whether it was for the child or his own aching heart. This sensation reminded him of the heart-wrenching moment when Nua was declared beyond saving by the doctor after nearly drowning. Realizing his emotions were somewhat askew at that moment, Duan Lingwu thought to himself that he might be missing his son. "Dr. Meng, how is Hee?" "She is fine," Dr. Meng replied with a calm demeanor, as if accustomed to such situations. "I have already sealed her heart meridian with the silver needle. Now, we need to take her to the hot springs for a soak while I administer acupuncture." "The hot springs on the back mountain?" Duan Lingwu inquired of Dr. Meng. "No, the hot springs on the back mountain were drained 2 years ago. Now," Dr. Meng paused, "Dongqing, quickly take the prince to the hot springs. I will arrange for someone to prepare the medicinal soup and join you shortly." "Yes, your highness, please follow me." Dongqing, who had already entered the room, felt that he finally had a role to play. Upon hearing Dr. Meng's call, he had rushed in when the young lady's poison erupted. However, this man had picked her up before him. Now, realizing the prince's esteemed identity, Dongqing was puzzled, despite having no familial ties to the young lady. Why was he so concerned when she was in distress? However, no one could provide an answer to such questions. Even though Dongqing was curious, she refrained from dwelling on it, for the most pressing matter at hand was to escort the young lady to the hot springs. With utmost haste, Dongqing led Duan Lingwu to the steaming pool. At the edge of the mist-laden hot spring, Dongqing politely requested, "Your Highness, please entrust the young lady to me. I shall take her into the water for her convenience." Without uttering a word, Duan Lingwu relinquished the cold, lifeless Hee from his arms to Dongqing, who, without a moment's hesitation, immersed herself into the water. observing the small figure submerged up to her neck and gazing at her pallid, unresponsive face. Duan Lingwu felt his heart ache anew. Soon after, Physician Meng arrived. Silver needles were meticulously placed upon He's frail body, and within a mere quarter of an hour, dozens of needles adorned her little frame, rendering her akin to a hedgehog bristling with spikes. Once Physician Meng concluded his task and stepped out of the hot spring, Duan Lingwu, who had silently witnessed the entire process, finally spoke. Physician Meng, what poison afflicts he? Upon hearing the inquiry, Physician Meng sighed, Your Highness, it is indeed painful. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, he, still in a state of unconsciousness, whimpered a cry of pain from the depths of the water. At the sound of her voice, Duan Lingwu experienced a fleeting surge of joy. He had awakened. No, Physician Meng solemnly countered, He has not awakened. She remains far from regaining consciousness. If she is to awaken fully, it will not be until tomorrow. Mother, it hurts. As they conversed, He cried out again, her voice filled with unconscious distress. The frost on her small face melted away, replaced by a vivid flush. Mother, it hurts. The transition from pallor to vibrant red was akin to experiencing both ice and fire. It was unimaginable that such a small child could endure such torment. Duan Lingwu was both shocked and heartbroken, especially upon hearing He's repeated cries of pain. He felt as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible force, filled with anguish and discomfort. Duan Lingwu could not fathom the reasons behind this cascade of reactions, yet he could distinctly perceive his heartache, particularly when listening to He's unconscious lamentations. He turned his gaze away from her contorted little face, but her soft murmurs continued to affect his emotions. Physician Meng, why is this happening? As your Highness has observed, He is calling out in pain due to the effects of the poison. She is not awakening, unable to resist. Duan Lingwu glanced back at her distorted little visage. In the swirling mist of the hot spring, she was ensconced with silver needles, akin to a hedgehog, calling out for her mother in her agony. What manner of poison is this? Duan Lingwu could no longer bear to look. Physician Meng, hearing his dismay, sighed in resignation. Your Highness, the poison that afflicts He is known as thousand threads and endless cords. When it manifests, the afflicted feels as though their entire body is ensnared in a frigid abyss. And relief can only be found through the warmth of the hot spring and the application of needles. As the chill dissipates, it is replaced by a searing heat akin to being engulfed in flames. The true suffering of thousand threads and endless cords is the excruciating pain akin to being pierced by countless needles simultaneously. Dr. Meng expressed his heartfelt concern, stating, He arrived here 2 years ago, at a time when she could barely walk. Every 10 to 15 days, she endures this torment, a trial she has borne for 2 long years. Aside from protecting her vital essence during the poison's onset and providing her with some relief through acupuncture, my capabilities are limited to extending the intervals between her afflictions. Duan Lingwu furrowed his brow. You cannot neutralize this poison? No, I can counteract it, but the rare herbs required for the antidote are not easily procured. He's mother has tirelessly sought these ingredients, yet they remain elusive. Without them, I can only alleviate her pain during the poison's onset and ensure her vital essence remains intact. What the child's father was he doing? As he pondered the fact that he had only a maid and an elderly woman by her side, Duan Lingwu's frown deepened. What her family? When family was mentioned, Dr. Meng sighed heavily. Your Highness, you may not know, but they are unfortunate souls. He's father passed away due to an accident before she was born, leaving her mother to raise her alone. It is indeed a pitiable situation for a widow and her orphan child. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu reflected that the child was left in solitude, her father gone, and her mother burdened with too much responsibility. Chapter 56. Bring me the large insect. It will bite your flesh. A child so young, afflicted by such potent poison, without the comfort of family nearby, evokes deep sympathy. In her moments of agony, she unconsciously calls out for her mother, whom she misses dearly in her absence. A small child enduring such torment alone stirs compassion in the heart of anyone who hears her plight. Though Nuanua, at a similar age, lacked a father-esque presence in years past, Yin Suyu had nurtured him well, often by his side. In stark contrast, He's situation is truly heart-wrenching. After a brief moment, Duan Lingwu composed himself and spoke calmly. Dr. Meng, has He remained here in the Divine Physician Valley since her arrival? Indeed, while there are many places with hot springs outside, she requires my acupuncture during her poison episodes. She has not left these past 2 years, although her mother visits once a month. Duan Lingwu mused that while once a month may seem infrequent for the child, the mere presence of her mother, even for a fleeting moment, is significant. Gazing back at He, who lay with her eyes closed, he silently wished for her poison to be eradicated soon. I share your hope, Dr. Meng replied. This child is indeed heart-wrenching, yet she possesses an endearing spirit. Despite the torment of her afflictions, she never cries out in despair. After each episode, she resumes her cheerful demeanor, full of vitality, bouncing around with an infectious joy. Her little mouth is sweet as honey, able to bring a smile to anyone she encounters. Having spoken at length, Dr. Meng felt he had perhaps divulged too much in Duan Lingwu's company. Yet, considering the concern he showed for he felt justified in his words. Your Highness, Dr. Meng suddenly shifted the conversation. Once he endures this final wave of pain, she will find some relief and subsequently fall into a deep slumber until tomorrow. I notice you appear weary. Given that you carry the burden of the curse, it would be wise to rest. Perhaps you should retire for the evening and return to visit He tomorrow. Duan Lingwu refrained from saying much. Meng Shini was indeed correct. There was little he could contribute here. He needed rest. It would be more prudent to return and recuperate, intending to visit her again the following day. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingwu cast a lingering glance at He and addressed Meng Shini. I shall take my leave to rest, returning tomorrow to see He. Very well. I shall come first thing in the morning to check your pulse, Your Highness. Indeed. After acknowledging, Duan Lingwu departed. Meng Shini watched his retreating figure, perplexed by the deep concern Ling Wang exhibited towards He. Was it merely sympathy for her plight, or was it her adorable appearance that drew his attention? The genuine tenderness Ling Wang felt for He seemed too profound for such simplistic reasons. Other than these tenuous justifications, Meng Shini could not conceive a more compelling explanation. Having pondered numerous unconvincing reasons, Meng Shini chose to refrain from further speculation. He was indeed endearing, and it was only natural for Ling Wang, a man of emotions, to be drawn to such a charming little being. Dispelling the thoughts from his mind, Meng Shini turned towards the hot spring, gently grasping He's hand to begin his diagnosis, meticulously removing the silver needles from her body moments later. The following day, just as dawn broke, a contingent of riders emerged from the Divine Medicine Valley, one among them, resplendent in attire and possessing an outstanding demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to Duan Lingwu. As the light gradually illuminated the valley, Duan Lingwu found himself in a verdant courtyard, where Meng Shini placed his hand upon his wrist, attentively examining his pulse. After a considerable time, Meng Shini withdrew his hand, stating, Your Highness, the poison is currently subdued. If this continues, you need not suffer from the pain of the poison's resurgence before it can be resolved. That is most fortunate. Having learned of his own condition, Duan Lingwu recalled He's toxic episode from the previous day and blurted out, Meng Shini, how is He faring? Your Highness, He is no longer in danger. Given that Duan Lingwu inquired earnestly, Meng Shini endeavored to provide a detailed account. I visited her early this morning. Aside from the vital energy expended during the poison's manifestation and the inevitable damage to her heart's pulse, she is otherwise well. With proper care over the next few days, she should recover. Listening to Meng Shini's mention of the heart's pulse damage, Duan Lingwu's feelings became complicated. While Meng Shini's medical skills were indeed remarkable, the poison within He was unlike any other. She was still young, and the toxicity was merciless. How could the heart of a child truly remain unscathed? Even with Meng Shini's expertise safeguarding her, the poison would gradually corrode her body and torment her. Meng Shini, Duan Lingwu's expression turned grave. Speak candidly to me. If the poison is not promptly resolved, how much longer can He survive? Meng Shini had hesitated to disclose this information, but now that Duan Lingwu had broached the subject, he sighed heavily, resignedly stating, if the poison is not entirely purged, he may have no more than 2 years to live. As the instances of poisoning increase, the toxin will hasten its assault on her heart's pulse. Even if I devote all my knowledge and skills, I cannot halt the spread of the poison. For the past 2 years, I have been attempting to formulate an antidote, yet I have met with countless failures. Duan Lingwu fell silent, the weight of Meng Shini's words pressing heavily upon him. "Uncle." Suddenly, a sweet, childish voice called from outside, and Duan Lingwu's heart leaped with joy. Before he could respond, a small figure clad in pink dashed into the room, rushing straight towards him. Upon seeing another person in the room, he sweetly called out Grandpa Meng before eagerly turning to Duan Lingwu. "Uncle, I've come to find you." Observing the little girl before him, her small head lifted with a beaming smile. The stark contrast to her near-lifeless state from the previous night was striking. Duan Lingwu reached out to gently pat the small bun of black hair atop her head and inquired warmly, "What brings Hee to find her uncle?" "Uncle, I'm looking for bugs. You have those chubby white ones, and I want them." Hee cheerfully stated her purpose, as her words echoed in the air. Duan Lingwu recalled what she had said before her poisoning last night, referring to the plump white bugs. At that time, he had dismissed her words as mere childish play, but now he engaged with her patiently. "So, where does Hee think Uncle has hidden the bugs?" Upon hearing Duan Lingwu's question, Hee began to sniff around him, her tiny eyes darting from side to side. Dr. Meng, witnessing this, interjected, "Hee, you must not be disrespectful to the prince." Duan Lingwu raised his hand to signal Dr. Meng to refrain from further comment, while Hee remained oblivious to the admonition. After thoroughly sniffing Duan Lingwu's arms and shoulders, she pointed excitedly at his heart. "I found it. He found it. Uncle has hidden the bug right here." The child's innocent proclamation struck Duan Lingwu and Dr. Meng like a thunderbolt. Gazing at Hee's ecstatic little face, her sparkling eyes seemed to peer into his very heart, leaving him incredulous. "Hee, did you say the uncle has hidden the bug here?" he asked, motioning to his chest. "Yes, uncle. Quickly give me the big bug. It will nibble on your flesh." Chapter 57. Grandpa Meng, what is a prince? With an enthusiastic tone and a face adorned with innocent glee, Hee's charming demeanor could easily lead others to dismiss her words as mere childish nonsense. However, the two individuals in the room were well aware of the reality of the bugs, and their astonishment was palpable. How could a 3-year-old child possess such knowledge? While Dr. Meng marveled at the revelation, he reflected on how Hee differed from other girls her age, who found joy in cute and delicate toys. This little girl, however, showed no interest in such frivolities. Instead, she engaged with snakes, insects, and all manner of creatures as her companions. Suddenly, Dr. Meng's pupils dilated in realization. Could it be that Hee was? No, he quickly dismissed the thought. That was merely a legend, never substantiated. Duan Lingwu, suppressing his emotions, gazed at the bright smile of the little girl, feeling a sense of incredulity. "Hee, you say there are bugs here? What kind of bug is it?" "It's a big, chubby white bug." Thanks to Hee, Duan Lingwu had become accustomed to the notion of the chubby white bug. Before he could respond, Hee exclaimed again, "Uncle, hurry and take it out." Duan Lingwu found himself both amused and exasperated. Such a simple request from a child was a daunting dilemma for adults. The creature within him was a death sentence, and he yearned to rid himself of it. It was not a matter that could be resolved merely by wishing it away. Hee, the prince, was interrupted by the esteemed physician Meng, who clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Please allow me a few words with Hee first." The request took Duan Lingwu by surprise. However, judging by Hee's earlier remarks, he suspected that Meng was eager to glean some information regarding the insect from her. Duan Lingwu nodded slightly. Physician Meng stepped forward, his expression warm as he gazed at Hee. "Hee, how did you know that the prince has insects within him?" Upon hearing Physician Meng's inquiry, he scrutinized Duan Lingwu closely, her curious eyes sparkling. "Grandpa Meng, what is a prince?" Physician Meng replied, but Duan Lingwu found Hee's question somewhat perplexing. After a brief glance at Duan Lingwu's unchanging expression, Meng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "Hee, the prince I refer to is the same as the uncle you speak of." Upon hearing this, he nodded her little head, though her understanding was vague. "Physician Meng, stroking his graying neck, continued gently, "Please tell Grandpa Meng, who informed you that your uncle has insects." "No one told me," he replied with a beaming smile. Then turned to Duan Lingwu. "I just know that uncle has insects. They are plump and white, quite amusing." "Uncle." He tugged at Duan Lingwu's sleeve with one chubby hand while pointing at his chest with the other. "Hurry and take them out for me to play with. The big insect is sleeping now, but when it wakes up, it will bite Uncle-'s flesh." Having listened to he speak of the insects, Duan Lingwu's astonishment had waned. The world is vast, and there are many extraordinary talents. Even a young child may possess abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He scooped the chubby little girl into his arms and asked, "Can you teach Uncle how to bring the insects out?" Upon hearing Duan Lingwu's request, He's round little face lit up with excitement. "Uncle, the big insect is sleeping. Let me wake it up." Without waiting for a response, she nestled against Duan Lingwu's chest and called out with all her might, "Big insect, come out and play with me." She repeated her call several times, and Duan Lingwu observed the scene, reminiscent of when he held Nuanua while she cheerfully called out for her father. The simplicity of her words and actions was heartwarming in its innocence. Physician Meng, watching He's playful antics, shook his head with a sigh. Come down. Do not trouble the prince. This is futile. The insects will not respond to your calls." Physician Meng regarded He's actions as mere childish play, and even Duan Lingwu shared the sentiment, allowing her to indulge in her joy. Ignoring Physician Meng, he continued, "If I wake the big insect, Uncle will be able to bring it out." Faced with He's Navi remarks, Duan Lingwu felt a sense of helplessness. The notion of summoning the insect was indeed childish. A creature that could take a life would hardly heed a child's summons. "Big insect, hurry out and play with me." He persisted in her calls, and Physician Meng sighed again. Shaking his head, "Stop calling. I will have Donqing take you out to play. Do not disturb the prince any longer." Duan Lingwu gently stroked her small head and said, Uncle has nothing to do today. Why don't you take me for a stroll in the valley?" Oblivious to Duan Lingwu's veiled refusal, merely found their conversation a bit noisy. She looked up, her delicate finger pressed against her lips as she shushed him softly, saying, "Uncle, please be quiet. The big bug is about to wake up. It wants to eat your flesh." Duan Lingwu couldn't help but chuckle at He's adorable demeanor. The little girl was so determined, intent on waking the bug, and he wondered how long she would persist if he didn't directly tell her to stop. Contemplating this, he prepared to speak plainly, the bug won't. Before he could finish, a sudden pang of pain gripped his heart, as if something within him had stirred violently. The pain surged, accompanied by a rush of blood. It had awakened, the big bug was awake. He clapped her little hands and leaped from Duan Lingwu's lap, excitedly exclaiming, "Uncle, the big bug is awake. It wants to eat your flesh." Noticing the abrupt change in Duan Lingwu's expression and He's innocent words, Dr. Meng felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that what He said was true? He hurriedly inquired, "Your Highness, how do you feel?" The pain in Duan Lingwu's chest intensified. He sensed the insect within him stirring with the same excitement as he. The excruciating discomfort compelled him to instinctively cover his heart, and suddenly, a metallic sweetness surged up his throat, leading him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness!" Dr. Meng rushed to grasp his wrist, checking his pulse, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Your Highness, the insect has awakened due to some interference." Both Dr. Meng and Duan Lingwu understood that this interference stemmed from He's cries, which they had initially dismissed as mere childish antics. Observing Duan Lingwu clutching his chest in agony, blood spilling from his lips, he pressed her small hands against his knees, excited yet anxious, urging, "Uncle, quickly take out the big bug. If you take it out, you won't hurt anymore." Gazing at the little girl, who was both thrilled and worried, Duan Lingwu's expression bore a mixture of pain and disbelief. This little girl could sense the insect within him and easily rouse it. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he looked at He and asked with difficulty, "Tell me, how can I remove it?" Chapter 58. The knife is too quick. He is afraid upon hearing Duan Lingwu's words. The excitement and smile faded from He's small face, replaced by concern. "Uncle, are you in a lot of pain?" "Yes," Duan Lingwu replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Uncle is in a lot of pain. He turned to Dr. Meng, urging, Grandpa Meng, quickly take out Uncle's bug. He is in pain. Your Highness, how are you? Wu Chuan, rushing in at the sound, looked at Duan Lingji's pained expression and inquired anxiously. He then turned to Dr. Meng, pleading, Dr. Meng, please save our prince. Ignoring Wu Chuan, Dr. Meng focused on He, whose small face was etched with sympathy. He no longer doubted her words. Glancing at Duan Lingji, who was enduring excruciating pain, he earnestly asked the little girl, He, how can we extract the bug? In a bid to encourage the slow-thinking He, the esteemed physician Meng motivated her with words, Did you not express a desire for a plump, white caterpillar? As long as you can extract it, it shall belong to you. Upon hearing Meng's words, He gazed with her round, glistening eyes at Duan Lingji, saying, Uncle, I do not wish for you to suffer, yet I also desire the chubby caterpillar. Duan Lingji, addressing a mere 3-year-old, assured her, If you can retrieve the caterpillar, it shall indeed be yours. No sooner had he spoken than he exclaimed with excitement, Using blood can coax the caterpillar out. It adores He's blood. Using blood? Meng, without a hint of doubt, instructed Wu Chuan, quickly procure some of He's blood and apply it near the prince's lips. After issuing his command, Meng deftly grasped a silver needle and proceeded to puncture several key acupoints on Duan Lingji's head. Wu Chuan, extracting a gleaming dagger from his possession, approached He. Upon seeing the sharp blade glinting ominously in Wu Chuan's hand, He instinctively concealed her small hand behind her back and burst into tears. Large droplets streamed from her glistening eyes, cascading down her rosy cheeks as she recoiled in fear. Hearing her cries, Duan Lingji, despite enduring pain, opened his eyes only to find her face streaked with tears, her hands hidden away, stirring an unusual pang of sympathy within him. Uncle, before Duan Lingji could finish his sentence, He interrupted through her sobs, casting a frightened glance at the dagger in Wu Chuan's grip. The knife is too swift. He is scared. Witnessing He's tearful expression, reminiscent of a frightened fawn, Duan Lingji felt a deep ache in his heart. He suddenly regarded himself with disdain. The poison coursing through him was not insurmountable. If he could endure a few more days, the esteemed physician Meng would surely find a remedy. This was merely an episode of poison acting up, so why should he subject a 3-year-old child to fear? While the pain of the poison was indeed severe, he could bear it. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Duan Lingji gazed at the tear-stained little girl, recognizing her suffering. He could not allow her to be frightened because of him. He could wait a few days to receive the antidote. Wu Chuan, stand down. Duan Lingji summoned his strength. He, do not be afraid. Uncle does not require your blood, nor will he use a knife. Wu Chuan, bewildered by his master's unusual demeanor, thought it sufficient to comfort the child after taking her blood. Yet, he complied with his master's command, realizing that while the poison could be alleviated, there was no need to prolong the ordeal. Observing the situation, the ever-silent Meng displayed a complex expression. It was evident that the prince held a unique fondness for He, preferring to endure his own pain rather than instill fear in the child. As Wu Yang sheathed the dagger and noticed the anguish etched on Duan Lingji's face, He slowly approached him, hesitating for a moment before extending her delicate little hand. Uncle, no knife is needed. With Grandfather Meng's needle, He fears no pain. Understanding her intent, Duan Lingji's heart softened. Uncle does not need your blood. He will recover in a few days. However, He blinked, a crystalline tear escaping the corner of her eye. Uncle, He wishes for you to recover swiftly, and she longs for a living caterpillar. Doctor. Meng observed the striking resemblance in temperament between the two individuals, one large and one small. The elder willingly endured the agony of the poison's onset rather than forcefully extracting blood from the younger. Conversely, the child, despite her evident fear, proactively suggested an alternative method for blood extraction. Their relationship, though seemingly one of mere acquaintance, bore the semblance of profound connection. My lord, using a needle for blood extraction is feasible. It can draw blood without causing significant pain to He, Dr. Meng remarked. No sooner had he spoken than He extended her tiny hand towards him, imploring, Grandpa Meng, please help my uncle recover swiftly. Dr. Meng glanced at Duan Lingji. who was suffering alone, his handsome face contorted in pain. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly pierced Hehe's fingertip with a silver needle. Hehe felt a slight sting as a droplet of blood emerged. Dr. Meng instructed, quickly, apply the blood to the corner of the prince's lips. Hehe complied, murmuring as she did, "Uncle, you must get better soon." A peculiar scent wafted into Duan Lingji's nostrils, causing his pupils to constrict. Hehe's blood bore an unusual aroma. Unlike typical blood, which carries a metallic scent, hers exuded a delicate fragrance, rich yet indescribable. Duan Lingji was taken aback by this revelation. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but was overwhelmed by pain, left only to listen to Hehe's childish chatter. "Big bug, come out. Help my uncle get better quickly." Suddenly, Duan Lingji sensed a stir within him, as if the cursed insect was reacting to some stimulus, causing a surge of pain in his chest. His vital energies surged, and he felt something threatening to burst forth from his throat. With a violent heave, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood, the convulsions intensifying as he continued to vomit, until with the final expulsion, something else seemed to emerge and fall to the ground. "Hiss out!" He exclaimed excitedly. Duan Lingji turned his gaze to the ground where the dark blood pooled, revealing a plump, half-finger-length worm writhing on the spot, occasionally emitting a hissing sound. The sight of this creature, which had lingered within him for so long, made him feel a wave of nausea. As Hehe observed the worm's current state, her initial excitement vanished, and her brows knitted in disappointment. Where's the plump white bug?" she questioned, scrutinizing the writhing creature now shrouded in dark blood. Its original color obscured. It's chubby but not white. Chapter 59. He's past Dr. Meng, having monitored Duan Lingji's pulse and witnessed the entire episode, withdrew his hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then stroked his beard and looked at the frowning little girl, smiling gently. "Hehe, the bug is stained with blood. Washing it with water will restore its color." Upon hearing Dr. Meng's words, Hehe's expression brightened, and she gazed at the wriggling worm on the ground, a smile returning to her small face. She picked it up from the pool of dark blood, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. Seeing this, Duan Lingji hastily interjected, "Hehe," but he was swiftly interrupted by her cheerful voice. "Uncle was bitten by the bug and needs to rest. I will wash the bug." Hehe, after finishing her words, ran outside while calling out, "Wintergreen, I need water." Duan Lingji intended to stop her, but Hehe did not afford him the time or opportunity. Vanishing in a flash, her voice fading into the distance. Observing Duan Lingji's unwavering gaze towards the outside, Meng Shini smiled and reassured him, "Your Highness need not worry. It is merely a venomous insect, incapable of harming Hehe." Despite Meng Shini's confident assertion, Duan Lingji remained troubled. "It is no trivial matter. Hehe is but a child, and I fear that insect may bring her harm." In contrast to Duan Lingji's concern, Meng Shini appeared remarkably calm. "Rest assured, Your Highness, Hehe is unlike any other. Though the insect is indeed malevolent, it poses no threat to her. Rather, it serves as an intriguing companion." Upon hearing Meng Shini's words, Duan Lingji was reminded of the scene when he first encountered Hehe, who had formed an intimate bond with the snake. While others recoiled from such cold, unyielding creatures, she embraced them as friends. Duan Lingji felt a pang of sorrow, pondering if she had not been poisoned and tormented. If she had thrived in a bustling environment surrounded by loving parents, would she, like other children, have been frightened and cried at the sight of snakes and insects, avoiding those frigid beings? Meng Shini, sensing Duan Lingji's unspoken sigh, replied, "Pray tell, Your Highness, when did Hehe cease to fear such cold creatures?" Noticing Duan Lingji's shift in focus from his own health to Hehe's past, Meng Shini, despite his inclination to discuss his own condition, acquiesced to delve into Hehe's history. 2 years ago, a mother and daughter came to the valley and left a profound impression on me. The mother, in her mid-teens, still bore the innocence of youth, accompanied only by a maid. Exhausted, she approached me, cradling her babbling infant in her arms, pleading for my help to save her child. At that time, Hehe had just turned 1, her cherubic appearance endearing to all. Diagnosing her with a peculiar and intricate poison, she could only remain here, separated from her mother. For the sake of her life, a separation that has now lasted 2 years. Driven by necessity, her mother arranged for a wet nurse and a maid to care for her, visiting once a month. As Meng Shini recounted this, his tone seemed tinged with both nostalgia and lamentation. When He first arrived, she had not yet learned to walk. Yet she exhibited an intense curiosity towards the insects around her. Once she mastered walking, her affection for various animals, especially the venomous ones, blossomed. While others would steer clear of such dangerous creatures, He was drawn to them, and they, in turn, became docile in her presence, allowing her to mold and manipulate them as she pleased. Watching her interact with these animals, I sometimes pondered whether she possessed some extraordinary ability. It was only when I witnessed her sensing the insect within the prince, awakening and exciting it, that I became convinced of her exceptional talents. She has an innate allure and commanding presence over toxins. As he spoke, Meng Shini seemed to drift into reminiscence. On one occasion, she approached me, casually holding a venomous snake in each hand, both longer than her small frame. She handled them as if they were mere toys, and those two deadly serpents, devoid of any desire to escape, submitted to her whims. As Meng Shunshur spoke at length, Duan Lingwu suddenly recalled the change in the apothecary's expression when he mentioned He's peculiarities. It appeared that the young lady had already garnered considerable fame in this realm. Duan Lingwu marveled at her remarkable fearlessness towards toxins. It was no wonder that when he first encountered her, she had been unperturbed while shielding a venomous snake beneath her, displaying no hint of trepidation. Meng Shunshur, stroking his beard, chuckled softly. He has never been afraid of such things. In the valley, it is the poisonous creatures that fear her. Those caught by her are either made to play or, at worst, become her sustenance. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingji's lips curled into a slight smile. Such a uniquely endearing child, yet tragically tormented by the venom. If the poison remains unmitigated, Duan Lingwu refrained from pursuing that line of thought further, as it would lead to sorrowful regrets. A girl so full of laughter should not be deprived of everything by poison. Meng Shunshur, how long can the insect taken by He survive? He pondered the dangers associated with the insect He had claimed, wishing to understand what precautions should be taken. Rest easy, Your Highness. Although He possesses extraordinary gifts, she is still young and lacks the knowledge to nurture the insect. Once separated from the human body, it will swiftly perish without sustenance. It will provide He with amusement until its demise. How's my health? Duan Lingwu shifted his focus back to his own condition after concluding inquiries regarding He. Observing that Duan Lingwu had finally inquired about his own well-being, Meng Shunshur mused that in his decades of practice, this was the first time he had witnessed someone prioritize their health above all else. Indeed, the Prince of Ling remained uniquely distinct, whether in his youth or in his current poise. Your Highness, the insect within you has been expelled, but there is damage to your heart pulse, which requires careful restoration. Is it serious? Not overly so, Meng Shunshur replied candidly. While it is not critical, one must not be negligent regarding the heart pulse. I implore you to stay and allow me to prescribe a regimen for your recuperation over the next few days. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Duan Lingwu did not contest Meng Shunshur's recommendation. The matter concerning the heart pulse was of utmost importance. In the past, when he lived alone, he dismissed any minor injuries as inconsequential and often neglected to rest even when wounded. However, now he had a son. A few years ago, unbeknownst to him, he had already deprived the child of his father. Now, with knowledge of everything, he would cherish his health and ensure that his child would not truly grow up without a father. As time passed, noon approached, and in the bustling city of Huichan, Yin Siwe felt a twinge of anxiety within the inn. She wished to visit the Valley of Divine Healers, yet that man had yet to return. For her safety, it seemed wise to keep her distance. However, a thought soon crossed her mind. What if he did not return for several days? Would she truly wait that long? No. She dismissed this notion. Her time was precious and could not be squandered. With this resolve, Yin Siwe began to devise a plan. The Valley of Divine Healers was vast. She could navigate it carefully. Regardless of whether they might encounter one another, even if they did, it was not his exclusive domain. A few white lies were preferable to waiting idly. Determined, Yin Siwe prepared to set off, ensuring she would arrive before nightfall. Just as she was about to depart, one of her subordinates entered to report, "Miss, Prince Ling has returned to the city." "Really?" Yun Suyu exclaimed with joy. "When did he return?" "Just a quarter of an hour ago." "Good." Yun Suyu secretly mused that when that despicable man returned, her anxious heart could finally find some solace. Contemplating her next course of action, she instructed her attendant, "Prepare a swift steed for me." "Yes, Mississippi." After quickly organizing herself, Yin Suyu stepped into the courtyard, where a robust man approached and greeted her with a respectful bow. "Miss, last night a great fire broke out at the governor's residence. Following your orders, we maintained strict surveillance and discovered someone disguised as a servant sneaking away. I tracked him to a residence outside the city, where he changed his appearance after entering." Chapter 60. Another father drowned upon hearing this. A smirk curled on Yun Suyu's lips. The governor's residence had once again been engulfed in flames, resulting in the total annihilation of the household. The governor, Jinan's courtyard was reduced to ashes, and he himself perished in the inferno, his body charred beyond recognition. Of the over 90 inhabitants, aside from the missing steward Du Tangshun, the others met a tragic fate. The coroner concluded that the victims had been drugged before being slaughtered. The horrific massacre drew all eyes to the elusive steward, with speculation swirling that he had used his position to administer the drug to the household, easily dispatching them, and then set fire to his master's courtyard, leaving the body unidentifiable amidst the flames. As the layers of this enigma were peeled back, the missing steward emerged as the prime suspect. Yin Suyu's initial response to this news was to acknowledge the ruthlessness of the perpetrator. After annihilating an entire family, they even incinerated the governor's main residence. However, upon receiving her subordinate's report, she realized the murderer was indeed merciless, unworthy of the title of human. The one once suspected had become unrecognizable, while the true culprit remained at large. Yin Suyu coldly smiled, instructing, "Ensure that person is closely monitored, but do not engage him. Keep track of his movements at all times." "Yes, Mississippi." She pondered that the massacre at the governor's estate was no trivial matter. It could implicate those in power. As a woman devoid of influence, she could not afford to become embroiled in such affairs. Duan Lingwu was currently at the Rejuvenation Manor, and he could not remain uninvolved in this matter. If she could grasp the central figure of this case, she could use it as leverage in negotiations with him, striving for favorable terms. With this thought, Yin Suyu sighed softly. That was a concern for another day. For now, she needed to head to the Divine Physician Valley. Hearing the sound of hooves outside, she strode purposefully out, approaching the horses waiting for her, and leaped onto one, galloping away. As time passed, and the sun dipped lower in the sky, the Divine Physician Valley was painted in hues of dawn. Duan Lingwu sat in the courtyard, gazing at the vibrant sky, when he suddenly recalled Yin Suyu's flushed cheeks from that morning. She had always been somewhat dismissive towards him, yet he hadn't expected her to blush because of him. Recalling the warmth he felt when he saw her face redden, he realized he had been in good spirits at that moment. However, both of them had arrived at the Rejuvenation Manor, leaving him uncertain if Nua would be crying alone. "Uncle!" A sweet voice interrupted Duan Lingji's reverie, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells growing nearer. A small figure dashed into his line of sight, running towards him. He called out while running, "I've cleaned the little bugs." Duan Lingwu gazed at the little girl who had rushed breathlessly to him, her small face flushed and glistening with sweat, and a hint of amusement softened his stern visage. Before he could utter a word, he beamed brightly. "Uncle, look, I've cleaned the big bug." She slowly revealed her treasure, parting her chubby hands to reveal a plump, pale gray creature nestled in her palm. Compared to the excitement of the morning, the bug now appeared rather listless. Observing Hihi's exuberance as she showcased her find, Duan Lingwu, despite his aversion to the creature, could not help but glance at it. Indeed, the little one had succeeded in making it appear plump and white, just as she had described. To avoid dampening her spirits, he praised, "Hihi, you're truly remarkable." At his compliment, Hihi's smile widened even further. "Uncle, isn't it adorable?" The question caused the corners of Duan Lingji's mouth to twitch as he struggled to muster praise for the bug that had nearly cost him his life. Redirecting his gaze from the eagerly expectant child, he touched her cheek gently and replied evasively, "Very cute." He, too, found it cute, but her expression suddenly shifted, her bright smile fading somewhat as she lamented, "Unfortunately, it's dying. I don't know how to take care of bugs." Not wishing to continue discussing the creature, Duan Lingwu sought to divert her attention. "Do you miss your family?" "Yes," he nodded vigorously, responding with clarity. "I miss my mother and brother," she pouted, her tone tinged with frustration. "They promised to come see me, but they haven't been here in a long time." Duan Lingwu found her demeanor both endearing and heart-wrenching. She awaited her mother's visit daily, yet it had not come. Do you have any other family?" The question slipped from his lips before he realized. "No," she replied. "Father drowned. I only have my mother and brother." "Drowned?" Duan Lingwu sighed softly, recalling the tragedy of another father lost to drowning. He pondered the deceit of Yun-sun. If he had indeed drowned, he wondered how she would have reacted. As her child's father, she should not have allowed him to perish before her eyes. But considering the animosity from that night, when she was forced to repay debts, she would likely remain indifferent unless his life were in peril. A smile unconsciously emerged at that thought. "Hey, why is Uncle smiling?" He inquired, her curiosity piqued by his sudden levity. "Uncle is happy." After their conversation, the little girl excused herself, cradling her precious find, and as she glanced up at the darkening sky, Duan Lingwu began to walk towards the valley entrance. Outside the valley, Yun-sun urged her horse onward, racing against the encroaching darkness to reach the valley's mouth. Upon entering, she did not slow her pace, her heart racing with anticipation to see her daughter, longing to hear her sweet voice calling mother. Moments later, the dwellings within the valley came into view, and knowing one held the person she yearned to see, Yun-sun squeezed her mount's sides, urging it to run faster. However, not having traveled far, the indistinct silhouette appearing on the not-so-spacious road ahead prompted Suyu to swiftly tighten the reins, halting her steed's advance. As the figure drew closer, she gradually discerned his features, and upon seeing Duan Lingwu's stern countenance, she was nearly unseated from her mount in shock. "What, are you surprised to see me?" Duan Lingwu spoke in a low voice. Chapter 61. Riding together, noticing the evident astonishment on Suyu's face upon seeing him, Duan Lingwu found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment. All in all, he felt rather pleased. The fact that someone who had long since departed now stood before her, coupled with his nonchalant tone, left Suyu with no illusions. This cunning man had orchestrated a trap for her, knowing she was at the Rejuvenation Manor, predicting her arrival at the Divine Physician Valley, and aware of her desire to avoid a direct encounter with him. The person who had left that morning was not him at all. It was merely a ruse to mislead her into believing he had vacated the premises, allowing her to venture forth without restraint. This wily man was akin to a cunning fox. After mentally cursing him, Suyu dismounted and, suppressing her emotions, gazed at the man before her with an impassive expression. "When did His Highness the King of Ling arrive here?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Duan Lingwu smirked slightly, bemused by her pretense. She, who possessed an extensive network of information, was fully aware of his undisclosed whereabouts, yet feigned ignorance in his presence. "Are you truly unaware of when I arrived?" he countered. Suyu rolled her eyes discreetly. Even if she were privy to this information, she would never admit it. "Your Highness, you jest. How could I possibly know when you arrived?" Duan Lingwu chose not to press the matter further, abruptly shifting the conversation. "Suyu, do you know why I am here?" She mused to herself that no one would come to such a place without reason. This robust man bore no evident injuries, indicating that his presence was not due to any physical ailment. Perhaps it was for other matters, the specifics of which eluded her. "Your Highness, your esteemed status guarantees that you possess your own reasons for being wherever you are. As for the nature of those reasons, it is not for me to inquire." Her response was impeccable, devoid of any flaws, yet lacking warmth. Duan Lingwu snorted lightly. "You are quite self-aware." Realizing that Suyu was deliberately distancing herself from him, he reflected that regardless of her efforts to maintain separation, they could never truly disentangle their connection. They share not only a physical bond, but also a child, The thought of their intimate encounter from that night stirred memories of her flushed cheeks and innocent demeanor. Suyu wished to prolong her stay with Duan Lingwu no further. This crafty man posed a risk to her, and it was wiser to adhere to his notion of self-awareness. With this in mind, she met his deep-set gaze with a smile. "Your Highness, the scenery in the valley is exquisite, and the gentle breeze is refreshing. I shall not intrude upon your respite any longer." Duan Lingji's expression turned peculiar at her words. He regarded Suyu intently and replied coolly, "You may go." A few simple words caught Suyu by surprise. This man seemed to relish in tormenting her at every turn. Even that night in bed, he had treated her harshly. Now, however, he appeared unusually agreeable. But he had mentioned that after repaying his debts, he would cease his provocations. Could it be that he had truly changed his ways? Observing Suyu lost in thought, contemplating how she would blush over a mere vial of medicine. Duan Lingji's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Are you not departing? Do you wish for this prince to accompany you on your ride?" His words struck Suyu like a bolt of lightning. Could this man truly be jesting? Previously intent on her demise, then on her humiliation, he now seemed to have lost his mind, extending an invitation to ride together. Noting the distinct curve at the corner of his mouth, Suyu rolled her eyes and swiftly mounted her horse, looking down at him. "Your Highness, the size of your face is rather large, and my horse's back lacks the breadth to accommodate you." With that, she did not wait for his response and urged her horse to swiftly depart. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Lingji's smile widened. This woman was indeed eager to sever ties with him, yet their connection was inextricable. No matter how much distance she attempted to create, it would be a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, not far from their location, atop a mountain peak, stood two figures clad in unusual attire. A woman in her 40s, her face marked by the passage of time, adorned with colorful feathers at her brow. Her vibrant garments were alive with floral patterns, and in her arms, she cradled a delicate box, its lid wide open to reveal 7 compartments containing insects in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Beside her stood a young boy, perhaps 7 or 8, his features finely sculpted, dressed in deep blue embroidered with exquisite depictions of fish and birds. His peach blossom eyes shimmered with excitement, and a sapphire headband lent him an air of gentle elegance. Together, they gazed down at the dwellings of the divine Healer Valley, their eyes alight with anticipation. The woman refocused her gaze on the lazily peeking insects within the box, exclaiming, "Young master, the 7-colored goo worms have stirred." The boy turned toward the box, his eyes suddenly brightening, his childlike voice brimming with palpable excitement. "High priest, the holy master is no longer merely a legend of a century. Heaven bless our southern region. It shall surely flourish." In the distance, within the divine Healer Valley, Suyu arrived at her residence. After hastily setting her belongings down, she rushed out, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures before entering the adjacent courtyard. Initially, she had intended to reside here, but with Duan Lingwu present in the valley, she had to take refuge in another dwelling to protect her relationship with he from discovery. Stepping into the courtyard, she spotted a small figure crouched against the wall. Turned away from her, Suyu felt a pang in her heart. He, she called softly, her eyes misting with emotion. Upon hearing her name, the small figure turned and, seeing Suyu not far behind, sprang to her feet and dashed toward her, joyfully exclaiming, "Mother!" Suyu bent down and enveloped the little girl in her arms. He wrapped her tiny hands around her neck, pressing her small form tightly against her. Feeling her daughter's dependence nestled in her arms, Suyu's nose tinged with an acute ache. She gently patted the child's back, her voice choking with emotion. You will soon recover, and from now on, Mother will always be here with you and your brother." These words were not merely a comfort to the little girl in her embrace, but also a solace to herself. Upon hearing Suyu's words, He lifted her small head. "Mother, you haven't visited He in such a long time. I miss you dearly." Reflecting upon the recent entanglements with Duan Lingwu, Suyu lowered her head, lightly pressing her forehead against her daughter's. Her face radiating tenderness. Mother misses you too, my darling. I simply had matters to attend to. But once I finish, I will come to see you. Children are easily soothed, and soon, Suyu had the little girl in her arms giggling with delight. After a playful interlude, He bounced out of her mother's embrace, tugging her into the house, where she presented a delicate little box with pride, eagerly opening it. Mother, look, chapter 62. Mother discusses something with you, gazing into the box at the plump, white worms. Suyu's body stiffened slightly, while her daughter was delightful in every way. This peculiar fascination was somewhat disconcerting for her as a mother. She genuinely feared the day He might present her with a pair of snakes as treasures. Although she was not afraid of such creatures, their mere sight sent shivers down her spine. The little girl's unique preferences suggested that these worms were her latest treasures. Where did you find these? Suyu tenderly stroked her daughter's little head. They belong to Uncle, He replied. Uncle? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Could this uncle be that despicable man, Duan Lingwu? Yes, mother. That uncle is tall and strong, just like brother. Suyu intended to inquire further, but the confirmation from He solidified her suspicions. She relinquished the thought of questioning further. It was futile, as the father and daughter had already met. After a prolonged silence regarding this revelation, Suyu gently caressed her daughter's rosy cheeks. The fact that they had met was a reality she could not alter. She could only hope that the secret concerning their relationship would remain concealed. However, why would he give He a worm, especially one that appeared unusual? Why would your uncle have these worms, and why did he give one to you? Not knowing the intent behind Duan Lingwu's actions, Suyu decided to voice her question, hoping to glean some insight from He. He poked the lethargic worm with her finger and pointed at her heart. The big worm eats meat at Uncle's. The notion of a worm consuming flesh sent a jolt through Suyu. This was a cursed worm. He had been afflicted by a curse. It was no wonder he had come here. He was seeking the renowned Dr. Meng to lift the curse. But when had he been cursed? That night, he had appeared as robust as a bull, only emitting soft sounds of comfort, showing no signs of distress. Suyu's gaze fell once more upon the worm. Knowing the dangers of such creatures, why would that irresponsible man allow He to treat it as a cherished possession? Such behavior was utterly reckless. Even if he was unaware that He was his daughter, as an adult, he should have intervened to prevent any child from engaging with such a creature. This creature is dangerous. We shall not play with it. Tomorrow, Mother will take you to find a new companion. Suyu attempted to intervene, but to her surprise, He immediately rejected the suggestion. Mother, the big bug will not survive until tomorrow. It will not harm me. Sensing the disappointment in He's tone, Suyu lifted her into an embrace, comforting her until she successfully diverted the little girl's attention elsewhere. Considering that Duan Lingwu was currently in the valley, Suyu, anxious that He might inadvertently say something inappropriate, held the child's face earnestly and said, I need to discuss something with you. Oh, yes. Upon hearing her mother had something to say, He responded with a beaming smile. When you're in front of the uncle, do not call me mother. Refer to me as Auntie. Mother, why is that? Why can't I call you mother in front of the uncle? Suyu found it difficult to answer He's questions. She was still so young and did not understand many things, so she could only resort to deceit. Unbeknownst to He, that uncle was afflicted by a sickness caused by a bug bite, and if he would hear her call her mother, it might provoke an episode that would separate them, leaving Mother unable to see He, and He unable to see Mother. He, seemingly grasping part of this, replied, I do not want to be separated from Mother, nor do I wish to call you Mother in front of the uncle. Good. He must remember this well. After saying so, Suyu held He tightly in her arms. She did not wish to deceive her child, but at that moment, she had no other choice. If the child were in good health, she would unhesitatingly hide her away, but He could not leave this place. For the sake of her daughter's survival, she had no alternative. After speaking to He for quite some time, Suyu also instructed the nearby Dongqing and the old nanny before returning to her quarters. Just as she returned and had bathed, a soft sound came from the closed door. Suyu turned to look, only to see Duan Lingwu swaggering in. Yin Suyu furrowed her brow. Your Highness, if you have matters to discuss, please do so outside. This is my room. Noting the crease in her brow, which indicated her displeasure with his intrusion, Duan Lingwu was not particularly concerned. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Naturally, I'm aware that this is your room. As Duan Lingwu approached her nonchalantly, Yin Suyu felt a surge of anger. What madness was this man up to again? She took a step back. Since the prince is aware, he should not have come here. I kindly ask you to leave. Are you trying to chase me away? Yin Suyu? The prince has good insight. Hearing Yin Suyu's direct admission of wanting him gone, Duan Lingwu's lips curled into a slight smirk. This woman finally ceased her pretense of politeness. Noticing that she had nowhere to retreat, he ceased his advance, with only 4 or 5 feet separating them. Duan Lingwu's gaze unintentionally fell upon her full, luscious lips, and he swallowed involuntarily. Why did you steal the dragon's spore Ganoderma and bring it here? When Duan Lingwu mentioned the dragon's spore Ganoderma, Yin Suyu thought to herself, this man indeed recognized her back at the revitalization manor. Since he was already aware, Yin Suyu did not think to deny it. She believed that being compelled to reveal her intentions would be more convincing than fabricating a lie. She lowered her eyes and sighed softly. To earn money, selling to Dr. Meng would yield more silver than selling it elsewhere. And she could also gain a personal favor. Yin Suyu's reasoning was logical. However, Duan Lingwu sensed something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Duan Lingwu remained silent, prompting Yin Suyu to urge, Your Highness, I have already conveyed what you wish to know. I kindly ask you to take your leave. As Yin Suyu hastily encouraged his departure, a mischievous smirk crept upon Duan Lingwu's lips. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them to a mere half-foot, and leaned in to whisper to the woman before him. Do you truly wish to sever ties with me? Sever ties? Yin Suyu met his gaze unabashedly. Your Highness, we have no connection. What is there to sever? No connection? Duan Lingwu abruptly grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace, his tone laced with mockery. Yin Suyu, we have shared intimate moments more than once, not to mention the child we have. How can such a bond be easily dismissed? Yin Suyu, taken aback by his sudden boldness, found herself enveloped in his embrace, inhaling the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. For a fleeting moment, she was lost in a reverie, but quickly snapped back to reality, pushing against him with a scowl. The esteemed Prince Lingwu speaks without integrity. You clearly stated that after that night, we owed each other nothing. Your current behavior is utterly shameless. Duan Lingwu tightened his hold on her, their bodies pressed closely together, and warned, if you struggle, I shall show you true shamelessness. Yin Suyu was about to unleash a tirade, but Duan Lingwu interrupted, I did say we were square. Yet the interest accrued over the years still remains. Chapter 63. This is of your own making. Do not blame me. Upon hearing Duan Lingwu mention interest, Yin Suyu recalled the painful, swollen lips from that night, and coldly retorted, I owe His Highness nothing. The debts have been settled, including the interest, all accounted for in one fell swoop. Seeing her composed yet defiant demeanor, Duan Lingwu chuckled softly. Yin Suyu, if I say you owe me, then you owe. No, she replied icily. I settle my debt, principal and interest, that very night. Despite her refusal to acknowledge the debt and her frosty demeanor, Duan Lingwu found himself inexplicably unfazed by her attitude. He tightened his grip around her slender waist, inhaling her unique fragrance, and an unfamiliar sensation blossomed within him, a feeling both strange and delightful. Duan Lingwu could not discern this peculiar feeling, but he recognized that it brought him a sense of joy. Gazing at the woman before him, her face twisted in anger, his spirits lifted further. The interest from 4 years cannot be dismissed so easily. Yin Suyu glared fiercely at the man before her. His handsome visage was captivating, yet his actions were detestable. Has the prince forgotten? The interest is a kiss, and you took that from me that night. Duan Lingwu met her piercing gaze, an uncontainable emotion flickering in his depths. Yin Suyu, how could a single kiss suffice to settle 4 years of resentment? At this juncture, Yin Suyu understood all too well. This man was subtly provoking her, and his current demeanor suggested he sought to take advantage. Faced with the mirthful yet shameless Duan Lingwu, she pushed him away with all her might, only for him to anticipate her move, tightening his embrace and drawing her even closer, making her acutely aware of the changes in her own body. The two had engaged in intimate encounters more than once, fully aware of his predatory nature. Duan Lingji's current behavior left Suyu hesitant to move for this man, when devoid of humanity, would only seek trouble. Yet, once his desires were ignited and he transformed into a ravenous wolf, he would consume her entirely, leaving no trace behind. Now, under the cover of night, they found themselves in an open confrontation once again. Regardless of the circumstances, they had indeed shared the pleasures of intimacy. And the proximity of solitary man and woman easily awakened the primal instincts inherent in adults. Observing Suyu's quietude, Duan Lingwu chuckled. "What? Are you afraid?" Suyu responded with an eye roll, her hands pressing against his chest as she retorted, "What exactly do you want?" "I seek to collect a bit of interest," Duan Lingwu replied, loosening his long arms and gazing at her with mock indignation. "You may not owe me a debt, but you still owe me interest." With that, he swiftly leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. The warm, soft contact and the familiar mingling of their breaths sent a shiver through both of them. Clenching her fist, Suyu thought to herself that this man was indeed shameless, exploiting the concept of interest to take advantage of her. She raised her hand to push away the handsome face before her, glaring at the man who was so close. His lips pressed into a thin line as if savoring the moment. Upon witnessing his expression, Suyu couldn't help but curse him. This kind of calculation is unworthy of a gentleman. In response to her cursing, Duan Lingji's smile widened. He released his grip around her waist, instead capturing her delicate hands within his. Whether he was a gentleman or not mattered little to him. He knew that everything was inextricably linked to her. Feeling both wronged and insulted, Suyu exclaimed, "How shameless of the esteemed Prince Ling." Unfazed by her rebuke, Duan Lingwu tightened his grip on her hands and replied with malice, "I can be even more shameless." With that, he leaned down and captured her lips once more. Suyu realized his intentions were anything but noble. However, before she could dwell on it, he had already enveloped her in a passionate kiss. The familiar taste flooded her senses, his distinct essence filling her mouth. Duan Lingwu had intended for the kiss to be fleeting, but the sweet familiarity only intensified his desire, as if he longed to consume her wholly. Feeling Duan Lingji's voracious hunger, Suyu cursed him inwardly. This man was unpredictable, and today, she resolved to show him a lesson. As he grew more fervent, he pushed her back onto the bed, leaning over her while cautiously releasing her hands. Pausing, he observed the woman beneath him, noting her lack of resistance as her hands were freed and the anger that had once burned in her eyes had dissipated entirely. Filling him with satisfaction, Suyu gazed at the silent yet assertive Duan Lingwu, noticing that his mood seemed to have improved. Deciding to let him revel in his momentary joy, she slowly raised her arms to encircle his neck, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his lips. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, instantly turning a lovely shade of crimson. Duan Lingwu, taken aback by her boldness, felt his spirits lift further at the sight of her rosy cheeks, eliciting a soft laugh from him. Suyu, this predicament is of your own making. Do not blame me, the king." With that, he lowered his head and captured the already ravaged, crimson lips of Suyu, this time with a tenderness that starkly contrasted his earlier roughness. Suyu responded awkwardly, her hands instinctively tightening around his neck. Sensing her reaction, Duan Lingwu became more audacious. His large hand slipped beneath the hem of Suyu's garment, mischievously exploring upwards. With a practical lesson at hand, Suyu's responses grew more adept. Just as Duan Lingwu became enveloped in their entwined breaths and shared intimacy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Duan Lingwu dismissed the slight discomfort as an accidental brush from Suyu, recalling how she had left marks on him during their previous encounters. However, that thought was fleeting. Soon he recognized the unmistakable abnormality. His roaming hand lost its strength, and not just his hand, his entire body felt weak and limp. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Duan Lingwu gritted his teeth. "Suyu, How dare you scheme against me? With that, he leaned against her shoulder like a limp doll, inhaling her fragrant scent to quell his rising fury. Just moments ago, they had been enmeshed in a passionate embrace, and now she had turned against him. Reflecting on Yun Suyu's unusual behavior, Duan Lingwu understood she had been luring him into a false sense of security to find an opportunity to strike. Hearing the gritted tone of Duan Lingwu, Yun Suyu's mood brightened considerably. Her arms remained entwined around his neck, playfully teasing, as she nuzzled against him and whispered softly in his ear, "Your Highness, this is of your own doing. Do not hold it against me." Chapter 64. Suspicion. Yun Suyu continued, "Your Highness, does this sentiment not sound familiar?" Duan Lingwu replied, "How could it not? It was but a moment ago that I uttered those very words, and now they are returned in full." At this moment, Duan Lingwu's feelings were complex. Though he felt anger, it was not overwhelming. Yet, the underlying irritation was evident. To any observer, their current closeness would suggest a post-intimacy scene. But who could fathom that they were entangled in a relationship of betrayal and victimhood? "Yun Suyu, daring to lay a hand on me, you have grown quite bold." While Duan Lingwu's tone was less venomous than before, it was still far from pleasant. Such a reaction was only natural. After all, given his status, it was unreasonable to be treated in such a manner. Moreover, just moments ago they had been locked in a tender kiss. And now he found himself the victim of treachery, with the perpetrator being someone so close to him. Anyone would be incensed. In the face of Duan Lingwu's wrath, Yun Suyu remained unperturbed and even amused, saying, "Your Highness, this is all a result of your own actions." Observing their current position, Yun Suyu found it exceedingly peculiar. At first glance, they appeared intimately connected, yet their relationship was far from it. Though they were not at the point of irreconcilable conflict, they were not particularly amiable either. "Get off me. You're too heavy," she urged, pushing the weight of him off her. "Yun Suyu, have you forgotten that you have rendered me utterly powerless? How can I possibly move?" Yun Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at his words. With a firm shove, she pushed him off her, propping herself up on one elbow, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed at the man who lay immobilized before her, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Your Highness, even a cornered rabbit may bite. Did you ever consider the consequences of your bullying?" Duan Lingwu ignored Yun Suyu's inquiry, his gaze fixed on the woman beside him. Her posture relaxed, yet charged with unspoken tension. Though he felt a flicker of anger, it was tempered by the faint sting of pain from earlier. His eyes fell upon the distinctive bracelet adorning Yun Suyu's wrist. "Yun Suyu, what kind of poison have I been afflicted with?" Without hesitation, Yun Suyu revealed the nature of the poison. "It is the soft tendon powder. How dare you use soft tendon powder against me? Are you not afraid of my retribution?" Yun Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I've been diligently avoiding you, making every effort to stay out of your sight, yet you still found a way into my room at night." She pondered the reality of tearing down the Fade. Perhaps confronting him was not as frightening as she once believed. Despite her attempts at evasion, she could not escape the fact that he intended to take Duan Lingwu away from her. If that were the case, she saw no reason to continue sacrificing her own dignity. "Yun Suyu, are you truly unafraid?" Duan Lingwu asked, surprised that she no longer wished to maintain even a superficial peace with him. The smile faded from her face, replaced by an air of somber reflection. She sat at the edge of the bed, fixing her gaze on Duan Lingwu as she candidly expressed her true feelings. "You are a powerful prince, a man of iron and valor, a commendable warrior who once commanded my admiration for defending our homeland. But now, knowing your true identity and the entanglements between us, most notably the fear of you taking Duan Lingwu from me, I find myself forced to feign courtesy. No matter how I may try, I cannot alter the fact that you intend to take what is most precious to me. With that in mind, what do I have left to fear?" After absorbing her heartfelt confession, Duan Lingwu remained silent, his deep-set eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged pause, he shifted the topic. "Yun Suyu, were you attempting to lower my guard just now?" He hesitated, then continued, "Were you merely acting?" At his words, Yun Suyu instinctively touched her lips. While there were elements of performance in her closeness to him, she did not find his presence repulsive. Perhaps her response was somewhat ambiguous. And Duan Lingwu chose not to delve further into the matter, his gaze fixed intently on her face. If it was an act, why do you blush? Suyu replied. This insufferable man's inquiries are truly lethal. I can't help it if my face betrays me at such an inopportune moment. Yet, I cannot entirely blame myself. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to taking lives if necessary, but never had she harmed someone dear, especially not a man who now loomed over her with such intensity. Meeting Duan Lingji's gaze, she retorted, if I didn't blush at the right moment, would you truly lower your guard? Your performance was quite convincing. I was indeed deceived, he remarked in a neutral tone, rendering his emotions indiscernible. Suyu, unwilling to engage further, prepared to leave the bed. Where are you going? He inquired. Suyu cast him a sideways glance and retorted. How am I to sleep with you occupying my bed? Go find your people to take you away. After she finished speaking, she walked away. Observing her departing figure, Duan Lingwu secretly mused that this woman was adept at deceit. Discerning the truth in her words would undoubtedly require considerable effort. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Chuan returned him to his courtyard. While administering the antidote, he could not help but ponder what the prince had done to the owner of Cloud Manor, visiting her late at night and somehow being ensnared by a debilitating drug in her bed. Nevertheless, despite his internal grumbling, after administering the antidote, Wu Chuan earnestly broached the matter at hand. Your Highness, I have just inquired and learned that the owner of Cloud Manor visited He's courtyard shortly after her arrival and stayed for nearly a quarter of an hour before departing. I also heard from others that she frequently visits the valley, almost every month. When I pressed for the reason for her visits, however, others fell silent, making it difficult for me to extract further information. Duan Lingwu silently analyzed the intelligence Wu Chuan had gathered. Suyu claimed her current visit was for the purpose of trading dragons, Spore Lingji. What then had been her motives for her previous visits? Was her frequent presence merely for the sake of trading medicinal herbs? The Divine Healer Valley was not lacking in medicinal materials. Even if Dr. Meng wished to preserve rare herbs, she would hardly have the means to engage in such transactions. Suddenly, Duan Lingwu recalled that Dr. Meng had mentioned that He's mother would come to see her once a month, coinciding with Suyu's visits. At this thought, his heart skipped a beat, and an absurd notion took root in his mind. The inexplicable affinity he felt for he bore a striking resemblance to the feelings he had experienced upon first encountering Nua. Though the two children did not share a likeness in appearance, they both had fathers who had tragically drowned. Contemplating the myriad coincidences, Duan Lingwu grew increasingly alarmed. Wu Chuan, do you perceive any similarities between Suyu and He? The image of Suyu's striking resemblance to He flashed through his mind. Wu Chuan pondered briefly. Your Highness, their eyes. He's eyes resemble those of the owner of Cloud Manor. Duan Lingji's mind erupted with realization. If that were indeed the case, then He was. Chapter 65. Verifying the hypothesis, such speculations left Duan Lingji's heart in turmoil. Yet, as they remained mere conjectures, they required verification. The thought that such a cherubic and endearing little girl might be his daughter stirred tumultuous waves within his otherwise calm heart. Unfortunately, the antidote to the debilitating drug had yet to take effect, leaving him weak and unfit for action. Otherwise, he would have sought confirmation himself. To ascertain the truth, the most straightforward approach would be to inquire of Suyu. However, given the events surrounding Noah, Duan Lingwu abandoned that notion. That woman was a practiced liar. She had once gone to great lengths to conceal Noah's existence from him, even going so far as to paint the child's face in a garish manner for days on end. If he were truly as he suspected, that woman would never admit it. Not only would she refuse to acknowledge it, but if she were aware of his intentions to verify his suspicions, she would undoubtedly resort to every means to obstruct him. Bearing in mind the lessons learned from Noah's situation, Duan Lingwu resolved not to inform or question Suyu. This woman was known for her mendacity and obstinacy. The only way to glean the truth from her would be to present irrefutable evidence that she could not refute. With a resolute plan in his heart, Duan Lingwu closed his eyes, awaiting the effect of the antidote coursing through his veins. By dawn, he would uncover the truth and validate his suspicions. If He truly was a child, then Yin Suyu had given birth to twins all those years ago. The next morning, as Yin Suyu stepped outside, she fortuitously crossed paths with He. Observing the bright and radiant smile on the little girl's face, a tender smile unconsciously graced her own. "Good morning, He." He gestured for the nearby Dongxing to crouch down, then leaned in, covering her mouth with her tiny hand as she whispered in her ear. After speaking, her round, sparkling eyes darted around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, she hurried towards Yin Suyu, arms wide open for an embrace. "Mother hug." Yin Suyu scooped her up, chuckling. "What does He want to do? As long as I'm with Mother, I can do anything." Yin Suyu's heart tightened at the words. The child, at such a tender age, needed her presence, yet she could not be there. If the child were healthy, they could live together without enduring the pain of separation. After holding He for a while, Yin Suyu set her down, taking hold of her small hand. "Whatever you wish to do, my dear, Mother will be right beside you." He's face lit up with joy. "Mother, Uncle's big bug is dead. I want to find Hua Hua." Yin Suyu's smile faltered slightly, knowing that Hua Hua was a snake, long and soft, an unsettling sight. However, not wanting to dampen the little one's spirits, she acquiesced. "All right, let us go find Hua Hua." But for some reason, He suddenly changed her mind. "Mother, I don't want to find Hua Hua anymore. I want to catch butterflies." "Very well, let's follow Hi's wishes." From behind a large tree in the distance, Duan Lingwu observed their interaction intently, his trembling hand gradually forming into a fist. The two arrived at the garden, where vibrant butterflies flitted about. He seized a butterfly net, eager to chase after them. Suddenly, she paused, looking up with a beaming smile. "Mother, bow down." Uncertain of Hi's intentions, Yin Suyu laughed and bent down. Without waiting for inquiry, He stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on her cheek, her rosy face alight with joy. "Mother, you smell sweet." Yin Suyu beamed, cradling the little girl's face, their foreheads touching as they playfully swayed their heads together. The garden echoed with the delightful laughter of the child. After a while, He shouldered the butterfly net and skipped off to frolic among the flowers. Yin Suyu stood nearby, her gaze fixed on the little figure, which appeared soft and endearing amidst the colorful blossoms. Suddenly, a chill crept up her spine, as if she were being watched. She turned to scan her surroundings, but found no one but herself and He. Thinking it might be a mere illusion brought on by her concerns for that scoundrel Duan Lingwu, she redirected her focus back to the playful He in the garden. Moments later, a low, cold voice broke the tranquility from behind her. "You seem to be in good spirits." Listening to the cold, unfeeling voice of Duan Lingwu, Yin Suyu's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head to look at the man standing 6 feet away. His handsome face was shrouded in clouds, and his piercing gaze seemed to conceal countless sharp blades, ready to strike at any moment. Observing Duan Lingwu's menacing demeanor, Yin Suyu did not believe his anger stemmed from the events of the previous night. If it were not that, then what could it be? Her eyes inadvertently glanced towards He, who was frolicking in the garden, and a jolt of apprehension surged within her. Had this man discovered something? Indeed, in the next moment, Duan Lingwu voiced her suspicions. "Yin Suyu, are you quite familiar with He?" Recalling the sensation of being scrutinized moments ago, Yin Suyu was uncertain just how much Duan Lingwu had observed regarding her interactions with He. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Suppressing the tumult within her heart, she replied with a facade of nonchalance. "Indeed, we are quite familiar. I often come here, and this child is charming and delightful. The prince knows I have a child of my own, and as a mother, I cannot help but engage with a child of similar age to Nuo. Over time, we have grown close. And do you have any direct relation to her?" Duan Lingwu's question was blunt. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Suyu responded, "None at all. At most, we are acquaintances." Duan Lingwu's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Yin Suyu. This woman was indeed quite obstinate. He had been observing her interactions with He, recognizing that the warmth and affection they shared could only emanate from a familial bond. Yet, she refused to acknowledge it. But then again, how could one expect a woman who went to great lengths to prevent a child from recognizing her father to admit such a truth. To ascertain the reality, he would need to uncover irrefutable evidence. "Uncle," a soft, melodious voice interrupted the unspoken tension between them. He's small figure came dashing towards them. Upon seeing the little girl running with her tiny feet, Duan Lingji's expression softened. He arrived before them and looked up at Duan Lingji, her rosy cheeks adorned with a broad smile. "Uncle, you're here." Gazing at He's cheerful countenance and listening to her sweet voice, Duan Lingji felt a sudden warmth in his heart. The sharpness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an indescribable tenderness. This rosy-cheeked child was likely his daughter. He reached out to adjust the little bell on her hair ribbon. "Are you having fun?" "I'm having a great time," he exclaimed. She then turned to Suyu, who, with a furtive glance at Duan Lingji, felt her heart race once more. "Auntie," he sweetly called out, "bend down." Hearing the affectionate term Annie caused Suyu's anxious heart to settle back within her. The little girl had remembered her instructions. She squatted down, and he beamed as she opened her small hands, revealing a vibrant butterfly poised to take flight. "Auntie, isn't it beautiful?" "Indeed, it is beautiful," Suyu praised with a smile. Listening to He's endearing address of Suyu, Duan Lingji felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. It was but a momentary feeling. This woman had once gone to great lengths to obstruct his recognition of Nua, portraying him in an unflattering light. Thus, a mere title now held little significance. Gazing at the large and small figures engaged in discussion over a butterfly, Duan Lingji's attention fell upon their eyes, his deep pupils quivering slightly. Indeed, their eyes bore an uncanny resemblance. With a striking similarity in their gaze, Duan Lingji had nearly confirmed his suspicions. And now only one final step remained to ensure that this obstinate woman would be left without a retort. Chapter 66. Realizing she has a daughter, Suyu, Duan Lingji called out coldly, prompting Suyu to lift her gaze towards him. Noticing his eyes shifting between her and He, she felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Could it be that He had truly revealed their connection? She steadied her emotions. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Highness?" Duan Lingji cast a penetrating glance at her, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "You have spun a web of lies to deceive me, and I shall ensure you are left without a defense." Suyu was momentarily taken aback. This cunning man truly suspected the bond between He and herself. From his tone, it seemed he possessed considerable evidence. At first glance, his words appeared disjointed, yet she understood this to be both a warning and an expression of his dissatisfaction. Having concluded his statement, Duan Lingji turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Suyu sighed heavily. While it was a blessing for her child's father to be astute, given a choice, she would prefer him to be rather simple-minded. This cunning man posed a threat. If he were to discover the truth, he might attempt to take He away. No, He is her daughter. Even if he is her biological father, he cannot claim her. By any means necessary, she would thwart that man's intentions. "Mother, what troubles you?" Noticing the change in Suyu's demeanor, He tugged at her sleeve, inquiring. Looking at her child's adorable face, Suyu embraced her. "If someone tried to take you away from your mother, what would you do?" "Mother, no one can take He away," He declared, shaking her small fists. "Anyone who tries to take He from mother will be bitten by Hua Hua, Hong Hong, and LVLV. Suyu smiled at her response, resting her head on the little girl's shoulder. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. "Indeed, no one can take my He away." After cherishing a moment of maternal warmth, Suyu straightened up and said to He, "Mother has matters to discuss with Grandfather Meng. I will let Dongqing accompany you for a while, and I shall return once I am finished." "All right, Mother." Meanwhile, Duan Lingji made his way directly to the residence of Physician Meng, contemplating his previous encounter with He in the valley. Each time he beheld her, an unusual feeling stirred within him. He should have realized it sooner. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Physician Meng patiently sifting through medicinal herbs in the sunlight. Spotting Duan Lingji, he greeted him with a warm smile. "Your Highness, your presence truly brings brilliance to my humble abode." Listening to Physician Meng's courteous remarks, Duan Lingji replied coolly, "You are too kind, Physician Meng. I have come with a matter to inquire about." Noticing the faint sorrow in Duan Lingji's tone and the tension in his brow, Physician Meng invited him inside, personally serving tea before speaking. "What does your highness wish to know? I shall leave no stone unturned in providing clarity." Recalling Yun Suyu's request for the blood lotus, and remembering Physician Meng's mention of the rare herbs needed for He's detoxification, Duan Lingji sought to confirm his suspicions and stated straightforwardly, "You mentioned that the herbs for He's antidote are hard to come by. I wish to know if among the required herbs are the blood lotus and dragon spore." "Indeed, your highness. How did you come to know?" Duan Lingji chose to disregard the question posed by Dr. Meng, his attention entirely captivated by the single character before him. This seemingly simple character held an enchanting power that immobilized him, as a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. Anger, heartbreak, and even joy. His hand trembled slightly around the teacup. He was truly his daughter, that cherubic little girl, rosy-cheeked and often smiling as she called him uncle, was indeed his flesh and blood. It was no wonder he felt such fondness for her. It was not merely her adorable demeanor, but the profound bond of blood that connected them, reminiscent of the inexplicable joy he felt for Nua in the past. Yin Suyu had given birth to 2 children, meaning he had not only a son but a daughter as well. Her earlier request for the rare blood lotus, under the pretense of collecting precious medicinal herbs, was a ruse. Her true intention was to save her daughter, for the antidote required that very herb. Her desire for the dragon spore was likewise motivated by He's need for detoxification, which led her to the desperate act of theft. "Your Highness," Dr. Meng called out, noticing the shift in Duan Lingji's demeanor. The mention of He's poisoning, which could potentially claim her life within 2 years if left untreated, stirred Duan Lingji into a fervent state. "Dr. Meng, what other herbs are necessary for He's cure?" The memory of he's suffering from her affliction filled him with sorrow. Unaware of his daughter's existence previously, he had failed to fulfill even the slightest duty of a father. Now that he knew he was his daughter, he was determined to exhaust all efforts to procure the herbs needed for her recovery. His daughter, Duan Lingji's daughter, ought to be cherished and adored. Growing up surrounded by love and prosperity, not imprisoned by poison at the tender age of 5, destined to vanish from this world. A thought of family struck him. He suddenly recalled Nua, expressing her longing for a sister, a subtle hint at He's existence that he had dismissed as mere childlike fancy, thereby missing the opportunity to uncover the truth. Dr. Meng, puzzled by the abrupt change in Duan Lingji and his evident concern for He, chose not to conceal anything. He hoped for the girl's recovery, recognizing that with the prince's capabilities, their search for the necessary herbs would be greatly enhanced. With this in mind, Dr. Meng proceeded to enumerate the 3 additional herbs required for He's treatment. Duan Lingji listened intently, committing the information to memory, and promptly instructed his aides to seek them out. His daughter would undoubtedly recover. However, the depth of Duan Lingji's concern for He left Dr. Meng perplexed. After much contemplation, he ventured to inquire, "Your Highness, were you acquainted with He's late father?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Duan Lingji's expression darkened, prompting Dr. Meng to feel a sense of foreboding. Yet he was unaware of his misstep. Just as he opened his mouth to clarify, an urgent voice called out from outside, "Dr. Meng." Upon hearing Yin Suyu's voice, Dr. Meng felt as though salvation had arrived. "Your Highness, please remain seated. I shall step outside to investigate." However, Duan Lingji seemed oblivious to his words, rising and striding toward the exit. Dr. Meng, perplexed by this sudden shift in Duan Lingji's behavior, followed closely behind, stepping out into the unknown. Duan Lingji hurried his steps, secretly gritting his teeth and snorting coldly. He was on his way to seek her out when unexpectedly, the woman approached him first. She concealed their son, then their daughter, and even spread the rumor that the children's biological father had long since perished. This woman deserved to be adequately punished. Yin Suyu waited in the courtyard, and when she saw Duan Lingji striding before the renowned physician Meng, especially when his icy and fearsome gaze fell upon her, she felt a surge of unease. This wretched man, with such a demeanor, could it be that he had discovered something? Before Yin Suyu could dwell further on her thoughts, Duan Lingwu had approached her. His face darkened and coldly demanded, "Yin Suyu, whose child is he?" Chapter 67. A multitude of colorful worms listening to Duan Lingwu's blunt inquiry. Yin Suyu was uncertain of how much he truly knew. This cunning man was notorious for his deceitful tactics. Though her heart was tempestuous, Yin Suyu maintained an outward calm, meeting Duan Lingwu's piercing gaze with unwavering composure. "What words do His Highness the Prince speak? I have never laid eyes upon He's parents. How could I possibly know whose child she is? Yin Suyu, do you truly believe this prince is oblivious to everything, allowing you to weave your fanciful tales?" Yin Suyu disregarded Duan Lingwu's ire. "I do not comprehend what the prince is implying." Seeing her refusal to acknowledge the truth, Duan Lingwu stepped closer, his fierce gaze seeming as though it sought to unearth her very essence. "Yin Suyu, among the herbs required to detoxify He, two of them are the blood lotus and the dragon spore. If you have no connection to her, why would you go to such lengths to procure these items?" Yin Suyu trembled slightly at his words. He truly knew that He was her daughter, and he was even aware of the herbs needed for her detoxification. Noting Yin Suyu's silence, Duan Lingwu's anger flared. He seized her wrist, fury radiating from his deep-set eyes. "Yin Suyu, first you concealed no Yuo, and now you wish to hide He as well. Do you truly think this prince is blind to your machinations?" Physician Meng, initially perplexed by the interaction between the two, particularly when Yin Suyu insisted that He had no relation to her, began to see the truth unfold. It became clear that they were not only old acquaintances, but also the biological parents of He. Given Duan Lingwu's tone, it seemed he had been unaware of He's existence until now. No wonder he was so invested in her well-being. After all, they shared a blood bond, regardless of any initial ignorance. Physician Meng suddenly recalled his earlier remarks. Realizing why Duan Lingwu had darkened in countenance, he was indeed the father of the child who had supposedly drowned long ago. With her wrist firmly grasped by Duan Lingwu, Yin Suyu saw little point in struggling. This wretched man had already uncovered everything. Rather than fret over what he might do next, it was wiser to remain calm and composed. What more did the prince wish to know? What did he intend to do? Hearing Yin Suyu dismiss his concerns and toss the question back at him, Duan Lingwu could scarcely contain his fury, releasing her wrist only to grit his teeth and demand, "You will tell me, in your own words, whose child he is. Who are her parents?" Faced with the incensed man, who insisted she acknowledge the truth, Yin Suyu felt a flicker of indignation. This rogue was truly overstepping his bounds. "Your Highness, something is amiss." Yin Suyu's words were abruptly interrupted by the cry of Dongqing, who hurriedly dashed into the courtyard. Dongqing had been closely following He, and upon hearing her exclaim in distress, Yin Suyu's heart sank. Ignoring Duan Lingwu by her side, she grasped Dongqing and urgently inquired, "What has happened to He? Has she encountered trouble?" "Miss," Dongqing panted, "the young miss has been taken away." "Who is it? Do you recognize them?" The anxiety and concern were palpable on Yin Suyu's face. "I don't know." Dongqing shook her head, striving to recall any useful clues. "That person was dressed differently from us, in vibrant colors, and wore a bright feather atop their head." "Nanzanga people," Duan Lingwu interjected, his calm tone betraying an underlying urgency. Yin Suyu was perplexed as to why the Nanzanga would take He, but now was not the time to ponder their motives. She needed to find He swiftly. "Which direction did they go?" "Miss, they headed east." Upon hearing this, Yin Suyu turned to rush outside, but as she took a couple of steps, someone tightly seized her wrist. Turning back, she saw it was Duan Lingwu holding her. Frowning, she forcefully shook off his grip and opened her mouth to speak. But he spoke first. "Yin Suyu, once we retrieve He, I shall settle accounts with you." Yin Suyu shot him a glare and wordlessly continued forward, her impatience palpable, and his presence only added to her irritation. Exiting Mengshun Hospital, she walked briskly, ignoring Wu Chuan when they crossed paths. Wu Chuan had intended to greet her, but upon noticing her hurried demeanor, he swallowed his words and turned his gaze to the equally swift Duan Lingwu nearby. "Your Highness," Wu Chuan began, only to be cut off by Duan Lingwu's command, "have the men follow her." Although Wu Chuan was unaware of the situation's gravity, he recognized for his master's urgency that it was indeed serious. Responding promptly, he set about making arrangements as Duan Lingwu quickly caught up with Suyu. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Neither spoke as they hastened eastward. Meanwhile, He was brought to the summit of a mountain. As her feet touched solid ground, she slowly parted her small hands that had been covering her eyes, peering through the gap to observe her surroundings. Upon seeing the brightly dressed woman before her, she gradually lowered her hands, tilting her head back and stepping away, her round eyes clearly reflecting her confusion and fear. "Who are you?" Noticing He's fright, the woman took a couple of steps back, her expression shifting from neutrality to a warm smile as she leaned down to look at He, her eyes sparkling with delight. "My name is Amir. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." As Amir finished speaking, a gentle voice echoed from behind He. "Yes, we will not hurt you." He spun around to see a young boy clad in blue, wearing a headband, approaching with a gentle smile that seemed to warm the atmosphere. "He, my name is Sang-Chi. Do not be afraid. We will not harm you." As she gazed upon the unfamiliar yet warm-hearted elder brother before her, He's initial panic gradually dissipated. This brother bore a striking resemblance to the splendid flowers in Grandpa Meng's garden and was adorned with the finest of insects. She extended her tiny hand to poke at the sapphire on Sang-Chi's forehead, softly declaring, "I want to return to find my mother." Sang-Chi deliberately lowered his head slightly, making it easier for He to reach. "All right, we shall send you back shortly." Amir stepped forward, his voice gentle and coaxing. We have something to show you. Once you've seen it, we will take you back to your mother." He's round, glossy eyes flitted between the two men, noticing the insects upon them, which seemed resilient and unlikely to perish easily. Observing He's silence, the two men patiently awaited her response. After a brief moment, He inquired, "What are you going to show me? Is it insects?" At her words, Amir was momentarily taken aback before producing a box and opening it. Upon seeing the contents, He's eyes widened in amazement, and she clapped her hands in delight. "Wow, so many colorful big insects." Chapter 68. The golden toad's life source grew gazing at the diverse hues of the insects within the box. He was overjoyed, clapping her hands in approval. Simultaneously, the insects seemed to be stimulated, writhing with excitement and emitting a chorus of squeaks. Observing this spectacle, he picked up a red insect and placed it in her palm. The moment it settled there, it wriggled even more vigorously than it had in the box, its buzzing sounds growing louder. Amir watched intently, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. The emergence of the Saint Master and a chorus of myriad insects had been tales passed down through generations, never before witnessed. Some had even deemed it mere legend. Yet today, she was fortunate enough to behold it. The seven-color goo was nurtured to sense the Saint Master and would remain in slumber until death, only awakening and becoming agitated through the presence of the Saint Master. After admiring the insect in her hand, He returned it, turning to Amir, who had been watching her closely, and remarked, "These insects are so beautiful with their myriad colors." Amir glanced at the still excited insects in the box. This is called the seven-color goo." Tilting her head, He closed the box and turned to Sang-Chi, her gaze flitting back and forth over him. "Brother Sang-Chi, I want to see the frog on you." At her request, Sang-Chi's brows furrowed slightly, and a look of reluctant acceptance crossed his otherwise handsome face. With a flourish, he produced a small golden toad. This is not a frog. It is a golden toad." He remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the golden toad in Sang-Chi's hand, reaching out with her tiny hand to touch it. But Sang-Chi gently shifted his hand away. This insect does not allow others to touch it easily." Just as he finished speaking, the insect suddenly leapt toward He, who cradled the golden toad in her hands, beaming with delight. However, just as she was enjoying the moment, the golden toad unexpectedly bit her, drawing forth a crimson droplet of blood from the tender base of her white finger. "Ah, it hurts," he exclaimed, shaking her hand in an attempt to dislodge the golden toad, but it remained firmly rooted in place. Upon witnessing the scene, Sang-Chi grasped He's small hand and took away the golden toad, observing the blood droplets at her fingertip. He retrieved a silk handkerchief, gently wiped her clean, and then blew on her wound. He looked up at Sang-Chi with her innocent eyes, her voice tinged with grievance as she inquired, "Brother Sang-Chi, why did your golden toad bite me?" Hee, the golden toad is my life-s spirit insect. It typically does not bite people. Then why did it bite me? Having been bitten by the golden toad, he displayed an unwavering determination to seek clarity. Sang-Chi, putting away the handkerchief, replied earnestly, "The golden toad possesses a spirit. It only bites the one destined for me." What does destined mean? Amir observed the inquisitive he and the patient Sang-Chi, a profound joy gleaming in his eyes. The fact that the young master's golden toad had bitten he seemed like a twist of fate. He, you're still young and do not understand these things. When you grow older, your brother will tell you. Noticing he's persistent curiosity, Sang-Chi examined her small hand, his youthful countenance adopting a more serious demeanor. The destined one is the person I am meant to protect for a lifetime. He was perplexed, finding the explanation increasingly difficult to comprehend. She did not grasp the concept of a lifetime or protection. All she knew was her brother, how he resembled a beautiful flower, and that he possessed the finest insects. Seeing he blink with an expression of confusion, Amir bent down to gaze at her. You are still quite young. There is no rush to understand these matters. Suddenly, a voice calling for he echoed from a distance. Upon hearing it, he joyfully exclaimed, "Mother is coming." She turned and shouted towards the source of the sound. "Mother, I'm over here." Amir glanced at the approaching figure and, bending down, firmly placed his hands on he's small shoulders, imparting a serious admonition. You must remember brother Sang-Chi and his golden toad. When you grow up, he'll come to find you." He, somewhat understanding yet still confused, nodded her little head. Sang-Chi turned to Amir, saying, "High priest, he is still young. She cannot remember or comprehend all of this. Master, while he may not remember you, her innate sensitivity towards animals will allow her to remember your golden toad." As they conversed, Suyu and her companions approached. Upon seeing Suyu, he leaped up in joy. "Mother," but as she spotted Duan Lingwu beside her, she abruptly changed her address. "Auntie." Suyu instinctively glanced at Duan Lingwu upon hearing the term auntie. The little girl's call of mother had already reached the ears of that man. Now her attempt to conceal it with Annie was all too evident, like hiding silver with a blatant show. Yet the pressing matter was not this. Fortunately, the joyful and robust tone of her voice indicated she had been brought here without harm. As they drew closer, Suyu could clearly see he's state. Watching her skip towards her, the anxious heart that had been suspended finally settled back in her chest. Are you all right? Uncle, he is perfectly fine." Observing the lively and cheerful Duan Lingwu let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his daughter was unharmed. Otherwise, his piercing gaze turned towards Amir, his thick brows furrowing involuntarily before shifting to Sang-Chi, his expression deepening in concern as he noted the markings upon his brow. Why would the priest from the Southern Territory and members of the Sang family appear within the borders of my Donyang and bring my daughter here? Hearing Duan Lingwu refer to himself as this king, Amir inclined his head respectfully, inquiring, "Might I ask which prince of Donyang you are?" "I am Duan Lingwu." "The Prince of Ling," he replied. "Ah, it is His Highness Prince Ling," Amir explained. "My young master has some personal matters that necessitated this visit. We do not intend to linger here. On our return journey, we noticed this child possesses a unique affinity for animals, and, out of curiosity, we brought her here to interact with them, without causing her any distress." After Amir concluded, he added, "We must hurry on our way, so we shall take our leave." Duan Lingwu nodded, then remarked, "You two hold esteemed positions. In the future, do not appear unannounced in Donyang. Any misstep here could lead to unrest between our nations. Your Highness speaks wisely. We shall ensure such an occurrence does not repeat," Amir assured him as he departed with Sang-Chi. Duan Lingwu turned his gaze to Suyu, who had feigned ignorance despite he already calling her mother. Duan Lingwu beckoned, "Come here to uncle." He joyfully ran to him, looking up and exclaiming, "Uncle." Duan Lingwu lifted her into his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Suyu, and gently coaxed, Tell uncle your full name." "Uncle, my name is Jiha." A name given by my mother. Yin Jiha, Duan Lingwu murmured, instructing someone to take He away. Once they were alone, he fixed his gaze on Yin Suyu, who was deliberately avoiding eye contact, and coldly stated, Yin Suyu, I intend to settle accounts with you. Chapter 69. Yin Suyu remained calm, hearing Duan Lingwu's chilling tone. Yin Suyu withdrew her gaze to meet his grim expression. If she could have denied the truth before, she could no longer do so upon hearing He call her mother. Moreover, this man had the audacity to inquire about the child's full name in her presence. The similarity between their names was too glaring to overlook. In this situation, the only way to avoid confrontation was for this man to suffer amnesia, an impossible feat for her to orchestrate, particularly in an instant. Before Yin Suyu could speak, Duan Lingwu stepped closer, his icy voice cutting through the silence. Yinjia, Yinjinua, he said, abruptly seizing her wrist. Yin Suyu, with both children's names before us. Calling you mother, do not dare claim this as mere coincidence. With a fierce tone, he continued, what further excuses do you intend to make? Faced with his frigid demeanor, Yin Suyu forcefully shook off his grip. It was evident that he sought to compel her to confess that He was indeed his daughter. Now that the truth was laid bare before him, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Meeting Duan Lingwu's cold gaze, she spoke with composure, Your Highness, do you not already know everything? What more do you wish to discuss with me? I wish to hear you say it with your own lips, he demanded. As Yin Suyu maintained a facade of tranquility, Duan Lingwu seethed with rage. This woman had persistently lied to him, and now, faced with undeniable evidence, she remained composed. Observing the evident fury etched on Duan Lingwu's handsome visage, Yin Suyu finally divulged the truth she had sought to conceal. Nono and He are both my children. They are twins, your bloodline. We three lived together until 2 years ago when He was poisoned, forcing our separation. Upon hearing Yin Suyu's admission, Duan Lingwu's expression softened slightly. You previously understood my grievances towards you for preventing Nono from recognizing me. Why now do you wish to obstruct my acknowledgement of our daughter? Although his demeanor had improved, his tone remained icy and accusatory. Over the years, Yin Suyu had shouldered all hardships without complaint, but Duan Lingwu's words inexplicably stirred feelings of grievance within her. Why? Yin Suyu's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. Do you not comprehend the joy of being called mother by your own child? And yet, before you, I would rather have He call me aunt than mother. Can you fathom the reason behind my efforts to prevent you from recognizing He? Duan Lingwu was taken aback by her challenge. He scoffed. How could I possibly know what you were thinking? It is because of you, Prince Ling, Yin Suyu replied, her smile tinged with melancholy. If their father were an ordinary man, I would not hinder your recognition of them. But their father is a powerful prince, astute and capable. I cannot contend with that. No matter my status, it is only natural for a father to reclaim his children. Even you, as their mother, should not obstruct this, Duan Lingwu retorted, his brow furrowed. Moreover, when have I ever engaged in a contest with you? None of this can justify your interference in my acknowledgement of He. Seeing that Duan Lingwu failed to grasp her meaning, Yin Suyu fixed her gaze upon him, her voice cold and direct. Do you still not understand? You intend to take Nono back to the capital, to snatch him away from me. If you were to learn of He's existence, you would take her as well. You have already seized one child. I cannot allow you to take another. Duan Lingwu's brow furrowed deeply. Nono and He are my bloodline. I was unaware of their existence before, but now that I am informed, I cannot allow my lineage to be scattered. I shall bring both children back to the capital. Yin Suyu's agitation surged at his words. On what grounds? She shouted at Duan Lingwu. What gives you the right to take both of them? Duan Lingwu snorted coldly, observing her escalating emotions. Simply the fact that I am their father, and their names deserve to be inscribed on the royal jade tablet. It is only natural that I bring them back to the capital. Just because you are their biological father, you presume it is your right to take my children? As Yin Suyu's agitation grew, Duan Lingwu sternly rebuked her. Yin Suyu, cease your unreasonable antics. They are also my children, and it is only right for me to bring them back to the capital. Your sense of right is irrelevant. They are my children. What gives you the right to take advantage of this situation? Just because you contributed a seed You believe you can snatch them away? Yun Suyo was consumed by anger and agitation, her words spilling forth without careful consideration. Duan Lingwu, as a prince, was accustomed to being met with deference, and it was unprecedented for someone to shout and berate him so openly. His handsome face darkened, and when he spoke, his tone was so frigid it sent shivers down one's spine. Yun Suyo, mind your words and actions. I am the child's father, an immutable truth that cannot be altered. Whether you accept it or not, you must acknowledge it. Yun Suyo, already emotionally charged due to the child, found Duan Lingji's cold admonition utterly ineffective. Instead, it only exacerbated her distress. His words struck her like an invisible blade, shattering the resilient facade she had built over the years, and a torrent of grievances surged within her. She fixed her gaze on the man before her and shouted, "You are indeed the father, but that child is mine." At this juncture, her voice choked with emotion, her reddened eyes brimming with tears, teetering on the brink of an emotional collapse. "They are my children, born after 10 months of perilous pregnancy. I nurtured them from their first cries to their first words. I have raised them through sleepless nights and endless days, enduring countless trials to see them take their first steps. I have sacrificed so much to bring them up, and yet you suddenly appear, claiming them as your own. By what right do you seize my children from me?" Yun Suyo's sudden loss of control caught Duan Lingwu off guard. Looking at the tearful woman before him, he momentarily forgot their quarrel and raised his hand in an attempt to console her. "Yun Suyo," she called him by his name, her voice a desperate scream. "Those children are my everything. They are my very life." If she had been merely on the verge of a breakdown before, she had now fully succumbed to it. Her once bright eyes now dimmed. She unsheathed her dagger and thrust it into Duan Lingji's hand, pressing the blade to her chest as she shouted, "You can have my children only if I am dead." Overwhelmed by her emotions, her hands trembled slightly, crystalline tears cascading down her delicate cheeks. It seemed she was oblivious to the sharp dagger poised against her heart, continuing to scream, "Come on, kill me. If you do, you will be the only family they have left, and you can take them wherever you wish." Duan Lingwu, taken aback, discarded the dagger she had thrust into his hands to the ground, grasping her shoulders firmly. "Yun Suyo, please calm down." Chapter 70. A nest that can bear 10 or 8 offspring, his words, instead of soothing her, only ignited her fury further, transforming her choked voice into a wail. "If His Highness desires children, there are many women willing to bear them for you. Why must you take mine? I have only these 2. If you take them away, I will have nothing left." With that, Yun Suyo could no longer contain her emotions, breaking into a heart-wrenching cry. Over the years, she had faced many trials but had never shed a tear, not even during the excruciating pain of childbirth. Only physiological tears had escaped her then, but now, it was heartache that brought forth her weeping. "Yun Suyo," Duan Lingji's tone unconsciously softened, and he attempted to soothe her. "Please calm down. Get away from me." Yun Suyo shouted, forcefully pushing away his hands from her shoulders, her blurred vision glaring at him. "You leave me alone. Regardless of your status as the child's father, I have no desire to see you. Go far away from me." Duan Lingwu, of such esteemed stature, found himself for the first time attempting to console someone, only to be met with scornful insults. His expression darkened, and he contemplated leaving, yet his feet hesitated as he beheld Yun Suyo, weeping uncontrollably. This woman, utterly oblivious to her own disgrace, wailed like a shrew, her face marred by tears and snot, a sight that should have repelled him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a pang of compassion for her heart-wrenching sorrow. He approached slowly, and as Yun Suyo noticed him, she raised her hand to strike. With quick reflexes, Duan Lingwu seized her wrist, but she struggled fiercely, shouting, "Get away," as she screamed and fought against his strong grip. The sight of her red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked face intensified his feelings of empathy. Ignoring her furious protests and struggles, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Yun Suyo was taken aback by his sudden gesture, desperately trying to break free. However, Duan Lingwu did not grant her the chance. The more she fought, the tighter he held her. After a futile struggle, she surrendered, choking on her sobs, Why did you have to show up? When I saw you riding past in Ling City, I turned my back to avoid you. Why must you appear and compete with me for the child? It dawned on him that she had seen him on her first day in Ling City, as she accused him of vying for her child. Duan Lingwu found himself at a loss for words, grappling with his emotions. She had been but 16 when they first met. A naive girl, now burdened with the weight of pregnancy, and with twins no less. He had witnessed the struggles of expectant mothers, and he could only imagine the toll it took on her to carry 2 children. The torment she endured at the hands of the Yun family before the children were even born was unimaginable. To survive the perilous birth of her children and then toil to raise them. If they were healthy, that would be a blessing, but with He later succumbing to poison. How could she bear such heavy burdens at the tender age of 16 or 17? She had to care for Noonyuo's every need while also visiting He monthly, all the while earning money and seeking remedies to save her child. The hardships she faced over the years were unfathomable. As the children's father, he was utterly unaware of their existence. Listening to Suyu's sobs gradually subside, Duan Lingwu felt his heart ache more profoundly. He suddenly recalled the scene recounted by Dr. Meng, where He's mother had brought her to the Divine Doctor Valley in search of help, a moment filled with despair. What was he doing during that time? He had spent years filled with resentment searching for her, only to confront her again with thoughts of vengeance. The children were her lifeblood, born through her struggles and nurtured with unwavering devotion. Yet he had contemplated taking them away. While as their father he had the right to claim them, to remove them from her side was akin to plunging a dagger into her heart. Contemplating these realizations, Duan Lingwu felt as if a heavy weight had settled upon his chest, creating an uncomfortable sense of suffocation. Listening to Suyu's quiet sobs, he instinctively tightened his embrace, raising one large hand awkwardly to pat her back. Do not weep. Should I choose to take the child away, I would ensure that you accompany us, for I would never permit a separation between mother and child. Duan Lingwu's tone, devoid of its previous chill, now bore a touch of warmth. His words and actions rendered Suyu momentarily speechless. Though she was sobbing, her mind remained clear. This scoundrel, patting her back and speaking gently, was indeed comforting her. Suyu found today's events somewhat surreal. While she was known for her temper, she had never before lost control to such an extent, especially not in front of this rogue. What astounded her further was that, despite his formidable status, he did not retaliate against her outburst, but rather softened his tone to soothe her, even uttering words about not separating them. Held in Duan Lingwu's embrace, Suyu did not resist. His arms provided a surprising comfort, especially as she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which imparted a profound sense of security. After all, he had taken advantage of her last night. She might as well lean against him for a moment of respite. After a while, her sobs gradually subsided. In a long silence, Duan Lingwu finally spoke. Have you cried enough? His tone was laced with both mockery and inquiry. Suyu pushed him away, using just enough strength to easily dislodge someone she had previously found impossible to move. Looking up at him, she noted the unprecedented gentleness etched across his features. Confusion washed over her. She had caused such a ruckus, yet this rogue had not sought to provoke her further, and had even softened his demeanor. As she gazed at him in silence, her reddened eyes caught his attention, and a fleeting expression of concern flickered in his deep-set eyes. What is it? Have your tears clouded your judgment? Yet I recall they flowed onto my attire. When did they return to your mind? Suyu, this scoundrel is mocking her for crying foolishly. With her eyes still red, she shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Your Highness, I am quite lucid. Noting her fierce demeanor, Duan Lingwu suppressed a smile and asked earnestly, Do you know who is behind He's poisoning? When discussing the cause of He's poisoning, Suyu had no intention of concealing the truth. The perpetrator had aimed for the crown prince, but a servant at the inn mistakenly served the poisoned porridge to He. The crown prince? Duan Lingwu expressed surprise, realizing the matter intertwined with the affairs of his family. Indeed, Suyu recounted the events, while Duan Lingwu's gaze darkened. So you killed Yin Sanshi and Yu Ping'an because of He? Yes, the true mastermind remains at large, but they are not innocent, she affirmed. Duan Lingwu nodded. Recalling his earlier suspicions regarding her involvement with foreign powers due to her actions against Yin Sanshi, it turned out her motivations were solely for her daughter. Duan Lingwu fixed his gaze upon Suyu, acknowledging the lengths to which she would go for her child. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Suyu, I truly have only 2 children, correct? There won't be another one popping up, will there? Suyu, taken aback by his comment, retorted with irritation. Do you consider me a fool? A single litter can yield 8 or 10 offspring. Chapter 71. The so-called condition is to bear 2 more children. Duan Lingji's lips twitched at her words. This woman truly lacked discretion. Who compels her to constantly wish to conceal the children? When Nuo was discovered, he assumed there was but one. Now, with he suddenly emerging, it is inevitable to ponder whether another will soon follow. Duan Lingji's profound gaze fixated intently on Suyu. If, as she claims, there are indeed 10 or 8 offspring, whether independent and diligent like Nuo, or soft and endearing like he, what sort of existence would it be to nurture them in the arts and martial skills, to watch them frolic and play? Yet, for an ordinary individual, conceiving twins is already a rarity, let alone the prospect of another child and less. Under Duan Lingji's unyielding scrutiny, noticing the ill intentions and mockery hinted in his eyes, Suyu hurriedly distanced herself from him. What do you gaze at me for? Duan Lingwu averted his gaze, his tone devoid of any pretense. I was contemplating your mention of 10 or 8 offspring. If such a number were true, will my life not transform altogether? Suyu paused in astonishment. This insufferable man, she merely spoke in metaphor, yet he envisioned an entirely different life. To desire 10 or 8 children seemed more a daydream than reality. However, given his status and position, should he truly wish for it, embodying the nature of a man with multiple consorts could render this dream effortlessly attainable. Your Highness, with your standing, countless women would willingly bear you children. 10 or 8 is but a trifle. Even 100 or 80 would pose no challenge, she mused. This insufferable man possessed intellect, charm, and commendable genes. Allowing such advantageous traits to go to waste by not fathering several children would indeed be a pity, though that was a matter that bore no relevance to her. Duan Lingwu regarded her with concern, bemused by her nonchalant suggestion of seeking women to bear children. Suyu, I harbor no interest in other women. Under her breath, Suyu murmured, for many men, procreation requires little more than lineage. Emotions are secondary. As she reflected, this insufferable man seemed indifferent to her. Yet they had nonetheless produced 2 children together. However, she quickly dismissed the notion of indifference. Resentment, too, is a form of feeling. He did possess sentiments for her, albeit not of the favorable kind. Uncertain if Duan Lingwu had caught her murmured words, she noted his expression had darkened since. Having already expressed her fervor and vented her frustrations, it was imperative she clarify her intentions with the father of her children. With that thought, Suyu gazed at Duan Lingwu, whose countenance had grown somber. Regardless of his reaction, she resolved to convey her determination. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you, pertaining to the children. Upon hearing Suyu mention the children, Duan Lingwu was reminded of her earlier outburst, her frantic cries for their well-being. Observing her reddened eyes, he maintained a relatively gentle tone. Speak, regarding the children, what do you wish to convey to me? Or would you simply inform me where you plan to conceal them after he is cured? Surprised that Duan Lingwu had already surmised her intentions, Suyu felt no further need to conceal her thoughts. Fixing her gaze on his inscrutable visage, she spoke directly and candidly. I want the children, and I desire them as well. Regarding Suyu's determination to keep the child, Duan Lingwu showed no signs of retreating, while Suyu seemed to have anticipated this, displaying little surprise. Your Highness, if you do not relent, I shall conceal the child so that you will never find him again. Duan Lingji's expression remained impassive, yet his tone was resolute. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth with the child, I shall find you. If you doubt my words, feel free to put it to the test. Suyu glared at the man, equally determined to claim the child, her eyes tinged with red. Let us speak plainly. Your Highness, What must you do to refrain from contesting the child with me? State your demands, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Duan Lingwu regarded the woman, aware of her fierce attachment to the child, yet his desires extended beyond mere possession of the child. He wished for the child's mother as well. Under Duan Lingwu's inscrutable gaze, which held a profound depth, Suyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Just as she was about to speak, Duan Lingwu interjected. Suyu, I offer you two choices. First, you may accompany me with the child. Your Highness, what is the second choice? Before Duan Lingwu could articulate the latter, Suyu, clearly uninterested in the first option, eagerly sought clarity on the second. Noticing her urgency, Duan Lingwu's gaze lingered meaningfully on her abdomen before he spoke slowly. The second choice is that I shall grant you both children, provided that. Upon hearing his unfinished statement, Suyu discerned that he had conditions. The man, who had persistently sought to claim the child, was now generously offering both, leading her to speculate on the difficulty of his terms. Yet, if he were willing to relinquish his claim, she would be inclined to consider even the most arduous conditions. What is it, Your Highness? Do not hesitate to reveal your terms. Observing her eager curiosity, Duan Lingwu smirked. You must bear me 2 more children. In exchange for children, I shall cease my pursuit of Nono, and Suyu, initially filled with anticipation, felt her hopes dissolve into fury upon hearing his so-called terms. You shameless scoundrel! The outrageous nature of his demands was beyond comprehension. Gazing at Duan Lingwu's handsome face, adorned with a mischievous smile, she longed to scratch it. It was unfathomable how a once valiant young man could devolve into such a state. Even if he had once desired her demise, it seemed justifiable, as she had indeed forced him, tarnishing his dignity as a man. However, his current demeanor was both infuriating and bewildering. With her eyes burning with disdain, Suyu seethed. It is still early, and this is no time for fanciful dreams. Despite her rebuke, Duan Lingwu remained unfazed. Suyu, return to the capital with me and live together with the child. I will not separate you. With the presence of both parents, the child can grow up healthily. Consider my words carefully. Suyu remained silent. Although the man's proposition seemed beneficial for the child, the notion of returning to the capital, a place notorious for its treachery and peril, was fraught with challenges that weighed heavily on her mind. Let's not hastily speculate about her relationship with that scoundrel. In the capital, her reputation lies in tatters, and as she returns with her child, she has much to ponder. However, at present, her mind is preoccupied with other matters, leaving her little time for contemplation. Her primary concern is he. Apart from the medicinal herbs, she cannot find peace until today as events are clarified. Observing Suyu's prolonged silence, Duan Lingwu chose not to press further. Come, we must return. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing that the scoundrel intended to speak with her, and reflecting on his recent behavior, she instinctively remarked, Your Highness, Prince Ling, if there are matters to discuss, we may do so here. Chapter 72. Iggy called father once Suyu spoke. Duan Lingwu seemed to comprehend her reasoning. With a serious demeanor, he stated, As for the medicinal herbs required for you must have already gathered leads. Write them down for me, and I shall send people to seek them out. The more hands we have, the quicker we shall find them. He paused, adding, He cannot afford to wait. Hearing Duan Lingwu's words, Suyu ceased her ruminations. Indeed, he could not afford to delay. Although there were still 2 years left, the sooner the poison was resolved, the less torment she would endure during its episodes. Their relationship with he had now become clear. He, as her father, would contribute to her well-being, and she saw no reason to be coy with him. Let us depart. I shall inform you at once. With that, Suyu took the lead in leaving. Duan Lingwu watched her slender figure depart, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable depth of feeling. He desired the child, and he desired the child's mother as well. Unbeknownst to Suyu, who hurried ahead, she was being scrutinized. Her only wish was to return swiftly, to relay the details of the medicinal herbs to the scoundrel before seeking out he to inquire about today's occurrences. The two made their way back to the valley, heading toward Suyu's residence. Before they reached the courtyard, they caught sight of a small figure playing outside. Upon seeing Suyu and Duan Lingwu, he scampered toward them. "Annie," she called out cheerfully, then turned to Duan Lingwu, softly addressing him as uncle. Suyu scooped the little girl into her arms, disregarding the gazes around her. She could surmise that the scoundrel's countenance would darken upon hearing he refer to her as Annie. Gazing at her beaming daughter, Suyu tilted her head and gently pressed her forehead against He's. Call me mother." "All right, mother. Mother, mother." The little one wriggled in Suyu's embrace, excitedly repeating the word several times. Standing aside, Duan Lingwu observed the affectionate exchange between mother and daughter. He extended his hand toward He, declaring, He, come to father. Duan Lingwu's words, "come to father," nearly caused Wu Chuan, who was approaching, to trip. Ever since recognizing the young master, his master occasionally radiated a paternal warmth previously unseen. Encountering the adorable, he seemed to soften his temper. But now he was bewildered by the fact that he was calling him father. Suyu glanced at Wu Chuan, who had nearly stumbled but now stood frozen in place, before returning her focus to the moment. Hearing the word father from Duan Lingwu, he hesitated, her big, round eyes filled with curiosity. "Father?" Indeed, Duan Lingwu gently placed his hand upon the small bun of ink-black hair atop her head, adjusting the little bell tied to it. His handsome face radiating warmth. "I am your father. I am He's father," he declared, extending his arms wide. "Come, let your father embrace you." "Mother, is uncle really He's father?" Upon hearing He address Suyu as mother, Wu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhuangzhu is the biological mother of the young master. And since He also calls her mother, it follows that He is indeed the child of the master. Observing that He and the young master are of similar age, could they possibly be twins? Wu Chuan suddenly grasped the truth. No wonder the master inquired whether He's eyes resembled those of Zhuangzhu. After the shock, Wu Chuan felt a surge of joy for his master, who now had both a son and a daughter. Listening to her daughter's question and observing Duan Lingwu's outstretched arms yearning to hold the child, Suyu nodded. Uncle is indeed He's father. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu's gaze turned toward her, secretly pleased that this woman had finally spoken the truth in front of her daughter. He then shifted his attention to the wide-eyed He, who was intently watching him. "Come, let your father embrace you." He extended her small hands, and Duan Lingwu joyfully scooped the little one into his arms. "Daddy," he called out, her voice soft and sweet, which melted Duan Lingwu's heart. No wonder he felt such familiarity upon meeting her. Gazing into her eyes reminded him of Suyu. It dawned on him that she was indeed her daughter. From this moment on, he vowed to cherish her, ensuring she experiences love and joy as she grows. "Daddy," he beamed at Duan Lingwu, her eyes sparkling. "You look just like my brother." Hearing her innocent words, Duan Lingwu recalled that she had mentioned a brother during their encounter at the valley's entrance. Although the brother she referred to was an adult. You said your brother is the same age as your father." "Humph," he huffed, swinging her tiny feet. "That's because Daddy scared away my flower." Duan Lingwu felt a deep sense of helplessness at that moment. He had no inkling that the little one often kept such things as companions, nor did he know that those poisonous creatures posed no harm to her. As he prepared to speak, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" She had an epiphany, her small hands cupping Duan Lingwu's face. "Mother said Daddy drowned and died. So why is he alive again?" As soon as He's words fell, Suyu sensed a piercing gaze directed at her. She could easily guess who it was. Raising her eyes, she indeed met Duan Lingwu's sharp stare. With a resigned smile, she looked at He, realizing her daughter had unwittingly put her in a predicament. A lie she had spun had now come back to haunt her, first by her son and now by her daughter. However, compared to the fact that this insufferable man had drowned twice, her own predicament seemed trivial. As she contemplated this, glancing at the innocent Duan Lingwu, who had drowned twice, Suyu felt a laugh bubbling within her. She gently touched her daughter's small face, chuckling softly. Your father did not die from drowning. He has returned to life." Still too young to grasp the complexities of adult conversations, He only understood that her father was alive. She gleefully exclaimed, "Daddy is not dead, from now on. He has a father." Duan Lingwu, cradling the delighted He, walked into the courtyard and settled down in the house, casting a glance at Suyu, who wore a faint smile. "Write down the information regarding the medicinal herbs you have gathered for me, contemplating the current whereabouts of those two types of herbs." Suyu took a seat opposite him. "In truth, there is no need to write. Those two medicines are currently in the Eastern Palace." Duan Lingji's large hand was grasped by He, and he looked up, asking, "Are you certain?" "Yes, I am quite certain. They arrived at the Eastern Palace just last month." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu pondered briefly before gently addressing the little one in his arms. "He, go play by yourself for a while. Father will write a letter and then join you." "All right," He exclaimed, bouncing off Duan Lingji's lap and scampering into the courtyard to play. Suyu, preparing for me." Though Suyu had her suspicions, she kept them to herself and set about readying the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Just as Duan Lingwu was about to put brush to paper, Wu Yang, who should have been in Ling City, appeared in a disheveled state, rushing in with urgency. "Your Highness, this is not good. A grave incident has occurred in the city." Chapter 73. Conspiracy observing the flustered and anxious Wu Yang. Duan Lingwu maintained an air of calm. "What has happened?" Wu Yang respectfully clasped his hands, suppressing his anger. "Your Highness, there are individuals gathering at the post station, claiming that the massacre of the governor's family is related to you. Many onlookers have gathered, and within half a day, the entire city is aware of this matter and is discussing it. Numerous people are indignant, demanding justice for the upright and honest Governor Yin. They assert that regardless of the identity of those involved, there must be consequences, insinuating that your Highness is the mastermind behind this." Noticing that Duan Lingwu had yet to write, Suyu halted her ink grinding, recognizing that someone was using the governor's family's massacre to orchestrate a plot against Duan Lingwu. The post station is a place governed by officialdom. Ordinary individuals would typically avoid congregating there, let alone engage in discussions that could invite trouble. Given Duan Lingwu's status, those bold enough to gather, they're evidently under someone's direction, unafraid of the Prince of Ling, suggesting that their instigator possesses considerable influence. Reflecting on this, Suyu cast a glance at Duan Lingwu. Unlike the seemingly virtuous Yin Jinan, who masqueraded as a paragon of integrity, this man had earned his reputation through the crucible of battle. Yet, Yin Jinan had held office here for many years. His carefully crafted image had long been entrenched in the hearts of the people. Now, faced with such a brutal tragedy, guided by the rhetoric of those with ulterior motives, even if Duan Lingwu were to have a commendable reputation, there was a risk of misunderstanding among the uninformed populace, especially since they had witnessed the horrific events firsthand. Should he take action against the purveyors of these rumors, the entire city would bear witness. Yet, if he refrained, he would be burdened with the weight of others' misconceptions. Subject to their scrutiny, it appeared that those intent on framing this man were both ruthless and cunning, employing mere words to ensnare him in a predicament. And this time, it seemed he would encounter considerable trouble. Duan Lingwu regarded the restrained Wu Yang, his expression devoid of emotional fluctuation, stating in a dispassionate tone, "It is merely gossip." Wu Yang was somewhat taken aback. They were aware that their master rarely concerned himself with idle chatter, yet this situation was different. "Your Highness, these rumors pertain to your reputation. If allowed to fester, it will grant those with ulterior motives the opportunity to act, which would be exceedingly detrimental to you. Wu Yang, you need only attend to the tasks I have assigned. This matter I shall manage myself." Listening to Duan Lingwu's calm and unhurried words, Wu Yang, despite his anxiety, dare not press him further. Witnessing Wu Yang's expression, filled with indignation and urgency, Duan Lingwu remained remarkably composed. Suyu inwardly remarked that this man was excessively calm. Perhaps perceiving his subordinate's anxiety, Duan Lingwu, in a rare moment of explanation, stated, "This matter is not suitable for immediate resolution. Let the public discourse ferment a bit longer. The more fervent the outcry, the more advantageous it will be for me. Allow them to spread their rumors, as long as no one breaches the station's doors. There is nothing to be concerned about." "Understood, my lord," Wu Yang, despite his impatience, refrained from further protest. His master was always astute and wise, and he ought to trust him rather than fret unnecessarily. Upon hearing Duan Lingji's words, Suyu contemplated that the current public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable towards him. He found himself in a precarious situation, where any course of action would lead to significant repercussions. Observing his master's air of confidence, it seemed he intended to discreetly unveil compelling evidence to win the public's trust, thereby thwarting those who sought to manipulate public opinion against him. As she gazed upon Duan Lingji's serene visage, Suyu felt both surprise and admiration for his demeanor. Most would have sought to dispel or suppress the rumors. Yet he chose the path of silence, opting for the most straightforward and effective means to silence his detractors. One must concede that this cunning man was truly adept. His adversaries were formidable, yet he was no ordinary opponent. It appeared that future encounters would require a more cautious approach. Duan Lingji glanced sideways at the silent Suyu beside him and inquired, "What is your perspective on this matter?" "My lord, as a woman, and given the circumstances involving the authorities, it is perhaps best that I refrain from speaking too freely," she replied, wishing to curtail the conversation. This man, clearly already possessing a strategy, sought her input. Listening to her formal response, Duan Lingji mused that she was merely deflecting him. "Suyu, I am a father of Nuo, and he. Presently, I stand on the precipice of a cliff. What do you believe I should do?" Suyu cursed inwardly at the cunning man. Although she felt assured of her own ability to navigate the situation like a black fox, he pretended to seek her counsel, all the while knowing that even if he were truly on the edge, he would find a way through. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, "My lord is clearly prepared for a counterattack, merely awaiting the opportune moment to strike back at those who conspire against him." A slight smile tugged at the corners of Duan Lingji's mouth. This woman was indeed clever, effortlessly discerning his thoughts. However, a woman capable of poisoning him without raising his suspicions could not be merely simple. Reflecting on Suyu's affectionate demeanor during her act of deception, Duan Lingji found himself pondering how genuine her feelings had been at that time. Wu Yang, overhearing their conversation, keenly noted the mention of he and discreetly withdrew to the outer room, bombarding Wu Chuan with a flurry of questions. "You have been with the prince in the valley these past few days. Has the curse on it been lifted? And what is the significance of the he referred to? Why does he claim her as his daughter?" In response to Wu Yang's barrage of questions, Wu Chuan offered no answers, but instead posed a counter-question. "Have you ever seen our master mistakenly claim a child as his own?" "Naturally not," Wu Yang replied instinctively. "Then that settles it." Wu Chuan's words left Wu Yang in a fog. He bluntly demanded, "Speak plainly. What is going on?" Wu Chuan cast a glance at the two individuals, one grinding ink and the other writing, before signaling Wu Yang to approach the courtyard gate. He pointed towards a distant figure frolicking on the grass. "Do you see that? That is he, the daughter recently acknowledged by the prince." "The prince's daughter?" Wu Yang found it hard to believe. How could he acquire a daughter in just a few days while seeking medical aid at the Divine Physician Valley? He murmured, "Is it so simple for the master to claim a child as his own?" Wu Chuan, upon hearing this, issued a stern warning. "Mind your words. Should the master overhear you, it will not bode well for you. She is not just any child. She is the master's biological daughter, a twin to the young lord, who was forced to be raised in the Divine Physician Valley due to a peculiar poison." At this revelation, Wu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at he. Reflecting on the situation, it seems the master's affliction has turned into a blessing. "Indeed," Wu Chuan replied. "The prince, upon seeking a cure, has fortuitously reunited with his daughter. We, as his subordinates, should rejoice at this development." Suddenly, a thought crossed Wu Yang's mind regarding Duan Lingji's encounter with Nuo at the village and his subsequent quest for Suyu. He cautiously inquired, with the prince reclaiming his daughter, would he not confront the master of Yinzhuang once again with swords drawn? Chapter 74. What are you doing in my room? Not all, Wu Chuan contemplated. Although the prince's demeanor was grim this time, it was far more tempered than his previous violent outburst. The last time, his fury was understandable. Upon learning of the young lord's existence, he indirectly realized that the master of Yinzhuang was once his lover. and his hatred erupted into a desire for violence. However, their interactions of late have appeared relatively amicable. Perhaps the prince's feelings have shifted, especially now with another child in the picture. The master of Yun Zhuang may no longer be viewed as an adversary, but rather as the mother of his children, thus softening his ire. Wu Yang was interrupted by Duan Lingji's voice calling from within the room. He swiftly entered, followed closely by Wu Chuan. Inside, Wu Yang regarded the still-seated Duan Lingji with respect. "What are your commands, my lord?" Duan Lingji remained silent, blowing on the completed letter until the ink was fully dry before sealing it in an envelope. He then handed the letter to Wu Yang with grave instructions. "You must ride swiftly back to the capital and personally deliver this letter to my royal brother, the crown prince. Additionally, bring back the items I require." "Yes, my lord." Wu Yang replied. After imparting his instructions, Duan Lingji turned his gaze upon Wu Chuan. "Wu Chuan, you are to return to the city immediately. Ensure they do not act recklessly, for I shall return tomorrow morning." "Understood, my lord," Wu Chuan affirmed. Once Wu Yang and Wu Chuan departed, only Duan Lingji and Yun Suyu remained in the room. As Yun Suyu approached, having tidied the writing desk, Duan Lingji took a few steps forward. "Wu Yang will bring back those 2 medicinal herbs. Once we have the Ling Shuang flower and its petals, he will be cured. I shall expedite matters upon my return tomorrow, and then join you in gathering the Ling Shuang flower." Duan Lingji spoke earnestly, personally seeking medicinal herbs from the crown prince for He. She could see clearly the depths of his feelings for He, yet his circumstances were far from favorable. Not only was he afflicted by poison, but he was also burdened with numerous pressing matters. Yun Suyu did not outright decline his proposal. Instead, she tactfully remarked, "The spirit frost flower has been located, though it has yet to bloom. It will take another half-month before it flowers. I can take a few individuals with me to retrieve it. You have many responsibilities and need not be distracted by this. I shall bring back the flower's essence." He was He's father, yet he bore other identities as well. He had pressing matters to attend to, including rumors surrounding the governor's case and the embankment issue he was managing. These matters were already sufficient to keep him occupied, alongside the poison within him. Noticing that Yun Suyu's words bore no signs of insincerity, Duan Lingji felt an inexplicable sense of joy. "Yun Suyu, half a month will suffice. I shall manage my affairs and accompany you to collect the spirit frost flower essence." "Very well." Yun Suyu refrained from elaborating further. As a father, he wished to do something for his daughter, and she would not impede that, as long as time permitted. Yun Suyu gazed up at the man before her. Recalling the reason for his visit, and concerned words slipped from her lips. "I heard you were poisoned. Have you found a cure?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Duan Lingji's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Are you concerned for me, your highness?" Perceiving the teasing tone in his voice, Yun Suyu allowed a smile to grace her lips. "It is not every day that He's father nearly drowned, yet returned alive. I must inquire as to what transpired." Listening to Yun Suyu's playful remarks, Duan Lingji thought to himself that, considering her jest, he would not dwell on the matter of drowning. He succinctly addressed her question. "The poison has been resolved. I am now in good health." Knowing that Duan Lingji's poison had been dispelled brought Yun Suyu an inexplicable sense of relief. As long as he was cured, she felt content, though she refrained from probing further about the timing of the cure. Merely curious about when the poison had been inflicted upon him. "When was the poison placed upon you?" "On the night you visited my courtyard and faced an assassination attempt." Duan Lingji spoke without concealment, and before Yun Suyu could respond, he abruptly shifted the conversation. "Yun Suyu, regarding this poison, you indirectly saved me." Upon hearing this, Yun Suyu pondered what she had done to indirectly assist him, her expression revealing her confusion. "What does this have to do with me?" Duan Lingji fixed his gaze upon her, his deep eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Suddenly, he chuckled, briefly recounting his desires for Yun Suyu and the notion of her repaying a debt. Yun Suyu felt her ears flush with heat. She shot a fiery glare at the man who so brazenly and naturally spoke of their absurd situation, exclaiming, "You truly have no shame." After scolding him, she turned to leave, internally reflecting that she had only ever heard of deaths that occurred in bed. Aside from the antidote, she had never heard of amorous matters serving to save a life. The individual who had poisoned him was exceedingly treacherous. Had he not compelled her to repay a debt, the poison would have inevitably taken its toll, and he would have met his end. Contemplating this, Suyu, while scolding him, felt a secret relief that he had invoked the notion of repaying a debt, allowing them to share an intimate moment, for otherwise, the father of her child would indeed have faced a grim fate. Though their relationship was fraught with friction and his antics often exasperated her, she had never wished for his demise. Rather, she hoped for his continued survival. As she gazed at the fleeting figure of Suyu, Duan Lingji's lips curled into a smile, for he had noticed the telltale blush creeping upon her ears. The woman had been scolding him, her cheeks aflame with a rosy hue. Duan Lingji had intended to prolong her stay, but observing her hasty departure after exchanging a few words with he refrained from calling her back, silently assuring himself that he was not in a rush. He still had tonight. With his imminent departure scheduled for the morrow, he seized the opportunity to spend more time with his daughter. Meanwhile, as Suyu walked away, she muttered several expletives about the dogman, attempting to cast aside thoughts of Duan Lingji. The events concerning he weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to seek the counsel of the renowned physician Meng. Upon entering Meng's clinic, Suyu wasted no time and directly inquired, "Physician Meng, are you familiar with the seven-colored goo worm?" "I have heard of it, though I have never witnessed it myself," Meng replied, his interest piqued. "It is said that the seven-colored goo worm is a treasured artifact of the royal family in the southern region, rarely revealed to outsiders. Why would the royal family allow he to see it, permitting her to grasp it with her bare hands?" The little girl only recalled the seven-colored goo and the golden toad, oblivious to the deeper significance of these entities. Furthermore, there was that boy named Sang-chi. The Sang surname is one of nobility in the southern region, and the woman referred to him as young master. One could only imagine the exalted status he held there. What was her true intent in seeking he? Could it merely be her interest in animals that stirred their curiosity and resonance? After returning from Meng's clinic, Suyu found herself ensnared in contemplation, her thoughts a tangled mess, unable to discern any clarity. As the moon ascended amidst the willow branches, she peered out at the hazy moonlight, reminiscing about Nuanua at the village and the recently slumbering he. With a sigh, she wished for He's swift recovery so that she could be by their side, unlike the present, where she struggled to balance both. Reflecting on He's acknowledgement of her father, her original plan to travel to the capital for medicine was displaced by a letter from Duan Lingji, which allowed her to remain here and spend more time with he until the spirit frostflower bloomed. She could arrange for Nuanua to be brought here. "What are you thinking about?" "About the children," Suyu instinctively replied. Upon realizing her answer, she abruptly stood, turning to face the man before her in surprise. "What are you doing in my room?" Chapter 75. Rather than being coerced, it is better to descend together. Observing the astonished expression on Suyu's face, Duan Lingji's lips curved into a slight smile. "Were you thinking of Nuanua?" "Yes, I plan to have someone bring Nuanua here. They have not seen each other for quite some time." Her previous intention had been to bring Nuanua with her to visit her sister. But that dogman had disrupted her plans, resulting in the siblings not having met for quite a while. "Your arrangement is quite reasonable." Suyu cast a quick glance at the intact doors and windows, momentarily alarmed by the thought that the dogman might have entered through the window. Regardless of whether she had been too absorbed in her thoughts or for some other reason, she had remained completely unaware of his presence. Duan Lingji deftly sidestepped her question, prompting her to redirect her inquiry. "How did you come to be in my room?" Suyu spoke, her eyes revealing a wary glint. A man brazenly appearing in her chamber at such a late hour would raise suspicions in anyone, especially when this man claimed to have settled his debts, yet still sought to engage her with his words. "Tomorrow, I shall depart from this place," Duan Lingji stated, his response somewhat off-topic. Following his lead, Suyu inquired, "Does the prince wish for me to wish you a safe journey?" "Certainly not," Duan Lingji replied with resolute denial, his gaze upon Suyu laden with meaning. Observing her wariness, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Surely, you must have surmised the reason for my presence in your chamber. Otherwise, you would not be so vigilant." "That rogue of a man, They say honesty is a commendable quality, worthy of admiration. Yet for the first time, Suyu found this trait to be utterly disdainful, inciting a desire to curse. She retreated, increasing the distance between them, and Duan Lingji's smile deepened at the sight. Suyu, are you attempting to evade me? Is that not an obvious statement? Suyu rolled her eyes. Knowing you harbor ill intentions, who would foolishly remain stationary? At her words, Duan Lingji's smile broadened. He fixed his gaze upon her, noting the faint anger adorning her features, complemented by the unique charm of a young maiden. Her expressive demeanor was inviting, yet her eyes held a wary glint, as if guarding against a lurking wolf. Duan Lingji, observing her demeanor, advanced closer, jesting. This room is quite confined. Where do you intend to escape? Suyu cast a glance at her surroundings. The bed loomed behind her, leaving no further retreat. To step back would only serve to fulfill the desires of this rogue. Resolutely, she stood her ground, meeting Duan Lingji's warm yet fervent gaze. Your Highness, we have already settled our affairs. Why must you persist? If others were to witness your behavior, would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Noticing her refusal to retreat, Duan Lingji stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Suyu, you need not concern yourself with my reputation. That rogue. Suyu silently cursed, berating him in her thoughts. Who was considering his reputation? Your Highness, she glared at him, issuing a warning. There is still time to cease this now. Duan Lingji disregarded her admonition, tightening his hold around her. Do I appear to be one who intends to relent? He paused, a teasing smile playing on his lips. What? Do you wish to poison me again? If I were to succumb to your poison, what then? Held in the iron grip of Duan Lingji, Suyu refrained from struggling. She was no match for his strength, and chose to conserve her energy. Poison, Duan Lingji mused. I have already fallen victim to your venom once. Do you believe there will be another opportunity? As he spoke, he grasped her delicate wrist adorned with a bracelet, removing it, while his hand encircled her waist, drawing her even closer. Suyu, I shall not stumble in the same place twice. Hearing Duan Lingji's earnest declaration, Suyu thought to herself that this rogue was indeed charming, yet utterly shameless. Gazing at his handsome, smiling face, she resolved to find an opportunity to scratch it, to mar the visage of this incorrigible man. Reflecting upon this, Suyu glanced at the bracelet he had removed from her wrist, placing her hand against his chest, and gazing intently into his eyes. Prince Ling, one does not stumble in the same place twice, yet may falter elsewhere. Her words stirred a flicker of suspicion in Duan Lingji, but it dissipated almost instantly. The woman had just been avoiding him, recalling her earlier boldness. If she truly intended to scheme against him, she would surely not act in this manner. With this thought, Duan Lingji's gaze fell upon the knot of her garment, and he remarked meaningfully, If one may stumble elsewhere, I shall personally ensure there are no obstacles in your path. As he spoke, he guided her towards the bed behind her. Suyu, glaring at his face, mentally chastised him, deeming him a vile man who would not heed her gentle admonitions. Since this was the case, she would not hold back. Duan Lingji swiftly maneuvered her to the edge of the bed, one large hand encircling her, while the other reached towards the knot of her garment. Suyu grasped his hand to confirm his intentions. Prince Ling, are you truly certain of this? Oui. Duan Lingji interrupted her, his attention fixed on her full, luscious lips. Do not think you can sever ties with me. That is not an option. Witnessing his unwavering resolve, Suyu withdrew her hand and ceased her resistance. Seeing this, Duan Lingji's lips curled into a slight smile as he deftly untied her garment, his hand slipping to caress her smooth back. His calloused hand sent a shiver through Suyu, causing her to instinctively shrink into his embrace. With a gentle push, he laid her upon the bed and leaned over her. In their current position, gazing into the predatory eyes of Duan Lingji, Suyu was unexpectedly flooded with exhilarating images, her face flushing a deep crimson. Prince Ling, have you conducted your inspection? Observing her flushed cheeks, Duan Lingji's smile widened. I have confirmed that I shall not stumble again. He leaned down, pressing a kiss upon her lips, his tone softening. I shall depart tomorrow and will not return for at least 10 days. Tonight, You must keep me company. Upon hearing this, Suyu wrapped her arms around his neck, adopting a resigned tone. Given the circumstances, I cannot escape. Rather than be coerced, I might as well succumb alongside you. This declaration heightened Duan Lingji's spirits. He gazed deeply in her eyes, then captured her lips with his, kissing her fervently as a ravenous wolf would devour its prey. Forcefully exploring her mouth. Gradually, his demeanor softened, and as Suyu cradled his head, she mused that this beastly man seemed intent on consuming her entirely. Yet in his gentleness, he inspired an irresistible desire to follow his lead. Feeling his tender kisses and enveloped by his unique essence, Suyu responded lightly. Yet she remained mindful of her intentions. After a prolonged moment, she playfully bit his lip, prompting Duan Lingji to pull back. What is it, my lord? Do you regret this? Gazing at her flushed cheeks and vibrant lips, a dazzling smile spread across Duan Lingji's handsome face. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. I shall never regret. With that, he kissed her once more, and Suyu surrendered to his passionate advances, allowing his hands to roam freely. Chapter 76. A battle of wits and courage. Moments later, Duan Lingji released the crimson lips that had been ravaged, shifting his attention to Suyu's delicate neck. In a whisper by his ear, Suyu murmured, Your Highness, does the sensation of weakness not feel rather unpleasant? Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingji abruptly lifted his head, capturing the glimmer of mischief that lingered in her eyes. He brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead, his intense gaze fixed upon her. Your words cannot deter my desires, he declared resolutely. Very well. It shall be as you wish. Suyu's response was indulgent, her voice imbued with a tender warmth akin to the whispers exchanged between lovers. Duan Lingji found her reaction unexpectedly intriguing. Her demeanor tonight was rather uncharacteristic. Yet, if she had truly come to terms with her feelings, such a response would be entirely reasonable. Feeling the gentle embrace of her arms around his neck, Duan Lingji cast aside his thoughts, succumbing to his desires and letting his hands roam freely. Listening to his heavy breaths, Suyu couldn't help but smile, eager to witness the reaction of this infuriating man when he found himself utterly incapacitated. Suddenly, the familiar sensation of weakness washed over Duan Lingji, causing him to falter. Realizing he had fallen prey to another underhanded trick, he was left puzzled. He had removed the poison she had previously used, and she bore no toxins on her person. Where had she concealed the poison, and how had she administered it? Sensing his bewilderment, Suyu chuckled softly. Your Highness, do you feel weak all over? Does this sensation not seem familiar? As Duan Lingji pondered her words, her laughter echoed in his ears. The frustration of having succumbed to the same poison once more was palpable, yet curiosity eclipsed his anger. He simply could not fathom how she had managed it. Suyu, he gritted his teeth, you are quite something, daring to poison me time and again. Hearing the ire in his voice, Suyu playfully embraced his head, her laughter ringing with delight. Thank you for the compliment. I did mention from the start that you simply did not believe me. As Duan Lingji's strength dwindled, even the slightest movement became a luxury. He surrendered his weight entirely to Suyu, resting his head against her neck, inhaling her faint, enchanting fragrance. The anger within him dissipated, replaced by a growing tranquility. Suyu, are you suggesting that this predicament is entirely of my own making? He questioned. You said it yourself. She murmured, clearly in agreement with his assertion. The realization struck her that this predicament was indeed self-inflicted. She had warned him from the very beginning. Yet he had chosen to ignore her counsel. Given the situation, Duan Lingji deemed further discussion futile. It was indeed his own folly. Something she had pointed out from the outset, which he had dismissed. Where did you conceal the poison? He inquired, voicing his curiosity. Instead of a direct answer, Suyu replied with a smile. Perhaps your Highness should take a guess. Reflecting on the events that transpired upon entering the room, Duan Lingji suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, his tone unwaveringly confident. You had taken the antidote beforehand and applied the poison to your lips. Clever as always. Your Highness. Suyu confirmed without hesitation. Duan Lingji's discontent grew as he processed her admission. Suyu, is your behavior intended to thwart me? Indeed, it is in anticipation of your arrival that I have taken such precautions. Initially, I believed it unnecessary, yet here you are, having arrived unexpectedly. To ensure my own safety, I have resorted to poisoning myself. Suyu, you are remarkably ruthless. Feigning ignorance to his taunt, Suyu diverted the conversation. Prince Ling, it is rather unchivalrous for you to enter a woman's chamber late at night. I merely entered the room of the mother of my child. What chivalry is there to discuss when it comes to intimacy with my own woman? Duan Lingji replied with an air of naturalness. Suyu was taken aback by his audacity. Your Highness, I acknowledge the mother of your child, but as for your woman, Suyu scoffed lightly. I would appreciate it if you refrained from such absurd claims. Suyu, where have I erred? Whether it be 4 years ago or 4 years hence, I remain your one and only man. If we are this intimate and you still deny being my woman, then whom do you wish to belong to? Suyu was momentarily stunned. While others might dig a pit to lead one into, he had dug a pit and unceremoniously thrust her into it. This infuriating man. No wonder he persistently made advances. In his mind, she was the mother of his child, and having shared intimacy, she was undoubtedly his woman. His reasoning was sound, yet Suyu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Under the influence of Duan Lingji's words, she suddenly sensed the weight of his presence had increased significantly, prompting her to push him away. Get off me, you're too heavy. Hearing her less than flattering tone, Duan Lingji replied languidly. You seem to have forgotten that I am weakened by your poison and unable to move. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu pushed him aside to lie down. With his burdensome presence gone, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, taking several deep breaths. She sat cross-legged beside the now vulnerable Duan Lingji, who lay soft and pliable. Your Highness, next time I may not know what lethal poison to use. And if you, Suyu was interrupted by Duan Lingji's assured voice, you would not dare to strike a fatal blow. If I truly angered you, you would seek revenge in other ways, but you would not seek my life. Listening to his unwavering confidence, Suyu retorted, Your Highness, you are excessively self-assured. No, you would not, Duan Lingji said, suddenly smiling, just as I am with you. Observing his calm demeanor despite his helplessness, Suyu playfully patted his face. Gazing into his eyes, she noted that, despite being treated in such a manner, he exhibited no trace of anger. This infuriating man was exceedingly composed. In light of this, she playfully patted his handsome face again. Your face bears a striking resemblance to Nua's, yet the thoughts they inspire are entirely different. When I look at you, I feel a desire to kiss you, but then, Suyu paused. Your Highness, do you know what I wish to do when I look at your face? What do you wish to do? Duan Lingji inquired with genuine curiosity. I wish to scratch your face until it bears scars, to mar your beauty. At her words, Duan Lingji chuckled softly. Truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. You wish to disfigure me. Seeing the faint smile on his lips, Suyu felt a moment of disorientation and quickly exclaimed, I shall have someone take you away. Suyu, noticing her imminent departure, was hastily called back by Duan Lingji. Do not summon anyone. Hand over the antidote to me. Fearing that Suyu might refuse, Duan Lingji added, Once I am cured, I shall take my leave and will not impose further upon you. Hearing his words, Suyu could not help but smile. She returned to sit at the edge of the bed, gazing at the man who demanded the antidote while making assurances. Having been poisoned twice by the same individual, she suspected that this man wished to spare himself embarrassment in front of his subordinates by preventing her from seeking assistance. If his concern was indeed about losing face, she was willing to sacrifice that for him. However, his words were insufficient to earn her trust. Prince Ling, I suspect your words are merely a ruse to deceive me into giving you the antidote. You once claimed that your word was your bond. Yet subsequent events have proven otherwise. Duan Lingji was well aware of the unreliability she referred to. It pertained to their prior agreement. The promises made that day were only to placate her regarding matters of desire, yet his feelings for her had evolved beyond mere lust. Entangled further by the child between them, Suyu, The promise of a clean break was indeed broken by me. Yet you must understand this. I shall never fulfill that promise to you in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Suyu furrowed her brow. Did this man intend to persist in his entanglement? Before she could voice her thoughts, Duan Lingwu continued, if you grant me the antidote, I assure you that I will not resort to force. How can I trust you? Suyu maintained her skepticism in an effort to persuade her. Duan Lingwu pondered briefly before adding a condition she could not refuse. Should I break my word and compel you, the child shall remain with you, and I shall no longer contest your claim. Suyu discerned the sincerity in Duan Lingwu's regard for the child. He would indeed act upon this promise. While they had shared a connection, allowing a man to remain in her bed indefinitely was not a favorable prospect. Once the poison was cured and his strength restored, she intended to send him away. After weighing the pros and cons, she readily agreed, producing the antidote for Duan Lingwu to consume. A quarter of an hour later, the effects of the medicine began to take hold. He would be able to walk, albeit with difficulty, in another 15 minutes. Duan Lingwu observed the person seated beside him, reflecting that his poisoning was her doing. The anger that had once consumed him had dissipated, and in their current state, one lying, the other sitting, there was no longer any animosity, nor was there the weight of desire. This unique atmosphere of comfort instilled in him a warm sensation. Suyu, he called softly. She turned her gaze toward him, noting the gentleness in his eyes as he lay there, his features devoid of any harshness. He appeared remarkably serene, and a small red mole on his nose lent him an additional charm. Rarely did she witness such a tender demeanor from this man. Her tone unconsciously softened as she spoke. What is it? Duan Lingwu was taken aback by the sudden softness in Yin's tone. Such gentleness was typically reserved for children, yet today she directed it towards him. Regardless of the reason, her tender voice brought him immense pleasure, allowing him to savor this rare moment of warmth. He spoke gently. I have not witnessed the growth of the children before. Do share their stories from their early years. Certainly, Yin's responded, her expression softening further, her charming face adorned with a smile. Both children have always been exceptionally well-behaved, as long as they are well-fed. They rarely cry. Watching them grow from tiny, chubby infants has been a source of great joy for me. Nua has always been quiet, while he, in contrast, is particularly lively. They keep each other company, yet, she paused, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her eyes. Duan Lingwu understood the reason behind her hesitation and was about to speak when she continued. During these days in the valley, you must have noticed He's uniqueness, haven't you? Recalling the first time he saw he playing with snakes under the blazing sun. Duan Lingwu's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, I encountered her on my first day in the valley and later learned about her exceptional qualities from Dr. Meng. Yins chuckled. In the past, Dongqing would avoid such creatures, but after looking after he has been influenced. Now, not only can he catch snakes barehanded, but he has also mastered various culinary techniques for preparing them. Seeing Yin's face light up with joy while speaking of their children, Duan Lingwu mused that she only spoke of the good moments, recalling her moments of despair. Perhaps these so-called beautiful memories were merely her support during her times of crisis. With this thought, he reached out and pulled Yin's, causing her to fall uncontrollably against his chest. What are you doing? Yins looked up, momentarily forgetting to scold him. Have you regained your strength? A bit in my hands, but my body still cannot move, Duan Lingwu replied. One arm wrapped around her waist while the other pressed her head against his chest. Feeling half embraced by him, Yins reproached him unkindly. Your Highness, you just said not to be forceful. Otherwise, the children will belong to me. I have done nothing else. This does not count as coercion, he retorted internally. Realizing that he had not completed his previous thought, he meant that while the children might belong to her, she herself belonged to him. Yins did not wish to engage in a war of words. As she attempted to rise, Duan Lingwu seemed to see through her intentions, pressing her head firmly against his chest with a large hand. His deep voice resonated above her. I will do nothing else. Once I regain my strength, I shall depart. Upon hearing this, YNSY remained still against his chest. In truth, the scent emanating from him was pleasant. The faint aroma of sandalwood was both comforting and reassuring. Though she would grumble a few words in annoyance, she did not harbor any dislike for him. Rather, a different emotion stirred within her. Noticing that YNSY had quieted, Duan Lingwu relaxed his grip considerably, his large hand naturally resting on her waist and back. You dare to poison me repeatedly simply because you are the mother of my children. Had anyone else done this, they would have long since faced my wrath. Suyu was somewhat taken aback. It turned out she could rely on the child to exact vengeance upon that treacherous man. She chuckled, "Thank you, Your Highness Ning Wang, for the revelation. I can wield the child as a shield against any repercussions." Suyu, you have more to depend on than just the child. Duan Lingwu's words were somewhat veiled, yet Suyu comprehended his intent. She chose not to pursue that line of conversation. Perhaps he would indeed stand by her side, but his allegiance stemmed from her being the mother of his child. The world is ever-changing, and human hearts are even more so. In times of hardship, she had contemplated leaning on others, yet simultaneously, she recognized a profound truth. Relying on others is fraught with peril. Only oneself can serve as a steadfast support. After all, humanity tends towards selfishness. In the face of adversity, people naturally consider their own interests, seldom willing to prioritize others. Duan Lingwu might aid her for the child's sake, yet their bond was merely that of parents. His status was such that while he could be her support today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't become someone else's weapon against her tomorrow. Chapter 78. Until I return thus, if someone treats you kindly, regard it as a fortuitous anomaly, but do not mistake it for permanence. Otherwise, upheaval will render you vulnerable. Suyu remained silent for a while, prompting Duan Lingwu to call her name. His grip suddenly tightening. Feeling the force of his hand, Suyu lifted her gaze. "Have you regained your strength?" she inquired, withdrawing her hand from his chest and turning to stand before him. "Your Highness, please, I need a rest." Duan Lingwu rose leisurely, adjusted his garments, and fixed his gaze upon Suyu's face. "Suyu, should there be a next time?" "Your Highness," Suyu interjected, "the possibility of next time depends upon you." Duan Lingwu fell silent, merely observing her intently. After a brief pause, he instructed, "I shall depart early tomorrow, and I will not have time to inform he. Please convey my message to her." "Understood," Suyu replied, noting his serious demeanor. "Your Highness, since you must travel early, it will be prudent for you to retire and rest." Recognizing her subtle dismissal, Duan Lingwu casually donned the bracelet he had removed earlier, sliding it onto her delicate wrist. He regarded her with a knowing smile, his expression laden with meaning. "Suyu, await my return." With that, Duan Lingwu made his way to the door. Suyu pondered a peculiar, half-smiling gaze, realizing that his thoughts were likely occupied with matters of intimacy between men and women. The following morning, several swift steeds galloped into the dawn as they exited the valley. In the garden within the valley, Suyu strolled leisurely with he. The little one plucked a brilliantly blooming red peony and pointed at her hairdo. "Mother, where the flower?" Suyu lifted her daughter, allowing her to place the vibrant red peony in her hair. As he admired the large red flower atop her mother's head, she clapped her tiny hands in delight. "Mother, you are as beautiful as the flower." Feeling the flower precariously balanced upon her head and gazing at He's radiant smile, Suyu replied, "Thank you, He." He swayed her little short legs, poking the large red flower atop Suyu's head with her tiny hands. "Mother, has father left?" "Yes. He is busy with matters at hand, but he will return to keep you company once he is finished." In an effort to cheer the little girl, Suyu thought of bringing Nuanwa over. "Your brother will also come in a few days, and he has bought you a kite." "Yay, yay." Upon hearing that her brother would visit, he bounced excitedly in Suyu's embrace, and if Suyu hadn't held her tightly, the petite child would surely have tumbled down. After a moment of exuberance, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Her body ceased its wriggling, and her large eyes gazed up at Suyu. "Mother, Dongqing said that in the capital, iron flowers bloom. I want to see. Iron flowers bloom?" Suyu quickly realized. "You mean the fire flowers, right?" "Yes, yes." He nodded eagerly. Yin Suyu mused that there awaited a host of adversaries in the capital for her to confront. A visit was, therefore, inescapable. Once you are well, Mother will take you and your brother to the capital, where I shall let them put on a splendid display for you. In a moment, the little one, who had been discussing fire flowers, suddenly turned her gaze to the flower bushes by the roadside, struggling to leap from Yun Suyu's arms and diving into the thicket. Hee. Yun Suyu called out to the small figure darting among the flowers, remaining rooted in place. Oh, caught it! He exclaimed with glee, and seeing her excitement. Yun Suyu felt a jolt in her heart. Surely, the little girl had not captured another one of those cold, unfeeling creatures. As expected, Yun Suyu's suspicion was confirmed when He raised her hand to reveal a red-necked keelback snake, sending a shiver down her spine. He twisted the snake's tail, dragging its long body toward her. Observing the venomous serpent being dragged along the ground, Yun Suyu opened her mouth to speak, but the little girl paused 8 feet away. Grinning, "Mother, this is Hong Hong." Unconsciously, Yun Suyu recoiled slightly. "All right, I understand, but please release it quickly. Let's go play elsewhere." He glanced at the snake, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly letting go of its tail. The liberated serpent swiftly slithered into the bushes, disappearing in a flash. Watching the venomous creature vanish, He clapped her little hands and bounced back to Yun Suyu. "Mother, when father returns, I will give him Hong Hong." Yun Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's innocent voice, imagining the expression on Duan Lingji's face upon receiving a poisonous snake as a gift. It would surely be a sight to behold. Not wanting to dampen He's spirits, Yin Suyu replied with a smile, "Very well, but before you gift it, do ask him if he is afraid." "Okay, mother." As midday approached at the Chuncheon Mansions Inn, Duan Lingji sat at a table, gazing at Wu Chuan, who had arrived the previous day. "What is the situation?" Wu Chuan clasped his hands in respect. "Your Highness, among the onlookers outside, each group contains individuals inciting emotions, deliberately fabricating slander against you. Given their organized arrangements, it is evident that the orchestrator has been plotting for quite some time. Have you uncovered the identity of this instigator?" Upon hearing Duan Lingji's inquiries, Wu Chuan clasped his fists in a gesture of remorse and replied, "Your Highness, my subordinates have failed in their duties and have yet to uncover the mastermind behind this matter. We only know that these individuals are connected to the beggars residing in the dilapidated temple outside the city. Our men have secured that location and can retrieve them at any moment." "Very well. Accompany me outside," the prince commanded. Outside the post station, the townsfolk gathered in clusters, discussing the tragic fate of the governor's household, their eyes frequently darting toward the station's door, eager for its opening. As the door remained tightly shut, unfriendly voices erupted among the crowd. "This Prince Ling is merely a figurehead. Upon his arrival, the entire governor's family was secretly harmed, and now he hides behind closed doors, attempting to evade responsibility." At this, an elderly woman stepped forward to counter. "Prince Ling has a commendable military record. He is no petty villain, as you suggest." "What do you know, old woman?" A fierce-looking man glared at her. "That is all pretense. Prince Ling is currently reveling in the company of beautiful women, basking in pleasures. Isn't it said that Prince Ling favors handsome men? Why would he seek out women? You clearly misunderstand. That is merely a fade. What man lacks an appreciation for feminine beauty?" The crowd buzzed with agitation as the fierce man declared, "I have been here since dawn, lurking at the back entrance, and I saw Prince Ling indulging in merriment. The governor, known for his integrity, has met an untimely and mysterious end. We must unite to drag Prince Ling from his comforts and demand accountability for the governor." "What sort of accountability do you seek from me?" A chilling voice emanated from the entrance of the station. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing the station's door swing wide open. Duan Lingji, adorned in a resplendent azure robe, strode forth with an air of cold detachment, his noble demeanor and imposing stature drawing immediate attention, while his unyielding presence deterred further scrutiny. Duan Lingji approached the crowd swiftly, his icy gaze surveying them with precision. "What do you wish for me to account for?" At his words, those who had been furtively or openly scrutinizing him suddenly realized that many had come merely for the spectacle, while others genuinely sought justice for the honorable governor. Upon hearing Duan Lingji's frigid tone, they recognized that regardless of their intentions, the man before them was of royal lineage, a person of immense stature. Disrespect towards royalty could lead to dire consequences. Civilians pay their respects to His Highness, Prince Ling. One voice rang out, prompting others to kneel in reverence. Even those with ulterior motives joined in. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The chorus of voices resonated at the station's entrance, to which Duan Lingji cast a cold glance. Rise. Upon issuing his command, he scanned the gathered faces, his sharp gaze soon landing on a burly man in his 30s, with slanted eyes and a fierce demeanor. I have just heard calls for accountability. What is it you wish to hear? He inquired, his expression shifting from cautiousness to resolve as he stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Prince Ling, we are acutely aware of your exalted status, which renders it unwise to offend you, lest we incur the death penalty. However, Governor Yin is akin to our own progenitor. Witnessing his sudden misfortune stirs profound sorrow within us. Hence, we dare to approach your Highness for an explanation, hoping to console the spirit of Governor Yin. This individual, under the guise of righteousness, seeks to drag Duan Lingji into a trap, leveraging his identity to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Duan Lingji regarded this man with a frigid stare, contemplating the mastermind behind his words, who sought to subdue him without bloodshed. Ignoring the lofty rhetoric, he coldly shifted the discourse. Just now, I heard you mention that I indulged in frivolity at the post station, witnessing me in the embrace of beauty, lost in a state of inebriation. The man's countenance paled instantaneously, his bravado faltering as he pondered something, his previously bowed head suddenly lifting. It is only natural for a man to revel in carnal pleasures. Your Highness need not deny it. He circled in place before continuing. Those present are reasonable individuals. Who can resist the allure of beauty? We understand your Highness's delay in emerging, but I, a humble subject, stake my life, hoping for a just explanation regarding the governor's demise. Duan Lingji's expression darkened at these words, his gaze fixed on the man who sought to ensnare him. He called out coldly, "Come here." Upon his command, two burly men stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, "What are your orders, your Highness?" This man speaks falsehoods, attempting to incite the populace and tarnish my reputation. Punish him severely as a lesson. Yes, your Highness, they replied, seizing the man and delivering a vigorous beating. As he endured the pain, he intermittently cried out, "For the sake of Governor Yin, I would gladly die. I only wish that my death would not be in vain." His powerful shout pressed Duan Lingji toward the rhetoric of oppression, yet he feigned ignorance, casting a piercing glance over the crowd. Those observing the wretched figure on the ground murmured among themselves, "Your Highness, is your anger directed at old Zhang because he has exposed your true nature?" A figure resembling a monkey emerged boldly, championing justice against the powerful. Another raised his chin in accusation. It is said that Prince Ling shuns female company. Seeing him lost in sensuality has unveiled his fade, provoking his wrath against old Zhang. Duan Lingji remained silent, merely watching them coldly, before nonchalantly raising his hand. His men comprehended instantly, advancing to deliver a severe thrashing to the two. The onlookers fell into a hushed silence, casting furtive glances at Duan Lingji. Caught in a web of conflict, it is said that Prince Ling, a valiant protector of his homeland, decisively defeated the Western Tsang, liberating the border populace from incessant disturbances. He is regarded as a noble man of unwavering integrity. However, the local magistrate's untimely demise, shrouded in mystery, has given rise to rampant rumors. These whispers, laden with details, coupled with the prince's recent displays of brutal force, seem to contradict his esteemed reputation. Could it be that the reasons behind the beatings are indeed, as they claim, exposing his true nature? Duan Lingji observed the unfolding scene in silence. Once the assailants ceased their aggression, he cast a piercing gaze over the varying expressions of the onlookers and spoke with icy clarity. "I shall state this once. Firstly, I am here to investigate a case, and Injanan is implicated in my inquiry. Secondly, his death bears no relation to me. I do not recognize the fleeing steward responsible for the murder. As Duan Lingwu surveyed the crowd, his voice cut through the air. I am aware that among you are accomplices of these individuals. For now, I shall spare your physical well-being. Go back and inform your master to tread carefully, lest he stirs a fire that consumes him. Duan Lingwu's command was both straightforward and forceful, his words easily comprehensible to all present. Before anyone could respond, he continued, Jinan is not as he appears. In due course, I shall reveal the facade of integrity he has woven over the years. His words fell like a stone into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through the assembly as they exchanged bewildered glances. The reputation of Jinan's incorruptibility had endured for several years, and despite Duan Lingwu's assertions, their internal scales of judgment leaned instinctively towards the magistrate. In the brief silence that ensued, Wu Chuan navigated through the crowd to stand before Duan Lingwu, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, all is prepared. Very well, let us proceed, Duan Lingwu replied, turning to depart. Wu Chuan addressed the gathering. If any of you have the leisure, feel free to join us. Soon, the circumstances surrounding the magistrate's death will be unveiled. With that, Wu Chuan strode away, prompting several among the crowd to follow suit. Curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. Upon arriving at the gates of the Yin residence, a gaunt man in a blue robe, approximately 40 years of age, approached respectfully. Commoner Zhang Jizhong pays his respects to His Highness, Prince Ling Rise. Duan Lingwu responded with a detached tone. I have heard that Master Zhang has just returned from mourning his mother. As he spoke, Duan Lingwu scrutinized the weary countenance of Zhang Jizhong. The 2-inch-long stubble on his chin appeared unkempt, and his garments were noticeably wrinkled, suggesting a lack of proper care. Your Highness, Zhang Jizhong replied, my mother has passed, and I returned home for a funeral. I scarcely anticipated that such a calamity would befall the magistrate's residence immediately after. Chapter 80. The golden cicada escapes its shell. Duan Lingwu refrained from further commentary, stepping into the courtyard where rows of bodies lay covered by white cloth. The vast expanse of a yard had been largely converted into a temporary mortuary, occupied by the deceased. Unperturbed, Duan Lingwu cast a glance at the shrouded figures. Before he could voice an inquiry, Wu Chuan guided him to a body that lay separately against the wall. Before the spacious gate, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the grim scene within. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses scattered across the courtyard, some timid souls fled in terror, while the bolder onlookers turned their gaze towards Duan Lingwu after surveying the officials present. In the courtyard, Duan Lingwu approached a solitary body positioned in the corner, lifting the white cloth that shrouded it. Before him lay a charred corpse, its features unrecognizable and its body entirely blackened. Duan Lingwu frowned slightly, not lifting his head as he inquired, Where's the coroner? At his words, a middle-aged man clad in coarse linen responded respectfully, Your Highness, I am here. Have you examined this body prior to my arrival? Duan Lingwu asked. Yes, Your Highness, the coroner replied. How did you ascertain that this corpse belonged to Jinan? The coroner glanced at the charred remains and respectfully presented his findings. Your Highness, the body is entirely burnt, rendering its original visage indistinguishable. However, it is missing a pinky toe on the right foot, which many know is a birth defect of the governor. The distinctive feature of the charred corpse aligns perfectly with that of the governor. Thus I can conclude without doubt that this is indeed his body. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jizhong concurred. Your Highness, the coroner speaks the truth. The governor was indeed born with only 4 toes on his right foot. Duan Lingwu fell into contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he spoke again. During the examination, was there a thorough confirmation of whether the missing toe was congenital or severed? Was there any residual ash in the nasal cavity? Were there any foreign objects in the oral cavity? Is it possible to determine whether he was burned alive or if the body was cremated post-mortem? These inquiries left the coroner momentarily stunned. The body had been incinerated in the governor's study, obscuring its features, with only the 4 toes clearly identifiable. Given the governor's unique characteristics, no one had considered other possibilities. Even the coroner had merely gone through the motions, neglecting these critical examination steps, and was taken aback by Duan Lingwu's sudden probing. Noticing the coroner's hesitation, Duan Lingwu's voice grew firm. Conduct another examination. Yes, Your Highness, the coroner replied, hastily moving to squat before the body, diligently employing his tools for a meticulous inspection. Duan Lingwu stood silently by, observing with a furrowed brow that deepened as time passed. After a moment, the coroner rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and respectfully reported his findings once more. Your Highness, this body. The coroner stammered, his words faltering. He wiped his forehead again with his sleeve, realizing that this examination had revealed numerous peculiarities that contradicted their initial assumptions. Meeting Duan Lingwu's piercing gaze, the coroner quickly lowered his head, steeling himself to continue. Your Highness, this corpse does not possess a congenital four-toed foot. Instead, it has been severed. Moreover, there is no evidence of soot in the nasal cavity, indicating that he was not burned alive, but rather cremated after death. As the coroner's conclusion echoed through the courtyard, the officials exchanged bewildered glances, while the spectators at the gate were eager to rush in and uncover the truth. Duan Lingwu's eyes darkened. He surveyed the rows of covered bodies with a grave expression before issuing a command. Re-examine the injuries on these corpses to ascertain whether they were inflicted by the same weapon. Yes, Your Highness. The coroner immediately sprang into action after the autopsy results shattered their initial assumptions. He no longer dared to reach conclusions hastily. Regarding the governor's body, alarm bells rang in the coroner's mind, and he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Duan Lingwu cast a sidelong glance at the coroner, who was meticulously examining the corpse, his expression growing increasingly grave. He gestured to Wu Chuan, who approached with a young man clad in gray silk. Commoner duly pays his respects to His Highness. Prince Ling Duan Lingwu studied the young man, adorned with a golden crown and draped in silk, whose face was etched with concern, and solemnly inquired, Is your father the steward of the governor's residence? Replying to Your Highness, My father is indeed the steward of the governor's residence. After answering Duan Lingwu's question, the young man suddenly knelt and bowed his head fervently, exclaiming, Your Highness, I know you are magnanimous and selfless. I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore my father's honor. He is a man of gratitude and would never commit the atrocity of slaughtering the entire governor's family, as rumored. Upon hearing duly speak of gratitude, Duan Lingwu spoke gravely. What connection does your father have with the governor's residence? Your Highness, my father was saved by the governor in his youth during a time of misfortune. To repay this kindness, he has served by the governor's side for over 20 years. He often teaches me not to be ungrateful, and he himself would never act thus. Duan Lingwu fell into silence. Du Li, perceiving the gravity of his expression, refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting. After a considerable pause, Duan Lingwu finally spoke. Does your father possess any distinguishing features? Uncertain of the intent behind Duan Lingwu's inquiry, Du Li nonetheless responded truthfully, replying to Your Highness, My father has no notable characteristics. Has he sustained any serious injuries? Duan Lingwu inquired further. Du Li replied without hesitation, Yes, speaking of injuries, my father fell 7 years ago, fracturing the bone at his left elbow. That injury has never fully healed. Even before this incident, his arm often bent and could not extend straight. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu turned his gaze toward the coroner, still engaged in the autopsy. Cease the examination for now. Confused, the coroner quickly rose. Your Highness, may I ask why? Go to that charred corpse, Duan Lingwu instructed, pointing, and examine the bones at the left elbow thoroughly for any old injuries. Upon hearing this, Du Li's expression changed drastically. Your Highness, what do you mean? Why must you inspect the left elbow? Duan Lingwu cast a brief glance at him. The man's 4 fingers were not congenital, but rather severed by saw. You have already heard the coroner's findings. You are well aware of my suspicions. No, Du Li protested vehemently, shaking his head as he gazed at the charred body. This cannot be true. He fled after slaughtering the governor's family and vanished without a trace. It cannot be him. He must be alive somewhere. This is absolutely not him. Chapter 81. A fool lost in the embrace of gentle affection. Unaware of the world outside, Du Li appeared somewhat distraught as he watched the coroner use specialized tools to dissect the elbow of the charred corpse. He wished to voice his objections, yet within him lingered a sliver of hope wishing against hope that this was not the grim reality. After a brief moment, the coroner sheathed his anatomical instruments and swiftly approached Duan Lingwu, his expression grave as he recounted his findings. "Your Highness, the corpse exhibits distinct old injuries at the elbow." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd outside the door began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The four fingers were clearly the result of foul play, compounded by the conversation between Duan Lingwu and Du Li, leading to a conjecture in their minds. The body did not belong to the governor, but rather to the steward who had been vilified as the perpetrator. This revelation dramatically distorted the narrative, bringing forth a plethora of questions. If this corpse was not that of the governor, then where was he? Was he aware of the massacre that had transpired within his residence? Duan Lingwu, undeterred by the speculations of others, confirmed his own suspicions before posing another inquiry. "What did you discern from the wounds on the bodies?" The coroner, upon hearing the question, respectfully conveyed the findings he had not yet disclosed. "Your Highness, the wounds on the corpses are all inflicted by knives, yet they were not made by the same weapon, nor by the same individual." "Dad!" Du Li's anguished cry abruptly interrupted the coroner's words. He collapsed to the ground, crawling toward the charred remains, weeping heart-wrenchingly as he moved. "Father, who could be so inhumane as to harm you so?" Turning to Duan Lingwu, he bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face. "My father was cruelly murdered, his death shrouded in mystery, while he bears the infamous label of a murderer. I implore your Highness to seek justice and restore his name, to comfort his spirit in the afterlife." Observing Du Li, who was vociferously pleading for justice for his father, Duan Lingwu remained impassive. "This matter pertains to the case I am investigating. I shall uncover the truth." Hearing this, Du Li, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, your Highness." He bowed again deeply. Though Duan Lingwu had made no direct promises, the implication that he would seek the truth behind the heinous act was evident. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, including the officials and clerks within the courtyard, who found it hard to believe that the steward, branded a murderer, had himself been slain and disguised as the governor only to be cast into the flames. Had it not been for Duan Lingwu exposing this layer of deceit, no one would have realized that the so-called perpetrator bore a grave injustice, that he, like others in the residence, was a victim of the case, yet he suffered a more dire fate, not only enduring injuries in life, but also being burdened with a heinous accusation and death. However, if the body of the governor was that of the steward, then where had the governor himself gone? Was he abducted by the true murderer and met his demise elsewhere? Yet, no answers were forthcoming to these myriad speculations, and all eyes turned to Duan Lingwu, the one capable of elucidating the matter. Nevertheless, he appeared oblivious to their gaze, departing through the doorway that the crowd parted for, accompanied by several guards. In the end, Duan Lingwu stood contemplatively by the window. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Chuan inquired, "Your Highness, with the revelation that the charred remains do not belong to Governor Yin, the rumors can be considered resolved. What are your plans moving forward?" "Cremation, extermination, compelling others to perish in one's stead, and meticulously orchestrating an escape from the clutches of fate. He must certainly still be alive." Duan Lingwu refrained from uttering the name of the individual in question, yet Wu Chuan discerned whom he referred to, the prince. If this were indeed the case, then that individual was excessively ruthless. While it is often said that no man is truly a man without a trace of venom, to slaughter one's own wife and children, along with the many innocent souls within the estate, for the sake of one's own agenda, is a wickedness that is utterly contemptible and warrants retribution. Duan Lingwu did not engage in Wu Chuan's discourse. Instead, he solemnly instructed, "The events of today will soon spread like wildfire. If he remains alive, he will inevitably become aware of it. Ensure that those under our command keep a vigilant eye on any suspicious individuals." "Yes, Your Highness," Wu Chuan replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Your Highness, do you have any inkling as to who is the mastermind behind this rumor? Who else could it be?" Duan Lingji's eyes glinted with frost. "Many harbor intentions to slay me, and those who are impotent to act against me are numerous. They obsessively plot my downfall, and naturally, they will seize any opportunity to strike. Such despicable tactics can only be attributed to the desperate King Chu. Wu Chuan gasped in astonishment. To orchestrate and disseminate rumors in such a short span. Could it be that King Chu has come to Chue Chun Mansion? Pay him no mind. First, locate Injinan. Charges of bribery and corruption, collusion with officials to profit at the expense of innocence. When the evidence and witnesses are presented, even if my father wishes to shield him, he will have to face the consequences. Your Highness, those with disabilities are not permitted to hold office. Governor Yin is inherently not of sound body. How did he ascend to his current position? Duan Lingwu did not express much concern regarding this matter, merely stating, "This is of no concern to me. Let it be a tool to provoke my father's emotions." Finally, he added, "Regardless of life or death, ensure that my subordinates swiftly locate him. I have other pressing matters to attend to." "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Chuan mused that the pressing matters his lord referred to likely pertain to a child. This was only natural. A child as endearing as that would evoke the sympathy of any outsider, let alone the father, who, embodying the weight of paternal love, desired nothing more than the well-being of his offspring. Soon, the city's rumors were eclipsed by new tales, and the circumstances surrounding the governor's estate intrigued the populace like a riddle, inciting speculation about whether their esteemed and incorruptible governor was still among the living. Time slipped away like the fleeting seconds of an hourglass, the sun in the sky giving way to the ethereal glow of the moonlight. In a grand and opulent manner on the outskirts of the city, the harmonious sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air. A man in his 40s, clad in a green silk robe and adorned with a golden crown, sat in the principal seat, flanked by two alluring women, clad in revealing attire. Their delicate figures nestled against him. His countenance, marred by an unsightly birthmark that nearly consumed his face, stood in stark contrast to the beauty of the women beside him, resembling the grotesque juxtaposition of a demon and a fairy. The man, with a gluttonous gaze, leaned forward, squinting at the lithe dancer, swaying gracefully to the melodic strains, his eyes lingering greedily upon her supple waist. He pushed aside one of the women in his embrace, grasping a wine jug from the table, staggering to his feet to pour himself a drink. With a deep draught, he relished the exquisite wine, exuding an air of satisfaction and arrogance, oblivious to the world outside, wholly entranced by the pleasures of the flesh. With a hearty laugh, the man declared, to be accompanied by beauty and fine wine is the pinnacle of life as pursuits. The residence was aglow with light, filled with the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments, the laughter of women, and the intermittent guffaws of men that continued until nearly midnight. Chapter 82. The purpose of the meeting with the king of Chu the following morning. In the divine Healer Valley, Suyu was playing in the courtyard with her daughter, Hihi, when a pigeon suddenly alighted beside her. Picking up the bird, she removed the bamboo tube from its leg and released it, watching as it soared into the distance until it vanished from view. She then unfolded the contents of the tube. As she quickly scanned the note, the smile on Suyu's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling expression. The king of Chu had come to the rejuvenation manor. It was likely he was behind the malicious rumors concerning that scoundrel, Duan Lingwu. She had anticipated that she would only encounter the ambitious king Duan Lingwu upon her return to the capital. Yet here he was, seeking a meeting with the head of the Jiyu Pavilion. This man, who inflicted such suffering on her daughter, clearly harbored ulterior motives in his request. The Jiyu Pavilion had emerged as a thriving organization in the realm of information trading in recent years, and it was not difficult to discern the true intent behind his actions. With such nefarious designs, should she agree to meet him? Suyu did not need to ponder this. The answer was unequivocal. She would attend, for she must confront the man who caused her daughter to endure such agony at such a tender age. "Mother, what's wrong?" Hihi's voice pulled Suyu from her reverie. She looked at her daughter's cherubic face, and a smile returned to her lips. Suyu scooped up Hihi and gently spoke, "My dear, I must leave for a few days. You must stay here in the valley. Your brother will come to play with you soon." "Mother," Hihi exclaimed, wrapping her small arms tightly around Suyu's neck, clearly reluctant to see her go. With her large, curious eyes, she asked, "Is mother leaving because she misses father?" Suyu found herself both amused and exasperated. What a naive, 3-year-old she was, thinking that she could possibly miss that scoundrel. Nevertheless, the rumors had ensnared him in a predicament. She wondered how he would navigate this turmoil. "Mother, will father miss us?" Before Yin Suyu could respond, he inquired again. Yin Suyu mused to herself that the scoundrel indeed seemed to have a genuine fondness for the two little ones. As a father, he would surely think of his children while away. Looking at her daughter's adorable countenance, she replied, "Of course, with a daughter as lovely as you. Your father will certainly miss you. Just be good and wait here in the valley. He will return once he has finished his duties. He will miss father and mother. Mother, come back quickly." "All right," Yin Suyu said, giving her daughter a tight embrace. He is so good. Mother will be back soon." After a reluctant farewell, Yin Suyu departed, while he called after her, "Mother, my brother, and I will wait here for you and father to return." Hearing her daughter's sweet voice made Yin Suyu's heart ache slightly. She did not turn back, but simply waved her hand. As she walked further away, the voices of Dongqing and He gradually faded from her ears. After a considerable distance, she glanced back, only to find that the little figure had vanished from sight. Reflecting on He's words, Yin Suyu couldn't help but ponder the notion of a brother and sister awaiting the return of their parents. Such a life should be ordinary yet blissful. However, despite the children acknowledging their father, the inherent identity of their father rendered such a simple existence a formidable challenge for them. Yin Suyu spurred her horse onward toward Huichun Mansion, and by the time she arrived in the city, it was already midday. Upon reaching the designated contact point in the pavilion, she inquired about Duan Lingwu and learned that he had decisively quelled the rumors, inadvertently revealing matters concerning the provincial governor's office, which caused her lips to curve into a smile. That dogman was indeed impressive. His decisive and composed demeanor commanded admiration. With the knowledge that he had resolved the dilemma, Yin Suyu began to settle her tumultuous emotions. As evening approached, past the hour of Yin Suyu donned her veil hat and arrived at Wangjiang Restaurant as per their agreement. The innkeeper personally guided her to a private room, and at the door, she instinctively clenched her fist within her sleeve. Once the door was opened, Yin Suyu stepped inside with measured grace. Through the veil, she observed the man seated at the table, clad in a rose-red brocade garment. She had encountered him a few times while in the capital, and he appeared unchanged from several years prior, still possessing the striking looks and aloof demeanor of a refined gentleman. Although his appearance did not quite rival Duan Lingwu's, his well-defined features held their own charm. With a faint smile gracing his face and gentle eyes resembling phoenixes, the red attire accentuated a hint of allure about him. At first glance, one would be inclined to admire such a figure. However, Yin Suyu felt an unusual aversion toward him. Beside him stood a man in his 30s, slightly portly, with squinting eyes that made it appear as though he were perpetually asleep. Upon noticing Yin Suyu and her veil, Duan Lingwu smiled and spoke first. "It is indeed a great honor for this king that the head of Jiyu Pavilion has chosen to meet with me." He gestured for her to take a seat in a display of feigned humility. Disinterested and lingering, Yin Suyu promptly sat down and, in a subdued voice, addressed the matter directly. "Your Highness, the Prince of Chu would not summon me without cause. Pray, state your intentions plainly." Duan Lingwu's smile remained amiable. "The head of the pavilion is a forthright individual. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. Jiyu Pavilion possesses considerable prowess in gathering intelligence, and I wish to employ your talents. Once I ascend to greater heights, you may find yourself elevated in status as well." Indeed, with such an audacious proposition, a smirk of derision crept upon Yin Suyu's lips beneath her veil. "He dreams of having Jiyu Pavilion serve as his lapdog?" "Prince Chu," she interjected, her fist tightening within her sleeve. "Before I respond to your invitation, I must pose a question pertinent to my decision. Do you recall the incident involving the sweet porridge at the inn in Ling City 2 years ago?" Duan Lingwu paused for a moment, then chuckled. "The head of the pavilion is remarkably well-informed, even about such trivial matters. I was indeed aware that the sweet porridge was problematic, which is why I had it replaced with another for a child." Yin Suyu took a deep breath, striving to master emotions from him. "And what became of that child afterward?" The prince was unaware, and Duan Lingwu, unconcerned, naturally proclaimed, "It is her fortune to shield me from calamity." Should she perish in the process, that is her fate, and she ought not to linger in this world any longer. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt an unexpected itch in her hands, desiring to deliver a sound thrashing to the instigator of her daughter's poisoning. At times, she pondered whether her wrath towards this individual was misplaced for the sake of her child. Yet upon realizing that the so-called truth was intentional, she felt no remorse. Her retribution was not excessive, but rather woefully insufficient. How do you consider this? If one aspires to achieve great things, I am the finest choice. Observing Suyu's silence, Duan Lingwu appeared somewhat impatient, yet was brimming with confidence. Suyu Pavilion was merely a trivial organization, its members accustomed to a life of leisure, ill-suited for any other role. Duan Lingwu's smile faltered. He had not anticipated Suyu's outright rejection. Chapter 83. Aiming to enlist her services, the one who had always been revered by many was now decisively rebuffed, and the fury brewing within Duan Lingwu was palpable. Yet for certain reasons, he refrained from erupting on the spot. The pavilion master ought to ponder this carefully. I possess the patience to await your alternative response. As if this were insufficient, Duan Lingwu raised the stakes. Should you agree to serve me, I shall grant you a life of splendor and wealth. No need for that. Suyu replied resolutely. Your Highness, we are but small fish in a humble pond, wishing to remain within our own waters, not to flow into the vast river of Prince Chu. Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingwu's expression visibly darkened. He found it hard to believe that the person before him was expressing a desire to avoid collusion with him. Before Duan Lingwu could respond, Suyu continued, Your Highness, Suyu Pavilion engages in commerce and values freedom. As long as money is exchanged, we are equals in trade, devoid of any master-servant relationship. Her words were both clear and tactful, unmistakably conveying to Duan Lingwu that while they could conduct business for silver, any notion of her becoming his subordinate was out of the question. Repeatedly rejected, Duan Lingwu's face bore no overt signs of anger. Yet the unmistakable displeasure glimmered in his phoenix eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Suyu, his softened expression attempting to penetrate her veil to discern her current emotions. While Duan Lingwu remained silent, one of his companions could no longer contain himself, scowling. How could such a trivial Suyu Pavilion be so ungrateful? It is a great honor for you to meet His Highness, the Prince of Chu, even if you wish to conceal your face beneath a veil. The fact that you continue to refuse is utterly disgraceful. Suyu rolled her eyes dramatically beneath her veil. The Prince of Chu, alongside the Prince of Ling, was a noble in every aspect, and that insufferable man was superior in countless ways. Though his demeanor was frosty, he did not regard others with the same air of superiority as this man did. Mr. Xiao, without waiting for Suyu to speak, Duan Lingwu rebuked, Do not be disrespectful. Yes, Your Highness. Duan Lingwu turned his gaze back to Suyu. Mr. Xiao is straightforward in nature. Please do not take offense. Pavilion Master. Suyu quietly observed the interplay between the two, then spoke softly, Your Highness, you jest. Having discerned the intentions of her counterpart and resolutely refused him. Suyu was aware that He's affliction was not without cause. As she prepared to take her leave, she was taken aback when Duan Lingwu abruptly shifted the conversation, directly inquiring, Why does the esteemed master refuse to unveil her true visage before me? Observing Suyu's elegant figure, which her attire could not conceal, and hearing her aged, hoarse voice, Duan Lingwu felt a burgeoning curiosity about her appearance. It is for the benefit of the Prince of Chu that I remain concealed, she replied. What do you mean by that? He pressed. My visage is grotesque and could easily frighten others. I, the dignified Prince of Chu, embody the virtues of a gentleman and would never judge a person based on their looks. You need not harbor any reservations. You may freely remove your veil in my presence. A gentleman indeed, Suyu scoffed coldly, recognizing his arrogance as he wielded his status to belittle others. He was aware of the toxicity, yet deliberately shared it with others, and the rumors surrounding Duan Lingwu were likely orchestrated by him. To refer to such a man as a gentleman was a profound insult to the very essence of the term. While Suyu often cursed Duan Lingwu in her heart, she acknowledged that he possessed more gentlemanly qualities than this pretentious individual. Contemplating her current appearance and observing Duan Lingchu's feigned demeanor, she couldn't help but smirk. Bound by her status from physically retaliating against him, she decided to deliver him a striking visual impact instead. Feigning a gentle sigh, she remarked, "If my unsightly countenance frightens the prince, I beg your pardon." With that, she slowly removed her veil. Duan Lingchu thought to himself that a woman with such alluring curves, despite her aged voice, could not possibly be too hideous. However, reality swiftly disabused him of that notion. As Yin Suyu's veil was gradually lifted, a face marred by intersecting scars, with festering sores threatening to burst, was revealed to the world. Gazing upon the grotesque and serpentine scars, along with the sickening sight of the oozing sores, Duan Lingchu's expression froze, and a wave of nausea surged within him, overwhelming him with revulsion. Seeing his reaction, a fleeting disdain flickered in Yin Suyu's eyes. The audacity of such a man to desire her as a pawn was nothing short of delusional. Such a foolish and treacherous individual was not worth her allegiance. She would only consider trading with him, should financial gain be involved. Noting Duan Lingchu's grotesque expression, Yin Suyu feigned further disdain, reaching out to touch her disfigured face and lamenting, "I warned you that my appearance could be terrifying. Yet, I am fortunate in comparison to my maid who suffered the same fate. Her face has decayed far worse, with insects often falling from her features into her meals or tea. The prince has not witnessed such horror. It is truly enough to make one's skin crawl." As her words settled, Duan Lingchu could no longer contain himself and retched violently, the sound of his vomit hitting the floor resonating in the air. Yin Suyu, donning her veil once more, remarked, "The prince is in a rather poor condition. I must take my leave lest his situation worsen." Without waiting for a response, she strode towards the door, casting a sidelong glance at the still retching figure, a mocking smile gracing her lips. How utterly foolish! Who could possibly eat or drink with a face that rots and breeds maggots? A mere baseless lie has ensnared him so foolishly. Such a worthless individual, were it not for his esteemed father and noble status, would likely have been doomed long ago. After a brief moment, Yin Suyu departed, and Duan Lingchu gradually regained his composure. The individuals beside him, observing his state, immediately voiced their indignation. "Your Highness, this person must not be spared. Not only is she of unsightly appearance, but she also refuses to serve you. It would be better for us to eliminate her." Duan Lingchu rinsed his mouth with tea, weary, and replied, "What I seek is the power in her hands. Her lack of beauty matters little. If need be, we shall have her continue wearing her veil to spare me the disgust. Remember to invite her again in 2 days. If she proves unyielding, we can always resort to killing her then." "Yes, Your Highness." Outside the tavern, Yin Suyu headed directly to a clothing shop, and after a while, a figure resembling her, donned in a veil, exited the establishment. Within the shop's secluded corners, Yin Suyu sat before a copper mirror, meticulously removing her makeup, her hands in constant motion while her mind raced. She pondered the ledgers that Duan Lingji had taken from the magistrate's study. With the Prince of Chu now in this vicinity, she wondered if those documents were connected to him. If so, she could seize this opportunity for revenge. However, this matter required confirmation. She was well aware of whom to approach for the most direct answers. Although she had no desire to meet Duan Lingji, especially at such a late hour, he was currently her best option. Thus, for the sake of avenging her daughter, she resolved to visit him at the inn. Having finished removing her makeup, the sky had darkened by the time she arrived at the inn. She instructed someone to divert the guards and stealthily made her way into the courtyard where Duan Lingji resided. Just as she reached the door to his room, a fierce roar echoed from within. "Who goes there?" Simultaneously with the roar, the door swung open, followed by a swift gust of forceful energy. Yin Suyu had no time to hesitate. She quickly evaded the powerful strike, inwardly cursing the man who would attempt to harm her upon her arrival. Yet, she could hardly blame him. To prevent too many from witnessing her entry, she had orchestrated the distraction of the guards. In the absence of knowledge regarding her identity, such actions would undoubtedly signal danger to him, justifying his aggressive response. Having dodged Duan Lingji's fierce attack, Yin Suyu instinctively called out Duan Lingji, aware of his formidable strength. She understood that engaging him would yield no favorable outcome. Persuading him to cease was her best course of action. Duan Lingji's strikes were executed with remarkable speed. Realizing his attack had been evaded, he prepared for another, but upon hearing a woman call his name, he paused. Recognizing the familiar voice, Duan Lingji turned his gaze, and in the dim light, he discerned a figure 6 feet away, his eyes momentarily betraying surprise. "What brings you here?" Before Yin Suyu could respond, Duan Lingji continued. "Why have you come?" His tone was notably calm, yet his repeated inquiries revealed his astonishment at her unexpected presence. Yin Suyu disregarded Duan Lingji's expression and stated her purpose directly. "I am here for a matter of importance." "Come inside," he replied. Duan Lingji summoned the individual into the room, and Yin Suyu quickly surveyed the modest furnishings within. She raised her gaze to the resident of this space, noting the subtle upturn of his lips. In her heart, she mused, "This man truly is perplexing." She intended to voice her thoughts, but he was quicker to speak. "Yin Suyu, what brings you here?" As she observed the unexpected presence of this woman, Duan Lingji felt his earlier frustration regarding the case dissipate due to her presence and actions. He stepped closer, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, which brought him a sense of delight. "Are you here specifically to see the child's father?" Listening to Duan Lingji's rhetorical question and noticing the mere foot between them, Yin Suyu inwardly acknowledged his good looks and physique. He possessed the confidence that came with such attributes, yet his level of self-assurance was indeed worthy of reproach. She felt compelled to speak her mind. Meeting his warm gaze, she retorted, "Your Highness, you truly have an inflated sense of self." As she raised her hand to push him away, Duan Lingji mirrored her movement. In a humorous twist of fate, one sought to create distance while the other wished to draw closer. Ultimately, Yin Suyu found herself at a disadvantage, ensnared in his embrace. Realizing the futility of resisting his grasp, she ceased her struggles. She glared at him, aware that this man delighted in such antics. However, the subtle fragrance emanating from him was undeniably pleasant, prompting her to avert her gaze. "Yin Suyu," Duan Lingji chuckled softly, a large hand gripping her chin to compel her to meet his eyes. "You just addressed me by my name." Recalling her earlier slip in a moment of urgency, she swatted his hand away. "What is your Highness's name meant to be enshrined on an altar? If I chose to pursue this matter, it could be deemed a grave disrespect," he replied. Unfazed, Yin Suyu smiled back at him. "And how does the prince intend to penalize me? Will it be a beating, or perhaps worse?" Gazing at the mirth in her expression, Duan Lingji tightened his hold around her waist, drawing her even closer. "You once mentioned using the child as a means to threaten me. Rest assured, I shall not harm you, nor take your life." He leaned towards her ear, his deep, mellifluous voice whispering, "But there are other ways to impose your punishment." Upon hearing his words, Yin Suyu met his mischievous gaze, and recalling their past encounters, she instinctively sensed his intentions. True to form, before she could utter a word, his handsome face loomed closer, his warm lips pressing against hers. Yin Suyu felt the urge to protest. This man had an insatiable appetite for intimacy. She regretted coming to find him at this moment, yet his inherent nature seemed unchangeable, as he remained ever inclined to indulge in such desires. Amidst her fleeting thoughts, she found herself pressed against his chest, enveloped in his subtle fragrance, her senses overwhelmed by his unique presence. Duan Lingji appeared to be a ravenous wolf, yet his kiss was tender, unlike his previous brutish demeanor. He gently sucked and nibbled, his agile tongue entwining and pursuing the one in his embrace, inhaling her unique essence and savoring the intoxicating sweetness of her breath. Their breaths intertwined, merging in the delicate caress of Duan Lingji's kisses, and his gentle demeanor instilled in Yin Suyu a fleeting illusion that this tenderness was reserved for someone he cherished deeply. Leaning against Duan Lingji's robust chest and entranced by his gentle kisses, Yin Suyu found herself somewhat lost. After a considerable time, Duan Lingji reluctantly withdrew from her lips, which had become tantalizingly lush under his ministrations. Observing the ravished beauty of her lips, his spirits soared, and even his tone softened significantly. Yun Suyu, as the mother of my child, you may freely address me by my name. Your Highness, the esteemed King Ling. Such a name is too precious to utter lightly. She retorted, pursing her tingling lips. After a moment's pause, she added, Your Highness holds a noble status. This habit of yours is rather unbecoming. Akin to, Duan Lingwu interrupted her unfinished thought. Do not presume that I am unaware of how you disparage me, often referring to me as a dog of a man. Why should I not indulge in a little nibbling of you? Should you crave to gnaw on something? Perhaps a bone would suffice. I am not merely a bone for you to gnaw upon. Seeing Yun Suyu incensed enough to retort, Duan Lingwu's mood improved even further. He chuckled. In my eyes, you are indeed a bone. Yun Suyu remarked, This dog of a man truly is a dog. Duan Lingwu replied earnestly, A man does not kiss a woman without reason. I cannot believe you are oblivious to the underlying motives. Yun Suyu was well aware that a man's kiss could stem from two primary reasons: love, driven by a desire to draw near, or lechery, wherein he would indiscriminately pursue any woman. As there were no other women in Duan Lingwu's life, the latter could be dismissed, leaving only love. Could this dog of a man be kissing her out of love? Yun Suyu found it difficult to accept this conclusion, preferring to believe it was out of lechery. Though his lechery was elusive, she gazed at the man before her child's father, a man of many virtues. But did he truly love her? Or was it merely because of the child? Chapter 85. Seeking an opportunity to avenge against the king of Chu. Yun Suyu was not a person plagued by insecurity. Concerning love, she believed herself deserving of a man who would wholeheartedly cherish her. Yet, she found it impossible to trust Duan Lingwu's assertions. A man who had once been her adversary, suddenly professing love, would raise skepticism in anyone. Many of his actions had been motivated by revenge, making it difficult for her to accept his sudden declaration. Noticing her prolonged silence, Duan Lingwu seemed to perceive her thoughts. He spoke softly, I am merely conveying my thoughts to you, not seeking justification. You may ponder and observe at your leisure. I am in no rush. Duan Lingwu mused inwardly that this woman was no ordinary individual. She was exceptionally astute and certainly harbored doubts about her feelings towards him. Whether as the mother of his child or as a woman, she was undeniably his. As for her thoughts and attitudes, he remained unperturbed. His resolve was steadfast enough to withstand her scrutiny and the test of time. Yun Suyu, suddenly sensing a shift in the conversation, was taken aback when Duan Lingwu inquired, Why do you come to see me at this moment, and why dismiss the guards? Noting that he did not mention the earlier incident, yet appeared unaffected. Yun Suyu experienced an unsettling realization that perhaps his previous words had been mere figments of her imagination. However, the tingling sensation upon her lips confirmed the reality of his kiss and the truth of his declarations. Perhaps sensing her silence, he sought to divert her attention for his prior statements. His intentions were evident, revealing both his cunning and patience. Yet one could not deny that he executed his plan admirably, temporarily alleviating her concerns and reflections upon his words. Though he may possess some canine traits, he exhibited a maturity and composure in his dealings. Acknowledging his deliberate change of subject, Yun Suyu chose not to linger on past matters, responding instead, You have gone to great lengths to dispel those rumors. I cannot allow them to resurface. You are considering my interests, Duan Lingwu remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, indicating his good spirits. Observing this, Yun Suyu attempted to push him away, yet he proved as immovable as a fortress, prompting her to glare at him with her starry eyes. Release me. I have important matters to discuss, Your Highness. At that moment, Wu Chuan entered with haste, his voice preceding his arrival. He was taken aback to find his master being pushed by a woman. Believing he must be mistaken, he blinked rapidly, and upon confirming it was Yun Suyu, he was visibly astonished, hastily offering an explanation. Your Highness, I did not see anything. Yun Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Wu Chuan's clumsy denial, while Duan Lingwu remained remarkably composed. What is it? Wu Chuan, turning to the matter at hand, reported earnestly, Your Highness, the other party shows no intention of entangling with us. Their goal is merely to lead us astray. We should allow them to proceed unimpeded. As Duan Lingwu spoke, he cast a glance at Suyu. Those individuals were hers. Indeed, Your Highness, Wu Chuan replied, secretly assessing his master and Suyu. He noted the varying shades of red upon their lips, indicating that their previous interaction had been quite intimate. Unexpectedly, his master had acted with such swiftness. It was not surprising, given that they had already borne children together. Observing that Wu Chuan lingered, lost in thought, Duan Lingwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there something else? Wu Chuan, jolted back to reality by Duan Lingwu's voice, quickly replied, No, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and hastily exited, moving as if pursued by phantoms. Watching Wu Chuan depart in such a flurry, Suyu lifted her gaze to meet Duan Lingwu's steady gaze, only to find him looking directly at her. Instinctively, she glared back. Duan Lingwu chuckled lightly. What is this? Are you uncomfortable? Isn't it obvious? Suyu remained silent, disinterested in engaging with this infuriating man. She wished to address serious matters, but before she could speak, Duan Lingwu interjected once more. Suyu, are you cursing me in your heart once again? Observing Duan Lingwu's austere visage, a countenance so handsome that it captivates the eye, particularly when adorned with a smile, she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a blow. Drawing in a deep breath, she reminded herself that her purpose here was not to engage in a quarrel with this insufferable man, but rather to inquire about a pressing matter that had already consumed far too much time. Meeting Duan Lingwu's gaze, Suyu candidly confessed, I am not only cursing in my heart, but I also wish to strike you. Duan Lingwu paused momentarily in surprise, his smile growing ever more pronounced as he took a few steps closer to Suyu. Suyu, Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, she interjected, raising her hand to signal him to refrain from advancing further. I am here with an important matter. Otherwise, I would not seek you out at this late hour. Noting the gravity etched upon Suyu's face, Duan Lingwu quelled his mirth. This woman, aware of his ulterior motives, typically sought to avoid him. Yet here she was, risking the jaws of a tiger to convey something of significance. With this thought in mind, he withdrew the hand that had instinctively moved to embrace her and regarded Suyu with earnest attention. Pray tell, what pressing matter brings you here? With Duan Lingwu adopting a serious demeanor, Suyu cast aside her hesitations. The Prince of Chu has arrived at the Huichun Manor and is currently in the city. Duan Lingwu had already speculated on this development, yet the confirmation was unexpected. However, now was not the time to question its validity. Instead, he regarded Suyu with a gaze full of inquiry. How did you come to know of the Prince of Chu's presence here? Have you encountered him? Instinctively shaking her head, Suyu understood that revealing too much would incite his suspicions. If she claimed to have met the Prince of Chu, it could jeopardize her connection to the Jiyu Pavilion. To mitigate any doubts from Duan Lingwu, she clarified, I possess several profitable establishments. As long as there is silver, I can acquire any information. Duan Lingwu regarded her statement with skepticism, his gaze fixed upon her eyes, seeking to discern the truth within. What else do you know? In the face of his probing stare, Suyu did not flinch, but straightforwardly articulated her inquiry. Your Highness, I wish to know if Governor Yin has any direct dealings with the Prince of Chu. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingwu narrowed his eyes and promptly dismissed the question. This matter concerns many affairs of the court and officials. It will be better for you to remain uninformed. Your Highness, Suyu persisted, I have no interest in court secrets. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are clandestine communications between Governor Yin and the Prince of Chu, as well as any unspeakable secrets. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Duan Lingwu refrained from answering and instead countered with a question of his own. Before I respond, you must first reveal whether you intend to use this opportunity to exact revenge on the Prince of Chu. Indeed, I wish to retaliate against the Prince of Chu. While I cannot easily bring about his demise, I desire for him to suffer as greatly as possible. Suyu did not conceal her intentions. The murderous intent in her eyes and the icy tone of her voice left no doubt regarding her determination. Is this due to he? Beyond the concern for his daughter, Duan Lingwu could not fathom any other reason Suyu might harbor for wanting to avenge herself against the Prince of Chu. However, no further justification was necessary. Based solely on this fact, any form of retribution was deserved by the Prince of Chu. Suyu nodded slightly, raising her gaze to the man before her. I heard the news firsthand. The so-called mistake made by the poisoner was not a mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by King Chu. He was aware that someone had poisoned, and he had someone replace it with a clean one, allowing the tainted food to be consumed by others. Noticing Duan Lingji's expression darken abruptly, Suyu paused. He claimed that shielding him from disaster was a blessing for Hehe, and even if it resulted in her demise, it would be her fate. Suyu's countenance was etched with guilt as she continued. The poisoner is despicable, and those who foist toxic substances onto others deserve punishment. Yet, that bowl of poison-sweet porridge was one that I personally spoon-fed to Hehe. It is not your fault. You desire your daughter's well-being more than anyone else. That poison is of a kind that cannot be detected even with a silver needle. It is understandable that you could not discern it. Duan Lingji's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing the gravity of the situation. His daughter being poisoned as a blessing. If her mother was consumed by guilt, how could he, as her father, remain passive? Have you already devised a plan for retribution? Upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Duan Lingji sensed an inkling of her thoughts. I have taken measures for revenge previously, but after hearing King Chu's remarks, I felt my efforts were insufficient. Regarding the issue we just discussed, could you enlighten me if King Chu has any ties with Governor Yin? Indeed, Duan Lingji replied, foregoing further details, and instead he began to address the matters that Suyu was eager to uncover. Yin Jinan sends tributes to King Chu annually, and the account ledgers are in my possession. In my investigation into the dam case, Yin Jinan is a prime suspect, and he is indeed backed by King Chu. However, he has since vanished without a trace. Despite possessing those ledgers, lacking substantial witnesses renders me powerless. The emperor is particularly fond of him, and even if I present this to the court, it would not inflict any significant harm. Suyu fell silent, fully aware of the fierce rivalry between King Chu and the crown prince. The current emperor favored King Chu, while Duan Lingji was the crown prince's full-blooded younger brother, and their relationship was amicable, thus naturally making him a thorn in King Chu's side. Given King Chu's duplicitous nature, if Duan Lingji were to present the ledgers at court, he would likely retaliate by claiming to be framed, and with his father's favoritism, he could indeed evade substantial repercussions. Yet, that cunning man was astute. Whatever she could conceive, he had likely anticipated long ago. Upon learning that Yin Jinan was not dead, he too was urgently seeking him. If he could locate the individual named Yin, with his self-staged massacre, combined with the ledgers in Duan Lingji's possession and other evidence, even if the emperor showed bias, King Chu would still be forced to bear the consequences in the face of undeniable proof. My lord, if we find Governor Yin, can the case you are investigating be concluded? Duan Lingji mused internally, acknowledging that the case he was probing involved too many variables: princes, officials, and foreign entities. Pursuing it overtly might alert those involved. So for now, he could only discreetly investigate the connections to foreign nations while addressing the matters within Danyang first. With these thoughts, Duan Lingji nodded slightly. In theory, the case could indeed reach closure. Suddenly a thought struck him, and a glimmer flickered in his deep eyes. Do you know the whereabouts of Yin Jinan? Since the last time Suyu had provided him with leads that yielded no results, her current statement instinctively prompted him to believe she might know where he was. Upon perceiving the glimmer of hope in Duan Lingji's eyes, Suyu calmly remarked, I indeed know his whereabouts. Regarding Yin Jinan's hiding place, Suyu did not keep Duan Lingji in suspense, for once this matter concluded, it would allow for retribution against the king of Chu, enabling him to swiftly fulfill his current task. Upon hearing Suyu's affirmative response, Duan Lingji urgently inquired, where is he? In the outskirts of the city, Suyu replied, and scarcely had the words left her lips when a large hand seized her. Without waiting for her to speak, Duan Lingji grasped her and began to move outside, stating, you shall lead this prince there. Suyu made no attempt to resist or oppose him. She simply glanced up at the full moon above, then looked at the man beside her, saying, It would be unwise to apprehend anyone at this late hour. This prince is merely surveying the area tonight. The capture will take place tomorrow, he clarified. Listening to his words, Suyu refrained from further comments. Upon exiting the room, Duan Lingwu released her and called out to the courtyard, "Come forth." At the sound of his voice, Wu Chuan, who had been waiting outside, swiftly entered, bowing respectfully. "What commands does your highness have?" "Wu Chuan, summon Wu Zhou to me." "Yes, your highness." After a brief moment, a slender man with bright eyes entered alongside Wu Chuan. A scar ran from the bridge of his nose across his right cheek, giving him a fierce appearance despite his shorter stature compared to Wu Chuan. He approached Duan Lingwu and saluted, "Your highness, you summoned me. What are your orders?" "Wu Zhou, at dawn tomorrow, take men to the outskirts of the city to capture Jinan." "Your highness, has Governor Yin been located?" Wu Zhou's tone was tinged with excitement. Duan Lingwu did not respond to his query, but instead sternly instructed, "Ensure you bring along some loquacious townsfolk." "Yes, your highness, I shall bring them." After issuing his orders to Wu Zhou, Duan Lingwu turned to Wu Chuan, saying, "You take some men and accompany this prince." Suyu remained silent, quietly listening to Duan Lingwu as he organized his subordinates. This man was a man of action. He was astute, personally leading the way to assess the situation, and he instructed his men to bring along talkative witnesses. The observations of such individuals would effortlessly spread throughout the city, swiftly revealing Jinan's true nature. While Duan Lingwu conversed with Wu Chuan, Wu Zhou discreetly surveyed Suyu. Their group of subordinates had already learned that the prince had a son and a daughter, and it was evident that this woman was their mother. Though her appearance may not rival that of the noble women in the capital, her natural grace and beauty, unmarred by cosmetics and without a head adorned with jewels, surpassed that of many a wealthy heiress. The fact that she was privy to the news regarding Governor Yin indicated her capability and worthiness to stand beside the prince. It was likely that she would become their future mistress. Suyu sensed a gaze appraising her, but chose not to look back. Instead, she lowered her eyes, listening to Duan Lingwu's instructions to his subordinates. This state of affairs persisted until he turned to her and said, "Shall we go?" At the station entrance, Suyu observed that the 11 or 12 individuals each had their own horses, yet her own was conspicuously absent. She turned her gaze towards Duan Lingwu, who was leading a chestnut steed from one of the subordinates. Wasn't this scoundrel supposed to have her lead the way? He couldn't even spare a horse for her. Suyu's delicate brows furrowed. "Aren't I supposed to guide you? Where's my horse?" Noticing the frown on Suyu's face, Duan Lingwu gently patted the horse. "The steed is nervous. You shall ride with this prince." Upon hearing this, the subordinates exchanged glances, their voices silent, but their thoughts aligned. When had the prince learned to deceive, especially towards a lady? The post station was not lacking in horses. Even if there were 10 people, each could have their own mount. How could they possibly be short a horse for a lady? However, some astute individuals quickly grasped their master's intent. He was attempting to persuade the young lady to share a mount with him. Suyu glanced at the magnificent horse Duan Lingwu was leading, then shifted her gaze to the man beside the steed. There were certainly enough horses in the post station. This scoundrel was clearly lying, trying to draw her closer. Seeing Suyu remain silent for a while, Duan Lingwu called out, glancing at the person holding the horse, "Hurry up and mount. Everyone is waiting for you." Suyu cursed inwardly. This scoundrel was truly insufferable. All those present were his subordinates, obedient to his commands, and it was clear he was the one urging her to hurry. However, it was not entirely unfeasible. Riding required control over the horse, and if he was willing to act as the horseman tonight, she was too weary to indulge his whims. With this thought, Suyu swiftly mounted the horse. Duan Lingwu's lips curled slightly at the sight, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. He followed suit, gripping the reins while encircling her with his arm. With a gentle squeeze of his legs against the horse's flank and a soft command, "Go," the horse galloped forward. As they departed the city, the warmth of Duan Lingwu's chest pressed against her back, his breath warm against her ear, enveloping her in an intimate embrace. Suyu shrugged her shoulders. Was that intentional? The space on the horse was indeed limited, and it was unavoidable that their bodies would touch, given the tight confines. Yet, not only was he pressed against her, but his head seemed to cling to her shoulder, his chin occasionally resting there. Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingwu chuckled lightly, candidly acknowledging his actions. "You've caught me." He adeptly took advantage of their position, half embracing her soft form, inhaling the faint, delightful fragrance that wafted from her, a subtle scent that was nonetheless invigorating. "My prince thought that physically lifting you onto the horse would be the only way to have you ride with me," he murmured in her ear. To his remark, Suyu smiled coyly. "Your Highness lowers himself to be a horseman. With someone guiding the horse, I see no need to be coy at this late hour." The groom, Duan Lingwu, twitched the corner of his mouth. This woman truly possessed audacity. As a dignified prince, he held respect for only his father and his elder brother, the crown prince, and he would never let such insolence slide from anyone else. Those who dared to speak to him in such a manner would undoubtedly face his wrath. Yet, she was the mother of his child. He could neither harm nor punish her. Noticing that Duan Lingwu remained silent and showed no sign of anger, Suyu felt a smile tugging at her lips. It seemed that this man's tolerance for her transgressions was ever increasing. Previously, during her fit of rage, he had not only refrained from anger, but had also consoled her. Now, in the face of her inappropriate remarks regarding his status, he remained forgiving. After a prolonged silence, feeling his head resting on her shoulder, Suyu slightly turned her head. "Your Highness, while this matter also serves my interests, it benefits you as well. How do you intend to express your gratitude for my assistance?" Upon hearing her mention gratitude, Duan Lingwu suddenly smiled. "Suyu, you have mentioned that this prince has lowered his status to be your groom. Such favor is unprecedented. Does this not count as gratitude?" "Well, if you say it's the first time, I suppose it can be considered as such." Suyu remained silent, her back against his broad, warm chest. She relaxed, allowing herself to lean naturally against him. In the next moment, she heard his low, gentle laughter by her ear. A smile crept onto her lips as she gazed up at the full moon, suddenly feeling that the weather today was quite lovely. The moon shone bright, and the warmth of the man behind her felt like a sturdy tree, providing solace against the rustling wind. Suyu tilted her head slightly, feeling a cool cheek brush against hers. She was momentarily stunned. This man was audaciously pushing his luck, ever so adept at taking advantage of her kindness. Yet, rather than feeling anger, a certain warmth filled her heart. "Your Highness, do not overreach. Multitasking may lead to a fall. I would not wish for our child to lose both parents at once." As she spoke, she turned her head, and Duan Lingwu's cheek nestled against her neck. Lowly chuckling, "Rest assured, this prince mastered horseback riding and archery by the age of 7, having trained for over a decade. Though you may have nearly drowned me twice, I will not allow you to fall." Suyu couldn't help but sighed deeply, a mix of exasperation and amusement in her tone. "Is this a hurdle you shall never overcome in your lifetime? What do you think?" he retorted with a question. She gazed at the moon, smiling but remaining silent. The group hastened their pace, arriving near the residence after nearly 45 minutes. To avoid alerting any hidden guards, Duan Lingwu instructed them to dismount at a considerable distance. As they approached the house, they noticed the presence of hidden guards. Cautiously, they concealed themselves. After evading numerous guards, Duan Lingwu and Suyu made their way toward the main courtyard. Before reaching it, they heard the sound of silk and bamboo instruments, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of flirtation between men and women, growing clearer as they drew nearer. They sought a concealed spot from which to observe the interior and, after a brief search, found a relatively safe window. After exchanging a glance, the two simultaneously pierced through the paper window, peering through the small hole into the lavishly decadent scene within. Their gaze traversed the provocatively dressed dancers, eventually settling on the grotesque men who leered at the performers. Duan Lingwu withdrew his gaze and turned to Suyu, observing the confusion in his eyes. Suyu nodded affirmatively and gestured towards the entrance, the implication clear. Moments later, in a secure spot outside the estate, recalling the unsightly visage of the man from earlier, Duan Lingwu suddenly remembered something. Injinan wore a human skin mask. Upon hearing this, Yin Suyu smiled faintly, acknowledging, "Your Highness, you are quite astute." Observing Yin Suyu's lack of surprise, it was evident she had known the circumstances all along. Duan Lingwu voiced his curiosity. "Yin Suyu, how is it that you possess such well-informed news?" Chapter 88. Under the bright moon. Upon hearing Duan Lingwu's inquiry, she met his probing gaze, reluctant to reveal her connection to the Jiyu pavilion. Yet he was perceptive, his sharp eyes seemingly capable of seeing through her. Regardless of what he said, she resolved to remain silent. Noticing her reticence, he contemplated the individuals at the manor and the one who had diverted the guards that night. The fabric of Hihi's attire was a sumptuous silk gauze, and her casually worn crystal headpiece was worth hundreds of taels. This woman had no shortage of wealth, nor did she lack an impressive network of information. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Lingwu reiterated his earlier question, "Yin Suyu, how do you acquire such timely information?" Yin Suyu averted her gaze, evading his scrutinizing stare. Unperturbed, she replied, "Your Highness, I am raising 2 children on my own, and it requires a considerable amount of silver. To ensure a stable living for my children and to prevent us from falling into destitution, I engaged in the business of information trading, which naturally allows for a more extensive network." Duan Lingwu remained silent, recognizing that while her words carried a semblance of truth, they were also laced with layers of underlying despair and collapse that he had perhaps never fully grasped until he witnessed her emotional unraveling. It was clear that her so-called information trade was far from ordinary. Yet, since she was guarded about her secrets, he had no desire to pry further. Suddenly, Duan Lingwu pondered a practical question concerning her and the children. With your extensive information network, why not seek out the children's biological father? If you wish to find him, it would be a trivial matter for someone of your capabilities. Yin Suyu found herself wanting to laugh at this question. She stared directly at the man before her, a smile gracing her lips. "Your Highness, do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" "I do not wish to hear your nonsense." Looking at Yin Suyu's smile, Duan Lingwu's lips curled slightly, though the words that followed were not as pleasant. Yin Suyu, unfazed, replied candidly, "Given your intent to harm me and your evident disdain, why would I willingly place my neck under your blade? When it concerns life and my children, I would rather avoid you altogether. For a father who cannot be acknowledged, the best explanation for the children is that he is deceased." Duan Lingwu's teeth clenched in frustration, yet he could not deny the validity of the woman's words. Who would willingly approach when aware of another's murderous intent? Moreover, the woman's intellect was striking, as she articulated that for an unspeakable individual, death would serve as the ultimate excuse. Observing Duan Lingwu's ire, Yin Suyu silently mused that this obstinate man remained burdened by the incident involving the child's father nearly drowning. Even if he had instigated the conversation, he still seethed with resentment. She hastily shifted the topic. "Your Highness, will your men remain here throughout the night?" Understanding the intent behind Yin Suyu's inquiry, Duan Lingwu scoffed coldly, of course. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward the residence. Noticing his aloof demeanor, Yin Suyu merely smiled and chose to walk in another direction. Yin Suyu, as she walked away in silence, Duan Lingwu blurted out, "Where are you going?" Yin Suyu paused, responding, "Your Highness, my task was to bring you here. Since there are guards present, I shall refrain from intruding." "You intend to leave?" "I will not depart. I wish to witness the spectacle of capturing criminals tomorrow. It is a long night, and one cannot stand indefinitely. I require a place to rest." With that, Yin Suyu walked away. This was not her concern. It was time for rest. Even if she could not recline upon a comfortable bed, she could at least find a place to sit and recuperate. In her pursuit of a resting spot, Yin Suyu paid no mind to the man trailing behind her until she discovered a towering tree with lush foliage at a considerable distance from the residence. Upon seeing the green stone slab beneath the tree, her eyes lit up. It offered both a seat and support. Without hesitation, she approached and sat down. Leaning against the great tree, Yin Suyu glanced at the man who sat beside her, crossing her arms lazily. "Your Highness, do you not need to oversee the situation?" "No need. There are others present, and I need not remain there." A slight smile graced Yin Suyu's lips as she closed her eyes, falling into silence. After a brief moment, Duan Lingwu broke the stillness. "Yin Suyu, Do you know why I'm so eager to conclude this case? Who would wish to prolong matters when they could be resolved sooner? That is but one reason. Remembering that Duan Lingwu had previously mentioned taking Nuanua back to the capital once the case was settled, Suyu suddenly opened her eyes, her previously relaxed posture springing upright. Hearing this, Duan Lingwu's expression darkened. How could she so easily deduce that he intended to take the child? However, recalling Suyu's previous outburst, his demeanor softened unconsciously, and he affirmed, I have stated that I shall no longer contest with you for the child. They are all yours. Listening to Duan Lingwu's assurances, Suyu felt a weight lift from her heart. What is the second reason, Your Highness? Observing her newfound ease, Duan Lingwu felt a pang of frustration. Did she truly find him so unworthy of trust? Suyu, he said, his tone tinged with melancholy, you are indeed the children's mother. But do not forget that I am their father as well. I, too, wish for their well-being. Suyu contemplated silently. When it came to the children, this man, despite his flaws, indeed showed affection towards them. She hesitated to speak, but then heard Duan Lingwu continue. Furthermore, I wish to expedite the matters here so that I may return to the Divine Doctor Valley. Even if the medicinal herbs are incomplete and I cannot detoxify He, I still desire to be by her side. Suyu felt a sudden tightening of her jaw as Duan Lingwu unexpectedly grasped her chin. I long for a daughter. The emergence of these two children has taken me by surprise, yet I genuinely cherish them. I share your fondness for them. As their mother, Suyu understood the innate love a parent harbors for their child. Although this man had spent little time with the children, she comprehended his fondness for them. Yet, he was tasked with a mission, and the resolution of this case necessitated his return to the capital. His promise to accompany his daughter at the Divine Doctor Valley seemed far from immediate. However, as long as he harbored that intention, he would not hold it against him if his return was delayed. As for herself, she viewed the children's father as an unexpected blessing. His genuine care for the children was beyond reproach, and they adored him. She gently brushed aside his hand that was still holding her chin. I understand, she replied, leaning back against the tree. Observing her lost in thought, Duan Lingwu reached out towards her head without a second thought. Instinctively, she grasped his hand. What do you intend to do, Your Highness? Weren't you going to rest? Suyu was perplexed by this man's unexpected kindness. She regarded him with suspicion, her gaze piercing, as if warning him of his ulterior motives. Duan Lingwu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eye. Suyu, this place is desolate and uninhabited, and the moon shines brightly. You may either lean on me for rest, or I may take liberties with you. Chapter 89. Someone drag her out. Suyu was taken aback by his brazen threat. Under the bright moonlight, he dared to entertain such thoughts. She glared at him fiercely. Before she could finish, Duan Lingwu interrupted, forcefully lifting her chin once more. You cannot overpower me, nor can you prevent me from acting upon my desires. It would be wise for you to make a choice quickly. Otherwise, Your Highness, Suyu seized his large hand. No need for otherwise. I have made my choice. With that, she leaned against his shoulder, her decision unmistakable. Fearing Duan Lingwu might withdraw, her grasp on his hand transformed into an embrace of his arm. Simultaneously, she thought she heard a light chuckle from above. Listening to his laughter, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. This man was truly incorrigible. Contemplating such behavior in this setting, he may have abandoned his moral compass, but she refused to follow suit. Duan Lingwu glanced at the soft head resting on his shoulder, a smile playing at his lips. This woman, who had previously wielded the children as leverage against him, had thrown him off balance since her outburst when he vowed not to compete for their affection. Being their biological mother, and for various reasons, he found himself unsure of how to handle her. He feared being too strict, for she might retaliate with tears, and her sobs would tug at his heartstrings. Conversely, if he showed her kindness, he worried she might take liberties. Yet just moments ago, it seemed he had discovered a way to navigate their dynamic through matters of intimacy. She feared that if she truly took action against him, she would succumb to his threats and draw closer to him. Contemplating this, Duan Lingwu pondered whether he would indeed resort to force if she remained obstinate. Perhaps he might, but not in this place. Given their previous intimate encounters, coupled with several kisses, he could distinctly sense that this woman did not harbor any aversion to his closeness. Duan Lingwu gently tilted his head. He yearned to possess her, to claim everything that belonged to her. However, during this period, he had contemplated how to straightforwardly claim her in a manner that would be deemed fair and beyond reproach. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingwu mused that certain matters could indeed be planned in advance. Suyu was unaware of Duan Lingwu's myriad thoughts. She only knew that leaning against him was far more comfortable than resting against a tree. His warmth and unique aura provided a sense of security. It wasn't long before her eyelids grew heavy, and in her drowsiness, she couldn't help but wonder about the future trajectory of their relationship. Although they were bound by the presence of a child, she simply could not envision the outcome of their connection. The following day, when they arrived at the location where others had gathered near the estate, Wu Zhou had already arrived with a group of individuals. Among those he brought were not only their own people, but also several constables, the clerk Zhang Jizhong, and a dozen curious onlookers. The group was unaware of the reason why the men of the Ling Wang had brought them there, yet upon seeing the Wang himself and his subordinates, they sensed that something refreshingly novel was about to unfold. The gossip-loving townsfolk eagerly perked up their ears in anticipation. Wu Zhou, upon seeing Duan Lingwu, respectfully cupped his hands in salute, saying, "My lord, I have brought everyone as instructed." Observing the individuals Wu Zhou had gathered, Duan Lingwu nodded slightly. Zhang Jizhong stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and inquired, "I am honored to meet His Highness, the Ling Wang. May I ask what brings me here?" "I wish for you to identify someone shortly," Duan Lingwu replied. "I shall do my utmost to assist your highness," Zhang Jizhong vowed. "My lord," Wu Chuan interjected, "the personnel are ready. With your command, we can act at any moment." Suyu glanced at the well-prepared, expressionless group. They were indeed seasoned warriors, radiating an aura of lethal intent that instilled a sense of dread. Duan Lingwu, maintaining his composure, surveyed the gathered individuals and solemnly instructed, "Capture alive those you can, and take them back for thorough interrogation." "Yes, my lord," they responded. With a single command from Duan Lingwu, Wu Chuan and Wu Zhou surged forward, racing towards the estate with utmost speed. Duan Lingwu cast a glance at Suyu beside him, his tone leaving no room for refusal as he said, "You are to remain by my side." "Understood," Suyu replied, but as she walked away, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Duan Lingwu frowned slightly at her retreating figure. While she had initially displayed some civility, her increasing rudeness, including daring to roll her eyes at him, was unexpected. Nonetheless, she was the mother of his 2 children, a woman 5 years his junior. He decided to be more forgiving, as long as her behavior did not cross the line. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingwu stepped forward, followed closely by the citizens and guards. Outside the grand residence, as Wu Chuan and his companions approached, a group of shadowy figures clad in black, revealing only their piercing eyes, emerged to obstruct their path. "Who dares to come here?" Wu Chuan sneered. "We have come to collect what belongs to you." Upon hearing this, the shadowy figures, filled with rage, retorted, "Such audacity! In that case, you shall pay with your lives." The 2 sides quickly engaged in combat. Although the number of shadowy figures was considerable, Wu Chuan's group clearly held the upper hand, bolstered by superior martial prowess, resulting in a decisive victory. Soon, 7 or 8 of the 20-odd shadowy figures lay slain, while the rest were taken captive. The onlooking citizens and guards, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with questions. Who were these individuals, and why did they dare to confront the Prince of Ling? Their minds were rife with inquiries, the foremost being the identity of the resident of this abode and why the prince had mobilized such force. Duan Lingwu cast a glance at the subdued, shadowy figures and strode purposefully toward the inner courtyard. As he passed, every servant and steward who crossed his path was swiftly apprehended. The further they ventured, the more questions arose among the accompanying individuals, who exchanged glances. Daunted by Duan Lingwu's formidable display of authority, they could only follow closely, eager to discover the identity of the person who had provoked such a reaction from the prince. Before long, the group arrived at the main hall. Duan Lingwu forcefully kicked open the door, and in the next moment, An irate voice echoed from within. Which wretched servant dares to disturb my peaceful slumber? Hearing this familiar voice emanating from behind the curtain, Zhang Jizhong and several guards stood frozen in place, puzzled by the sound's uncanny familiarity. "Oh, how noisy," came a delicate voice from behind the curtain. "My lord, I have yet to have enough rest." No sooner had she spoken than another equally sweet voice chimed in. "Indeed, my lord, you played too late last night. I am still quite drowsy." "Very well. I shall have them leave at once, so we may continue our slumber," the man thundered. "Get out, or you shall pay with your lives." Duan Lingji's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Bring that person out." Chapter 90. Upon closer inspection, do you recognize this person? As Duan Lingji's words fell, the occupant of the bed shouted louder. "Who dares to act so boldly? How dare you intrude upon my quarters?" His speech was abruptly cut short, but only for a brief moment, before he resumed his tirade. "You have trespassed into this lord's bedroom. Seize him." Suyu could not help but murmur softly. What a spectacle! 2 maidens serving 1 man. How audacious! And they dare to speak so insolently to the prince. Surely, they will face a severe reckoning. She thought to herself that the man surnamed Yin was already guilty, and now, before Duan Lingji, he dared to boast. A punishment was inevitable. Yet a mere beating seemed too lenient for such scum. He deserved far worse. The occupant of the bed, oblivious to his subordinates entering to apprehend him, furiously flung aside the curtain, only to find the room filled with people. He recoiled in shock and then bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you invade a private residence and intrude upon this lord's chamber?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Duan Lingji, whose expression was grim. His pupils narrowed slightly before shifting to the constables and the scribe, the peculiar glint in his eyes fleeting, quickly replaced by a mask of anger. "You dare to trespass into private dwellings, utterly disregarding the law. Drag them all down for me." Duan Lingji's voice was thick with frost. "Yes, your highness." Wu Chuan and Wu Zhou, who had been eager for action by his side, promptly responded. They stepped forward to lift the canopy and forcibly pulled the man from the bed, followed by the women. "Stop! Who are you? Why treat us this way? Please stop!" The 2 women shrieked, attempting to resist capture. However, their frail forms were no match for the skilled men, and despite their struggles, they were swiftly dragged from the bed. In an instant, all 3 were thrown onto the ground. The man was bare-chested, clad only in white undergarments, a stark contrast to his dark skin. The 2 women wore only a small garment and underpants, which failed to conceal their figures, exposing their smooth, delicate skin marred by distinct bruises. Realizing how they appeared before the onlookers, the women huddled together in a desperate attempt to shield their exposed bodies. But no matter how they curled up, the scant fabric of their attire offered little coverage. Observing the scene, Suyu couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This fellow appears frail. Yet it's astonishing how much he has endured. The state of his body suggests a fierce struggle." Her words had scarcely left her lips when a wall of bodies obstructed her view, accompanied by a chilling gaze directed at her. Realizing what had transpired, Suyu felt a pang of dread. Her previous remark had been overheard by this man. However, she quickly reassured herself. She spoke only the truth. What was there to fear from this man, even if he were a prince? After all, he could control the heavens and the earth. But could he dictate the words of others? Moreover, her truthful observations had not inflicted any harm upon him. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Duan Lingji's already dark countenance grew even more forbidding. A few slippery eels. This woman dares to critique others with such audacity. Despite his grievances against Suyu, Duan Lingji understood that it was not the right time to voice them. He turned his attention to the instigator of the situation, the man surrounded by spectators. Glancing at the astonished constables and scribe, the man finally focused his gaze on Duan Lingji. "Who are you? Do you not know that trespassing is against the law?" Duan Lingji, coldly observing the transformation in the man's demeanor, had yet to respond when he was met with repeated inquiries. "I am Duan Lingji, and I ask you, who do you think you are?" The man visibly trembled at the words, subsequently adopting a look of shock and innocence. "Your Highness, the commoner does not understand what wrong he has committed to warrant such treatment from you. If I have indeed erred, I beseech you to speak plainly. I may forfeit my dignity, But how shall these women endure such humiliation? I implore you to spare them a chance at life. Command me as you wish, and I shall comply with any request." The two women wept softly, repeatedly lamenting their disgrace and expressing a desire to end their lives. The man's demeanor was one of feigned grievance, and his heartfelt words, coupled with the sobbing women in his embrace, painted him as a figure of compassion towards others. Amidst the crowd, the onlookers whispered and scrutinized Duan Lingwu, cautiously debating the unfolding scene. While his actions may not be commendable, everyone has their own preferences. To embrace two women before one's own partner could be seen as a playful indulgence. Has the prince perhaps gone too far? It might seem excessive. Yet rumors suggest he has little interest in women. Thus he cannot fathom the joy of such embraces. If I possessed the means, I too would relish such a life. Cradling a beautiful maiden in each arm. What bliss that would be! One man squinted, his expression one of indulgent enjoyment, as if truly cradling a woman. Who would reject the allure of beauty surrounding them? The thought of such a life alone brings joy. Yet, one must ponder whether such a lifestyle is within reach. Maintaining even one at home is challenging, let alone several. Enough of this talk, they cautioned. Though these individuals appear innocent, the prince would not provoke trouble without reason. And such a display is laden with intent. Should we continue to speculate, we risk missing the spectacle and incurring punishment. Although the murmurs of the crowd were soft, Duan Lingwu absorbed every word, gazing down at the floor with a facade of innocence, as if he were not the one abusing his power to intimidate. After a prolonged silence, he spoke coldly. Enough of the pretense, Lordine. His tone, though composed, sent ripples through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The man hastily bowed his head in supplication. "Your Highness, if I have erred, I implore you to punish me directly. Spare me this humiliation. I am but a humble villager, unworthy of comparison to Lordine." The gathered crowd believed they were experiencing illusions or that the prince had spoken in jest. How could one so lavishly indulgent and wanton be a righteous and upright magistrate? Though they had not encountered the magistrate closely, they recognized his appearance. And the two figures were as different as night and day, making it impossible for them to be the same person. Moreover, the magistrate's household had recently endured a tragic massacre. How could he, who was deeply devoted to his wife, possibly behave so? They began to suspect that the prince had been misinformed, mistaking this man for the magistrate, who was likely missing or even deceased. Listening to the man's desperate attempts at denial, Duan Lingwu decided against wasting further time. However, prior to proceeding, he felt it necessary for this group to alter their appearance, as their current state was quite disconcerting. He instructed those nearby, have them shed their current attire and bring them to the courtyard. After Duan Lingwu finished speaking, he turned and walked into the courtyard, with Suyu following closely behind. She thought to herself that the man's decision was indeed wise. The room was too small, and the odor was truly unbearable. Soon, several individuals were dragged out wearing garments. Duan Lingwu did not waste words. He glanced at the person on the ground before directing his gaze toward Zhang Jizhong. "Master Zhang, please step forward and identify this individual. Do you recognize him?" "Yes, Your Highness," Zhang Jizhong replied, moving forward to examine the kneeling figure closely. After a long moment, he shook his head. "Your Highness, I have never seen this person before." Upon hearing Zhang Jizhong's response, the man on the ground visibly relaxed his gaze. Duan Lingwu, unfazed by Zhang Jizhong's answer, inquired languidly, "You do not recognize this face. But is his voice familiar to you?" Zhang Jizhong cast a glance at the individual he had scrutinized. "Your Highness, this man's voice is strikingly similar to that of Lordine, yet his appearance bears no resemblance whatsoever. What do you all think?" Duan Lingwu shifted his attention to the bailiffs, posing the question to them. "Your Highness, as Master Zhang has stated, this man's voice closely resembles that of the governor. Yet his visage is entirely different." One bailiff spoke up, with the others nodding in agreement. The resemblance of the voice was so uncanny that they initially believed it truly was the governor. However, the unfamiliar face dispelled any absurd notions, making it clear that these were two distinct individuals. "Your Highness," the man on the ground interjected, feeling wronged and pleading, I beseech you not to torment a humble man further. There are countless individuals in the world with similar voices. I truly have no connection to Lordine." As he spoke, he bowed his head heavily, looking both aggrieved and helpless. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "Why does the prince continue to pursue this man? Could there be a grudge between them? Who could possibly know?" It remained unclear how this man had offended Duan Lingwu. Being dragged from his bed and accused of being Lordine, despite their stark differences, Duan Lingwu paid no heed to the crowd's speculation. He coldly smiled. "One does not weep until faced with the grave. Jinan, do you truly think this prince is unaware of everything? Your Highness." The man's tears flowed freely as he wiped his face. "Please do not slander a humble man." "Come here," Duan Lingwu commanded coldly, and one of his subordinates stepped forward immediately. "Wuchuan, personally strip away his skin, so that all may see his true visage." "Yes, Your Highness." The crowd was taken aback by Duan Lingwu's words, considering him mad for targeting one individual with such a cruel method. To strip away a person's skin left no chance of survival. It was clear he intended to eliminate the man entirely. The man on the ground watched helplessly as Wuchuan approached and seized him by the collar. Struggling against the iron grip, he cried out in desperation, "Your Highness, I bear you no grudge. Why must you condemn me to such a fate? This is clearly an abuse of power, taking advantage of your royal status to bully us common folk." Duan Lingwu maintained a stern expression, his thick brows furrowing into a knot. "Silence him. Let him cease his noise." "Indeed, Your Highness," Wuchuan declared, delivering a fierce punch to the man's face. "If you wish to avoid further suffering, I suggest you silence yourself. Otherwise, I shall render you incapable of uttering a sound." With that blow, the man fell mute, and as he ceased his frantic cries, Wuchuan mockingly remarked, "What a spineless creature you are. Have you not been feigning victimhood all this time? Now, let others behold your true nature." As Wuchuan spoke, he grasped the man's neck to prevent any erratic movements and reached behind his ear, deftly tugging at something until a layer of skin was forcibly removed. The human mask was ripped away, and the man instinctively attempted to bow his head, only to find Wu Chuan's grip unyielding, keeping him upright. As the mask of Jinan, the governor, was torn away, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. They stared at the man being choked, struggling to reconcile this shocking revelation. Wu Chuan brandished the mask triumphantly before releasing his hold, forcefully pushing Jinan to the ground, where he lay, eyes filled with indignation. Duan Lingwu stepped forward, looking down upon the defeated figure with an air of authority. "Just moments ago, you were vociferously accusing me of abusing my power and slandering you. Now, stripped of your facade, what further excuses can you muster, Lordine? Bring forth the necessary evidence." Duan Lingwu interjected, cutting off Jinan's protests. "Remove his socks. Let him be rendered incapable of further evasion." "Yes, Your Highness," Wuchuan replied, swiftly yanking off the right sock of Jinan. Duan Lingwu observed the man's unique trait with a chilling tone. "Jinan, your right foot possesses only 4 toes. The evidence is irrefutable. You can no longer deny it." "Indeed, it is you," Zhang Jizhong exclaimed in astonishment. Having already recognized the governor's true identity, the additional proof cemented his conviction, leaving no room for denial. The revelation of Jinan's identity sent shockwaves through the officials and common folk alike, for this truly was the governor, now transformed. Had it not been for the actions of King Ling, they would have remained convinced that the governor had fallen victim to foul play. As they gazed upon the fallen Jinan, doubts began to fester. Why had the governor, whose household had been tragically slaughtered, appeared here in such a changed guise? Showing not a trace of sorrow? Was he not deeply devoted to his wife? Why, then, was he so passionately entangled with another woman, even embracing 2 in a single night? Jinan, consumed by resentment, glared at Duan Lingwu and retorted, "Your Highness, in light of the tragic events at home, is it wrong for me to seek solace elsewhere? Seeking solace, are we?" Duan Lingwu scoffed coldly. "After masquerading as a paragon of virtue for years, you could turn against your own wife and children. No one here rivals your ruthlessness. Had I not uncovered your elaborate ruse, you might have continued to revel in your deceit." Duan Lingji's words left the onlookers in stunned silence. Was the governor's integrity merely a fade? Had he truly slain his own wife and children to assume this new identity and indulge in pleasures? This tale, incredulous as it seemed, began to unravel with the injustices faced by Duguan, suggesting that this seemingly upright governor was, in fact, a monster. At that moment, Wu Zhou emerged from the building, carrying 2 large boxes, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have discovered these in a hidden chamber." 2 chests stood ajar, overflowing with gold and jewels that nearly dazzled the eyes. Duan Lingji cast a glance at the contents within, his tone chilling enough to freeze the air. Injinan, the Lingchang dam case, the massacre of the governor's family. Alongside embezzlement and bribery, you cannot escape. He commanded coldly, "Take Injinan back to Huichun Mansion. He shall be escorted to the capital shortly. Take all those in the courtyard for questioning as well." "Yes, Your Highness." Outside the estate, Yun Suyu beheld a multitude of women being led away, her gaze fixating on one tall, strikingly beautiful woman. The woman lifted her head, and their eyes met. Yun Suyu offered a slight nod, which the woman understood, retracting her gaze to depart alongside the others destined for interrogation. Chapter 92. A matter to discuss as she watched them leave. Yun Suyu turned her attention to the stern-faced Duan Lingji, whose expression was decidedly unfavorable. Logically, this was not the moment to seek anything from him. Yet time was of the essence. This resolute man acted with remarkable swiftness, and his subordinates would be no less competent, should they commence their inquiries upon returning. Any plan she devised would be futile without his endorsement. With this in mind, Yun Suyu resolved to disregard his displeasure. "Your Highness, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Duan Lingji turned his gaze, lifting his eyelids to regard her. This woman typically wore a disapproving demeanor towards him, and even her rare moments of cordiality seemed feigned. Now, her amiable countenance suggested she sought something of importance. "What is it?" "I wish to request the release of an individual." "An individual?" Duan Lingji's expression softened slightly. "You seem to have no shortage of personnel." "Indeed, I do not lack for help, but the individual in question has been taken by your man. I would like to request your Highness to issue an order allowing me to retrieve them." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingji's previously composed demeanor brightened, realizing that one of her own had been apprehended by Wu Zhou's men. No wonder she was so amicable. She intended to retrieve her person with minimal effort from him. A clever maneuver indeed. Observing the hopeful anticipation in Yun Suyu's eyes, Duan Lingji remained unruffled. "Even if I do not command their release, I believe you are capable of retrieving them on your own." Noting his deliberate evasion and leisurely demeanor, Yun Suyu inwardly cursed. This man was intentionally prolonging the matter to induce her anxiety. Despite her internal ire, a smile graced her lips. "Your Highness, should a confrontation ensue, injury is inevitable. A matter easily resolved by your word would spare both parties unnecessary harm." Duan Lingji was taken aback, having never encountered someone so candidly calculating. Her forthrightness was so refreshing that he found it difficult to harbor resentment. After contemplating her smiling visage for some moments, Duan Lingji finally relented, offering her a clear response. "I can grant you what you desire, but first, you must earnestly answer one question. After that, you may depart." "Very well, Your Highness. Please ask." Yun Suyu thought that answering his query would enable her to hasten her departure. "Yun Suyu, can you claim full authority over the dealings you undertake?" Duan Lingji's gaze bore into her eyes, keenly observing every nuance of her expression. "Certainly." Yun Suyu responded without a moment's hesitation, perplexed as to why that man would pose such a simple question. The answer was clearly evident in the matter of leading him to Injinan. Yet, he still felt compelled to inquire once more. Duan Lingji observed Yun Suyu's reaction closely. Her expression was entirely natural, devoid of any signs of deceit. His suspicions were thus somewhat validated, and he did not prolong her stay any further. "This prince understands now. You may leave." Yun Suyu was taken aback by Duan Lingji's unexpected amiability at that moment. However, she did not wish to ponder why this man would relent. Achieving her goal was all that mattered. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave." With a brief farewell, she turned and strode towards the horses nearby. her eyes immediately drawn to a magnificent chestnut steed. Without hesitation, she unfastened the reins and prepared to mount. "Miss," Duan Lingwu interjected, raising a hand to halt her. "That is the prince's horse. You may select another." Hearing his unfamiliar yet courteous words, Suyu glanced at the other horses. Regardless of color or appearance, this steed was undeniably superior to the rest. Moreover, it had demonstrated remarkable speed while carrying two individuals the previous night, indicating its exceptional pedigree. Since she had the option, she would choose the finest. Casting a glance at the man nearby, Suyu had observed that, despite his occasionally intimidating demeanor, he would not truly act against her. Compared to throwing a tantrum or hurling insults, taking his horse seemed trivial. Even if he were to seek retribution, it would amount to little more than a few nips. Having endured such encounters before, one more would hardly matter. With this thought in mind, Suyu disregarded his objections and deftly mounted the horse, galloping away. Duan Lingwu stood by, watching his horse being ridden off, silent throughout, merely gazing at Suyu's receding figure. Contemplating her response, he deduced that she was indeed connected to the recently emerged trading organization, Zhiyuge. To hold authority within such a group spoke volumes of her status. Yet, this woman was decidedly lacking in decorum, not only throwing tantrums but also speaking indiscriminately. So be it. Their mutual attitudes appeared remarkably alike, each confident that the other would not resort to drastic measures, particularly concerning children. Unbeknownst to Suyu, as she rode away, Duan Lingwu's thoughts were far removed from her own. She urged her steed onward, quickly catching up to a group ahead. "Stop," Suyu commanded, pulling the reins to halt her horse as they came to a stop before Wuzhou. "I wish to take someone with me. His Highness, the Ling King, has already consented." "Very well, Miss Yin, proceed as you wish." Wuzhou did not question her motives or the identity of the person she intended to take. He simply extended his courtesy, allowing her to take whomever she desired. Suyu's gaze fell upon a tall woman within the crowd. "You, mount the horse. I shall take you away." "Yes," the woman replied submissively, stepping forward from the throng and gracefully mounting the horse. Without further delay, Suyu urged the horse onward and departed. Wuzhou stood watching her leave, and, as he observed the woman's mounting posture, he seemed to grasp her identity. She was indeed aligned with Miss Yin. The prince's indulgence towards Suyu was evident. He had even relinquished his own horse for her use. At precisely 10 past noon, a group escorting Jinan returned to the city with great fanfare. Under the vivid narration of the accompanying citizens, the gazes directed at Jinan had transformed from respect and admiration to disdain and contempt. Some even hurled eggs and vegetable leaves at him, cursing vociferously. Truly, he is a duplicitous character, feigning integrity while harboring a vile heart. To take the life of his own wife is beyond inhuman. It is the act of a beast. A citizen spat vehemently, expressing his disgust. He is nothing short of a beast, pretending to be deeply affectionate towards his wife, yet turning around to commit murder, and even indulging in debauchery while her body is still warm. He is worse than a pig or a dog. One citizen led the charge, and soon many joined in spitting at him, their previous respect now replaced with utter revulsion. They wished nothing more than to strip his skin and drown him in their contempt. Within an inn in the city, Duan Lingwu, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, smashed the teacup in his hand in fury. "What? Jinan has been found by the Ling Wang and brought back to the city, with plans to escort him to the capital?" Duan Lingwu, infuriated, ground his teeth. "Fool! If he wants to escape unscathed, yet fails to conceal himself properly, it seems he cannot be allowed to live. The prince desires that Jinan must not return to the capital alive. Otherwise, it would bring trouble upon him. Inform our people to silence him permanently on the road back to the capital." "Yes, my lord." "And what of the Ling Wang? What actions is he currently undertaking?" At the mention of the Ling Wang, the prince's teeth clenched, and his fists crackled with tension. "My lord, the Ling Wang personally led a group to capture Governor Yin, and now the entire city is praising him as both cultured and martial, possessing unparalleled wisdom and courage." Upon hearing this, the prince's fists tightened further. veins bulging on the back of his hands. Why was it that the Ling Wang's reputation surpassed his own, both in court and among the people? What did he have that was superior? Was it merely brute strength and calloused hands that could elevate him above the prince? Contemplating this, a fierce glint crossed the prince's eyes as he muttered, "Ling Wang, you must perish." He paused before issuing a command. "Have someone take action against the Ling Wang first." The subordinate, alarmed, responded, "My lord, the Ling Wang's men are formidable, and he himself is highly skilled in martial arts. We have failed in our attempts time and again." This time silence. The prince interrupted sharply. "Fool, you only seek to bolster his power while diminishing my own. The poison I acquired at great expense will not be used by the Ling Wang. Shall I reserve it for you instead?" "Yes, my lord. I shall make the arrangements immediately." As the subordinate spoke, he suddenly recalled another matter. "By the way, my lord, the head of GU Pavilion has refused to meet with you, and it is said she has already departed for Chuncheon Mansion." The prince, frustrated, kicked a chair in anger, seeking to vent his rage. "I understand. Individuals with some strength tend to be quite willful. It is not possible to subdue her in one attempt. There is no urgency on this matter. I shall formulate a plan after we return to the capital. For now, I only wish to await news of the Ling Wang's poisoning." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Duan Lingwu, who occupied the prince's thoughts, was methodically discussing his plans with several subordinates. "At this time, I have other pressing matters that prevent my return to the capital. You must exercise utmost caution in escorting Injanon." Upon hearing this, Wu Chuan wore a troubled expression. "Your Highness, escorting someone back to the capital is not a daunting task. However, if your Highness fails to return promptly after completing your duties, and the Emperor lays blame upon you, coupled with others fanning the flames, your Highness may be subjected to severe reprimand. Fear not, I have my plans. It is not that I choose not to return, but rather that I cannot." As these words escaped Duan Lingji's lips, the others looked on in confusion, prompting Wu Zhou to voice his curiosity. "What do you mean, your Highness? This evening, I shall be injured, or perhaps poisoned, facing a life-threatening situation that compels me to seek refuge in the Divine Healer Valley. With such a justification, even if the Emperor wishes to lay blame, he would find no grounds to punish me." Upon grasping Duan Lingji's intent, the loyal subordinates understood that their master aimed to first rescue his daughter. In deference to their lord, they accepted the arrangements with utmost respect, while Duan Lingwu meticulously outlined the plans for their return to the capital. Those behind Injun would undoubtedly not relent upon learning of his escort to the capital. Thus, the journey would not be without peril. Wu Zhou, accompanied by several others, disguised Injun Nan and led him through alternative routes back to the capital. Wu Yu, resembling him in stature, would assume his guise within the prison cart to divert attention, ensuring the safety of Wu Zhou and the others. "Indeed, your Highness." They responded in unison. Wu Chuan then recalled an important query. "Your Highness, with us so arranged, who shall remain by your side?" "I have my shadow guards. Wu shall accompany me." Wu Chuan wished to voice further concerns, but, upon seeing Duan Lingji's resolute demeanor, refrained from saying more. Rumors regarding Injun then spread like wildfire within the city. By evening, news from the relay station reported that the Ling Prince had been ambushed and poisoned, now in grave danger. As the news spread, the Chu Prince erupted into laughter. "Ling Prince, it seems you have fallen into my hands. Your Highness, while that poison is indeed perilous, the esteemed Dr. Jiang beside the Ling Prince possesses commendable medical skills. Perhaps he could provide an antidote." "Impossible," the Chu Prince vehemently denied. "Such a poison is beyond his capability to counteract. I foresee that, in his desperation to survive, he will seek the Divine Healer Valley. Even if Dr. Meng can cure him, the agony he must endure before the poison is neutralized will be unbearable." The Chu Prince was quite pleased with this notion and turned to Mr. Xiao. "Have arrangements made for my return to the capital tomorrow. The Ling Prince will not be returning this time, and I must speak well of him before the Emperor." "Yes, your Highness." Meanwhile, in the inn, Yin Suyu was leisurely sipping tea when she received news from her subordinates. Suddenly, the fragrant tea lost its flavor, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. A feeling of constriction gripped her heart, causing her distress. He was to return to the capital tomorrow. How could he be ambushed tonight, poisoned to the brink of death? If he were to perish from this poison, then Suyu dared not continue that thought, for the more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Despite his flaws, the man had his redeeming qualities. He would shield her from danger, allowing her to rest peacefully against him in the night. She would often curse him in her heart, fantasizing about tearing his face apart or giving him a beating, yet she had never wished for his demise. Nor had she ever imagined he could be poisoned to such an extent. With a sudden resolve, Suyu cast aside her teacup and strode out of the inn, making her way toward the relay station. After a brief moment, she hurried to the post station with utmost urgency. Following the incident of capturing Jinan, Duan Lingji's associates recognized her, allowing her unhindered passage until she was graciously escorted to their master's quarters. Outside Duan Lingji's courtyard, Suyu spotted Wu Chuan at the entrance and urgently inquired, "How is your lord now?" Wu Chuan hesitated, his words faltering. Observing his grave demeanor and stammering tone, Suyu's heart lurched. Could it be that the vile man was truly? In a flurry, Suyu dashed into the courtyard, her footsteps swift and determined. Wu Chuan scratched his head, contemplating the relationship between the Yun estate's master and the prince. He intended to speak the truth. Yet Suyu did not afford him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. With a heavy and painful heart, she raced onward, eager to see Duan Lingji's current state. Upon arriving breathlessly at Duan Lingji's chamber, her emotions erupted uncontrollably at the sight of him. Her excitement did not stem from the fact that his life was in peril, but rather from witnessing the man, who was supposedly on the brink of death, sitting serenely at a table, savoring tea, looking utterly at ease. Duan Lingji observed the woman before him, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, breath unsteady, and countenance shifting through various expressions of sorrow, shock, and eventually, indignation. "Why have you come?" he inquired, noticing the myriad of emotions flitting across her face. Suyu's expression transformed from sadness to astonishment, and then gradually morphed into ire. "I too would like to know how I came to be here." Chapter 94. I came to see if you were dead. Suyu realized she had been misled by the rumors. The relaxed demeanor of this vile man bore no resemblance to that of someone afflicted by poison. The claims of life-threatening peril were merely a facade, a cover for some ulterior motive of his. Hearing the unmistakable anger in her voice and observing her rapidly changing expressions, Duan Lingji set down his teacup and approached her. "Why have you come?" he asked, noting his own vigorous posture and robust voice.